was like sad. And then I remember he came, he's like, did you fucking say that joke? I'm like, no, dude. Why would I? That's so mean.
That's a great, you can feel that.
One of those things that reminds you of this, you just go, like, hey, your special sucked.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it did, and you just have to say that, and it gets a laugh, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it was so much worse. It was so much worse than that because he kept trying to thank you.
Oh, yeah, and then you're trying to one-up it.
Yeah.
And it's not working.
It got worse and worse, and the crowd started chanting the open micer's name, and like, Coney sucked, Coney sucked. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and two people actually more than two people, they messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least.
Yeah.
Random open mic.
Somebody said, Mark should sign up for Kill Tony, and if he gets pulled, do some shopping chicken. That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I would go up and do my own dick joke that he did about me, where I send terrible dick pics out. Like,
oh, yeah, you
had to be like, confront him about it. Like, hey, could you, like, maybe, I didn't tell him not to do it. I'm like, you understand how people might perceive that as being disrespectful, right? You're like opening your entire act with, like Mark Harley is bad at everything he does and sends shitty dick pics. It's also a moron who's bad at, like, security and is going to get killed.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that for an employee or a friend.
Yeah, I was like, okay, that's what you want to do with Mark?
I'm a hungry wolf. That's what. They gave a hungry wolf a fucking chance. You know the beans on his motherfucker.
What I do like about, because I know David Lucas personally, and I consider him a friend, I like their dynamic, and I like that when David Rose killed, David Rose and Tony Hinchcliffe, Tony laughs about it. Like, he's very open to, like, David's roast. I like their dynamic.
Did you ever make you thank on it? Like, thanking it all? You ever thank on it?
Who's going to be thinking?
Thanking. The Elephant Graveyard mentioned that a lot of times David Lucas makes you think on things.
Yeah.
You leave the show there, you just think.
David Lucas said to me, he said, this motherfucker looked like a muscular bobcat. I was like, that's pretty good.
Well, we got a line from y'all. Yeah,
I think he said, I have a protein powder fetish or something like that. He used more of the way. That's funny because you hear the same shit over and over.
Folks, look at this athleticism. I'm just going to summarize this as best I can. You all want my summaries, right?
David's like, man, you gay, though. And then Tony's like, well, you're fat.
My fucking It's incredible. Oh, this is going to be raw. Really? For sure, dog. Already the funniest motherfucker in South Australia. No doubt. No doubt, funniest motherfucker in South Australia today, son. Chelsea can't hang with this motherfucker. West Side. Chelsea, you know you can't hang with this.
Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show. Was crickets. Yeah, this is not. The world has evolved and left news articles behind. So I was like, going, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate and like they loved the first one. The first couple ones I brought in, they were like, oh, this hilarious. And it was just, it's easy because it's like a YouTube short. It's on the internet. It's hot. So you get to react to what he's saying.
Athleticism.
Like, Andrew Tate's delivery is fun. Rash and stuff.
Dog.
And then he did this. The next time around,
so hydrated makes me want to quit.
And he does this joke.
Why not, baby? Motherfuckers listen to the doc. You owe me multiple times a day. Why? Because you're the sickest motherfucker of all time, baby. Everybody knows it. Look at this athleticism, bitch. Motherfucker knows about the cat fetus. Ashes, baby. Cat fetus. Ashes. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Yo, dog. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to try you. Others want to use you.
Channel is easy to talk. There's always guys that are like really smart music talking.
Dog.
Jamal
Can't
Hill,
have
like,
this
comes in
kind
the
of
car,
shit
like,
themselves if
having
they
just
watch
smoked
this
a
live
blunt,
stream,
and was, like,
baby. Why?
super,
Oh,
like,
them
awkward.
70
I'm gonna
motherfuckers ain't never seen anything like this before. Really? Oh, they're gonna think this shit is tight as fuck.
But before the episode shot,
Sickest motherfucker of all time. You got the sickest motherfucker of all time. Rabbi, let me grade your beard. Calm down, girl.
By the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. I was like, oh, like,
Yeah, I'm a real rabbit. Maybe one of the realest rabbits of all time. If rabbits made sounds, they'd sound like this, you stupid slut. Really? Oh, dog. I'm like that bunny from Playboy. Really? How am I not? I'll wait. Just maybe Dog. Look at this athleticism. Folks. 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 Grown folks. Amazing name for a club. Oh, that motherfucking club comes. Grown folks. Huh? Look at this move. Ain't nobody ever seen this athleticism. You think that fucking Canadian so this athletic motherfucker just sits in his bed all fucking day? Doesn't talk to anybody. This motherfucker is a gabbard like a motherfucker. Really? Oh, sickest motherfucker ever. Look at this athleticism. I said, look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. There's athleticism. I said, look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Ricardo, is that even a thing? I don't know. I really don't. They're like, oh, we have been waiting for you for hours, days, months, years. What about weeks? Weeks too, baby. Look at this athleticism, though. For real. Look at this move. Baby, I'm turning around. All this
Jamal Hill and like was this obvious like social climbing like limbo where
Look at this.
Like disappeared with the fucking like she came over and was like, oh hey, you guys are doing conducting business in the King of the Stay room for 2 hours, cool. But she was there. I think Shop had left and she was still there. I think she must have like used it as a predicate to like reach out to Shop. She's like, oh, like Mark.
Look at this.
Jamal, how really uncomfortable. Like as a way to like kind of be like, oh, I'm on just looking after your best interest. But why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest? Like we're in a production studio. Yeah. Was he paid for this whole episode? Like I like who is this? Because again, I'm totally open to being said no, but Brendan even considered it was like this was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and I don't disagree.
Picardo. Why don't you just go on there? It's #1 streamer in the history of Picardo. You guys even know what Picardo is? No, because nobody knows what it is. Oh, we shut down in 2024.
The Jamal Hill?
Although he is like, I mean, he's become, the world is now seeing that he's very likable as he comes with his losses. Like, I was not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was killing the champion, and then he was. I was going, like, it was funny that he kind of like said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but no, it was Lauren Seiko. Okay. Lauren Seiko is like gorgeous in person. Like she looks hot on camera, saying in person, it's like,
no posts available.
Whoever the fuck is there, probably George or janitors or.
This channel does not exist.
Pure Spectrum. Yes, okay. Pure Spectrum lawsuit. That's a great question. All I can say is Brendan introduced the idea of the Pure Spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 20. We were at suit culture, lifting alone, and my recollection is not exact at the time frame, but we were lifting there, and I wasn't yet working at Fit Boy, so I believe it was like summer 2021. Somehow this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to suit that, right? And so his version of events, again, when I first know him, so I have no reason to distrust everything he says, which I now, like, anything Sean says is like, take it with a grain of salt. If it involves
look at this athleticism real close.
other people, like,
have you ever seen something so like that? Oh, God, this motherfucker. So, look at his footwork on this cinder block. Girl.
Project, you know, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim and offender. But he told me what is literally an upside down version of the story. It's on record now, which is, he said this. I was working for this CBD company, like, I got an ownership stake in it, and it came to me and they offered me this, like, and he presented it as, I'm getting, like, I own a portion of the business and it's like paying some sort of dividends each month, and everything's going great, and then slowly that sort of dwindled down to the point where I'm going, like,
look at this athleticism. No one's even seen this one ever. People be like, "God, you're dancing in the dark up there, big dog." You'll be like, "Thanks, lady," and they're gonna say, "Who the fuck calls themselves big dog?" I do. Why? Why the fuck not, baby? Look at this athleticism on fucking real. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
And audit their numbers because I'm supposed to be getting, it's like big check, and then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but like the company's growing. Like, he was like, there's some sort of inconsistency where my paycheck is suspiciously getting smaller for no reason. Then the lawsuit says this, which feels, you're like, that's weird, like, that's crazy, and then you like, you know, so you guys take legal action against this guy, but, you know, but in this story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of, like, a business deal. You know what I mean? He was unfairly treated by a guy who, like,
Magic bean sales.
Yeah. It's like, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and I'm like, I gotta sue him, but then you read the lawsuit, and it's like, I can corroborate.
Maybe when I
find
it.
A flat fee to do social media posts, right?
In rain bottles,
You know, whatever the total was, something like $3,000 for the course of the relationship. You know, whatever it is. Okay, you take 10 months, but you have to do 2 Instagram feed posts and 8 stories or something. You have these like requirements, right?
Yeah, we call that a black rifle problem.
Right? It's like you have to do it. He did nothing. He didn't post once, right? So it's like not just like, oh, I missed one here there. He was doing nothing. We can talk about his podcast stuff, like in his mind he justified it, but he was making hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. Like they look back at whatever time frame, they're like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts and no stories. We have to stop doing or like we have to dissolve your ownership. So, and then the ownership of the company will be another source of revenue if it pays dividends. And then also like using a code, like use code shops, you're getting the percentage of the sales using the code. So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting like the code, you're not promoting it. You know, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were like, well, instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we gave you to do nothing, how about you just like give us back the 10% of the company? And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership is the company, which he claimed to have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the it's alleged that he took dissolving his ownership stake to pretend he's claimed legally he still has ownership stake. Took $100K okay, cash for these KGB guys in order to oust the CEO, like in a hostile takeover, because it's like it would be like, oh, these guys are 45%, add shots,
Baby, look at this athleticism. This is really unprecedented.
The opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee,
Look at this move. Look at this move.
At the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. You know, giving CBD to kids for their
It don't matter anymore. Look at this move.
Probably him
You
crying
can
about
relax.
I talked about CBD and how it cured my kid's seizures. I am God now and give me $500 million.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see you wanting CBD, you know, like at like 2 minutes. I'm like, you want some extra, and I give it to kids.
This guy's a real
The morning I won't
you
get
know
to
what?
sleep.
I'm autistic,
The
bitch.
morning
No, that's, I was going to ask more about the CBD thing too. We want to talk about CBD. You know what? If you have a problem with that, there's a problem.
I love it. If you legend me being a narcissist, why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? Can you go watch Sam Backman lecture on narcissistic personality disorder?
Oh, you almost have forgot. You almost have forgot.
Yeah, being a narcissist, you know fuck nothing about narcissism. Personality.
Sounds like somebody's not watching the Maybe 1 second here, we got a guest.
Oh, you're a trouble.
Oh, I don't think he's there yet.
Let's go. The morning when I won't get too far. The morning when I won't get too far. The morning when I won't get too far. Don't you know?
What's up?
How can I hear him?
Oh, your headphones kind of plugged in or something? Oh, yeah. No, it's like this. You hear now?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Who the fuck is sharing this?
Dude, so Wallace, what's up, man? We've been watching a 24-hour ViralRabbi with my car. Sorry, you couldn't be in the beginning. What are you up to? I'm gonna get my headphones. Yeah. It's all crazy here. Sorry. All right. Okay, good. Where are you at right now? Nice. Great place to live in. I'm fucking a lot of shit. Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
DMing. Have you guys ever talked to her? Have you ever met Brooke Rose?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, real quick.
Do you have any added bad flaws?
Bro, I got all the hiccups. I have friends in dark web places.
So how's it going with the watching?
I
think we watched it 15 times. Oh yeah, we watched it a lot already. Really?
Yeah, it is pretty long.
Well, do you have a favorite bit from a Gringo Poppy that you can remember? What's up, babies? Oh, the high one? Do you go bit again? I don't know why. Okay.
I think Bob is still on. I was looking at this on so many substances every day. It's like a episode of like drunk. Adderall, nicotine.
Tell the story because we can't hear Brandon at the moment.
Oh, we're trying to fix it out here. Tell the story of what Brett was running.
Yeah.
What surprised me is he got off about those. I don't think he said he would necessarily misrepresent that. It was all pretty out of over.
Yeah, now we can hear Walsh. Sorry, so what was your favorite dish from Ringo Pop?
I think I like when he makes his eye go like this.
Yeah, the COVID stuff is good.
You do stand up?
Yeah. Well, mostly I am the head coach for my son's people. I don't know how.
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff here?
Yeah, travel ball.
Oh, man, that's brutal, dude. You gotta do a lot of time with travel ball. I'm surprised you could do this thing.
Well, it's just funny. I mean, I tend to do this, but like, it is weird, like reading. I dipped in and out of the Reddit.
What? Get the fuck out of here.
I do have the empathy thing where I'm like, God, can you imagine, like, imagine you stumble across a Reddit board where people are just picking apart every second of your life.
I felt like that because I didn't know what it was, and then the first time I ever appeared on TV, barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I appear and I'm like, they bring me on as like a guy who talked about lifting weights and anabolics and dieting and stuff. So I'm like giving what I would consider benign advice to people, and then the next day, like, I'm being bombarded with like, you fucking ugly loser, you're the worst actor. Like, at that time I only had like acting reels on my YouTube, and it was like thousands of comments like, you're the worst fucking actor I've ever. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what did I do to these people? And having no concept. But then Brett was also like, did you get a bunch of hate? But I just want to let you know. So I'm like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit as being full of crazy people. But then you have to, so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it is good. But then you go back and go, well, Brendan has been, a public narcissist who like compulsively lies on air for like a decade before this. So, there's a reason he repeatedly makes these mistakes, even just, pronouncing words. He's a little cow, but yes, it would be scary. However, if I was him, like, my best advice would be like, if you could go back in the time machine, lean the fuck into it, dude. Like, own the community or participate, or if it bothers you deeply, pretend like, otherwise it's going to get bigger and eat your life.
Well, I'm just curious how he does process all of this.
Yeah.
He's aware of it. I mean, it's just brutal.
Everything in his go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing him is coming from a place of jealousy. Which this is a criticism is legitimate. Obviously.
Over 100,000 people. And honestly,
it's illogical.
That's what winds up sucking me back in. It's like, I'll see this too, where I'm like, I can't, I better things to do with my time. I can't fucking do this shit anymore. And then, I'll step away for, a month or two, 3, and it'll just be one of those things. Like, late at night, I'm fucking, stuck in bed. My real pet thing. My name's Brendan. I'm a failed comedian. I'm a failed podcaster. My wife's name is Joanna.
Is it really?
You can relate. That's part of what bringing it. See, the thing about it, what I would say, you asked, how tough is it to be in Brendan's shoes? But if you're in Brendan's shoes, your feet are going to be wet, remember? He drinks out of his shoes, so you can't do that.
It is. That's what sucks me back in, though, because it'll be late at night or whatever. For whatever reason, I'll be online just fucking wasting time. I'm like, I'll click on the, I'll go see, I muted the T-Fat K Reddit, so I don't even get into it. So I don't even know.
When you go on Reddit, because I think Reddit's amazing. You know what I mean? For like as a social media app, if you want to call it that.
But I'll click on it, and then I dip in for a second, and then it's like the guy. I mean, it's just nonstop hits. Like I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What? That was one time when I left, and I came back, and it's when he got the fucking Chompy tattoo.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like,
yeah, the hits don't stop. As you're saying, he keeps outdoing himself.
And then he starts scrolling back and people making references of shit where I'm like, well, wait, what does that even mean? What are they talking about there? And then you go and you find another rabbit hole.
Yeah. I remember Brains for the Arts.
Oh, yeah.
The clip was him attempting to discredit a group of black MMA commentators.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh my god, you're openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say.
Yeah. And it didn't make
Oh,
sense.
I didn't even know what that. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, come on, these aren't the best way to do like a black panel.
Yeah, it's like Cormier, I think, and somebody else is like, we get what you're doing, we get it.
It's all black. And we get it. You're trying to do like diversity hire thing. It's like, you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Like,
I mean, he said, we were laughing about this today, Walt. He said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that. We're like, God damn, dude.
but Chavez legitimately racist.
Oh, for
Like,
sure.
knowing him privately, I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I feel comfortable saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way. Like,
The Hoppy guy, no chance.
I've seen various shades of racism expressed, like, depending on the circumstance. If we're completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way, and more subtly in other ways, it kind of slips out. You know, even when he's on fucking camera and he knows everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist. But there's some sort of, I mean, yeah, simpletons are racists, right? But like, I always feel like, yeah, I'm like, were you raised this way? Like, is your dad racist? Because I get empathy towards people. I go, look, if you were raised with certain terminology or attitudes towards other races because your father, you know, like, or your community acted that way and it's normalized, like, I bet people from South Africa sometimes are like, the way that they talk about black people, like, you know, that sounds really racist in America.
Harold Shaw was born in South Africa. Well, I got a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? It's like don't disturb.
I don't do anything until everybody's in bed generally. Okay. Otherwise, we're just fucking weird shit. But it does get. I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to step away, when it was literally the first thing I would look at. Grab my phone, check, you know, whatever. There was a text message, I look at that, and then the first thing I would do is go on Reddit and see like this.
But it's a testament to the creativity of the group.
Problem. Like, you're going to it in the morning and there's nothing. You're like, damn it, there's fucking.
Oh, this last guy again.
Hair of the dog.
I would like to put a plea out to everybody running the T-Fat-K Reddit board, Bobby Lee,
his cohort.
If we can please make a message across the board, because they did this with you, Mark, where I think they had to blur your face.
Yeah.
And everybody please blur Callan's fucking feet when he's wearing his jacket. That cocksucker sitting Indian style, goddamn flip-flop.
The Indian style, so there it is.
Most offensive visual at all.
Yeah.
So what a great call.
Because you're like, is that even comfortable?
Or big gay lion stuff. Mandatory. Any clip chasing Callan's feet, you're here. The clip until the feet are pixelated.
Well, it sounds like you're running for office here, dude. I mean, like you're gonna be on the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy. Like,
strong action.
It's a bits party, dude.
There is no black T-Fat K or white T-Fat K. There is no T-Fat K.
everything about it is, I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality sometimes. And it really does kind of fuck with my reality where I'm like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how, because like I said, you know, like I podcast and shit, all of us here are less successful than jobs.
Yeah, that's so true. No, I'm very, have you seen my Ferrari, bro? I think I'm all right.
He's like, Brandon Journal sucks. He's like, I've been to both their houses.
And we said that when he came on my podcast, it was just like, well, I mean, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast, going, wait, hold up, you guys named Brandon talking shit about a guy named Brandon. This really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, you know, people shit on their, because I guess, you know, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners.
Yeah. So I remember like looking back, it was the average was like 250K. So around 2019. There was a lot.
Those are bone zone numbers right there.
But the people will be shitting on it, and like, you know, oh, okay, it only has like 30,000 listeners. But, or viewers, or whatever the counts are. But even that is hard for me. I'm like, who? It really is confused. Like, who? What? I was like, people who are fans of this show. Getting like, and it's just from a fascination standpoint. I mean, that's where all of my interest in this is. Like, I don't even revel in, like, you know, mocking him, or I don't take any pleasure in you know, his failures or whatever. I mean, it's truly like a Jane Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with it, and I can't wrap my head around the fact that any of it is real on any level. Like you know, and I'm fascinated from thinking, like, you know, I mean, I can't give him this much credit, but I mean, because I do try to look at the, you know, positive. I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing. So like, maybe he's some kind of a genius. Like, maybe this is a true, like, next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
The only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Yeah,
right.
But
that would be amazing.
What if it is? The mascot, Pagliacci. We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too. And I think it's something that, like, it's evergreen and keeps going because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating, ironically.
In the country song.
Now, one of the funniest things he said recently was that I have no skills, which is like so ridiculous. I was like, yeah, it's like so. That's probably what you're thinking of.
That was his 1 minute. Yeah. The new stuff that I remember, like, the last one was the moon ding. He says land moon ding.
I'm gorgeous when I don't talk. I think night is weird. I'm gorgeous when I don't talk. What's a lady?
So, but sometimes people will stop with that and go, oh, that's not funny. It is funny, but it's like you could go like, don't be a bully. But it's like, wait. Watch this guy further and start to understand that he's actually a narcissistic bully. And then you have a whole new world of like things to justify.
It's really hard to defend him.
You know him on the surface level.
And then what else has he done recently?
I got a poll in the chat. I just want to check in on the viewers, and I asked them because, you know, Walsh was talking about the hair of the dog checking the chains in the morning. how long do you spend on chains? And the winner is 8 inches.
Of course, classic.
Looking at the Reddit board, there's some other things on my any level of a human being. Like this, if this is happening, shoving those fucking nicotine pouches down the chair. And that's the thing, is like anytime you try to find a shred of humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is open up the Reddit board, and within 2 seconds you're like, that's what fuck this dude. Like, it's just like that.
Because it's the basic feedback. Comment on the things you did. I would be curious. Is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, people really try consciously to expunge the word white. Come on, baby, let's go piece of it and check out this new smoke. No, this thing I got, it ain't classified as dope. Smoke I got from Venus. Have had it all week. It's getting old. Come on and try this new thing with me, baby. We all that people are the same way. It's a secret.
People are the same way, but
Moments of like the vulnerability and he's telling a story that seemed to change when he get down. When he he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim and you go like, is it embarrassing enough where you can tell there's real pain there? And one of the stories was, as a kid,
dog.
You know the story?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing enough that, there's real pain made me laugh, because I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person.
Look at this, the publisher, son.
I'll be like, he's like you, by the way. People think I have animosity towards, like, Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's trying to smear me, and I, keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at it objectively.
Oh, yeah, Walsh, by the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you have Frank Cum. He might rival Frank Cum, though. This guy, Rob. What's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds fake.
It
doesn't sound real. He would act like a crazy
Sean has no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Sean is banking, because I did a settlement conference that went totally sideways because they were like, oh, here's on paper you're owed $150,000. We'll offer you 2.5K. I was like, suck my fucking dick, bitch. But my lawyer wasn't there. So they think I don't have a lawyer. And I heard, basically what the defense is going to be because I heard the lawyers regurgitate what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my God, you have no idea that he can't back up anything that he's saying here. But go ahead, believe that.
I'm sorry, I derailed you.
The story I was going to say is, as a child, let's say he was, between 10 and 13 or something, he starts off by saying, I used to love strawberry ice cream. And if there's a gallon of Neapolitan ice cream, I would dig out all the strawberry ice cream. So it was a fresh,
I hate to say this, but I'm familiar with this.
oh my God. But it insight into his childhood trauma because my parents, and list off any flaws or whatever, but I go, to shame me about eating it's not something that would happen ever, even if I was fat, like saying you fat fuck or something, whatever his dad said, because he comes home and he's like, Brendan, did you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream out of it? Which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid thing to do. But clearly, Brendan has always been self-absorbed, and he's like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream, eat this one part of the ice cream to myself. And he goes in the room and just goes, did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah, it's a fat pig or fat fuck or fat pig or something. And his response, do you remember what his response to it was? He's like, oh fuck, it was like a dagger through my heart. So that was the moment where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you. And
well, that, I mean, trauma aside though,
yeah.
It's the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. I mean, I assume his dad is his dad funds everything he does. Like, he doesn't, like, this.
His dad made actual success. Actually made it.
Like, a dealership or something like that.
He did something where it was,
the diamond mines are pretty profitable. Emerald. He says Emerald Empire.
He actually built a business, rather than
CP for cat.
I mean, I think I'm surprised that there hasn't been, like, an actual, I mean, I guess there's, like, the, those YouTube channels, like the beige frequency and help. But I mean, this is just, he's such a fascinating guy, like, to have a real true documentary made about this guy. But I guess you can't really keep up with it, because by the time you're done editing, they're going to be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy things.
That's right.
Documentary.
Yeah.
So there has to be, like, an ongoing, like, reality show. Like, I don't know, like, a reality show would just be, like, a fucking...
Such a good idea. It's like hive-minding. It's like, who's going to watch all this shit and come up with, like, find the footage that Max isn't contradicting himself and previous things. I never watched that beige frequency documentary or whatever it was where it exposed all, like, the lies in his, like, before I met him. Because I met him, I was like, oh, this is a guy who Chappelle Lacey opens for. Like, I had a clean slate as far as meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have an incentive. Once the subreddit, like, attacked me for, like, appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked? But
I think...
And then later you watch a page, you're like, oh my god, he just lies about everything his whole life.
By the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Baja mode. I don't know what that means.
I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that. But my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Pod, because that is like the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this, because we were discussing ideas and all that. And they're like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing." So that's something. But no, I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary on, like, the building of the set. Who wrote the stuff? Like, how did he come up with the jokes? Like, what is people's reaction to it? And then obviously Papa comes in it, and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things. Like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like, I was there for the conversations where, I'm friends with an editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was his normal paid editor was having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds. Yeah, he'd be like, "Oh, here's fucking clip down to a 90-second Instagram reel."
Right.
And I would treat him like a writing project. Like, okay, let me do this. I learned how to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to like edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Real Poppy was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier if the laughs in the audience are louder. And so it was like repeated. It's like he sent it back. He sent the dish back 4 times to the fucking kitchen to be like, warm it up. Dude, how fucking loud do you think the laughs need to be? So people might notice that it sounds ridiculous, because it was ridiculous. Because you're like, dude, you want it more loud than that? Like, do you think that's gonna make the jokes better? Are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything. Yeah.
And by the way, the reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people eat. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? And this is a difficult concept for him, because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was like, I think he thought he was going to get like ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, we can work out in the gym together. So run 6 miles a day, and also like eat a strict diet. And if you want to get ripped, like live the lifestyle, which I don't always, but if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? he believes that, well, if I'm around this guy, and probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, like, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on a carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, man. Like, I had an inside debate. He's like, yeah, I stuck to the carnivore diet today, but then like, oh, I had a pint of Ben and Jerry's. Like, you're not on carnivore. That's not a carnivore. You can't just go,
What a child.
oh, I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You just ate steak and candy.
He would say, like, yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles.
That was every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So you wonder why you're not losing weight. It's because you just, like, you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat. Right? But he would, in the green room, because, like, in the green room, he's in charge, right? The Oprah isn't on there. But that's where we get fed. So I'm ordering, like, oh, can I get, 2 orders of chicken tenders? Because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm going to have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free at the Improv, He hated it. He'd be like, Jesus Christ, Mark. I'm like, do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? Like, I feel like that's not how that works. But it's like,
it sees your joy.
Yeah, I'm gonna rather be and have no shame. You have shame for eating, and that's your problem. But I see you trying to shame me the same way your dad shamed you, and this is part of a body dysmorphia or eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent because he has this like contempt, for other people eating around him, and there's multiple stories that see like when but the moment you can get private, like you wouldn't want to eat before show, but after show, he's like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, aren't we supposed to be dieting or you want to go get pizza at 1 a.m.? Like,
It's like Chuck E. Cheese. Let's go to Chuck E. Cheese.
My relationship with food,
They have a countdown.
And I get it. I use it wrong here. Do you think he would his narcissism? Would he give if somebody did present him with making a weekly reality show with him, would his narcissism outweigh his? Do you think he would allow that? So would he allow a camera crew to film him and his family?
if it was, yes, if you pitched it to him as this is something that's going to humanize you, which I when I came into his world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go, and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted your life story, right? And they're telling it for you because you don't want to tell it yourself accurately. You don't want to talk about your UFC shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brenda Chaub and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative light. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever, but what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly. And you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun, but like for example, I took over the GFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm going to talk in Japanese. Somebody would say like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, I don't know, B, or so like I would respond. And it drove the people commenting nuts. So they keep commenting like, what the fuck is this? Because it broke the mold. And all of a sudden, oh, you can't do this. I'm like, oh yeah, I can, bitch. I didn't tell Brendan that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I thought that he'd be able to see like, hey, do you see how I 10x the engagement by like co-opting the Reddit speak, and then it also blunts the force of the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey. If everyone starts talking that way, all of a sudden the fans and haters can't be distinguished. He immediately was like, he gets uncomfortable when he's the butt of the joke. Any perceivable way, he was really scared of that. editing, because again, their page too, even though, like, they're just making followers. So let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where, like, I'd have these like weird zoom ins and kind of like blah blah, like do like a little bit different editing style for the clips, because it's just normal. Sure, with Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like, and self-absorption, like, no, like, we're funny on our own. They don't. It's like, hey, guess what? Like, I study comedy too, bitch. Like, you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always thought they were like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Like, any idea, this put them at the butt of the joke. The clips, by zooming in on certain things, that he's like stuttering or something like that, it was funnier, but it hit the butt of the joke rather than like, oh, we're telling a funny story. But if, like, if you do something like that, and I'd be like, I'd edit it in such a way that zoomed in his mouth as
you were editing that to show that,
and they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I can show. Like, they're probably still up there. But they were like, they also, again, I was taking Brendan and Brian.
Okay.
And the creative director at the time, because
creative director.
No, this guy, he's actually very talented and quit. Right. He quit, and I heard the conversation. I was the only person in the studio, and the next day Brendan goes, I had to fire this guy. I'm like, you didn't fire him, he quit. He told you that you were the worst boss he'd ever had. Like, I was there, I heard the phone call. Like how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? But he had to explain to Brendan, because he tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels, the way you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that, like, you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like going to be too sensitive to criticism. I'm like, I can eat it. This is harder to do. So, like, if you're going to edit it the easy way, sure, I can give you 3 normal shade reels. But these ones are getting more engagement because it's weirder and more kind of like watchable, and, you know. But they hate anything that makes the joke. So
it's really unprecedented. For Rizzy? Wait, I've never seen anything more unprecedented. For Rizzy. Dog. Now this motherfucker's gonna learn about how to rebuild the Beta Mikdash? Why? Why the fuck not? People are like, motherfucker, you know everything about the beginning of this bitch, but now when you get this thing duct tape, you'll be like, yeah, bitch, and you love it. You'll be like, no, we don't. It sucks. I'll be like, get over it. I got a teleporter in this bitch. Really? Maybe. Why? I'll be like, you assholes can't even get a working website. Your shit sucks. Yo, dog. History of the Beta Mikdash. Boring. This shit sucks. Give me some Jew, bitch. American Girls Bat Mitzvah speech. That's not even a thing. Really? I'm the toughest motherfucker you ever meet.
My understanding from Brendan, which again, take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on, like, TFAC being run at the Thick West Studios and kind of taking care of the ads, stuff like that. Callan shows up, does his job, and gets 25K. That's my understanding.
25K a month.
Yes.
See, none of this makes sense.
Nor does it mean, I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where the split is, it's like $1 per listener, you know? I don't know, like,
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Brian like money straight out of the bank account from that.
Yeah, and that could be right, like, could be exaggerated from Reddit. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter in the Kitchen subreddit. Request blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Being cheese.
You're making waves.
I hope people stick to that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have fun with your little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Chopper. Okay? That's our next business plan. All right. Love you. Bye.
Nice meeting you, big.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
See Brennan. Wow, Brennan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around. Let me see here. We have been playing the Gringo Poppy in the background that whole time. If anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know?
Just through comedy. Yeah, first I was I got it from his Skits and Bits online. Yeah. So
Mark, what's the thoughts on college bits?
Oh my God, Joe Rogan is a redacted, unfunny.
Headbands are very low consequence. Like, you can fuck up steroids if you're somebody who's
Raise call money by promoting other talent plus unfunny redacts to the top of the industry.
Okay, so
Become the 3 worst comedians of the Rogan sphere.
great question, Truckfoot. What do you think, Mark Harley?
I was going to let you guys go first because
Okay.
I feel more comfortable shooting on comedians after actual comedians should.
Okay, 3 worst comedians in the Rogan series question. Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, who's the 3rd? David Lucas. Oh, there you go.
How dare you?
So easy.
That's my point.
Oh, sorry. I mean, that, you know,
I'm just kidding.
I'm glad you stuck up. I will not stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
Yes.
Yeah. I genuinely love David Lucas. We work out together. Like, he's just always been a cool guy to me. So,
You guys play video games?
Mark, how many monthly Patreon subscribers would you suppose to have right now? You know, that's funny. So Unique has most people send me Unique shit, and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say, "Oh, these posts are getting 60 likes.
Dog.
It must be 60 subscribers."
Come on, you can watch this shit all the
The
time.
60 likes.
You can only learn about the Beta McDash right now, baby. Why? Because this shit sucks. Does it? It's the worst. Look at this athleticism, though. Folks, do you know about athleticism? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this. This motherfucker's not even doing it like Rambo. Come on. What's that?
Saw this revelation, saw God in a way that had never happened before. It's never happened since. Moses came down from the mountain with tablets, described the Ten Commandments, and with mandate, a mission for the Jewish people called the Torah, a way that the Jewish people would live as a life unto the nations, transform a world which seemed very dark to a beautiful, godly place. The presence of God that had been revealed on Mount Sinai left after that revelation, but it would continue in a different form. God told Moses to tell the people that they should build for him a Mishkan, but also the Mikdash Shachati B'Sefer, build for me a tabernacle, and I will dwell. God says, I will dwell within the Jewish people, a place where Hashem's presence would always be felt, a place where every person could come to be close with him, a place from which he would communicate directly with his people. Shachati B'Sefer, dwell among them. On the first of Nisan, just under a year after the Exodus from Egypt, the Mishkan was finally complete. The entire nation had contributed. Everybody had given whatever they could. Gold, silver, jewelry. People gave their time. People gave their talents. Women weaved exquisite patterns for the tapestries that covered the walls. Craftsmen designed beautiful ornaments, all following the instructions that God gave Moses. The Mishkan generally had 3 main parts. There was an outer courtyard, it was called the Oil Bay, there was the tent of the meeting, the tent of a place where one would rendezvous with God. And it had 3 main parts. There was an outer courtyard, which was surrounded by partitions. That's where the Mizbeach stood, the altar. One of the primary functions of the Mishkan was a place where people could come close to God by bringing an offering and bringing a korban means kiruv, a place to bring an offering. That was on the altar. Again, specified exactly how big it should be, etc. the actual structure of the Mishkan, built with wooden beams, covered with curtains, tapestries. And inside the actual structure, there were two rooms. There was the Kodesh, the holy, where there was a smaller altar, which was used for the incense. The Mizbeach has a gold, not like the outer altar, which is made of copper. Inside this room, you also had the golden menorah, which
Mashiach at the gate, kids.
and there was a candelabra with 7 branches.
You say,
It was being lit every day. There was the shulchan, left up on the 12 loaves of bread. We'll talk about us later. That was in one room. Also another room, which was called the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Holy of Holies. Outside the Kodesh, this is the Holy
Shema,
Sanctum,
Israel,
place,
Adonai,
which housed only one thing.
Adonai.
That was the Ark, the golden Ark. Within which was placed the Luches HaBris, the tablets that Moses had brought down from the mountain. It also has the broken parts of the first tablet, which are broken. We're not going to get into right now. Kodesh HaKadoshim was the place where God, that was the place where God would reveal himself. Nobody was ever allowed into that room, only once a year. The Mishkan was a temporary structure. It was designed to be able to be erected, dismantled, because it was built for the Jewish people, the children of Israel, while they were traveling in the desert to wandering. They kept moving from one place to another. And the Mishkan would accompany them. It accompanied them for 40 years, wandering through the wilderness. And 42 times it was put up and then taken down, wherever the Jews were kept, whether it was for a long time, sometimes in some places that they stayed there for years, and for a very short time. The mission was always set up and then taken down when they left. Special members of the tribe of Levi, the Levites, would be in charge of carrying different components of the Mishkan, and of course the descendants of Aaron, Moses' brother Aaron, who was a Kohen, who was made the high priest of Israel, and his descendants would be the ones who would actually perform the things that would be done, doing all the mitzvahs that would be done within the Mishkan, bringing the offerings, lighting up the road, etc., etc. Finally, after 40 years of wandering, Moses brought the children to the border of the Holy Land, and he was not allowed to enter the Holy Land, the place that he had brought his people to. He couldn't go himself. He was succeeded by his disciple, his faithful student Joshua Yeshua, who actually led the people into Israel. And when they came into the Promised Land, they set up the Mishkan in the town called Gilgal, and it stood at Gilgal for 14 years. It took 7 years to conquer the land. 7 years of battles all over the land until the country was mostly under Jewish control. After that finished, there were 7 years of dividing the land. It was divided into 12 parts for the 12 tribes of Israel. And then each part was divided into territory for every family. So that every single Jew had a portion, had a part in the land of Israel. It belongs to every single Jew. So for those 14 years, the Mishkan stood at Gilgal. When people were finally settled, and everybody had their territory, everyone had their land, their place, they settled down. The Mishkan was moved, the tabernacle was moved to the town of Shiloh. And there, it was placed in a structure which was a little bit more permanent than the tent that it had been before. It was building made of stone, but it didn't have a roof. So it was kind of in between. There were stone walls, and it was covered with the partition, with the tapestries that had been sewn, woven for the Mishkan in the wilderness. And for 369 years, the Mishkan stood at Shiloh. Shiloh was the unofficial capital, or at least the spiritual capital of the Israelites during that time. This is the period of time that we generally call the time of the judges of the Shoftim. The history of this time is told us in the Bible, in the book of Judges, the leaders during those centuries were called judges. And there were times of peace and tranquility. There were some very good times for the Jewish people during that period. There were also times of turbulence, of war and invasion. There was an unfortunate pattern of people within the nation starting to emulate the ways of the pagan, immoral, cruel practices of their pagan neighbors.
which sometimes seemed attractive from the outside, but when Jews would start following, would abandon the worship of God for the worship of idols, it always led to disaster. Would lead to a certain deterioration in their spiritual health, moral health, and that would invariably lead to a physical weakening, and so they would become vulnerable to attack from their neighbors. It's a land that was surrounded by hostile neighbors. You had to the north, you had Aram, the Empire of Aram, which was called different names at different times. To the west, of course, you have the sea. The land of Israel is along the coast, but along the southern coast, the cities of Gaza, of Ashkelon, of Ashdod were populated by people called the Philistines, the very ferocious people, very militant nation, which would cause many problems for the young nation over many hundreds of years. Where are we? That's on the west. We move to the east, across the Jordan River, so there were certain parts of the Transjordan that belonged to the children of Israel, the 2.5 tribes that lived there, the land of Gilad. But in the southern part of the Transjordan, across the Jordan River, to the east, were the nations of Ammon, of Moab, and then to the south, there was Edom. And at different times, the different nations attacked and invaded and oppressed the Jewish people. Generally, what would happen was during this period, after a weakening, after a crisis, the Jewish people would return to God. Usually, it was under the inspiration and the leadership of some great leader, people like Gidon, people like Ehud, Gera, people like Devorah, who would sometimes reprimand the people, teach them the right way, and go back to come back to God's ways, and would also lead them to military and political victory, so that they would be safe and secure. So, anyway, so for 369 years, you had a very unofficial leadership of the Jewish people. There was no kings. And the political leaders were loosely chosen, just mainly in times of crisis, to get the people through hard times. The Mishkan stood there for 369 years, as I said. That was the assembly place. That was the place for national, in times of crisis, people would come there to gather to decide what to do. And that was also the pilgrimage place. That was the place where 3 times a year, as the Torah commands, 3 times a year during the major festivals of Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot, all Jews would come to Shiloh to bring their offerings there. It was there that a woman named Hannah, a very famous woman named Hannah, prayed for a child. She had been married for many years, and she came with her husband Elkanah, and she prayed for a child in an unusual manner. It wasn't the way that people prayed, but it became the norm. Her prayer, her manner of prayer is emulated to this very day by every Jew who prays. That is the Jewish method of prayer. It was learned from Hannah, and she was, as most people know, she was blessed with a child. She was blessed with a son who was named Shmuel, Samuel, and she brought Samuel actually as a child to Shiloh to be raised and taught by the leader at the time, whose name was Eliyahu, the high priest of the time. So I priest for a very long time, and he kind of almost adopted the child, raised him and taught him and guided him, really groomed him for leadership. Samuel would become one of the greatest, one of history's greatest prophets, and one of the greatest leaders that Israel would ever see. He's one of the few people who are actually compared to Moses and Aaron, not Shmuel HaNavi. Shiloh was destroyed in a fierce battle with the Philistines. Shiloh was destroyed after 369 years. The Aron HaKodesh, the Holy Ark, was taken into captivity, stolen by the Philistines and brought into their territory. It was a national trauma. The leader of the Jews at the time, Eli HaKohen, who heard the news, collapsed and died. The Ark was returned after some miraculous events, but Shiloh was never rebuilt. Actually, you know where the ruins of Shiloh are. There's some excavations going on there now. And there's a place where they think the Mishkan used to stand. But at this point, the Mishkan was moved to the city of Nov. Leadership of the Jewish people was assumed by a person who became, was first assumed by Shmuel, by Eli's disciple. And Shmuel was told by God to anoint the first Jewish king. And his name was Saul. King Saul reigned for a very short time, but he accomplished tremendous things in that time. He fought wars against Israel's enemies and started establishing secure borders for the first time, really since the Jews had settled. His reign was short, and for reasons I'm not going to get into now, God told Shmuel that Saul's dynasty would not last, but that the throne would be transferred to somebody else. And Shmuel was told to go to Bethlehem, and to find the son of Ishai, Jesse. Jesse was a Jewish noble, a great an aristocrat. He had 8 sons. The older ones were the army. They were very renowned. They were very well known. The youngest son wasn't known by any means. He was put in charge of the sheep. He was a shepherd. Shmuel Hanavi came to Jesse's house, and he had been told by God to anoint the son of Ishai. Didn't know which one. And he tried one after the other. He kept realizing this is not the one that God wants, until he came to the youngest, this young boy named David. And he said, "This is the one. He's the one who's going to be the king of Israel, and not just anything. He's the greatest king that Israel ever saw." He was a powerful record. He had all the details because we're focusing on these classes on the Mishnah Mikdash on the Holy Temple. But David became king for slaying Goliath, run-ins with his father-in-law, King Saul, and after being fugitive and running away from King Saul's anger, Saul was killed in battle with the Philistines. And David was crowned as king first over his tribe, the tribe of Yehuda, but later, after a few short years, he was crowned as king over all of Israel. David Melech Israel. And David was a great warrior. He was a powerful king. He defeated all the enemies, the Philistines, Moabites, Edomites, Ammonites, Aram to the north. He conquered many lands. He expanded Israel's borders up to the north, to the Euphrates River, to the northeast, the south border of Africa. And the kingdom of Israel was really, David's leadership was really safe, comfortable, secure in their land. And it was finally time that they were able to turn their minds to building a more permanent place for God's Shekhinah, for the divine presence to rest. Something that they had been foretold was actually a mitzvah. They told them to come into the land of Israel. One of the mitzvahs that they commanded is to build the Beis Hamikdash. There had never been a good time, an opportune time. And now finally, peace with quiet borders, this was able to finally happen. King David conquered a city on the border of the territory of Yehuda, of Judah and Benjamin. It was a city that had still been held by non-Jewish inhabitants for various reasons. It's called Yevus. And David conquered the city, and he made that road. And it became known as Ir David, the city of David, or the city of Zion, or the city of peace, Jerusalem. The Holy Ark, the Aron HaKodesh, was brought to Jerusalem. Tremendous parade. Everybody thronged to see it being brought. It was a national celebration. And the great king himself danced and sang and clapped like a young boy with this tremendous joy, tremendous happiness that the Ark of God that housed the lotus, that housed the covenant between God and the Jewish people was finally being brought to the place which God had chosen.
One of the most athletic stages we've ever seen, folks. One of the most famous seasons of all time.
Place that God had chosen to look at the Torah, centuries earlier, had said that there's a place that I've chosen. When you come to that place, a place where God chose. There's a theme of being chosen. Jewish people are called the chosen. From Mount Sinai, they were chosen for a mission. King David was chosen. He was chosen to be the king over Israel, and his descendants, his family, the house of David, was chosen as the dynasty that would be able to lead the Jewish people to glory and spiritual. There was a place that was chosen, and that was Jerusalem. More specifically, it was a mountain called Har HaMoriah, the mountain of Moriah. Where it says that that's where Adam and Eve were created. The binding of Isaac, the Akedah, occurred on Har HaMoriah. And that was where that was where David was told. The Rabbi tells us in the book of Malachim, the book of Shmuel, the book of Samuel, that David built for himself a great palace. But he was pained, stressed. He told the prophet, he told Nathan the prophet, also this wonderful palace built of wood, of cedar. While the ark of God was in the curtains. To purchase a site, to buy it, to buy it from a man named Aravna. Aravna owned a threshing floor on Har HaMoriah. And David, and he actually offered to give it to King David for free. But David insisted on actually purchasing it. And this was the place finally. This was the place where the Beis HaMikdash could be built. It was the place that God had chosen for his home. His home on earth. And King David finally felt now he can do it. He started preparing plans. He started getting materials shipped for the building of the Beis HaMikdash. David, by the way, had yearned for this for many, many years, long before he was king. When he was a fugitive from King Saul, he read the Psalms, how long he was a fugitive running for his life. He wasn't able to come to Mishpah and know for Kima and pray there. And stressed him so much, the famous words, my soul thirsts for your flesh, heart. The Eretz, the sea of Oyev, barren, wilderness without water. How much I wish I could see you in holiness, King of Kadesh, to see your glory, to see your honor. So finally, he's able to build the Beis HaMikdash, but Moses had brought the Jewish people to the promised land. He couldn't actually enter it. King David was able to bring the nation to the verge of building the Beis HaMikdash, but the actual building couldn't be done by him. Why not? God told him, "Dam l'roiv shafachta." You spilled blood. You fought many wars. They were good wars. They were just wars. It was the right thing to do. Still, God's house is a place of peace. His house is a place from which peace comes to the earth. God's house has to be built by a man of peace, and would be built by David's son. That's what Hashem told him. He said, "You're going to have a son. His very name will mean peace. Shalom, shalom. His name is King Solomon. His name will mean peace. He'll be a man of peace." Thanks to King David's wars, his son was able to reign, was able to rule over a kingdom which was peaceful, secure, and tranquil during his entire reign. So David was able to hear all the prints, details, but the actual building would happen after he passed away. By his son King Solomon. David passed away after 40 years. In many, many ways, without getting into too much right now, in many, many ways, David's legacy is with us, with the Jewish people, with every individual Jew in our personal journey. David will also have a that's for King Solomon was anointed as a new king, as a golden era began for the Jewish people. Free from threats from the outside, secure in their home, able to live proudly as Jews in their land, and ruled over by a king who would go down in history as the wisest man who ever lived. The Rabbi records that Hashem asked Shlomo what he wished. Request, I'm going to read it inside. Request, what shall I give you? And Solomon said to God, "You performed great loving kindness." I'm not going to read it all, But he asks for this now. You have enthroned me over a people as numerous as the dust of the earth. Now give me wisdom and knowledge. I shall go forth before this people. I come in for who shall be able to judge this great people of yours. He asked for wisdom, for understanding, to be able to lead the people. God was so pleased with this answer, with this request. And he said, since you did not request riches, possessions, honor, you didn't request the life of your enemies, you haven't requested long life, but you've requested wisdom and knowledge, that you should lead my people. That wisdom and knowledge are granted you, and riches, possessions, honor, such as the kings before you did not possess, and which will not be so after you. So King Solomon would have it all, because he had asked for the right thing, he'd asked for wisdom. And finally, now the construction of the Holy Temple could finally begin. To the north of Israel were the Phoenicians, very famous for many things. The king of the Phoenicians at the time was a man called Hiram. He lived in the capital city of Sur, Tyre, which is a city on the Lebanese coast today. Sur means a boulder, a stone in Hebrew. And the city of Tyre is actually built on a tiny island, basically a big rock that juts out from the coast. You can look at it, see it today. And in that area were the great forests of Lebanon. The Arzi Halavanim, famous Arzi Halavanim, the cedars of Lebanon, great strong trees which were in high demand for any really good construction throughout the civilized world at that time. That was, of course, that was the best type of wood, that was the best type of material to be used. Obviously, you want to use the best for this. So Solomon reached out to Hiram, King Hiram, and they were on very good terms. Hiram was a close friend of Solomon's father David, and he remained a close friend of the Jewish people and of King Solomon. He promised to help in any way he could, providing supplies, providing manpower, and they brought the best wood from the forests of Lebanon. They needed a lot of people to do it. 10,000 people at a time were sent up north to chop wood for the construction. 70,000. 10,000 people were sent to chop wood. They would go for a month and then have 2 months vacation. So there were shifts going every month up to the Lebanon. The lumber was carried by 70,000 men. In the meantime, you had 80,000 men working in the quarries to get stone for the temple. Now, the way they quarried the stone, they hewed it out. Usually, you can bring large, unfinished stones to the construction site, and over there you finish them. You cut them to the right size and fit them in. There was a special instruction that was given by Hashem that the Holy Temple would be built in an unusual fashion. The stones could not be cut on the construction site. No iron implement, no hammer, no axe made of iron could be used on the Temple Mount, on the Har HaMoriah, which would now be called the Har HaBayis, the mount upon which the temple would be built, because iron is what weapons are made of. Spears and swords are made of iron. It symbolizes bloodshed, and that's not, it has no place building in the house of God. You have to cut the stones at the quarry where they were taken from. You have to cut them to size, finish them, and then bring them to the site to be fitted into place. The Har HaBayis was a very large complex of buildings and chambers. I'm not going to get into the details now, but it's certainly something in the book of Malachim of Kings of Divrei Hayam, or the Rambam, who describes the details of the Beis HaMikdash. But just generally, we'll talk about what it looks like. You had the outer area, the area of the Har HaBayis. The Talmud says there are 10 levels of holiness in the world. The land of Israel is the Holy Land. It's holier than any other land. Within the land of Israel, there were certain cities which are considered holy cities. Among those cities, the city of Jerusalem was holier than them. And in the city of Jerusalem, there was a higher level of sanctity on the mountain where the Beis HaMikdash was, on the Har HaBayis. So immediately upon entering the Har HaBayis, you had to behave in a way that befitted the holiness of the place. Like I said, it was a complex. There were many buildings, there were many chambers, there was a lot going on. This was going to be a place. This is a place that was going to stand for a long time, and to which millions and millions of people have been coming
pray to God and to be close to Him. It was not like the Mishkan in that sense. It was much larger. The courtyard was much larger. The outer area is called the Azara. There's actually two courtyards. There's an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard called the Azara, stood the Mizbeach. This altar, this Mizbeach, was much larger than the one that Moses had built. Moses had built a small altar according to the specifications that Hashem had given. But now in Jerusalem, the Jewish people it was much larger people, and he needed a bigger Mizbeach. So the prophet was told that you would have a larger Mizbeach. And also, unlike the Mishkan was all on one level. It was on the floor. It was built on the ground. The base of Mikdash was on a mountain, and it was on different levels. So you would have to go up steps to go from the Har Habayis into the Azara, into the outer courtyard. You would go up a grand staircase, and then there's another grand staircase leading you. After you walk past all the chambers in the outer courtyard, you would go up another grand staircase to the inner courtyard, and there was a stairs that led you to the actual heichal, to the actual structure of the Beis HaMikdash. So outside of it, again, like I said, in the courtyard there was the Mizbeach. There was also a big, what's called the Yam Shel Shlomo, the Sea of Solomon. It was a very large copper basin of water which was used by the Kohanim to wash themselves before and purify themselves before they would go in to perform the avodah in the Beis HaMikdash. The structure itself, the actual heichal, built out of the best wood. Generally, everything that was used. Ships were sent all over the Mediterranean to bring supplies from everywhere, so that the Beis HaMikdash would be built with the very best materials available everywhere in the world. Because of King Solomon's political power and influence, he was able to really get supplies from anywhere he wanted. The heichal, the actual structure of the Beis HaMikdash, the sanctuary, was 60 cubits long. Y'all know what a cubit is, right? It's about a foot and a half. So the heichal is 60 by 20 cubits wide and 60 long. So it's about 90 feet by 30 feet. 30 amas high, 30 cubits high, or 45 feet. And as you walked inside, not anybody could walk inside. It had to be a Kohen. And even a Kohen could only go inside when he's going to do something, to do an avodah, to pray. When you walked inside, the entrance was to the east. You would see a very, very grand chamber, entirely overlaid with gold. It was built out of the cedars of Lebanon. You didn't see any wood. You would see gold everywhere. And you would see some very strange-looking windows. Usually you want the outside of the windows to be wide, so the light can come in, the inside are narrower. And here it was the other way around. Because the Beis HaMikdash is the place from which light emanates to the entire world. Of course, a spiritual light, but it was symbolized even in the physical design. The windows were built that way. So we're in the chamber, we're in the heichal. This is the room called the Kodesh, reflecting the Kodesh that was the first chamber in the Mishkan. You saw these golden walls, engravings on the wall, beautiful carvings of palm trees, of kruvim. We'll talk about the kruvim in a minute. Carvings all over. In the center of the room, near the center of the room stood a small Mizbeach, golden altar on which the Torah was brought. The incense was brought every day. So outside was the outer Mizbeach, the large Mizbeach, which is called the Mizbeach HaNecheshes, the copper altar, even though now it had been built much larger than the copper altar and it was actually in stone. But it would still be known as the copper Mizbeach HaNecheshes. That's where you brought animal sacrifices. That's where the wine libations, the Nisuch HaYayin was brought. That's where the Nisuch HaMayim, the water libations, were poured onto the Mizbeach. The carbon mincha, the offerings that are made of flour, the many different kinds that there are, were all brought on the outer Mizbeach. The inner Mizbeach, the golden altar was used just for the Ketores. How are the Ketores made? The Torah gives us the recipe. It tells us all the ingredients that are needed. It doesn't tell us how much. We're not even sure exactly. There are some disputes about what some of the ingredients are. So how do you make the Ketores? I don't know. Nobody knows. It was very closely guarded. There was a family of Kohanim that was put in charge of the Ketores, and they would guard this secret with their lives. They would never tell anybody how it was made. It was just passed down from generation to generation. And there was a reason for this. they didn't want it to be replicated outside of anywhere else. The Torah, in fact, prohibits Torahs from being made. You're not allowed to make the Torah in the same way that it was made, because you can't make it anywhere else. Anyways, you have the center room, you have the golden altar. To your right was the shulchan, the golden table, upon which the 12 loaves of the lechem hapanim were brought every Shabbos. They were called the lechem hapanim. It was actually, we call them bread, but it was actually like matzah, very thick matzah that was shaped in a very unique way, made in a very unique way. Also very difficult to make, and took a lot of inside knowledge. It was also a secret, something that was not well known. How the loaves were baked, so that they would stand. We're not going to get into that now. A miracle would happen with these loaves every Shabbos. The 12 loaves were placed on the shulchan, and the loaves that had been there were taken off and distributed to the Kohen. And when they were taken off the table, they were just as fresh and warm as they had been when they were first put on a week before, when they were fresh and baked. It was a miracle. It was another miracle that would happen. They would distribute it to the Kohen, and you would have a lot of Kohen who would be on duty on any given Shabbos. And they would all get, so you have 12 loaves of bread being distributed to probably hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Everybody gets a little piece, and it would satiate you. It would fill you up if you just had a little piece. In addition to the golden table which Moses had made, King Solomon added, and of course everything had been instructed by the prophet. King Solomon added 10 other tables that were replicas, 10 other golden tables, 5 on each side of the shulchan. If you turn to your left, you'll see the golden menorah of Moses, golden candelabra with 7 branches. It was built also with a lot of designs and ornaments. We're not sure exactly the details. The Rambam gives us a general idea. The Rambam draws a picture for us, a diagram of what the menorah looked like. Unlike, a lot of people think that the branches were curved. The Rambam is very, shows the diagram that they were straight, they were diagonal. There were cups. Part of the ornaments that were on the 7 branches were ornamental cups. And what's interesting is we see clearly in the diagram that the Rambam draws that the cups are upside down. Cups are upside down. And that was also symbolic, like we said about the windows. This was a place from which blessing would come. This is a place from which light would come. And so the cups are upside down, as if the wine is flowing out of the cups, and the blessing is flowing to the Jewish people and to the entire world from this place. In addition to the golden menorah that Moses had built, Solomon again added 10 other menorahs, 5 on either side of the original one. And there's actually a dispute in the Talmud as to whether these other menorahs were also lit, or they were just there they were just there, but they were never lit. There's a dispute about that. If you kept walking, you would see in front of you an entrance which is covered with a curtain, the parochas upon which the Kohen Gadol would sprinkle the blood sacrifices and Yom Kippur. Open the parochas, and you kept on walking. You couldn't. You're not allowed to. Nobody's allowed to. Not even the Kohanim are allowed to. Only the Kohen Gadol once a year. You get Kabbalistic for a minute. The concept which is discussed very, very much in Kabbalah, which is called Tzimtzum. When we look around the natural world, we see a natural world, and we don't see a divine world. We see spirituality, because the world was created with its contraction. It's very deliberate design that Hashem wanted to conceal the origins of everything and the godliness within everything. And so everywhere we look, we see tzimtzum, we see this contraction of God's presence. There was one spot in the universe where there was no tzimtzum, where God's presence was shown, whatever it means. It was felt, it was seen. There was no hiding, there was no concealment, and that was in this room. The Kodesh HaKodeshim, the very holy of holies, the holiest place in the universe, and it could only be entered on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And it could only be entered by a person who occupied the holiest office that existed, presumably and usually was the holiest person of the holiest standing, and that was the Kohen Gadol. So you had this confluence of sanctity on the holiest day, the holiest place, the holiest person would all come together in Yom Kippur and bring atonement for the Jewish people. In fact, without getting into it here, the very laws of physics were suspended in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. That's really for another discussion. Very interesting, very fascinating concept. Along the walls, there were engravings. Walls were overlaid with gold. There were carvings of flowers, of kruvim, of palm trees, and Solomon placed within the Holy of Holies two very large kruvim, the images of a boy and a girl, made of gold with wings. The wings, so that the two kruvim were on either side. If you would enter the Kodesh HaKadoshim, you'd see them on either side of them, and their wings spread 10 cubits high, and their wings spread 5 cubits, and they met at the center. And underneath the wings of the kruvim sat the Holy Ark, the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark It took 7 years to build. Finally, the construction had started in the 4th year of Shlomo's reign, and it took 7 years to build. In the 13th year of Shlomo's Barucha, the work was finally done. And in the month of Tishrei, 480 years after arriving in the promised land, the Beis HaMikdash was finally built. The dedication of the temple was planned. Everybody came. Packed into this small city. To the Har HaBayis. Magnificent occasion. Just getting into it very briefly here, but I read the account. Very, very dramatic. Very, very exciting. The Kohanim were all dressed in big ornate. Their vestments, his vestments. Gold. Precious stones. The Levites were there with their instruments. Harps were cymbals were flashing. Trumpets were being sounded. The Kohanim carried the Ark of Kodesh to the final part, the last thing to put into the Beis HaMikdash was the Ark of Kodesh, which brought into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. As soon as they emerged, a cloud filled the symbolic of God's presence, coming to rest in this place that He had chosen for so many years. Finally, He was here. He was there. It was the house of God.
The point is, there are subterranean chambers in the Beis HaMikdash.
The passage says the priests, the Kohanim, couldn't stand there anymore because of the cloud. The cloud was so thick. The glory of the Lord filled the house. The Beis Hashem filled the house. And I want to read inside a little bit from the book of Kings. Then Solomon said, the Lord said that He would dwell in the thick darkness. And He said, I have surely built you a house to dwell in, a settled place for you to dwell in forever. And all the children of Israel, switching to the Divrei Hayamim, the account of Divrei Hayamim in the book of Chronicles, the children of Israel saw the descent of the fire and the glory of the Lord on the house. They kneeled on their faces and they prostrated themselves. They said, give thanks to the Lord, for He is good. His loving kindness is forever, is eternal. Everybody proclaimed together. And the king turned his face around and he blessed the congregation of Israel. We're back to the book of Melachim. And everybody stood. And he said words which we actually repeat in our daily prayers. Baruch Hashem Elokei Yisrael. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who spoke to David, my father, and has fulfilled His word. I'm not going to read verbatim. I'm going to skip around a little bit. I want to do justice, but there's a lot of verses, but it's really worthwhile to read it. Since the day I brought forth my people Israel out of Egypt, I chose no city of all the tribes of Israel to build a house, that my name, this is God speaking, that my name be therein. I'm sorry, this is God speaking. King Shlomo HaMelech is saying, this is what God told my father David. From the time I brought my people out of Egypt, I never chose a place for my name to dwell until I chose David to be over my people Israel. And it was in the heart of David to build a house in the name of the Lord. And Hashem said to David, my father, since it was in your heart to build a house, you did well, that was in your heart. Nevertheless, you shall not build the house, but your son, he shall build the house for my name. So Shlomo HaMelech is the one who's going to build it. And the Lord did what he had said he would do, that. And now Shlomo stood before the Mizbeach of Hashem. He stood before the altar in the presence of all the congregation of Israel and spread forth his hands towards heaven, and he said, Lord God of Israel, there's no God like you in heaven above or on earth. You need to get, these are words that we say in our prayers. You kept your word to King David, my father. All the trials and tribulations that the nation has been through, all the trials and tribulations that my father went through, you kept your word. You stayed he was faithful to you, you were faithful to him. I'm not quite forgetting that. Please let your word come true, which you spoke to your servant David. And now King Shlomo asks a very interesting question. Will God indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, much less this temple that I have erected. How could God ever dwell in a structure, in a physical structure? This is one of the mysteries. This is one of the amazing things in Judaism. God is absolutely infinite. The heavens cannot contain it. The universe cannot contain it. The universe is nothing compared to his glory, to his infinity. And yet, he chooses this structure. On the one hand, the meaning of these verses, if I'm not mistaken, is that Solomon is saying, of course, this structure cannot contain you. However, it's a place of prayer. Like we'll get to in a moment. It's a place where people will be able to come to pray to you, and you'll hear their prayers. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's discussed. I hope I'm not making a mistake. But there's a deeper thing here also, where he's saying the heavens cannot contain you, and yet this house, in a sense, does contain you, because God can choose. He's infinite. He can do anything, and he can choose to have his essence, his called Hasidic terminology, Atzmos Mahus, the very essence of God is there, is in that structure. How could it be? How could it be in a physical house? It seems like an impossible idea. Just like the idea of a physical thing being holy seems like an impossible idea. You can't make a physical. If I say that a table is very smart, it's ridiculous. If I tell a joke to a table, I tell an idea to the table, and I say that the table understood it, you won't believe me. Even if the table is very smart, and even if the joke is very simple. And how much more so to say that something physical has something spiritual. We're used to talking about the idea, but the idea itself seems almost impossible. It is impossible, except that God made it happen. He's able to do the impossible. And so we're able to imbue holiness into physical things when we do this. And so too, God is able, because he wants to, put himself, his very essence, into the house, into the place of the at least in a sense, at least in a way. This is just it's a very deep esoteric concept, which is worth studying. We're just touching upon it. Getting back to King Solomon, standing before the altar and praying to God, that everybody hears this incredible prayer, which really is worth reading in its entirety, and I'm just going to quote parts of it. And he says, will you indeed dwell on earth? The heavens can't contain you, much less this temple. And you shall turn toward your servant's prayer. It's a place of prayer, to his supplication, to hearken to the song and to the prayer that your servant is praying before you today. Shloya el harina el hatfilah. That your eyes may be open, he's speaking to Hashem, your eyes may be open toward this house night and day, toward this place which you said, my name shall be here, to listen to the prayer that your servant will play toward this place. And he keeps saying that prayers are toward this place. Later in the prayer, he says the prayers should be directed towards this land, the land of Israel, towards this city, the city of Jerusalem, towards this mountain, and towards this structure, this house. And we actually learn a halacha from it, something in our daily prayers. Whenever we want to pray to God, if you're outside Israel, you turn toward the land of Israel. If you're inside Israel, you turn toward Jerusalem. And if you're in Jerusalem, you turn toward the site of the temple. And he continues. And you shall listen to the supplication of your servant, that they will play toward this place. To your servant, that of your people Israel. They'll pray toward this place, and you shall hear in heaven your abode. And you shall hear and forgive. And then he goes into a lot of different instances, a lot of different things that can happen. Problems, troubles. If a man sins against his neighbor and swears, when your people Israel are struck down before the enemy because they sin against you, and they shall turn against you and praise your name, you shall hear in heaven and forgive the sin of your people Israel. And when heaven is closed and there is no rain, people pray for rain, and you shall hear in heaven and forgive the sin of your servants and give them rain. If there be famine on the land, if there be pestilence, if there's any problems, if the enemy beseech them in the land of their cities, plague, sickness, any prayer, any supplication which will be made by any person or by all your people, whether it's an individual, whether it's the nation as a whole, every prayer who shall know Ohio people in Israel, and they spread forth their hands toward this house, and you shall hear in heaven your dwelling place, and forgive, and do, and give to every man according to his ways. Because you know the heart of every person. That I'm skipping. Also to the stranger, he says, also to the stranger who is not of your people Israel, who comes from a far country for the sake of your name. For they shall hear of your great name and of your mighty hand, of your outstretched arm. This house you shall hear in heaven and do according to what the stranger calls. If your people go out to battle against their enemy, you shall hear in heaven their prayer and maintain cause. If they sin against them, for there is no man who does not sin, and you'll be angry with them, deliver them to the enemy. But then in the land of their enemy, they pray to you and they return to you. You shall hear their prayers. They keep saying this prayer. It's almost like a poem. They keep saying, and you shall hear them, and you shall turn toward them. For they are your people and your inheritance. You have taken it. That your eyes may be open to supplication of your servant. I'm not going to read too much more. You set them apart from all the peoples of the earth. I'm sorry, to hearken to them, whatever they call you. For you set them apart from all the peoples of your inheritance, as you spoke through Moses, your servant, when you brought our fathers out of Egypt. And it was, as Solomon finished praying all this prayer and supplication to Hashem, he arose before the Mizbeach of Hashem, and with his hands spread toward heaven, he blessed the entire congregation of Israel. Blessed is Hashem, who has given rest to his people Israel, according to everything that he said. And as he said to his servant Moses, may the Lord our God be with us.
Well, are you seeing this athleticism? Look at this move. Dog, this motherfucker's still blabbing about this fucking house. Oh, you were talking for so long, my man. Calm down. You'll get rebuilt. Keep your pants on. Dog, look at this athleticism up for Rizzy. Dog. Look at this move. Look at this move. Give me an update. The people demanded an update. I could tolerate. I love. This is my favorite subreddit. Right. It's the mouth. Somebody shit on this motherfucker. What in the fuck is this? Wow.
Right? I don't want to walk away with this. This first one's up, live out the fear or not. So what you do, we go. Struggle about sorry young thing, they not struggling. Take a candle during our sense of Shabbat. They are showing a candle. But basically, let's say, put it in a house, where there is not a strong place. You must if the candle remains, if the candle remains lit, then what? They must see shots. What's that? The candle remains lit. That person knows that they're going to without. So to get this, they get candle during a certain Shabbat. So they sit in a home where there is not a strong wood. If the candle remains lit, you can live out here. Similarly, what's that? Number one. Number two, first of all, I'm going to be successful in business. I think the business venture that I want to undertake, I'm going to be successful or not. But what are the main things? And I want to be successful or not successful. Literally trying to go, buy yourself a rooster. Buy yourself a rooster. Shoving, the rooster gets fat. That's the, that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I might buy the name of the Oracle. Who buy the name of the Khazar Bashmesa. I'm going on a trip, and I want to come back. I want to make it back to that. So what should I do? So what happens? I say basically, look, they come a base at the Khazar. So it's like ultimately I can go to a home that is darkened, but not that it's pitch dark, but that it's darkened. Because the void of the blood, you see the shadow of your shadow, later the mother, the husband is. Then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home with me. Don't say, so just I want to present it out. What is going on with this divine? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so let's say, so the Marshal, again, I'm going to hold you to let this down. I hold you to Marshal, we have to use this side. Maybe Shabbos is not with the I need to go back to Rosh Hashanah. So let's say, so the Marshal says over here, he says, I don't understand. There's a typical prohibition of those that you're not allowed to engage in forms of civilization. So you don't do omens. You don't do omens. So the Marshal says something absolutely amazing. The Marshal says, well, some people do be learned because of something dramatic. The person wants nothing without fear or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of things. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, then you're going to live. We'll say, what does the Gemara say? If it goes down, you're going to die. We'll say, you notice the Gemara, mentioned the Gemara, the Marshal says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. The person has to have an expectation that things are like we're going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, then that's not an omen. What is that? What is that? That's life. That is an affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the truth. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it. Again, that's an omen then. So it means to be sowed. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately again to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. If you think it says something negative, simply ignore it. Don't say, so I understand, I'm not doing the Marshal justice, much more the peace. Also, you understand this gospel system, this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. So for good reason, some people they have a lot of life trauma, a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes when you've been through a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not going to control who wants of us. Control who wants not a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. I will say, so you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset and everything works out. But again, you realize you should test our spiritual level. I was supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It didn't work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. Let's say that's our ugly Jew. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what these signs do. But once I got the Gemara ends off, the Gemara says, when my special Gemara says, don't pay attention to open. Why? The Gemara says, no, I did this for last time. Because you know the problem is, as beautiful as that Marshal is, you feel like you like the candle and then what? It goes out, and suddenly It's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, then the Gemara says, you know what? You're better off just staying away from omens. Not omens, staying away from these type of symbols in general. But once again, the Gemara says something just to hold on to. Very exciting. I'm going to buy it. Hashtag the Abbas, you'll see. I'll say, you see this? This is the Gemara. So I said, now that you told me that omens are significant, not very but like signs are significant. Get ready for this. I'll say, Salam myself. We all look at radio, but next day, the Shasa wasn't there for a person. You should always look at that. Notice again, to yourself, there is the method. So, I go to students the main home. Was it in fact, again, this is a lot of years straight. When you sat as hard as that, was it you? So, as far as we're not saying one in the main home, it's not just a moment. So, I said, now that we said that, what? They don't make us significant. Person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat raw, rosia,
And they didn't even like it. They didn't even like it.
They represent vitality. So we choose it wasn't this different from the core bringing down some of the different terms things. The reason we need these items is because we can also see the Russell
What? What the fuck is this? Hey, she's standing. Go on, you kid.
Let's say I don't like any of these things. I don't like beans, fish, plants, just not my thing. I don't so what would you recommend? Well, that's
Alright, Brent said if I can catch 3 passes, he would.
Woman, this is the worst content I've ever seen in my entire life. Worst content ever. This is worse.
Hey there, fam. Playoff football is back. You know what else is back? The UFC. Thank the MMA fight gods. It's been forever. Now is a great time to get in on all the action. Your boy partnered up with DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers, you bet 5, get 300. Oh, hey.
Somebody shit on this.
So he says, review your Mishnayos. Well, come here, Rabbi. And then go before you're ready. Yes, coming. And when you see before you're ready, also this puzzle with the name. Look at
Yeah, I saw that video.
Look at your every stuff. See it? How you never rose as for after. It was a such an interesting application. We know that possibly. That ultimately, again, we should be looking at our day. See over here, not to look at their look at the lips as the words are coming out.
Playoff football is back. You know what else is back? The UFC. Thank the MMA fight gods. It's been forever. Now is a great time to get in on.
Hey, learn by a river. If you hate the match my side. But in the same way that ultimately again the water flows, so your learning should flow as well. People, eu colo de nossa marcação. People, I'm unable to competition. And better to sit, better to learn on the garbage heaps, but better to sit actually learn on the garbage heaps. Unless the marcação and don't live in the palaces of competition. What's the big action for just a moment? The rest of the class, yeah, how about come to you know, Ross, how was your back? How you man? About piece of about how was my the cover the mood of the the ash from what's the class, you know, about one pizza. Better to live in the garbage shop, pizza, and in a mansion, things to the Mascata, and what is that? What's the Mascata? What's the incredible walking Torah? From the beast out as much as nothing of the reasons of the major tourist cities. I guess at different points in history was different, qualities different. Better to live in a garbage in a Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not. Furthermore, Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself. Because I always say the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the material of the
Genuine.
more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son it's better to get by on a petri dish than to have to require the pizza. Because once you require the pizza, again, it's going to need a lot more material to open than that. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Living a Makam Torah, even if it means living in a garden stuff, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's out of Makam Torah. Be careful how much of materialism you build into your life. Because in our materialism, we both learn, well, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity. And so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately sometimes is an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Rabbi Karni Belokai, was in the Pasuk says, says, literally, my horn was bitten to Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Karni Belokai, literally, I will say now, he is that his horn is reference to the horn which is Shema additional message. My horn and not my jug. David is going to be carrying Shema Pusa. David is wasn't more anointed with the oil inside of the cannon, inside of a horn. So their minor came to show you but half going to show but showing you us were anointed oil to a path when you were jug, their minor down consciously that this model actually points out that a pack is herbivore. As opposed to a horn, like a carrot is yours. So it says because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy is yours. Those anointed from the heart, their monarchy is not. I'm going to show you this. Once we're going to go back and remember again.
The base of your mitochondrial these have 80 parts, right? And so as an athlete, I used to pro athletes when sleep, I could just look the art. I had a horrible sleep pattern. And actually I needed to fix that with some medication. I was so far out that my coach was like, yeah, I'm going to schedule sleeping and that's taking too long for you to do.
Every motherfucker in this bitch fucking flower. I'm so sick.
And so he said, better off with some sleep medication, prep yourself, get a good sleep hygiene routine,
Yeah, bitch.
good screens, right? Get a little bit of a book going, take the pill, fall asleep. And I only needed to do that for 4 days to get it to work. So sometimes you need maybe some help. If you're really like wilderness, like off the deep end with this, and get used to set straight naturally, right? And go ahead and assist yourself when needed for the better you. Otherwise, you're going to take 3 days to skip, right?
Yeah,
to
man.
be better, to change your sleep patterns. Funny thing is, CJ, when you have kids, you're all about that shit with them. Eat good, eat healthy,
Well,
go to sleep on time,
totally.
and then you're prompting them over screen time, and then you yourself, you just take kids over screen time, and then for yourself, you're sitting there doom scrolling in bed with every screen on, notifications still on, right? So you're doing the opposite, and then just, sometimes I
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm doing.
Maybe he should have something with her. Kamash Slogan was it Russian leadership that the concept of Hamashiach ultimately going to burst into the by any being Mashiach, Yeshua Mishras wasn't Mishnah that discusses ultimately the distinction between the Mashiach and the Mashiach Mishra, the Kohen Gadol who is in Oakland versus the Kohen Gadol who is the Yuba of the Gadol. That's still up that day. We'll say Hamashiach does not look like the Gadol. Rabbi Meir, because it was there, one time that said, the rule of the God that they are, Abba, Alcohol, this is your name. So they don't hear says that even the rule of the God, was said, even if there's not a bunch of Shara Mishra. Rather, it's appointed because of the Quranic precedents. So he brings a par alcoholism. He brings a special par of the coin called very mayor. But the coin was in concept. The only coin who brings the special par of the coin was I assume is if the Gadol was a Rosh Hashanah. That's the Ruben of God. My time I was what I mean about this Samuel. Mashiach being a Rosh Hashanah. I only know that the first coin was the Rosh Hashanah. In Ruben of God, I don't know the first coin who is anointed with clothing. Hakohen HaMashiach. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says, Hakohen HaMashiach. So it's who we established this. Like Rabbi on the days. Ema Sefer was a yet looking end of that place. So, Aim the main point the Shamish to finish Shabbat. Ella Kagam Kippur Asira Say. Asira Say was a yet going to enter the place. So, the end of the Mishnah said, excuse me, that there is no distinction between a coin and a Shamish means. The active coin was serving the coin Shabbat was the coin Shabbat. That was the give me
raccoon tweet somebody.
With the first coin bundle. So there is no distinction between the two except Par Yom the special card and that serious sacred was a video offering giving by the coin bundle every day. So we must
tweet
was like that ultimate
give me
the Samuel that broken so the coin bundle the other part so listen to this. If something there was some type of school they had to come up with but we know coin after and the appointed replacement coin bundle are really sure close it out because wasn't this is actually amazing. What happened when coin bundle number 1 comes back to work? What happens when it comes back to work? So it says what happens. So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's having practicing coin bundle. The Hashemi, Komitzos Hakinabo, which is the shamiest of course of both Dutch coin. Right there. So ultimately again these are they ultimately that first one.
You in this country can drink the temple and not die, right? Have a little bit of fucking gratitude, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're foreigners. Come here, fucking, we give you tap water. You don't fucking die. You can go to the supermarket and buy food. And you're like, hey, man, it's not good for me. Ay, tu madre, God, my nipples are hard. ¿Qué coño, Luis, qué te pasa? Sé un hombre. Look, if you think that's too good, that's basically my mother, okay? Get the bastard, coño. Do you like
There was this episode. And then when the first thing ever came back to work, what happens? When the second kid, they're also going Godel, but when they do a lot of videos from Godel, also their Facebook is now out of stock. They're going to go to the Facebook point. Why not? What's his name? What was their name? It doesn't work. You can't continue to I can't even ask them one leader. So pretty much when head goes so many can't go back to the point I get to buy that. So there was a once you get a $20, you can't go back to your point. I said, I don't say based on this, they should have all of the secret. Tell me that they should have the deal to have all of the secret. Different hair, all of the secret. They should have all of the Joseph, all of that. Really says, no, I don't I'm just trying to go viral, and that might do it. That might fucking all I had to do was have socks I can throw on my fucking This is special time that only when God brings if we transgress something. The part of the paper, that's serious and the special feelings of it. I will say now, watch it. Below Korea, below Korea. I will say furthermore that if when God suffers loss,
Would you cut your dick off for a Super Bowl?
Right? And
Been married 20 years.
go ahead and carry it.
Yeah, probably. You've got 3 player. You guys have been married for 20 years. Would you, if you offered marriage, if you gave him a bag of ice, and Jim was like, oh, honey, would you do that? I thought you were going to get fixed. Mike? No, when you were
to go ahead and offer Kabbalah, even when he's was very good, and he was period, death and burial. Listen, even if you can offer up a carbon during the time of Anilus, you can't of that carbon rate that time. They ain't a holy, because they're going to see the portion of Kabbalah's offered during the time of Anilus. Not the Hilik Belosh, but no, not the Hilik Belosh. Listen, if you has to offer a carbon, you'll have to press a line. Like you can go ahead and offer it first, you'll have to press a line. I will say, and again, he's permitted to take this portion of any carbon before any other carbon. When the Shamesh Bishmona came with, and he wears 8 different garments, the Chalachodah, so he confirms, Sheda Ela Bo. And I will say again, the entire amount of the Kippur is only kosher with the only thing that I will say, first 5 on your base on base. One time was make kosher with that, so I will say ultimately again, the thing rules regarding these sort of complications, regarding the Romans was regarding something to do with the base of Mikdash and laws of Tova. So ultimately, again, he is hotter, but he doesn't have a special carbon on that. The Chuman, no idea the rule of the God. I will say it's all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a converting release, also apply to a Mangadol with the rule of the God, with one exception, puts the para maybe and products. Except for one thing, which is special power, that is one situation. But the Kohen Gadol permits something that is functional like Paris. Only a Kohen Gadol was anointed with oil. During that hour, the Kohen Gadol was the room of the Gadol, who was anointed putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not do that power. All of these halachos of the Kohen Gadol also apply to us to a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of a job. Right? Basically, go to one person, another contact person, Mashiach Shamar, goods, the cargo is confirmed as CSA. Exception again, the cargo Kipper, and it's a heal off race. The Kulan, even though I give from a structural cover, I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol who was earned for the purpose of the most goods, and hey, the Aran Abur the Pine. The exception of 5 things that are speaking in the Torah, namely, go for population, suffered the loss of a close relative, does not allow its spiritual growth, right? The order is carried, giving time to draw them. It's called the deepest in the actually, as you go with that, ultimately to what? But otherwise, that can be done. They're coming to come and say, no, maximum. They will say, ultimately, again, the point of Shlomo does not allow Zach to come back. And most of the focus is coming about whether or not the death of the Mashiach will come up, allows Zach to come back. Hi, like this. Listen, I just want to open this. I mean, I'm not about not going to say that. He was going to say before. That the point that the group was like to cover all the people. What's up? It's the way by our own. The coin was greater than his brother. Second coin brother. What's the first coin brother? I should use that now. Rosh Hashanah. We'll put oil on his head.
This comedian turned podcast is trying to car giveaways that seem less than legit. They verified that if there's any connection together, there's nobody here can win. If someone dies, middle school, so no connection to it. So they go through, they say 10 business days. So this has actually been a theory on the subreddit for a while. There wasn't until someone put the most recent gifted truck for sale in a different state from where the winner wanted it. That's when a lot of people started going, wait a second, is this only just a ploy to sell more merch and it's not even a real giveaway? That's the main question floating around.
Folks, look at this athleticism. This might be the most athletic man. It is the most athletic person we've ever seen.
Okay, so that is interesting, but the guy we're talking about today is Brendan Schaub. He used to be a professional MMA fighter, but has since pivoted to comedy and podcasting with a health boost for
Look at this athleticism, bro.
right now, he's a 42-year-old.
You know how athletic this motherfucker is? This motherfucker is so athletic that they put his motherfucking sculpture on the auditorium, bitch. Right? Why the fuck not? What's an auditorium? It's whatever the fuck you want it to be, baby. Worst stream ever. This motherfucker is perfectly imperfect, bitch. Look at this athleticism. Folks, look at this athleticism.
Brandon has come out on Instagram trying to spell some rumors that he had no acknowledgement or the involvement in the sale of the truck. Lots of people simply just aren't buying it. Because even though he relocated to Austin, Texas to follow Joe Rogan, a lot of people are saying that things aren't really going to his plan over there. But first, how do we even get here? So how did he go from a college athlete to podcaster potentially running giveaway scams on Instagram? Well, before Brandon stepped in front of a mic, as I said, he was an athlete. Specifically, he competed in sports that had a whole lot of head trauma. This also earned him the online nickname as CTE Shop because he kept mispronouncing it. Words. And this also led him the nickname CTE Shop because of how he mispronounced it. Came out now as a producer. That was an M. Night Shyamalan movie. John Elway lives and breathes Denver, Colorado. Owns car dealership, won Super Bowl. Okay, he won Super Bowl. I used to think hey, that is harmless. I myself mispronounce words all the time, and the only thing I can really blame that on is being raised in Norway. But that's besides the point. Schaub was pretty good at multiple sports: football, lacrosse, mixed martial arts, and Brendan even competed in a reality TV show called The Ultimate Fighter, and eventually ended up with a UFC contract, which explains how he knows Joe Rogan. He put in that day 7 and this connection started to help propel him into the circles of famous podcasters and stand-up comedians, people like Theo Von and so on and so on. So he started the podcast The Fighter and the Kid with Brian Collin in 2013.
Brian Collin.
Fighting in the UFC. That's the name. But after a few years, this comedian turned podcast just got exposed. Watch me mispronounce news. Basically, he told him to throw in the towel, which shouldn't happen, especially having that broadcasted on the largest podcast in the world. Best in the world. Best guys in the world. I think he was still fighting in the UFC. And this connection started to help propel him into the circles of famous podcasters and stand-up comedians, people like Theo Von and so on and so on. So he started the podcast The Fighter and the Kid, Brian Collin in 2013, while he was still fighting in the UFC. Hence the name. But after a few years and a less than stellar fighting record, Brendan got some tough love from his beloved mentor, Joe.
It's not that you don't try hard. It's not that you're not dedicated. It's not that you're not disciplined. There's shit that other people can do that you can't do. If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how would you think you would do?
Straight wrestling?
Yeah, I think people would be surprised. Really? I think so. I think you'd be surprised. I really do. I think there's a bridge between you and the very best guys in the world, and I don't know if you can cross that bridge. That's the reality of life.
Basically, he told him to throw in the towel, which had hurt, especially having that broadcasted on the largest podcast in the world. But to be fair, at this point, Brandon had already been dipping his toes in the worlds of comedy and podcasting, and was sort of 1 foot out of the door anyway. So over the years, he had a few podcasts with the people I just mentioned earlier, and while he was doing all of this, Brandon also decided he was going to start a career in stand-up comedy, which is definitely not the easiest thing to do as a career. But despite that, he delivered 2 comedy specials titled
Unless you're in South Australia, where fucking shoelaces are funnier than.
It's always weird. It's even weirder in the middle of a pandemic. So I'm in your house, my girl goes, why don't you just go over and introduce yourself, right? I'll make some eggs and cookies. And you go over and some eggs and cookies. What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it. What are you talking about?
Bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't received too well. So, I guess once again, Brandon threw in the towel. Now, back to his podcast, The Fighter and the Kid. The audience are quite loyal. Not all of them are what you would consider to be supporters, though. So, apparently they found this truck for sale just days after they posted it to The Fighter and the Kid subreddit. And they've been speculating about this truck and other giveaways on there for months, even years. Because as I said previously, he was doing these like truck giveaways or car giveaways where like his merch store, you got tickets to enter a giveaway. So like the whole merch pitch was, hey, buy my merch and you may win a free truck. Now, a lot of people on the internet are questioning, is he actually giving away these cars? Because people essentially think that Brandon has been running these scam giveaways for cars to make money off the merch sales that it would generate. But since a lot of these promo videos were generating more than a few thousand views, it would be far-fetched to assume that not too many people are buying the merch and entering. Now, that's the problem if you're going to go put, I don't know, like $100,000 into a truck and you're trying to sell it. Like, you need to make at least $100,000 in profit off your merch sales to make that truck profitable to give away. Because from what I can tell, Brandon doesn't have the FU money where he can just give away trucks from the goodness of his heart without turning any sort of profit. Who knows? Maybe he does, but it doesn't seem super likely. So because of that, it would be super far-fetched to believe that he might be very underwater on buying that expensive truck to give away, and then, you know, he's trying to sell merch, but if you don't make a profit over $100,000, that truck's not profitable. But, I mean, if he flips the truck, he can make a little back. So then he gets the merch sales, and then whatever profit from selling the truck. And again, this is actually if this is happening. We're just going off the community speculations here. But unfortunately for Brendan, he's known for being a little bit of a guy who cried wolf. He's also been caught bending the truth and contradicting himself often. So unfortunately, it's not too hard for people to think that he could be acting slightly shady in a situation like this. Because there's like straight up multiple Brendan Shop lying complications on YouTube. So that doesn't really help the reputation here. So the claim is though that every time Brandon runs one of these giveaways, the winner is just someone suspiciously close to him. And people going as far as saying that, hey, he followed one of them on Instagram before he even won, and that he hung out in the same circles as the winners.
Seems too intertwined to be a valid winner of a contest. If you buy a piece of merch, you're entered to win this contest. It's like, okay, so some Bitcoin merch, maybe you won a $200,000 car. The theory among shop enthusiasts, because Brendan's not making money on these contests, he can't afford to give the trucks away, so he's giving them to his buddies, so that he doesn't have to really part with all this cash and the expense of the truck and everything like that.
Okay, I don't know about the legitimacy of these claims, but I still feel like it's relevant to the story. But now, the most recent car Brendan gave away is to a pastor by the name of Blake in Texas, and that truck just popped up for sale in West Palm Beach, Florida. This is all confirmed by the Drive Fast all gas decal on the back windshield, which is Brendan's car page. But what also set off the internet sleuths is that Brandon's manager, Lex McCommon, lives in West Palm Beach. So there's a lot of coincidences here to not ask questions. Like, why would the pastor immediately sell the truck right after getting it in West Palm Beach, Florida, from allegedly the same spot that Brandon got the truck from to begin with? Because remember, the pastor lives in Texas, so that's interesting. A whole bunch of people are speculating that Brandon struck up a deal with this guy and selected him as a winner, knowing full well that he would return the car to the custom shop to sell it. That wouldn't be very pastor-like, though. I don't know, it just seems so weird. Like, why would they, okay, dude wanted
it in Texas, then immediately the car comes back up for sale in the place where they got it from. But I guess never underestimate the power of some internet sleuths because they'll find everything. So Brendan immediately spoke out on his Instagram saying the winner was apparently not happy with his truck and turned around and sold it the next day. Hey, I mean, I love V8s, but getting more badass V8s on the road, I wouldn't really say it's like a noble cause. But also, painting the suit as the bad guy who sold it to make a quick buck makes Brandon kind of look like he's completely innocent and had no idea. But the fact is, it ended up for sale in the city that his manager lives in, and not some random spot in Texas, which again adds to the questions. Like, I see a lot of people pointing out that Brendan claimed the guy sold it the next day, but it only went up for sale just recently. Like, the next day would have been like a month before it actually went up for sale. But who knows? Maybe he explained as he sold it to a Texas dealer, and the Texas dealer sold it to that same big dealer in Florida. Who knows, though? It's not impossible, but there's definitely some coincidences no matter how you look at it. But that's the last time any real evidence came out, and now it's mostly just commentary channels just talking about the situation. And there's also a bunch of people on Reddit calling for this out to be reported as giveaway fraud and have it investigated, and finding other influencers who do similar giveaways. Like I mentioned before, this is very popular in the automotive space. What I did find funny, though, is that Alex Jones is also doing giveaways like this. And I'm not saying not giving away the truck. I'm just saying, like, they sell more merch by, when you buy a shirt, you get X amount of tickets to win whatever they're giving away. That's what's common. It's hopefully not too common to allegedly not give away the item you're claiming to give away. But since there's so many influencers who are doing these kind of giveaways, I am wondering, is this one big company that's kind of like doing these kind of like brand deals where they're like, hey, look, we'll set up all the structure for you and make sure it's all legal and stuff? Or are they doing it on their own? Who knows? Brandon did say himself they had lawyers while selecting and contacting the winners, so we do have to assume that his bases were covered, no matter what he did. Maybe it still counts as a legal giveaway if he only actually gives away the 10K. As of right now, it doesn't seem like he's allowed to stop until they find the truth. So let's see if anything else comes from the story. Maybe we get the side of the pasture in the future. Who knows, though? But Brendan did like one of the comments on his Instagram post saying that the dealership said they traded in for a Bronco in cash. But even still, that could have been a part of the arrangement. And again, we have zero proof. And also, why wouldn't have Brendan just said that instead of saying, like, oh, he just quickly sold the car immediately? Like, I feel like it's a pretty straightforward answer. And him selling the car like that, it just comes across as weird. I feel like there's more to the story that's being left out. But hey, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below. But other than that, here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like on this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Are you fucking serious?
So a lot of things. So today you've got a lot of drush.
Oh, that shit's working.
Close to Hashem, day and night.
I got this motherfucker talking about building a play place in Jerusalem.
For every day, for everything that they need.
Really? Oh, what is he bitching about? Doesn't have two?
All the peoples of the earth. That's the purpose of the Beis Hamikdash. That's really the purpose of the Jewish people, to bring the knowledge of God to the entire world. The celebrations continue. Class can continue much longer. They brought many karbanos, many offerings, and they observed the festival. They celebrated for 7 days straight. And when the 7 days had finished, they finished 7 days of celebrating, and they immediately started another 7 days of celebrating. The pasuk says it was Sukkot, it was the 7 days of Sukkot that they celebrated together in the holy temple of the Beis Hamikdash, with just incredible, unprecedented joy and happiness and gladness. So it was a 14-day celebration. And the pasuk continues on the 8th day, on the day of Shmini Atzeres, he dismissed the people, and they blessed the king and went to their homes, rejoicing and delighted of heart for all the goodness that Hashem had wrought for David, his servant, and for Israel, his people. The rest of Shlomo HaMelech's reign goes down in history as the golden era of the Jewish people. Through hard times that came later, always were able to look back at this time with hope in their hearts. The economy was booming. The territories that David had freed and liberated for the Jewish people were open, and they stretched, as we said before, they stretched up north. The the east and down south till the port of Eilat, the port of the Red Sea, which opened up trade routes so that nations all along the Mediterranean coast would trade with the Jewish people who would travel Israel on their way to the port, get to the trade routes to India. So it was a safe, it was a prosperous, it was a time that people were, the Jews were ish tachas gafne, ish tachas teinasei, each person under their palm tree, under their vine, and it was a time really when just to touch upon one more mystical idea of Birur Haditzutis, for the purpose of our interaction with the world around us, is to elevate, to free these divine sparks of holiness that exist within every physical thing. And every time we use something, we use a thing for a holy cause, we elevate those sparks. At the time of Shlomo Melech, the Jews didn't have to go out into the world to bring those sparks, came to them. And many nations came to King Shlomo, brought gifts. It was a very glorious time, which will be matched only, hopefully, very soon by the era which will be brought by the coming of the descendant of King David and King Solomon, Mashiach Tzidkenu. Let's pray that it happens very, very soon. Thank you very much.
They make this liability just for accidental action without handling it. Okay, so it's a never you need both. Halom davar, erroneous son, followed by accidental activity. Okay, Mashiach.
King Solomon reigned for 3 decades. It was a real golden era for the Jewish people in Israel. Beis HaMikdash stood in Jerusalem. Jews from all over would come all the time, especially come during three times a year for your Aliyah, the Regel, for the festivals. People would come from all over, many nations. King Solomon had contracts, alliances with many countries. Both the countries near Israel's borders and those distant, people would come to see the glory of Solomon's kingdom and to see the spiritual glory of the Holy Temple, bring offerings. It was something quite incredible. Of course, the famous Queen of Sheba, who the Bible describes as coming to the powerful queen. Tradition of Ethiopian Jews, their royal family descended from the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. She came bringing many gifts, tributes, so did many other kings, and people from all over. When you made an alliance in those days with another country, very often you made an alliance by marriage. And Solomon married many foreign wives, including the daughter of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, including the daughter of the king of Ammon, whose name was Naamah. These women had converted to Judaism in order to, they would have married them and they had converted to Judaism, but later that some of the conversions had not been sincere, and that was going to have severe repercussions. Some of them remained pagan in their heart, and they, after a while, feeling comfortable in Jerusalem, they started worshiping their gods, the idols that they had grown up with, and this was very bad. Very, very bad, and Solomon apparently didn't do enough to stop them. This was held against him. So there's a great error in his heart. And Hashem was not pleased with this at all. And the prophet says that, the Rabbi writes that because of this, Hashem decided to take away the throne from Solomon's house, from Solomon's family, at least partially. Not he would remain king over all of Israel for the rest of his life, but his descendants would only rule over part of Israel. But part of the kingdom would be taken over. There was a man who worked for King Solomon, a brilliant man, a great scholar, very charismatic. He was involved in the construction of the Beis HaMikdash, and he was critical of some of Solomon's policies, especially the fact that there had been in the walls of Jerusalem, David had opened up some of the walls of Jerusalem, made breaches in the walls to make it easier for the Eulei Regel, for the pilgrims coming for Yom Tov, the festivals, to make it easier for them to come into the city. And some of Solomon's wives had mediations for some of his wives and filled in these breaches in the walls. There was one thing he didn't like, and there were other things, taxes, that he was very unhappy about. So Yeravim was a critic of the king. At a certain point, he got so vocal in his opposition that it seemed like he was going to start a rebellion, and he was going to be arrested, and he had to run away. He had to run to Egypt so he could avoid arrest. And he, on the way to Egypt, he met a man named Achia from Shiloh, Achia Hashilani, who was a prophet. Achia Hashilani, Yeravim was wearing a new cloak. Achia grabbed him. Yeravim tried to get away, and the cloak ripped in two. Achia told him, the kingdom will be ripped in two, and you will reign over part of it. Part of it will remain in the family of under the rule of the family of David, which God so loved David that he wanted to keep a lamp burning for David near the David, but part of it will be will go over to you. You will be the king. And if you follow in the ways of Hashem, you follow the ways of the Torah and the mitzvahs, then you'll do well. You'll do well as king. In the meantime, anyway, the time hadn't come for that yet, and Yeravim escaped to Egypt. After 30 years of a very glorious reign, the end was partially marred by these things, but all in all, it was incredible. It was a great time. Solomon passed away. The crown prince's name was Rehoboam. He was the son of Naamah, the Ammonite princess. And Rehoboam did not inherit the wisdom of his father. He did not take after him in that regard. And right when Shlomo passed away, they were going to crown, and they crowned Rehoboam as king. A delegation from the people from the 12 tribes of Israel came to him and asked him to relax some of the tax burden. Taxes were high, and they didn't like the high taxes at that time. So they asked him to relax it. Generally be a little gentler as a king. He consulted first with his father's advisors, the elders, the wise men of Israel, and they told him, they counseled him to accept the request that had been made, relax the taxes, be a good king, be a gentle king, and you'll do very well. People will love you, and you'll do well. Unfortunately, after talking to them, he spoke to some of his buddies who had grown up with him. Apparently, these were spoiled kids. They were not very politically savvy, but they were very full of their own importance. And he asked them what they thought he should do, and they all said, "No, you got to be tough. You got to be tough. You want people to respect you. You got to lay down a hard line." And so, guess whose advice he took? The delegation came back the next day, and he assured them that he would be far more harsh than his father had ever been. He said, "If my father chastised you with whips, I'll chastise you with scorpions, and don't expect any breaks." And the people, this was not a very smart political move. The people said, "Thank you very much. Have a nice day. We have no part in you. We have no part in the house of David. We're going to make our own little kingdom. And you can go, this is not a direct quote. 10 tribes, all tribes of Israel, besides for Yehuda and Benjamin, Judah and Benjamin, and for the tribe, or part of the tribe of Levi, tribes seceded and created their own kingdom. And they crowned the old upstart Yeravim ben Nevat, who had come back from his refuge in Egypt after Solomon passed away. They crowned him as their new king. Yeravim established the capital in Shechem, and the kingdom was divided. There were now two kingdoms: the northern kingdom, which would be known as the Malchus Israel, the nation of Israel, as opposed to the southern kingdom, which would be called the Malchus kingdom of Yehuda, Judah. Later, the Romans would call it Judea, so often we refer to it as Judea. Now, Yeravim ben Nevat was an interesting character. He was very, very brilliant. He was, in fact, considered a great son, a person of sacred character, virtue, and he was a Torah scholar. He kept the mitzvahs, and originally, apparently, he wanted to be a good king and stay true to God, stay true to the Torah, and be a good Jewish king. But you see, he was afraid of the festivals. The festivals were a big problem. He had established this kingdom north of Jerusalem. The capital of the southern kingdom was Jerusalem. He established his capital at Shechem. And the festivals were a time, as we said before, when all Jews would make a pilgrimage. And so it was a great mitzvah. It says, 3 times a year, Jews would travel from all over the Holy Land and from outside Israel, come to Jerusalem, come to the Beis HaMikdash, bring korbanos, bring offerings, and celebrate together with the rest of the nation. It was incredibly. It was a tremendous, when everybody was coming, it's hard to imagine what it was like, the whole country unified and celebrating together, and just full of joy. It was interesting, the pasuk when it tells us about the mitzvah, says, at the time of the festival, everybody should appear, should be seen at the Holy Temple. The Talmud teaches that it's not only Yera'eh, but it's also Yireh. God would come and show himself. So you would come and show yourself, and you would also see, you would be seen, but you would also see. God would show himself and reveal himself. A more metaphysical note, there's an idea of knowing God. It's a very big part of Judaism, coming close to God, and achieving some knowledge of Das and we do that by study, and by thinking and contemplating about God, especially the more mystical parts of the Torah, like the Kabbalah and Hasidic philosophy, where you're able to understand a little bit of God's greatness and majesty by speaking, by learning about Him. Maybe understand something. You don't see Him. You're not able to see Him. You're not able to actually see Him. He has no body. But there were certain times that he would reveal himself, and he wasn't seeing in a physical sense, but it was a real perception, it was a real awareness of godliness, of the type that we can't even imagine, because it doesn't exist today. And that's what would happen in the Beis HaMikdash, especially when you come to the earlier Rebbe, when you come on Yom Tov, you'd have this re'iyah nelikos, to be able to behold godliness. So it was something that was quite incredible. It's hard to imagine how anything wrong when you had that awareness. And at the same time, everybody has free choice. God gives everybody free choice. And so even in those glorious times when there was this consciousness of God and of spirituality, there was also a flip side to that. And that was idolatry. Today we don't have the consciousness that they had about spirituality, and we also don't really have a strong temptation to serve idols. And in those days there was a strong temptation. It was very difficult to stay away from idolatry, and unfortunately the nation lapsed into idolatry many times. And it was a constant struggle. But anyway, getting back to Yeravam and Nevat, he's really afraid. And all the people in the northern kingdom are still good Jews. They still want to go to the Beis HaMikdash, just like it's a central part of Judaism. It's the central part of Judaism to go to the Beis HaMikdash. They're going to go to the Beis HaMikdash and see the incredible glory, the splendor of the Beis HaMikdash, the splendor of Jerusalem, the true splendor of it all. And they'll see the king from the house of David, from the family of David, the great David and the great Solomon. And this is their son and grandson, and they'll see his honor, and they're going to very quickly get tired of my kingdom up north, and they're going to want reunification. He was very, very afraid, and so he did something which was terrible, which was a terrible, terrible mistake, and which was the northern kingdom on a course to disaster right from the start. He closed the border to the southern kingdom, and since the people needed to make pilgrimage, they have to be over Egel, he put two golden bulls, one at the northern part of his kingdom, at Dan, and one at the southern part of his kingdom, at Bethel. So then he said, from now on, this is what you make pilgrimage. It sounds, when you hear the words, it sounds very shocking. It sounds like it's real idolatry. Apparently it wasn't real idols. He wasn't saying serve these as gods, like the pagans would say. What he was saying was more that it's a representation of the one true God. So it's not as bad. Because it's absolutely forbidden under Torah law, of course, but it wasn't quite as bad. But it did open the door to much terrible evils that would happen later. Rabbi Rothschild is considered one of the villains in Jewish history. The Talmud says 4 people that are just considered the worst of the worst. And this was his sin. He didn't only sin himself, but he caused the nation to sin by placing these big calves. So the kingdom's divided. Yerovam is ruling up north. Down south, you have Rechavam, the son of Solomon, but unfortunately not going in the ways of Solomon. He apparently allowed idolatry to seep in as well, and this was a terrible sin. The Beis Hamikdash was still there, people still served God, Jewish life was still flourishing, but now there was some idolatry there too, and this was unacceptable. Some people say that it was because it was the influence of his mother Nama, who was after all an Ammonite princess, where she grew up. There are other opinions that fiercely dispute and say that Nama was a very good Jew and very loyal to God and to the Torah. It's not clear, but anyway, Rechavam sinned in this. It was a terrible thing that he did, and he suffered the consequences. As we said before, when the spiritual state of the nation declined, usually there was a physical deterioration as well, and the country was weakened. And Israel's neighbor to the south, Egypt, good old Egypt, which was a pretty mighty empire for most of Israel's history. Most of Israel's history could be understood as seeing it as usually an empire in the south and an empire in the north. Israel was stuck in between. And so it was a miracle that Israel survived at all between these. Usually the empire in the north kept changing. In the south it was usually Egypt. Anyway, the pharaoh of the time was Shishak. And Shishak invaded Judea in the 5th year of Rechavam's rule. He killed many people. He actually managed to enter Jerusalem. He ransacked the royal palace, took all of its treasures. He ransacked the Holy Temple and took many treasures from there as well. And people were shocked and traumatized. And the prophets of the time were telling them and reprimanding them, listen, it's because of the idolatry that exists. And so they immediately realized that it was wrong and abandoned the idolatry, returned to God. Whoever had been serving idols returned to Judaism. And Shishak left. The king of Egypt left, but he did impose heavy fines and tributes on the people. Rechavam rebuilt the cities that Shishak had destroyed. He rebuilt the fortifications. He reorganized his army, and he was able to maintain the kingdom's independence. He even managed to maintain control over Edom in the south, between the immediate south of Israel, the nation of Edom. And so he was able to maintain the independence, but the glory, the old kingdom's glory and strength, her wealth and her influence were gone. Not surprisingly, there were hostilities between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom throughout Rechavam's reign. There were always skirmishes at the border. It was there were always hostilities. Rechavam's main general was his son, who led his army. Was his son, his name was Avia, sometimes called Avia. When Rechavam died, Avia succeeded him. And at this point, the battles that had been, small battles that had been going on between the north and the south escalated. And finally came a decisive battle. Yerovam was determined to conquer the kingdom of Yehuda and incorporate it into his kingdom. And he led a huge army, vastly out the army of Avia. And he attacked the southern kingdom. He tried to surround them and although vastly outnumbered, Avia fought bravely, and even on the battlefield, he even called out to Yerovam and to his army and chided them for their idolatrous ways and for their hostility to the kingdom of Yehuda. But they didn't listen, and they attacked anyway. And even though he was vastly outnumbered, he won. And Yerovam retreated back to Shechem, to the northern kingdom, and the hostility remained, but there wasn't open. Anyway, Avia died after only 3 years on the throne, and he was succeeded by his son Asa. Asa was one of the great kings, very righteous, very righteous. He restored Jewish life to what it had been before. He got rid of all the pagan influence there. He enriched the Beis HaMikdash. He enriched the temple with gold and silver utensils, a lot of new kalim, clay shards he brought in. He fortified many strategic cities. He made the country strong again. He instituted a program of military training. He rebuilt the army. There was a war that was going on to the south of Israel at that time. The king of Ethiopia, way down in Ethiopia, had conquered Egypt. He had overrun Egypt, and Shishak, who had invaded Israel some years before, was now invaded by his southern neighbor, Ethiopia, Zerah, the king of Ethiopia, and he had all his treasures were taken. And the Ethiopians continued north into Judea. Again, the Jewish army was vastly outnumbered, and Asa prayed for victory. King Asa prayed for victory, and the Jews were victorious. The Ethiopian troops were routed. They retreated south back into Egypt, and the Jewish soldiers were running after them. They had to abandon the Ethiopian soldiers. Zerah's army had to abandon the treasures that they had taken from Shishak. Now, these treasures had originated in Jerusalem. So remember, Shishak had come and taken them, and now they returned. Now they were restored to the Holy Temple and to the royal capital. So peace reigned under Asa. He was goes down as one of the really good kings in Jewish history. Back up north, I just want to say, because of these developments, the border has been closed, and the people of the north, for the most part, were not able to make it to the Holy Temple. So these classes are focused so much on the northern kingdom, because we're focusing on the Beis HaMikdash. In other classes, we'll get into that. But we're just going to talk about it a little bit to understand what was going on in the south of Jerusalem with the Holy Temple. So up north, Yerovam had died. He was succeeded by his son Nadav. Nadav reigned for only 2 years. In his second year as king, he was assassinated by his general Baasha. So Baasha became king in the north. Baasha was no better than Yerovam. He continued the hostilities towards Judea, and he in fact invaded Judea and started building a fortress, or a fortress city, a fortified city very near Jerusalem. He called it Ramah, the high ground, and it was a very obvious prelude to an attack on Jerusalem. King Asa, the righteous King Asa, knew that he saw the threat, and he turned to one of Baasha's allies. Baasha had allied himself with the kingdom of Aram. The king of Aram at the time, his name was Ben-Hadad, and Ben-Hadad was helping Baasha, the northern king. So Asa turned to Ben-Hadad, and he said, and he asked Ben-Hadad to join him in the alliance, and not assist Baasha in his attack on Judea, his attack on Jerusalem. Money talks, and Asa offered him apparently more than Baasha had offered him. The highest bidder one, he took Asa, in order to do that, had to take the treasures and the wealth of Jerusalem, of the Holy Temple, and give it to Ben-Hadad, so that Ben-Hadad would desist from attacking Jerusalem, helping Baasha attack Jerusalem. This was not a good thing. The Talmud says this was a mistake. This was one mistake that Asa made. Generally, he was a very good king at the time. This was one mistake. He should have relied on God like he had done earlier in Ethiopia, and he was victorious. And he should have done that now. But anyway, this is what happened. Ben-Hadad, the Aramean king, did him one better. He didn't only not help Baasha in the north, but he attacked Baasha. He attacked his old friend, his old ally, in many of his cities. So Baasha had to abandon the fortifications that he was building, the fortress that he was building of Ramah near Jerusalem, and rush back up north to repel the invasion of Aram. And so Asa very quickly took all the wood that had been gathered, a tremendous amount of wood and material that had been built into this fortification. He tore it all down and built a fortress of his own on his side of the border. generally, Asa was a good king. He attracted his prestige, attracted many defectors from the north. There were many people in the north that were really getting sick and tired of what was going on, of the corruption, the idolatry, the immorality, and the power struggles that were going on there. As we'll see in a second, the throne in the north was never quite secure, and many of them came over to the south and rejoined their brothers and sisters in Judea. Also ruled for 41 years. It was generally a very good time for Judea. When he passed away, he was succeeded by his son Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat took after his dad. He was also very virtuous, a friendly, impressive personality. He ruled the nation very well. He was a good political leader, and he was a good spiritual leader. He was a tzaddik. He upheld the laws of the Torah, and he upheld the avodah, the Beis Hamikdash. Things flourished under him. He instituted many reforms, many educational reforms. He sent Levites traditionally were the ones that would teach and inspire the people. He sent them throughout the land to teach Torah to the masses. He reorganized the civil administration. He reorganized the army, made it stronger. He kept the borders safe, and he actually earned the respect of the Philistines and the Edomites to the west and the south, and the Arabian tribes that were to the south, who he earned their. They feared him, they respected him, they sent him tributes and gifts, and things were good under Yehoshaphat. Let's back up a minute. Asa had done something else. I think it was toward the end of his reign, he realized that war between the two Jewish kingdoms was the wrong idea. It was going on for too long. And actually, you know what? Let's go up north for a moment. Let's go up north for a moment, because a lot had been going on. There's a lot of political turmoil there. I'm just going to back up for a second, just so we can remember who's who. We'll start with the southern kingdom. King Solomon had passed away. His son Rehoboam had taken over. Rehoboam had been succeeded by his son Aviah. After Aviah has come Asa. In the north, there were more kings at this time. Yerovam ben Nevat had been the original king in the north. He died. His son Nadab took over. Nadab was assassinated by Baasha. Now Baasha was king for a while, and we were just talking about, he was an ally of Aram. He tried to attack Judea, but then Baasha died, and he was taken over by Elah, his son Elah. Elah didn't reign for very long. Before he was assassinated by Zimri. Zimri was the captain of the chariots. The captain of the chariot, like you have today in the military, the chariot captain. Zimri assassinated King Elah while the army was off fighting the Philistines. So the northern army is fighting the Philistines, and back in the capital, Zimri kills the king and makes himself king. He did not reign for very long, because when the news reached the army, where they were, at the Philistine front, they immediately crowned their general. Their general's name was Omri, and they decided that Omri should be king. When Omri made his way back with his army to the capital, to Shechem, and approached the palace, Zimri knew that there was no hope of defending himself, and he set the palace on fire with himself inside it. He burned down the palace with himself inside it, and Omri became king. It wasn't so simple for Omri either. Apparently, while the army had made him king, the civilian populace had favored a man named Tippi, and so there was a civil war in the north between Omri's forces and Tippi's forces for 5 years. Eventually, Omri won, and Omri moved the capital. He bought land from He bought land. I make some words sometimes. By the way, I want to say, in the last class, apparently I said that people used to come to the Holy Temple to play. I don't remember saying it, but I've been told that I've said that. I don't think they would come to the temple to play. I probably meant that they came to pray. Playing is good. They came to the temple to pray. In fact, when you're on the Temple Mount, you weren't allowed to really play. You have to act with respect toward the holy place. And actually, halachas about it. Or with your shoes, if you're choosing with your wallet, money belt, your staff, you leave it outside. So, just to clear up a misunderstanding, people wouldn't actually come to play. They would come to pray, but it was also a very joyous occasion. wasn't playing good. Was very, very happy, enjoying his vacation much better than playing. Anyway, back to Omri. King Omri in the north bought land from a man named Shemer. Shemer owned land on a hilltop, and Omri bought the land and built a new city. Maybe there was a city before, and he kind of expanded it, made it bigger. He built a palace there. He made this the capital of the north. It will remain the capital of the north for the duration of the northern kingdom until the end. He renamed this place. He had bought it from a man named Shemer, and he named the city Shomron, which was Samaria. Now the whole region is called Samaria. It's called Shomron. It was actually a city, Shomron, which was the northern capital. Now, Omri was a smart political, had good political sense, and he realized that the war between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom was not good news. The king at the time in the south was Asa, and Asa also did not want war, and so Omri and Asa, and the tradition of those times, they cemented this deal with marriage. Asa, the southern king, had a son named Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat married Omri's daughter. Omri also had a son. His daughter married Yehoshaphat. His son, he married off to a northern neighbor of Israel, which was discussed in the last class, the Phoenicians. The Phoenician king at the time, the capital was in Sidon, in Sidon, which is a city today in Lebanese coast. And the king had a daughter. The Phoenician king had a daughter named Jezebel. Omri married his son Achav to Jezebel. This was the beginning of a very unhappy story. Let's go back to the south. Back down south. Yehoshaphat had become king. Yehoshaphat followed in the ways of his father. He was a very, very virtuous king. He was a good Jewish king. He was loyal to Hashem, loyal to Judaism. And he was kind of the extreme opposite of his northern counterpart, of Omri, and then Omri's son, Achav. Achav is one of the villains. If there was anybody worse than Achav, it was his wife. His wife was a Phoenician princess. She was a fanatical Baal worshiper, and nothing would stop her from trying to implement the worship of Baal and the cult of Baal into Israel when she became queen. When her husband became king, Omri died, and Achav became king, Jezebel became queen, and she was a royal village. She killed many prophets. It was almost illegal. It was illegal to be a prophet. There were many prophets in those days. We know of some prophets that we know of, but there were many prophets that we don't know of because their prophecies were not recorded. And there were many people that were loyal to Hashem even throughout all these years of the northern kingdoms, idolatry. They were still loyal to God and to His Torah, and Jezebel stated her mission to eradicate them. She killed hundreds and hundreds of prophets, thousands and thousands of people who were loyal to Judaism. The only prophets who survived had to hide out in caves. And the idolatry had already kind of started with Yeroboam and Nebuchadnezzar and the golden bulls that he had placed the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. That was, a more, you could call it a mild form of idolatry. Now, when Jezebel came, things took a sharp turn for the worse, and the country really degenerated. The people looked to their royal family, and they were the role models of the country. Really degenerated into real paganism. Yehoshaphat is Achav's brother-in-law, and he's in the south, and he's a very righteous, virtuous, good Jewish king. And he had an alliance with his brother-in-law, with Achav. They got along. There was peace between the two brother states. But that was a good thing that there was peace. There was no war. But the problem was that some of the idolatry of the north started seeping into Judea, into the south. Now, Achav was going to war against the good old Ben-Hadad of Aram. Ben-Hadad was still around, and Achav wanted to attack Aram, but he needed help from Yehoshaphat. So he asked Yehoshaphat to join him. Yehoshaphat came to Samaria, to Shomron, and he sat with Achav. The scene is described by the Navi. They're sitting at the palace gates, and harmony. Yehoshaphat had his own kosher food product because he didn't trust the kashrus of Achav's palace. But they're sitting together, and Yehoshaphat said, "I'm happy to go with you. I'm happy to help you in this campaign against Aram. But I want some sign from God that will be victorious." In those days, there were many prophets, and who was asking for a sign wasn't a joke. You have a prophet who would instruct you, would tell you what God wanted. So Achav brought out hundreds of prophets who all said, "Go to Aram, you'll be victorious." Yehoshaphat, there's something wrong. There are no two true prophets. No two true prophets speak the exact same way. God reveals his prophecies to every individual somewhat different. And when you have prophets saying the same thing, you know that one of them is wrong. You know that one of them is a fraud. Both of them are frauds. Yehoshaphat saw through it right away because there were 400 prophets that were all saying the same thing. One of them put iron horns on his head. He said, "With these iron horns, you will gore Aram. You'll be victorious over them." But Yehoshaphat wasn't buying it. He asked Achav for a real prophet. Come on, a real prophet of God, not one of these Baal prophets. And Achav said, there is a guy. I do know a guy. I don't like him. His name is Michiel. I hate him because he's a real naysayer. He's always telling me bad things are going to happen. These guys always make me feel good. They always say exactly what I want to hear. They said, "Come bring him out." And Achav told him on the way when they were bringing Michiel out, Achav told him, "You better say good news. I need your help here." And Michiel said, "I'm going to say exactly what I should know." Anyway, they went to war. They went on the campaign against Aram. Achav disguised himself as a common soldier. He knew that the Arameans would be out to get him, and so he disguised himself. But it didn't help. He was hit with an arrow, and he was killed on the battlefield. Yehoshaphat managed to get back to Jerusalem in safety. Achav was dead. He was replaced by his son Achaziah. Achaziah died very shortly after, and he and his brother Yehoram became king of the north. Yehoram also convinced Yehoshaphat to go to war with him, to assist him in war, this time against Mesha, the king of Moab. It's very interesting. They've found, in recent times, in excavations, they found a stele. It's called the Mesha stele. The king of Moab's name was Mesha. And the stele doesn't mean a bargain. This is S-T-E-L-E. Stone tablets where they used to inscribe things that the king had done and Mesha there makes reference to the king of Israel. It's called the Mesha stele. Anyway, the northern king is Yehoram convinces Yehoshaphat to join him in battle against Moab. Moab had been a vassal of Israel since the time of King David. Now, with the northern kingdom going in the wrong direction, Moab had rebelled and stopped paying tribute, and so they went to battle against them. Yehoshaphat again said he would only go if the prophet of God told him to go, and he went to the prophet at the time whose name was Elisha. Just a word about Elisha. We're not going too much into the history of the north, but during this period, the time of Omri and of Achav, were the great prophets of Israel. The prophet Elijah of Gilad, Eliyahu HaGiladi, Eliyahu HaNavi, and when he passed away, he went to heaven, and his disciple Elisha took over. So now Yehoshaphat went to Elisha's home, and he came very humbly. He was a tzaddik. Took off his crown, he took off his royal garments, and dressed himself as a commoner, and came humbly to Elisha, asking him if he should go to war against Moab. Elisha assured him of victory, and they went to battle, and they were victorious over Moab. But unfortunately, weren't over. A combined force of Edomites, Moabites, and Philistines marched on Jerusalem, and Yehoshaphat was very afraid. They came. These allies came. These enemies came as far as the Dead Sea, so they're getting close to Jerusalem. And Yehoshaphat realized that there was nothing he could do. The combined forces were too strong to resist. And he proclaimed a day of fasting and prayer. All the people of Judea streamed to Jerusalem from every town, from every village. They came and they joined together at the Holy Temple of the Beis Hamikdash. And Yehoshaphat stood in front of the congregation, and he implored God to save them in their hour of distress. The prayers were answered. A prophet, a true prophet of Hashem, told the people that they would be victorious. He said, the battle is not yours, but God's. You're not even going to have to fight. Sure enough, Shaphat and his soldiers, who were now confident because they heard the words of the prophet, they marched into battle, singing, praising God. And when they got there, they found nothing but corpses and spoils of war. Apparently, this combined force didn't stay combined for too long. And the Philistines and the Edomites and the Moabites started fighting, and the other tribes, they started fighting each other. The armies annihilated each other, and all that was left for the Jewish army to do was to collect the spoils of war and return home victorious. Peace and happiness reigned. It was a good time after that. It was peaceful and tranquil in Judea under a very virtuous and wonderful king, Yehoshaphat. In keeping with the close alliance between the northern and the southern kingdoms, Yehoshaphat had married, in addition to being married to Ahab's sister, he married his son Yehoram to Ahab's daughter Athaliah. Athaliah took after her father, and she, worse, took after her mom, Izebel. She was also a terrible Baal worshiper and pretty fanatical about it. She managed to restrain herself while her father-in-law was alive. Her husband became king. She unleashed everything upon him. He was apparently not very strong. Didn't have a very strong character, and she managed to really dominate him and control him. She killed his brothers, killed 6 of his brothers, and she said that they would be rivals to his crown, to his crown. When Yehoram died and was succeeded by his son Achaziah. Achaziah did not reign for very long. Achaziah was king for less than a year. Less than a year after he became king, he traveled up north to visit his uncle. Confusingly, his uncle's name is Yehoram also. His uncle was the king of the north. And he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But Yehu was a rival to the northern king Yehoram. Yehu assassinated Yehoram. He also assassinated Achaziah, who was visiting Yehoram. So with Achaziah dead, back down in the southern capital in Jerusalem, his mother Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab and Izebel, seized power for herself, and she destroyed any rivals that she might have for the throne and any people who might uphold the traditions of Judaism and of the family of David. So she destroyed the seed of the house of David, which included all of her own grandchildren. She killed her grandchildren. One young child survived, a child named Yoash. He was less than a year old. He was saved by the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Yehoyada HaKohen, and Yehoyada saved him by putting him in a place where nobody would think to look. The Beis HaMikdash was built, the structure of the Heichal, the sanctuary, had 2 floors. The upper floor of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, of the Holy of Holies, although it didn't have the same sanctity as the Kodesh HaKadoshim itself, still nobody would go there. They'd only go there when they had to repair something. And Yoash was hidden there. The child was hidden there for 6 years. When he was 7 years old, the high priest orchestrated a coup, very carefully planned. They put different groups of Levites in strategic positions of the Temple Mount of the Har HaBayit. They brought the young king out, dressed in royal garments, and all hailed the true king of Yehuda, of Judea. Athaliah, when she heard it, when his grandmother heard what was going on, she started shouting treason, treason. They immediately arrested her. They took her out of the temple grounds. Nobody could be killed out of the temple grounds. And then they had her executed. Yoash became king, and he did very extensive renovation of the Beis HaMikdash, which had fallen into disrepair over the 16 years of terror and of paganism that had overtaken Jerusalem. He had it all renovated. Every Jew participated. The whole country participated in this restoration and renovation of God. He was extremely virtuous. He was a very good king, as long as his mentor, the high priest Yehoyada HaKohen, was alive. After Yehoyada passed away, he perhaps was not as true to the Torah as he had been before. And this was punished by an invasion by Aram. The king of Aram, old Ben Hadad, he was replaced by Hazael, his general, of course, by assassination. Hazael killed Ben Hadad, he had become king, and now he attacked Judea, managed to make it to the gates of Jerusalem. The only way Yoash was able to keep them at bay and make him go home was by giving him a lot of gold and silver. Anyway, Yoash died. Yoash was killed. Yoash was assassinated by his servants. He was sick. He had fallen ill. His servants assassinated him, and he was succeeded by his son Amaziah. Amaziah was a real tzaddik. He was a really good king, and this is pointed out by the Navi early on in his reign. As soon as he became king, he immediately punished and has murderers executed. However, the Navi says, makes it a point to say, he did not harm the families of the assassins. Had them executed, didn't touch their families. In the Torah's motion says, the law of Moses says, children should not punish crimes of parents. Another thing that I want to just get back to for a moment is something that we mentioned in the last class, but we didn't really get into because there wasn't time. And that was about the Beis HaMikdash. Again, the Beis HaMikdash we mentioned was built on different levels. The Mishkan in the wilderness had been all on one level, had been on the ground. The Beis HaMikdash was built on a mountaintop, and so there were different levels. You have to go up these grand staircases to get from the inner courtyard, from the outer courtyard to the inner one, and then into the Heichal. And this was very symbolic. There was a reason it was like this. It's not just because it happened to be built on a mountain. There was a tremendous effort to build a Beis HaMikdash. They easily could have landscaped it a little bit and put it on one level, just like the Mishkan. The Beis HaMikdash, the different parts of the temple had different levels of holiness. The closer it got to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the greater the holiness was, and it was reflected in a lot of halachas, a lot of laws, which didn't allow people who were impure to come into the more holy places, or didn't allow people who were not Kohanim, or who were not Jewish, who were not Kohanim, until the Kodesh HaKodashim, only the Kohen Gadol, who obviously in a state of complete purity, was able to enter. So the Beis HaMikdash, the way it was built, reflected the different levels of holiness. It's something very clear. The Mishkan had been built in the wilderness, right? It was a place that was holy, a place where God's presence rested. However, it didn't remain there. When the Mishkan was dismantled and moved to a different location, the holiness of the original place went away. And there's nothing holy about the 42 places in the Sinai desert, or in the desert where the Mishkan had been placed. Just like Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai was very holy for a time when God revealed himself there. And now it's a mountain like any other. The difference, what happened, and the same thing with Shiloh, what the difference in the Mishkan was. What was special about Jerusalem, remember we mentioned, Jerusalem was chosen. Jerusalem was the place that God chose for his presence to rest. And after he rested his presence there, no other place would ever be allowed to house the Beis HaMikdash. No other place where Jews would be allowed to bring korbanos. This was the final place. This is the place. And the idea here is that the place itself became sanctified. This real estate, this land, which was physical state, this piece of land becomes holy. And the transformation of the physical into spiritual, into holy, is from the fact that the design of the Beis HaMikdash shows you the different levels of holiness. The Mishkan was a temporary holiness that was there and then moved, and so the physical design of the Mishkan didn't have to reflect all the details and the details of the kedusha of the Beis HaMikdash. But the Beis HaMikdash did, and that's something that's very, very powerful. Today, when we don't have the Beis HaMikdash, although we pray for it to be rebuilt, it's still a lesson. It's still a lesson in our lives of the transformative power that we have, that the mitzvahs have. Every time we do a mitzvah, we actually are really changing the physical thing we do with. Although we don't see it, we will see how powerful it is, everything that we do. Continuing our story of the era of the first temple in Israel, more particularly in Jerusalem in the southern kingdom. You'll remember that the kingdom had been divided, and the southern kingdom, also called the kingdom of Yehuda, the Malchus Yehuda, or as it was later known, Judea, became we're in the middle of the story. The king is Amaziah, And Amatzia was by and large a pretty good king. He strengthened the defenses of the kingdom. In fact, Edom to the south had rebelled against Jewish rule sometime before under the reign of King Yoram. And Amatzia went to war with Edom. He raised a large army, 300,000 troops. In fact, he thought 300,000 troops wasn't enough, and he paid the northern king, who at the time was Yoash, not to be confused with the king who had been king of the south, also named Yoash. But anyway, the king he paid him a tremendous amount of silver for another 100,000 troops. A prophet came to Amatzia, a prophet of Hashem, and he told him that God did not want this. It wasn't the right thing to do. Don't join forces with the kingdom. The kingdom had been acting very wickedly. There was a lot of idolatry and immorality and cruelty, and this alliance was not meant to be. So, having paid the money and the troops having come, he sent them back home. They were a little bit insulted, and they looted and ravaged and destroyed cities on their way back. Anyway, Amatzia went to war with Edom to the south. Edom had built up a lot of fortifications. Their capital was on a very high rock called Sela. Sela means a boulder, and it seemed impregnable. But Amatzia was victorious over them, and completely subdued them and annexed a lot of land. A lot of Edomite land was attached to Judean territory. The soldiers of Amatzia were too harsh with the Edomites. They killed many innocent people, and they were harshly reprimanded, used by prophets, for that for being cruel, for killing so many Edomites. Now, Amatzia made a very grave error, which unfortunately a lot of kings did. After winning this war, he brought back some of the idols from Edom, and he put them up in Jerusalem, and he worshipped them. Of course, the people were horrified. Amatzia had a brother named Amos, and he himself chastised the king, his brother, for doing this terrible thing. And Amatzia wasn't satisfied with having won this war. He wanted greater glory, and he made war on his northern neighbor, King Yoash of the northern kingdom of Israel. Yoash warned him, it will not be good for you to start up with me. We're not playing games. You're be happy with the victory that you've already won. But Amatzia couldn't be deterred. He went to war with the north, and he was defeated. He lost, and he lost all the respect that he had gained for his victory against Edom. Was kind of lost with this second campaign. And at this point, he abandoned God. He abandoned Judaism. He turned to idolatry, and the people were very dissatisfied. They were very unhappy with him. Eventually, they mutinied, and they turned on the king, who fled the capital and sought refuge in Lachish, which is a city, which is a fortress in the southwest. So he had a lot of friends there, he had family there. What's interesting about Lachish is that there are a lot of excavations there where we have a lot of evidence, even going back to the time of the First Temple. There were very interesting finds, letters that were sent during wars, etc. Anyway, the people back in Jerusalem appointed the king's son, Uzziah, to be king. And he sat on the throne of his father. His father was hiding out in Lachish. After 15 years in Lachish, which was a very strong fortress, to penetrate and to get to Amatzia, where they killed him, and they killed him then. His son now officially was, the king, officially sitting on the throne. He had his father's body brought back to Jerusalem to be buried with the kings of the house of David. And now Uzziah became king. He had been for 15 years of his father's lifetime. He had been king, but had been somewhat under the control of the aristocracy, the people that put him on the throne. And now he was able to assert himself and to consolidate power. He built up the defenses of the country after the disastrous campaign against the north, and he again rebuilt the border towns, the fortresses order that protected the southern and the western borders against the Philistines, the Edomites, the Egyptians. And Uzziah's rule was great. This is a good time for the southern kingdom of Israel. In fact, the fame of King Uzziah was probably the greatest of all the kings, all Jewish kings, since the time of Solomon. Of course, we're only talking about half, or even less than half. We're talking about the southern kingdom, but Uzziah had built up had built up the security to the extent, to the point that trade was able to be resumed with a lot of countries. He opened the port of Eilat again. He controlled the port of Eilat, which opened up trade routes with the Phoenicians to the north. So they were able to get to the sea, to the Red Sea, to get to India. And he bought very good weaponry for the military. And this was a very, very good time. In general, it's important to remember that when we talk about history, we talk about the stories that happened. We usually spend much more time talking about the bad times than about the good times. The good times, there could have been many decades of good, peaceful, tranquil, happy times in Israel, and we say it in one sentence, so things were good. When there are problems, there's more to talk about. But this was a relatively good and peaceful time for the people. The Holy Temple stood in Jerusalem, a place that everyone would always come to, and were able to really experience, like we spoke about in the earlier classes, we were able to experience a connection with God that was impossible anywhere else. There was a certain revelation, there was a certain consciousness of divinity, of spirituality that was in the Beis Hamikdash. One of the functions of the Beis Hamikdash that we didn't discuss that much is what the Torah says very often. It's a place of kapara. It's a place of forgiveness, where people would come after they'd sinned and be forgiven for their sins. And in a larger sense, it stood there and atoned for the nation's sins. Once a year on Yom Kippur, the Kohen Gadol would enter, the high priest would enter the Holy of Holies and atone for the nation. All the nation's sins would be cleansed. And part of this, of course, was the process of tshuva, of a person feeling a person returning to God and deciding to not continue to do anything bad, but to do good. But the Beis Hamikdash was there as a kapara, and it was hard for us to imagine to the people, to the masses. This was the most powerful thing. Any mistakes that we may have made, any paths that we've taken, and we've all taken and done things that we're not proud of, could be wiped away by sincere tshuva and by the presence of the Beis Hamikdash. On Yom Kippur, the Gemara says that there were two goats that were brought to the Holy Temple. One was sacrificed on the Mizbeach as a carbon. The other one was sent La'azazel into the wilderness and symbolically carried, more than symbolically, carried the sins of the nation with it as it went, as it was brought to the wilderness. And when the person appointed to bring this Seir Zazel, to bring him out of the city, all the throngs of people that were in Jerusalem would be poking him and pushing him to get rid of our sins, get them out of here already. Anyway, so Uzziah, back to King Uzziah, he was a good, generally, again, by and large, a good king of the house of David. He strengthened the economy of the nation. He sponsored agriculture, cattle breeding. He owned a lot of land, and he cultivated the land very well. And it stood as a good example for the people. He dug many new wells. He built canals that irrigated land that was far from any from a river or from the sea. They exported a lot of wine and cattle to as far as Arabian Peninsula and even India, and much gold and silver was brought to Judea in this time. It was a very good time. Uzziah, unfortunately, let it get to his head a little bit. He did something which was very wrong, a grave sin. It should be remembered that when somebody is singled out for a sin that they had done, by implication, the rest of their life probably was pretty good. They probably did generally were a good person, and this was one sin that he committed, and he made a big mistake. In Judaism, most of the time there was a division between shul and state. The king was the political leader, but there was the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, who was the religious leader. And the Torah made it very clear that these two positions should not be combined. The king comes from the house of David, which is in the tribe of Yehuda. The high priest comes from the house of Aaron, which is from the tribe of Levi. So you couldn't have the same person fulfilling both roles. Uzziah, at a certain point, decided to mimic the northern king. The king in the north was both the head of state and the head of the spiritual leader of the people. And Uzziah wanted to be like that also, and he decided that he wanted to have a great honor of bringing the Ketores, of bringing the incense. The incense was brought every day. As we mentioned earlier, in one of the earlier classes, there was the small mizbeach, the small golden altar inside the heichal of the Beis Hamikdash, and every day a very special recipe was made. Was a very specially made incense was brought in. The Ketores is of tremendous significance. It says that the Kohanim were divided into 24 groups. They would rotate every week. A different group called a mishmar, a different watch, would be fulfilling the duties. Would be doing all the avodah, all the procedures that were done in the Beis Hamikdash, bringing the karbanis and lighting the menorah, etc. So every week you had a different group doing it, and within each group they divided into six bati, obviously six kind of families, and every day of the week a different family or different Beis Av, a different group would do it. Would do the avodah, would be in charge. On Shabbos, the entire mishmar, the entire group would participate, and on Yom Tov, on the major festivals, all the mishmaris would join together and would do the avodah. How did they decide who did what? There was a lottery. There was a special lottery called the Piyus, where they would go around the different kohanim who were on duty and choose who would do what, who would do the different avodas. So one person could be chosen to do an avodah more than once. You could be the one who kindled the menorah, who brought applied some of the blood of the offerings to the mizbeach, or whatever. Any of the avodas, you could do that more than once. You could many times. There was one avodah, there was one process which was you were only allowed to do it once in your life. That was the Ketores. The Ketores was such a tremendous blessing to be the one who actually brought the incense into the heichal that they wanted to give as many people a chance to do it as possible. You should never repeat. In fact, the person who did it would usually become wealthy. It was a school for Rashi. It says people would become rich because they brought the Ketores. In the spiritual sense, the Ketores brings about a connection with God, which is greater even than that of a carbon of an offering. You might remember we said that the carbon comes from the word kiruv, closeness, and bringing a carbon to God, besides for the physical act, the physical mitzvah, which has a lot of details and a lot of specific, is specified in the Torah how a carbon should be brought. The details are all very important. It's very important to do the physical actions, but they all reflect and mirror a spiritual process which is happening in the carbon, and that is this closeness that comes about with Hashem, between Hashem and the person who's bringing the carbon, or with the public karbanis tzibor, with the nation as a whole. Connected with closeness. Ketores also represents that. Ketores is on the inner altar, and it's an inner mizbeach, and this mizbeach is on the inside. It's in the holy, in the room called the holy, and it represents a much closer connection with God, a much tighter connection with God. The word Ketores itself comes from the word bond or knot. So karban means closeness, but Ketores means a knot. A knot is when you take two things that are separate and you make them into one, you bind them together, and that's what the Ketores accomplished. Anyway, King Uzziah made a very big mistake. He became proud and he thought that he should have this honor of bringing the Ketores himself. This was very loudly and vehemently protested by the Kohanim and by the prophets, but he didn't listen to them. He brought the Ketores himself, and he was immediately punished for it. And he was struck with leprosy, with tzaras, shameful punishment. He had to be removed from office. He couldn't continue as king while he had leprosy. He had to isolate himself. He isolated himself to a house where he lived up the rest of his days outside the capital city. He was succeeded by his son Yosam. Yosam was first of all respectful of his father. He did not call himself king while his father yet lived, even though he ruled the country. He considered himself just an agent of his father. He considered his father the real king. He after his father died, he took the crown and became king. He was a wonderful king, even greater. The kings that the last few kings that we discussed were pretty good, generally speaking. They were good people. They were good rulers of the kingdom of Yehuda. They had made mistakes. King Yosef is one king. The Torah does not record anything that he ever did wrong, and he said much credit is given to him. It's rare, even among the great kings, there was usually something that they had done wrong. things were good. Things were good, but best of it wasn't the best of times. The same. The prosperity that King Uzziah had brought and the booming economy had a negative effect on many people. A lot of people became very spoiled, very materialistic. This led to all kinds of corruption, immorality. Things took the country into a direction which was not good. And around this time, you had a lot of prophets. Now, we talk about prophets a lot. There were many, there were thousands of prophets. We know about very few of them. Most of the prophecies had not been recorded. They weren't meant for posterity. They were meant just for this particular time and occasion when the prophets spoke. We call them major prophets, the prophets that we know because they wrote their prophecies down in books and became part of the Tanakh, part of the Bible, because their prophecies were meant not only for their generation but for all generations to come. So society was not doing so well spiritually at this time. It was starting to degenerate. Generally speaking, the nation was still good, serving God and keeping the Beis Hamikdash. But they were starting to go down a path which was not so good. And the son of King Yosem, after Yosem died, was King Achaz, and Achaz was going to drag the country into very, very terrible places. Let's go for a moment to the Northern Kingdom and find out what's going on there. The Northern Kingdom was doing exceptionally badly, although politically they had sometimes impressive of good, of stability, of peace. There was I'm not going to mention all the kings. There were many kings in the north. Many of them didn't die peacefully. There were a lot of assassinations, a lot of political coups. The strongest and longest reigning king was Yerovam II. Remember, the first northern king of Yerovam ben Nevat. This was no relation, but his name was also Yerovam. Yerovam II was a pretty good king. He respected the prophets, but the terrible sins that had been ingrained in the northern kingdom from its very inception, namely the two golden calves that had been meant to replace, and done in Bethel, that had been meant to replace the pilgrimage to the Beis Hamikdash. The two golden calves still stood there. People still would go there instead of going to the Beis Hamikdash. In fact, the situation had evolved so that people were actually worshiping these golden calves. Even worse, they had imported a lot of foreign gods, and idolatry was rampant in the northern kingdom. And some great prophets arose around this time to reprimand this, to try to bring them back to God and to avert disaster. The prophets warned that if they continued along this path, they would be destroyed. The northern kingdom would cease to exist. And very poetic language, the prophets begged the people to return. One of these prophets' name was Hosea. Hosea he's in the Trei Asar. His prophecies are included in the 12 prophets. They're sometimes called the minor prophets. There's nothing minor about them. They were great men and women. Actually, 12 are actually men, but there were female prophets at this time also. But anyway, the prophecies of Hosea brought. He speaks about the relationship between God and the Jewish people and the kingdom of Israel. He talks about Ephraim a lot. He talks about when he's talking about the northern kingdom. I think it was the most populous tribe of the 10 tribes of the north was the tribe of Ephraim. So he uses Ephraim as a name for the people, just like the name Israel or Jacob is used for the Jewish people as a whole. He talks a lot about Ephraim. He says God talks about Ephraim as a young child. He's my young child. I raised him up to hold. I taught him how to speak. He's abandoned. He's forgotten. He talks about the love and the intimacy that exists between God and Israel, as the love between man and woman, the greatest, the closest intimacy that there could possibly be. And yet they're estranged. They're not following God. They're committing a kind of spiritual adultery and leaving Him. He spoke out very strongly against the corruption. and against the injustices that were being perpetrated in the northern kingdom, and we're starting to happen also in the southern kingdom. Another prophet at this time was Micha. Micha spoke more in the south, in Yehuda and Judea. He predicted the fall of the north, the fall of Shomron, of Samaria, but also the fall of Jerusalem. And he said, if people don't get their act together and start acting good, terrible things would befall Jerusalem. He spoke up for the oppressed people, for the poor people. The rich had grown richer, and they had started oppressing the poor. And this was a situation that was getting worse. Just to read inside from the prophecy of Micha, therefore, for your sake shall Zion shall be plowed up like a field. Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps. The Temple Mount will become a forest-covered height. Terrible words. Terrible words. He talks about how God is beseeching, he's begging the Jewish people to return, and he's talking to them. He says, "Let's come, let's engage, let's talk about what we've been through. I brought you out of Egypt. I sent you Moses and Aaron and Miriam to bring you out of bondage." And the people are oppressed by the merciful acts of God, and they ask the prophet. This is Micha talking. He says, "How shall I come before the Lord? I'll bow before God. I'll come to him with my karbanis. I'll bring rams. I'll bring calves." And the prophet says, "Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, with streams of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression?" He says, no. He says, this is not. He says, bringing karbanis is wonderful. Bringing karbanis is a great mitzvah. But what's important is what's behind the karbanis, what's in your heart. And what's important is how you treat your fellow people. Quote, "He has told you, man, what is good and what Hashem requires of you. Only to do justice, to love kindness, humbly with God." People are forgetting that message. And it can have terrible consequences. Micha predicted, he proclaimed the downfall of Jerusalem if people wouldn't straighten their ways. By the way, the interesting thing about prophecy, when a Navi, when a true prophet of God predicts something, the way you know, says that something will happen, if the thing comes to pass, then you know that he was a true prophet. That's what the Rambam writes. That's how you know if he's a proper Navi. He says something will happen, and the thing happens. But only if it's a good thing. If it's a bad thing, and then it doesn't happen, he might still have been telling the truth. You don't know that he wasn't telling the truth because God sometimes will issue a decree. Will issue a decree for something bad to happen. But when the people do tshuva, when the people pray, he'll change it. Whereas when God promises something good, he won't change his mind no matter what happens. He won't reverse it. But anyway, getting back to Micha. At the same time that he was talking about the doom of Israel if they didn't shape up, he also spoke about the future glory of Israel, the time of peace between all nations. Peace would reign in the world, and as Micha says, "Then shall every man sit under his vine, under his fig tree, with none to make them afraid. None will make them fearful, for God has spoken." So all people walk, each one in the name of his God. We shall walk in the name of Hashem, in the name of our Lord forever. At this point in history, the neighborhood around Israel is becoming very, very dangerous. There were the small kingdoms that often fought with Israel, and sometimes won and sometimes lost. But now a great, mighty power was growing in the north, to the northeast of Israel, the area which is today in Iraq. This was the kingdom of Ashur, of Assyria. Assyria had been an ancient kingdom. They had actually been dominant many centuries before the Jewish people lived in Israel, even before the time of Abraham. And then they had been subdued by the Babylonians, by Hammurabi. But now, many centuries later, they again were becoming a mighty empire. And they were flexing their muscles. They were trying to expand the empire. They expanded into the area which is today Syria. And the force of their armies, the ferocity of their warriors was terrifying. Even compared to the other, pretty frightening armies that were at that time, this was something that was unheard of before. The last thing we were talking about was King Yosem. Yosem, as you said, was a pretty good time. And when he died, an era of relative peace and tranquility, which was over 100 years long, it was 125 years of relatively good times. With, we spoke about invasions and wars that had happened along the way, sins that some of the kings had committed, and things were not perfect, but it was 125 years of pretty good times. And but we forget that sometimes when we look back at history and it looks like just page after page of tragedy and disaster, we forget that there were good times. There were people that could have been born and died, had children and grandchildren, all in peaceful and good times. The son of King Yosef, his name was Achaz, and Achaz was not a good king. He did not follow in his father's path. He did not act like a house. He didn't act like a house. He didn't act like a king of the house of David. But he was an idolater, pure and simple. It wasn't a small mistake that he made. It was a big mistake, and it was bringing idolatry into the land, like the northern kingdom had done. And he established temples for the different levels. He dragged society down in a very short time to a very, very low moral state. Very, very low moral state. The prophets tried as much as they could to reason with the people, to reason with the king, but it was to no avail. Things were just out of control. And soon terrible things happened. King of Syria, and I mentioned Ashur. Before Ashur controlled Syria, it was ruled by a man named Retzin. Retzin was the king of Syria. He joined forces with the king of the northern kingdom of Israel, whose name was Pekah. Pekah had become king because he had killed the previous king. His name was Pekahia, not to be confusing at all. Pekahia was the son of Menachem. Menachem had killed the previous king and had become king himself. Menachem's son was Pekahia. Pekahia was killed by Pekah. Pekah made an alliance with the king of Syria and marched on the south. The prophet came to King Achaz and he told him that he had nothing to worry about. He told him he had nothing to worry about. There was nothing to fear, and the southern kingdom would prevail and would be victorious. But King Achaz didn't have any faith in God, didn't have any faith in God's prophets, and so he turned to this new power to the east of Ashur, of Syria, and he asked the king, the emperor at the time was Tiglath-Pileser. He asked Tiglath-Pileser to please help them. It didn't come for free. He had to give a tremendous amount of gold and silver and treasure that he took from the Beis HaMikdash and sent it to Ashur for his assistance against this united army of the north and Syria. Tiglath-Pileser didn't need any more encouragement. The money was good, and so was the opportunity to expand his domain and reach the Mediterranean. So he attacked Syria, and he attacked the Transjordan, the area of Israel across the Jordan River. He took some of the tribes of the Transjordan into captivity, and completely annexed the area north of it. The empire of Assyria was right on Israel's doorstep. They had designs on the mighty empire to the south of Israel, which was Egypt, and of course Israel's right in between. Judea is right in between, and it's not very comfortable. Not a very comfortable position. Who was the prophet? Who was the prophet that warned King Achaz? That assured King Achaz of victory and told him not to go into an alliance with Assyria. This was actually a cousin of his. You'll remember we mentioned Amaziah, King Amaziah, first king in this class, had a brother whose name was Amitz. Amitz was a prophet, and he had a son who would become one of the greatest prophets of history. What he accomplished, what he spoke about, his words reverberate throughout history and have changed civilization forever. And his name was Isaiah. Isaiah would be a prophet for a very long time. We're going to talk a lot more about him. In the meantime, King Achaz, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, had to constantly take the gold and silver from the Beis HaMikdash, depleted the treasury of the Beis HaMikdash. Of course, the Beis HaMikdash had a treasury from which all the karbanos would be brought. There was a yearly machzis, a shekel, half a shekel that every Jew would contribute toward the Beis HaMikdash. And Achaz had to constantly dip into these funds in order to keep his very powerful ally, to keep him his ally. The northern kingdom was in a downward spiral. Nothing that the prophets did could help the situation. King Pekah, who we just mentioned, was killed by a man named Hoshea, not to be confused with the prophet Hoshea. This is King Hoshea ben Elah, and he was the last king of the north. He actually did something very good. He removed the golden calves that had been there from the beginning of the northern kingdom, from Yerubbabel and Don and Bethel. He removed them, and he opened the borders with the south, and the people were now again allowed to make pilgrimages and come to Jerusalem to the Beis Hamikdash. The tragedy of it was that after the centuries of not being allowed to do it, they had just completely forgotten and lost the desire to do so. And so with the open borders, with the golden calves gone, they still didn't come to the Beis Hamikdash. This was terrible. This was a terrible sin, and it hastened their destruction. Tiglath-Pileser died, the emperor of Assyria, whose son Shalmaneser became the emperor. Shalmaneser invaded the northern kingdom, plundered the cities, destroyed the cities, and he exiled the people of the northern kingdom. 10 tribes. 10 lost tribes. The Assyrians had a very smart way of preventing rebellions against their rule, against their empire. And that was when they would conquer a land, they would kill many people, and the survivors would not be allowed to remain in their homes. They would be exiled, and they would remove populations. Around one place to another, so the people in any parts of the empire, of the occupied areas, were in their homelands. They didn't feel very patriotic towards the country that they were in. They didn't feel comfortable enough to start rebellions against Ashur. It was pretty effective, and this is what he did with the northern kingdom. So he took the 10 tribes first to Ashur, and then. There are many theories as to what happened to the 10 lost tribes. There are many books written on the different theories that places the 10 lost tribes in every different continent and every different nationality. We don't know what happened to them. Many of them actually returned to the southern kingdoms. Something a lot of people don't know. Later on, we're going to talk about the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah actually brought back a lot of the exiles, but a lot of them were lost. And one of the things that the prophets promised was that there would be a time when the nation would be reunited, the north and the south. The lost tribes would be brought back from wherever they were, and the entire nation, the 12 tribes of Israel, would flourish together in the time of Mashiach. We mentioned Isaiah, Yeshayahu. The short time that we have here, we can't even begin to talk about the greatness of this man. As I said, he was a nephew of King Amaziah. He came from the royal family, from the aristocracy, and at this time, the aristocracy were the ones that were not being a very good example to the people, and were very materialistic, and they entered into immorality, and they were just getting richer and richer, and really oppressing the poor, charging high rates of interest, and not caring for the needy, not caring for the widow and the orphan. This is something that is a very strong theme. One strong theme is against idolatry, against paganism, in the works of the prophets. And another one is justice, caring for the widow and the orphan, people that don't have somebody to turn to. Yeshayahu talks about Israel as God's child. This quote says, Shimu Shamayim, hear, O heavens, give ear, O earth, for Hashem has spoken. Children have I raised and brought up, and they rebelled against me. Even an ox knows his owner. Even a donkey knows his master's crib. But Israel does not know, and people don't consider. They've taken the Lord. They've provoked Hashem to anger. They've gone backwards. And he talks about the desolation of the country. The cities burnt with fire. The soil, which would be devoured by strangers. A desolate land destroyed by enemies. And this came to pass in the northern kingdom. When the Assyrians swept through and destroyed the cities by fire, killed thousands and thousands, and took the rest into captivity to foreign lands. In fact, it's interesting, some of the excavations today that they, I was in a place where it was, but the archaeologists had found traces of soot in some ancient ruins, and they had dated it to this time of Israel. There's evidence today of the destruction that the Assyrians did. Actually, now I do remember this was in Hebron. This actually happened a little bit later, when the south was also invaded by Ashur. So this was not the time. But anyway, there's the destruction of the northern kingdom should have been a wake-up call to the south. Achaz had plunged the south into idolatry, and this, the terrible fate of the north should have been a wake-up call, but unfortunately it was not. Yeshayahu spoke truth to power. He spoke to the leaders of the people. He took them to task because they were the ones who were leading the people astray. He took to task people who would bring korbanos, who would come to the Beis HaMikdash and bring offerings, and it was hypocritical. They would turn around and sin and oppress people. He says, "To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me?" says God. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil of your deeds, cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice. These words have been, I think, a part of any human rights movement in history. Draw on these words of Isaiah. What does God want? He just wants you to bring korbanos and then act cruel and act harshly to others. Learn to do good, seek justice, relieve the oppressed, do justice to the orphan, plead for the widow. And things will be good. And even though you've made many mistakes, come now. Now I'm reading again, I'm quoting again. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. He says, we say this in our prayers on the high holidays. Though your sins should be scarlet, they shall become white as snow. Though they shall be red like crimson, they shall become like wool. If you're willing to obey, you shall eat the best of the land. Things will be good. All you have to do is, again, do justice, take care of the poor, do good. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. King Achaz died, and Achaz had been so bad. One of the terrible things that he had done, besides for killing many thousands of people that opposed the pagan that he brought into the country, he even did something mimicking the Phoenicians, who had a cult of the Molech. The Torah warns against a specific sin, besides the general sin of idolatry, but to give your children to the Molech. This was a cult where people would sacrifice their children to the fire of Molech, and King Achaz sacrificed one of his sons and had him killed as a sacrifice to the gods of to the Molech. He tried to do it with another son, but this time the boy's mother intervened. I think her name was Abi, and she saved her son from the fires. And this son would become king after Achaz died. And this son was also one of the most remarkable people in history. His name was Hezekiah. He would be one of the greatest kings. He would be one of the few kings about whom it's written in the Tanakh. The Bible says about him that he was good. A lot of the good kings are described as being very good and going in God's ways, but not the same way as King David. Not as much as King David. Chizkiah is noted. He walked in God's path like his father David, like his ancestor David. He was the 12th king of Yehuda, of Judea. He had extraordinary qualities. Even while his father was on the throne, he tried to be a comfort to the people. And now that he took over and he was in power, he dedicated himself to reversing his father's terrible policies. He destroyed all the idols which were in the kingdom. He cut down the groves, the trees, the Asherah trees that had been grown for idolatry. He eliminated the bumas. This was something that flourished in the land. Private altars where people would bring sacrifices to God, which were forbidden. There were certain times in history when they were allowed. But once God chose Jerusalem and the Harabayas as his resting place, bumas, private altars were not allowed. But they had still flourished. It would have been hard to eradicate them. A lot of the good kings were noted for their goodness and for their virtue, but the Tanakh often adds at the end, but they didn't get rid of the bumas. But Chizkiah got rid of the bumas, but he did something even more. He restored the pilgrimages, the thrice yearly pilgrimage to Jerusalem, which his father had stopped. He brought them back in all their splendor. He organized educational reform. It says in the time of Chizkiah, there wasn't a child, a boy or a girl throughout the kingdom who was not expert in the laws of Tumah V'Tara, of ritual purity, which the Torah talks a lot about. When you come to the base of English, you have to be in a state of purity. There are a lot of very complex laws, which most adults have trouble with. And in Chizkiah's time, there wasn't a child that wasn't expert in these laws. Chizkiah reached out to the north and asked and tried to bring them. Going back a couple years, this is before the 10 tribes were banished. He asked them to join. The borders were now open. Come do the pilgrimage. He made a great Passover that had never been seen before. The Passover celebration and the amount of people that came to Jerusalem. Unfortunately, very few of the northern of the Jews of the north took him up on the invitation. But there were some that came and that were inspired and who remained in Judea. King Chizkiah was also a strong king. He defeated the Philistines. He conquered Gaza, which was their capital. The other neighbors now became respectful and didn't start up with Judea. And from the time of Achaz, you remember that Achaz had, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, he had to make tribute payments. Chizkiah now felt that it was time to stop the tribute payments. This was an act of rebellion against the empire, and Yeshayahu told him that he would be safe in doing so. The Assyrians would not conquer Jerusalem. Unfortunately, among Chizkiah's in the government, in his government, there were some people who did not have faith in God, put their faith in other nations. They made an alliance with Egypt, with other of the small kingdoms who wanted to rebel against Assyria. Chizkiah, the prophet had told him to rebel against Assyria and put his faith in God, but there were other elements of the government that put their faith not in God but in Egypt. And Egypt assured them that they would help them in rebellion against Assyria. Sure enough, the Assyrians attacked, and Shalmaneser had died by this time, and his son Sennacherib, the famous Sennacherib Melech Ashur, invaded Israel, and he invaded the southern kingdom as well. He destroyed many cities. That's where I think those excavations at Hebron, where they found these ancient ruins. And you can see the blackened rocks, which the archaeologists who are not particularly religious believe come from this time, from this war. The Egyptians who had promised to help the Jews did not. When Ashur sent their army into Israel, there was no help coming from Egypt. At first, Chizkiah was able to keep the king Sennacherib at bay by offering him tribute and giving him, like his father, giving him gold and silver from the palace. But he knew that eventually Jerusalem would be attacked. He strengthened the fortifications of Jerusalem. He built a tunnel to bring water into the city so that people would have to go out. One of the ways of besieging the city in those days, obviously, is to cut it off from supplies and from its water source. And if the water source was outside the city, it would be relatively easy to place snipers, archers, where they could pick off the people coming to get water and starve the city. So what Chizkiah did was he built a tunnel, which you can tour today in Ir David in Jerusalem. It's quite an incredible experience where you go through this tunnel which they had built with, which seems almost miraculous the way they built it, to bring water into the city to prepare for a siege. Sennacherib destroyed any opposition. He destroyed all the neighboring countries, and anybody who rebelled against him. He moved, like we said before, he moved the populations around. And the way the Talmud describes it is, he confounded, he confused, he mixed up the world. You no longer know who comes from the nation of Ammon, Moab, or Egypt. There are various mitzvahs, laws in the Torah that pertain to the descendants of Ammon and Moab and Egypt. But today, the people from the time of Sennacherib, the people living in those countries are no longer Ammonites or Moabites and Egyptians, but different peoples that Sennacherib had put there. He also brought people to populate the northern areas, what had been the northern kingdom of Israel. He brought them from the island of Kuta, and they would be known as Kutim. They would also become called Samaritans because they lived in the area of Samaria. And they would be a source of a lot of trouble for the Jews in later centuries. Sancheriv, after destroying all the opposition around Israel, after destroying many cities in Judea, he descended on Jerusalem. Jerusalem was packed with pilgrims who had come for Passover, and also with refugees from all the cities that had been destroyed. And the people were terrified. The terrible years were approaching. He came with an army of 185,000 troops encamped outside Jerusalem with chariots and with fearsome weapons. And he sent forth a general, Rav Shaki. Rav Shaki came to the walls, came outside the walls of Jerusalem. He called out and he spoke Hebrew. And he spoke and he said, "Well, you had confidence in Egypt. You leaned on Egypt like a reed. It turned out to be a broken reed that just pierced your hand. And then he cursed. He blasphemed against the God of Israel. Against he said he wouldn't be able to protect the people. He spoke terrible blasphemy. Real blasphemy is so terrible for the Talmud to think about that the Talmud never even calls it a curse. What it is cursing Hashem, and the Talmud doesn't want to call it that, so it always calls it blessing Hashem. Birchas Hashem is a sin, but it's because it's a euphemism for cursing. And Rav Shaki just uttered terrible blasphemies against God and against Judaism, against the Jewish people, and he assured them that there was no way that they'd be able to survive the armies of Israel, and he encouraged them to surrender the city. The people tore their clothes in mourning when they heard these terrible blasphemies. They went running to the king and to the prophet to tell them to the terrible things. The king also rent his garments when he heard that, and he prayed to God. So let's read what he said. O Lord God of Israel, who thrones over the Keruvim, you alone are God over all the kingdoms of the earth. You created the heavens and the earth. Bend down your ear and listen. Hear us. Open your eye and see. Hear the words of Sancheriv, which he sent to blaspheme the Lord. And now Hashem, save us out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you are God, that you are the Lord, you alone. And the prophet Isaiah brought God's answer back. And he spoke in no uncertain terms. He said that the Assyrians would not take the city. As terrible as the situation looked, the Jewish people would be victorious. The message came from Yeshayahu. The Lord has heard your prayer. Of Sancheriv he has spoken. God has spoken, and he despises you. She laughs at you in scorn. She laughs at Assyria in scorn, the virgin daughter of Zion of Tzion. The daughter of Jerusalem shakes her head at you, Sancheriv. Whom have you scorned? Whom have you cursed against? Against whom have you raised your voice, lifted your eyes? Against the God of Israel, against the Holy One of Israel. Isaiah stood on the walls of the city. You can just imagine the people huddled in fear. And the prophet Yeshayahu speaking God's words to them and saying, he shall not come into the city. Sancheriv shall not come into this city. He shall not shoot an arrow into the city. He shall not come before it with shields, nor cast up a mountain against it. On the same way by which he came, that way shall he return into the city. He shall not come, says Hashem. I will shield this city and save it for my sake and for the sake of my servant David. That night was the night of Passover. The people sat down to have a Seder. You can imagine what kind of Seder it was. They brought the Korban Pesach. They sat down for the Seder. They recounted the miracles of Egypt and hoped for miracles in their own day. King Chizkiah himself, after the Seder, did a very curious thing at this point. He had prayed, and now he did something it's hard to imagine. He went to bed. He went to sleep completely confident, utterly confident in God's promise. People woke up the next morning, and the camp of the Assyrians was deserted. The soldiers had either fled, and many of them were dead. The Tanakh says that the angels came and smote them and killed them. Other nations shouldn't have said that it was deserted. They found that the remains of 185,000 soldiers. They had all been destroyed. We actually have accounts of this story from the Egyptian sources that were found in recent times by archaeologists, and in some Assyrian sources. Different nations attributed this miracle to different things. Epidemic that had swept through the army, whatever it was, but everybody recognized. Sancheriv was not killed. He managed to escape, like Isaiah had said. He ran with his tail and his legs back to Assyria. He promised his God, Nisroch, his idol, that if he would make it back to the capital, Nineveh, in time, he would sacrifice his two sons to his god. Unfortunately for him, his two sons overheard this, and they were not as inspired by this as their father was. They didn't think it would be such a good move. And when his father knelt to worship his god, his two sons killed him. And that was the end of Sancheriv. King Chizkiah's reign was glorious. It was triumphant. It was beautiful. It was another golden age, golden era for the Jewish people, notwithstanding the terrible tragedies that had occurred in the north. The south flourished. And for a time, it looked like things were going to be okay. People had returned to God spiritually, physically, materially. The country had withstood the attack of the Assyrians. Chizkiah was such a great tzaddik that Hashem actually wanted to make him Mashiach. He erred, he made a mistake. We're going to talk about it in the next class. We'll talk about it in the next class. But let's talk for a moment more about this great prophet Yeshayahu, Isaiah. He didn't only talk about the salvation from the Assyrians in his time, in his generation, but he spoke about the future glory of Israel and the Messianic era in the distant future. And he says, among his many beautiful and comforting prophecies, many of which we read, many of Haftarahs that we read during the year, and especially in the 7 weeks following Tisha B'Av, are from the prophecies of Yeshayahu. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of God's house, the Har HaBayit, shall be firmly established above all mountains, exalted above all hills. Remember, this is a time when there were mighty empires competing and intimidating the Jews. And as I talk about a time when the mountain of God will be exalted above all hills by all people. Unto it shall flow all the nations, and many people shall go and say, many people from all the nations will say, come, let us go to the mountain of Hashem, to the house of the God, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his path. For out of Tzio shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem, and he shall judge among the nations and reprimand many people. And in these immortal words they shall beat their swords into plowshares, their spears into pruning knives. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. They shall no longer study war. It will be a time of peace, of tranquility, of knowledge of God. Let's pray that it happens very, very soon.
I do something that had I done it intentionally would have been punishable by colleagues, right? And I did it unintentionally. I bring the chatos, right? So, for example, I'm not only chiluk. If I accidentally eat chiluk, I bring a chatos. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Mashiach, because of his status, never brings a personal chatos.
The reign of Chizkiah Melech Yehuda, King Hezekiah, was a peaceful and a happy time for the Jewish people. We discussed in the last class, they had survived the invasion of Assyria. The Beis HaMikdash still stood in all its glory. The pilgrims would come every 3 times a year, and the people studied Torah. The people were prosperous. Again, wealth flowed into the kingdom. In fact, the wealth of Judea had never been as great since the time of King Solomon. Chizkiah, at a certain point, the Navi writes, was afflicted with a terrible illness. It seemed like he was going to die. And he called for the prophet Yeshayahu, Isaiah, his cousin. And Isaiah told him he was being punished because he had never married, he didn't have any children. And Chizkiah said there was a reason why he didn't want to have children. He had divine inspiration by Ruach HaKodesh. He had foreseen that the son that he would have would reverse everything that he had accomplished, would tear down this beautiful and virtuous kingdom that Chizkiah had built. He would bring drag the people back down into terrible idolatry and bring ruin to Israel. That was why he didn't want to have any children. And Yeshayahu told him that was not for him to decide. He has to do what he has to do. And the mysteries of the Lord are beyond you. You don't get to decide. Chizkiah said, "All right, you did tshuva. And he said, all right, I'll get married. And Yeshayahu says, it's too late. The decree has already been passed. Chizkiah was going to die. Talmud says that Chizkiah at that point rose up and he said, Ben Amid, son of Amid, leave, finish your prophecies and leave the palace. Because I have a tradition handed down to me from my great-grandfather King David, that even if a sword is on someone's neck, even with a sharp sword in the person's throat, one should never abandon faith in God's mercy. Nothing that stands in the way of prayer. And after Yeshayahu left, Chizkiah turned his face to the wall and he prayed. And God heard his prayer. This is a very powerful lesson. God never closes his ears to prayer. And prayer can accomplish, when we turn to God and we ask for something, it can reverse even a heavenly decree. There's nothing that can stand in the way. It's beyond even something that Yeshayahu had been able to see. And sure enough, Chizkiah lived for another 15 years, which were wonderful years. He had a son named Menashe, and Menashe unfortunately did exactly what Chizkiah had been afraid of. We'll get to that in a moment. There was something else that Chizkiah did that was considered an error or a sin for somebody of his stature, and that was as we discussed, the empire, the dominant empire at the time was Ashur, was Assyria. Assyria was now threatened by an upstart kingdom within its empire, by a person named Rothschild. He was the ruler of Babylon. So Babylon was part of the Assyrian Empire, but Rothschild rose up against the Assyrians, against Ashur, and he asserted independence. And he eventually conquered Ashur and took over the empire. Rothschild heard of Chizkiah's greatness, and he sent emissaries to the king. And the king, he was so impressed. And the king welcomed the messengers of Babylon, and he showed them into the temple. He showed them all the treasures of the Beis Hamikdash. This was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. And the prophet Yeshayahu came to the king, and told him he had committed a sin because he could have used this opportunity to show God's greatness, show God's miracles that he had wrought for Chizkiah and for the people of Israel. And instead, he had kind of boasted of his own riches. A person of his stature, such a tzaddik, this was a sin. And the prophet said that eventually the treasures that you showed to the king of Babylon will make their way to Babylon. They will be plundered and taken into captivity. Because Chizkiah was such a tzaddik, this code would not come to pass in his lifetime, but it was foretold. Anyway, the Chizkiah passed away, and his son Menashe took over. Menashe was very young; he was 12 years old when he became king, and it's very difficult to imagine how this could happen. But he was apparently he was a weak character. There were still people who were idolaters in the royal court, and who had not been in favor of Chizkiah's reforms, and they now exerted a lot of influence on the young king. Like we said before, he just completely destroyed what his father had built. He reintroduced pagan cults into Jewish society. He built altars for idolatry, built palaces. He outlawed the study of Torah. On its face, it seems like he was really a wicked person and also a really silly person. When we look at the cults of idolatry, of worshipping statues made of stone and wood, of bringing human sacrifices before them, all the terrible evils of idolatry, it seems like just a very foolish thing to do. It's an interesting episode that the Gemara tells, that the Gemara relates. There was a later, many centuries later, there was a Talmudic sage, one of the great Amirah, his name was Rabbi Ashi, and he once spoke about the king Menashe. In his shir, when he was talking to his students, he mentioned the king Menashe, and he referred to him in a kind of disrespectful manner. And that night, the Gemara says that Menashe appeared to Rabbi Ashi in a dream. And he says, really? You're disrespecting? You think that I don't know how to learn Torah like you? You think I'm not a scholar like you? And He asked Rabashi a question in halacha. Interesting question, actually. We're not going to get into that. Rabashi didn't know the answer. Menashe gave him the answer. Rabashi said, so you're really wise. Your Torah study far surpasses mine. So why on earth did you do all these silly things? Why did you turn to idolatry and make it seem so ridiculous in our eyes? So Menashe said, it was a different time back then. At the time, the temptation for idolatry was so powerful. Had you, Rabashi, lived in that time, you would have lifted the hems of your garments to run to the temple of the idols to worship them. And so it's difficult for us to understand, but apparently there was this, we discussed it before, there was this very strong allure that the spiritual, that idolatry had for people. Even so that even though there was tremendous, consciousness of godliness in the Beis Hamikdash, there was still the counterpart of idolatry. Menashe's crime, since he killed many people who opposed him and who opposed his terrible ways, who wanted to be loyal to God. And for 22 years, the society just degenerated. It just went to the dogs. After 22 years, Menashe was punished, and the new power, Babylon, sent an army and took Menashe prisoner. He was taken to Babylon, and he was clapped. He was put in chains in a prison cell, far from home, far from the glory that he was used to. He called out to all his idols to help him, and nobody helped him. Eventually, he realized that it was all foolish and ridiculous, and he turned to the true God. He repented. He did tshuva. He returned, and he promised that he would be loyal to God. And sure enough, he came back to Jerusalem and sat on the throne again, and he had done tshuva, but apparently he was king for a very long time after that. His reign, I think, was one of the longest, or the longest, of all the kings of Israel. He reigned for 55 years. The first 22 he was bad, and then the next 33 years he was after he had done tshuva, but the die was already cast, and the people maybe wasn't strong enough to bring the people back and show them light, and so the nation was really headed to disaster. The prophets cried and screamed and begged the people to reverse the change and to avert the disaster that they said would come if the nation continued on that path. But it was to no avail. After 55 years of rule, Menashe died. He was succeeded by his son Amain. Amain was, if you could imagine, was even worse than his father Menashe, he continued everything his father did. He did a lot worse. He killed many people, and all the sins and all the crimes of society at his time became even worse. Fortunately, he was king for a very short time. After 2 years, he was assassinated by servants in the palace, and he was succeeded by his son, whose name was Yeshiyahu. Now, during this period, two people emerged. Two people come onto the stage of Jewish history that would be two of the most incredible people that we have in our history. One of them was this boy Yeshiyahu. He became king when he was very young. He was only 8 years old, and he took a very strong interest in everything. He was a good king. He cared for the people, and he was guided. He was guided by very good men, tzaddikim, like the Kohen Gadol, whose name was Hilkiah. Hilkiah was the high priest. Hilkiah was the high priest at the time, and he was a mentor to the young king. Also, Shaphan, the royal scribe, and Shalom, who was one of the ministers. Shalom's wife was a prophetess, whose name was Huldah. And these people helped shape the young king to be a good king, to go and to change what his father had done, what his father and grandfather had done, go back to the ways of Chizkiah, and try to repair the damage that they had done. And in the 18th year of his rule, Yeshiyahu, Josiah, announced that he would have the Beis Hamikdash renovated. During the time of Menashe and the time of Amain, the Avodah, the Beis Hamikdash, the Korbanos had stopped. I don't know if completely, but they were certainly, for a large part, they were abandoned, and idols were actually brought into the Beis Hamikdash itself. And King Yeshiyahu wanted to renovate the Beis Hamikdash and restore it to its former glory. And while they were repairing the building of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol Hilkiah, found a Torah scroll. He found the Sefer Torah, and this was the Torah which had originally been written. Was the original Torah scroll that had been written by Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, had written a scroll that contained the 5 books of Moses. Every Torah scroll that is written has to be copied from an existing one. So every Torah scroll that we have today is a descendant of that Sefer Torah. Anyway, this Sefer Torah used to be in the Ark, used to be in the Aron HaKodesh, in the Kodesh HaKodashim. At a certain point, it was taken out of the Ark and it was hidden during the bad times of Menashe and Amen, and now it was discovered by Hilkiah, by the high priest. And when he opened the Sefer Torah, he found that it opened to a very ominous prophecy in the book of Deuteronomy, where God said that if the nation would abandon him, he would banish them from the land of Israel, and terrible things were to happen to them. Took this as a sign that bad things would happen if the people continued, continued in their ways. He brought the scroll to King Yoshio, and he read it for the Shaphan, the scribe, read these prophecies to the king. The king tore his clothing in mourning, and he immediately sent for the prophetess Huldah the Neviah, who would to interpret what this meant, what this heavenly sign meant. There was another, we mentioned a moment ago, the high priest at the time was Hilkiah. Hilkiah had a son. His name was Yirmiyahu. He was the second person that I was referring to when I said there were 2 incredible people. Yirmiyahu was a Kohen. He was from the town of Anasos, and he in the time of Ammon, the bad times of Ammon, Yirmiyah had been called by God. He was a very young man. And if you open up the book of Yirmiyah, the first chapter, God tells this young man that I want you to be my prophet. He says, I'm young, how can I be a prophet? He protested, reminiscent of Moses himself when he was approached by God. Also was a very unwilling leader of the Jewish people. Jeremiah was given the task, Yirmiyah was given a task of the people, trying to get them to shape up and warning them of what would happen if they didn't. Thankless task. Yirmiyah's life is the story of the end of the first days of that era, and terrible tragedy occurs in his life. And throughout his life, he was a champion for the Jewish people, begging God to have compassion and spare the people. And at the same time, he was a champion for God, begging the people to return to God. And for most of his life, he was not appreciated. He was scorned. He was despised. He was thrown into prison. He was abused. It's an incredible story. Throughout all the abuse that he suffered, he never abandoned his mission, and he never lost his love for the people or his loyalty to God. And his love and his compassion come out in his prophecies. Some of them was very harsh. Terrible things that would happen. But it was all a desperate cry to avert this disaster, to try to stop it. The king Josiah, when he hears this Torah scroll, he turns to the prophets. He didn't go to Yirmiyah, but he went to Huldah. The Talmud discusses why. There's 2 reasons that are given. Two opinions. One reason is that Yirmiyah wasn't around. He wasn't in town at that particular time. He had gone to the distant lands that the 10 tribes had been exiled to bring them back home. And he had brought a lot of the Jews from the northern kingdom, the 10 lost tribes. He brought them back home to rejoin their brothers and sisters. Another reason that the Talmud gives that he turned to Huldah is because he thought that as a woman she would have more compassion. The Navi, the prophet, has a way of interpreting things, and he felt that she would interpret it in a better way. It all comes from Hashem, but the Navi apparently has some. If the message is delivered somehow in a softer manner, maybe that would be better. So he went to Huldah. Unfortunately, Huldah's prophecy, what God told her to say, was not a happy one. Let's read it inside. She replied to the messenger of the king, "Tell the man that sent you, so says Hashem, I shall bring misfortune upon this place and upon its inhabitants, just as the words of the book read by the king, because they have forsaken me and have served strange gods." But because the king is so good, I'm not reading inside now, but tell the king of Yehuda who has sent you to consult the voice of God, because your heart was moved and you have humbled yourself before God when you heard these words, because you've torn your clothing and wept before me, I have heard you, and I will gather you to your fathers. You shall be gathered into your grave in peace. Your eyes shall not see the disaster I shall bring upon this place. When Yeshayahu heard this, he heard that there would be a disaster brought upon Jerusalem, even though it wasn't going to be in his lifetime. He was horror-struck, and he made a revolution. He had decided before, but now with much more vigor, he went about getting rid of all the idolatry in the land, getting rid of all the priests of idolatry, destroying the altars that had been built for Avodah Zarah, and gathered the people, all the people of the nation. He gathered them to Jerusalem. He brought them to the Beis HaMikdash. He read for them. He had the Torah scroll read for them these prophecies. And he, together with the people, he undertook a new bris, a new covenant with God. There had been the bris ben Absar that God had made with Abraham. There had been a bris that God made with Moses and with the people of Israel when he first gave them the Torah. And now Yeshayahu kind of renewed the vows, renewed the covenant, and the people, took a vow collectively to return to God, to destroy any forms of idolatry from their midst. Passover was coming, and Yeshayahu made sure that this festival would be greater even than the one that Chizkiah had done. We discussed in the last class. All the people gathered in Jerusalem, and the pasuk says the festival. The Navi says the festival was celebrated with splendor not since the time of the prophet Samuel such a Passover been held. This was the last great hope for the first Beis HaMikdash. If it had continued in this way, the disaster might never have come. But tragically, it was cut short. Yeshayahu, after his spiritual reforms, also undertook political reforms and strengthened the power of the small kingdom. He reorganized the army, rebuilt the fortifications along the borders. As we mentioned, this was a time of turbulence on the geopolitical stage. The Assyrian Empire was crumbling and was being taken over by the Babylonians. And Yeshayahu, Josiah, felt that this was a time. He says people are returning to God. There's a tremendous movement of tshuva, of returning to God. And now the prophecies that Moses had said of what would happen when the people are good and loyal to God, now is the time that these prophecies would happen. So what had Moses said? What did he say? People follow the ways of the Torah. When the people follow the ways of the Torah, there would be peace and tranquility in the land, and no sword would pass through the land. Now, it seems strange. If there's peace, then obviously no swords are passing. And what it meant was that even a cherev shel shalim, even a peaceful sword, meaning no armies would pass through the land, even on their way to do battle with another country, even not threatening Israel, but even just passing through the land. It's not a pleasant thing to have armies passing through your land. And so, if the people are good, then this would never happen. So Yeshayahu Josiah thought that this was the time that this prophecy be fulfilled. And Assyria was crumbling. This new power is Babylon, and to the south, the Egyptian Empire was very fearful of the new empire that was rising. And so Egypt allied itself with Assyria, with Ashur, and wanted to go to war against Babylon to suppress their new power. The king of Egypt at the time was the pharaoh. At the time was Nechon, and he sent a message to Yeshayahu requesting safe passage through Israel in order to get to Syria, where the Assyrian armies where the Babylonian armies were. He had to pass through Israel along the coast. And Yeshayahu felt that no, this was a time that no armies could pass through the land. He refused to pass. And when the Egyptian army came into Israel anyway, he met them in battle. He had been warned not to. Yirmiyahu the prophet knew that this was not yet the time. This was not the time that Afilu Cherev Shel Shalom Li'avar Ba'artzachem. And he said, let Pari be. Don't go to war against him. But Yeshayahu felt differently, and he didn't listen to Yirmiyahu. And he met the two armies met in Israel, and the Jewish army was crushed. Yeshayahu himself was hit with an arrow, and as he lay dying on the battlefield, his lips were moving, and Yirmiyahu who loved and admired the young king, who had been his mentor, who had placed a lot of, knew that this king was the last hope that there was for Israel. Says the Medrash says he went over to hear what he was saying, and his dying words were Tzadik hu Hashem ki piu marisi. Hashem is right, God is righteous. He was right. I rebelled against his commandment. He told me not to go to war. Yeshayahu died. Yirmiyahu was distraught. But Yirmiyahu on Yeshayahu, Yirmiyahu mourned for him. He said a eulogy for him. The fourth chapter of Eicha of Lamentations is the eulogy the lament that Yirmiyahu said after Yeshayahu was killed. Now Yeshayahu had three sons. These three sons, along with one grandson, would be the last four kings of the house of David until the time of Mashiach. Yeshayahu felt that his second son, whose name was Yehoiachaz, would be better suited for the throne. He had designated him as the crown prince after he was killed. After Yeshayahu was killed on the battlefield, his second son Yehoiachaz was the people crowned Yehoiachaz as their king. His reign was very short. After 3 months, the Egyptian pharaoh, returning from battle against Babylon, was not happy with Yehoiachaz. Didn't feel that he would be good. The pharaoh didn't feel that Yehoiachaz would be subservient to him, and so he took Yehoiachaz in chains. Took him into captivity as a prisoner in Egypt. He was only king for 3 months. In his place, the pharaoh put his brother, who was the oldest son. His name was Yehoiakim. Yehoiakim was not like his dad, unfortunately. He was more like his grandfather. He again brought the nation again back into idolatry. Again, reversed what his father had done. Brought idols back, brought temples back. The fact that he was subservient to Judea was now a kind of a vassal state. Egypt didn't help. Egyptian gods and idols made their way into Israel. Yirmiyahu saw the impending disaster, people just becoming depraved, the cruelty and the immorality that existed. He begged them not to. Let's read inside for a moment. Roam about the streets of Jerusalem, see and notice, search. If you can find one man that executes justice and searches for truth, and I will pardon him. Everybody had followed the king, followed the leadership. They say, as the Lord lives, they use the name of God, but swear to falsehood. O Lord, are not your eyes directed to the truth? You strike them, but they felt it not. You made an end to them, but they refused to be corrected. Therefore slays them the lion out of the forest. The wolf of the desert wastes them. The leopard lies in wait against their cities. We hear Yirmiyahu uses the metaphor of a lion. In another place he says that the lion has left the lion is the new king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. It's interesting, there's Nebuchadnezzar's royal logo had a lion on it. Today in the museum, in New York, you see the walls of Nebuchadnezzar's palace. You see the great lion that he had with brick on the wall. And so Yirmiyahu was warning the people that although Ashur was gone, the Assyrian Empire had collapsed. The new empire, Babylon, would be even worse. And the new king, Nebuchadnezzar, would be even worse for the people if they didn't return to God. An earlier prophet had also spoken about the Babylonians and the Chaldeans who lived in Babylon. His name was Habakkuk. And he says, behold, I will raise the Chaldeans. He says, God is speaking. Behold, I will raise the Chaldeans, that bitter nation. They march to the wide spaces of the earth. They conquer the dwelling places that are not theirs. Terrible and dreadful are they. Swifter than leopards are their horses, fiercer than wolves at night. On their horses they come riding on from afar. They fly like eagles hastening to their prey. They come for violence. They gather captives like the sand. They make sport with kings. The princes are a plaything for them. At every stronghold, at every fortress they laugh. They make their power into a god. Habakkuk cried out to God to save the people. He says, "Thy eyes are too pure to behold evil. You can't look upon wickedness. Wherever you look, they deal treacherously, and the wicked swallow up the man that is more righteous than he." How could that be? How could it possibly be? The wicked would swallow up the people more righteous. And one of the messages, one of the themes that in the Torah in general, and especially when the Torah deals with history, and especially in the words of the prophets, is that nothing in history happens by itself. And Nebuchadnezzar, the evil king of Babylon, or the Pharaoh of Egypt, have no power over anything that happens if God doesn't ordain it. The Babylonians were the messengers of God to do what he wanted to do. He had decided that because the people had abandoned him, he would remove his presence from them, and the land would become desolate, the people would be exiled. And the instrument that he used were some people that were God's instruments were very evil people themselves, and deserved punishment for all the cruelty that they inflicted. But the important thing was that if you turned to God, He would save you. If you did what was right, then no evil people would have power over you. And Habakkuk continues his prophecy. The Lord answered me and said, "Write the vision and make it plain upon the table, that a man may read swiftly. That though it tarry, though it takes time, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not delay. The righteous will live by his faith." The prophets had foretold the end of Assyria, of Ashur, and their prophecies had come to pass. The Chaldeans, together with the Babylonians, had destroyed Assyria. The capital of Assyria, of Ashur, was made into ruins. The king of Egypt, as we know, he had gone to war with Babylon before, and now he went to war against them again. The king of Yehuda, King Yehoiakim, again, there was the good King Yeshayahu, about whom the pasuk said that there had never been a person who had done tshuva, who had returned to God like Yeshayahu. He had three sons. The second, the oldest, the one who reigned after him, reigned only for 3 months. That was Yehoiakim. He was taken into Egyptian captivity and died there. He was replaced by his brother Yehoiakim. Yehoiakim would be king for 11 years, and Yehoiakim was a backslider. He brought the people back into terrible degeneracy and rebuffed the prophets, even punished them, and threw 7 to prison, including Yirmiyahu. For 3 years, Yehoiakim was loyal to Nebuchadnezzar, to the new power. He was a vassal, he paid him tribute, and he was subservient to him. But after 3 years, he decided it was time to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar, and he was warned against it by the prophets. The prophet Yirmiyahu tells him, "So says Hashem, if you don't listen to me, to walk in my law, which I have set before you, to listen to the words of my servants, the prophets, I will render this house, this Hamikdash, like Shiloh." You remember Mishkan and Shiloh, which had been destroyed. "I will make this city a curse to all nations of the earth." When the false prophets, the idolatrous prophets and priests heard these words, they seized Yirmiyah and they arrested him. They wanted to kill him. Yirmiyah wasn't afraid, and he declared that God had sent him as his messenger for the people to mend their ways. And Yirmiyah says, "As for me, I am in your hands, but know that if you put me to death, you shall bring innocent blood upon yourselves and upon the city and upon its inhabitants." And they didn't kill him. Cooler heads prevailed, but instead they threw him into prison. Yirmiyah warned the king not to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar. The king didn't listen. He allied himself with Egypt, and feeling faith in Egypt's strong army, he rebelled. He stopped paying the tribute to the Babylonian king. Yirmiyah was thrown into prison. At a certain point, he was thrown into a blood pit. He was beaten. He was treated terribly. While he was in prison, he was instructed by Hashem to write down his prophecies into a scroll and give them to his disciple Baruch ben Uriah, who was also a prophet. Yirmiyah said to his student, "Let's read inside. I'm imprisoned. I'm not able to enter the house of God. Therefore, go read the scroll which you've recorded from my mouth to the ears of the people in the house of Hashem on the fast day." Perhaps they will humbly present their supplication before God. They'll pray to Him. They will return from their evil ways. Perhaps. On the fast day, many people came to Jerusalem from all the cities and the villages of Judea. They gathered in the Beis Hamikdash, and Baruch read the scroll to them. The princes, the aristocracy who heard about this, heard these harsh prophecies. They were very frightened. They asked where these words had come from, and he told them they came from Yirmiyahu. And the princes advised him to hide himself because they said these were dangerous words, and they thought he's a traitor. He's speaking on behalf of Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon. He's going against national interest and the war effort. They sent the scroll to the king, to Yehoiakim. And when the scroll was read before him, he was sitting in front of the fire pit, and they read the scroll to him. And when he heard the harsh prophecies, he flew away, tore the scroll into pieces, and threw the pieces into the fire with his protests. He sent for Yirmiyah and for Baruch, and he ordered them put to death. He found they were in hiding. And God told Yirmiyah to rewrite the scroll, and again he dictated it to Baruch, and Baruch wrote it down again. This scroll would become what we know as the Book of Eicha, the Book of Lamentations, which we read every year in Tisha B'Av. Nebuchadnezzar, to suppress the rebellion, sent an army to invade Judea. The army pretty quickly put an end to the rebellion. They took Yehoiakim as a prisoner, but he died before they were able to bring him to Babylon. In his place, they put his son, Yehoiachin, also known as Yechaniah. Yechaniah continued the rebellion against the king, but it only lasted for 3 months. Again, the army of the Babylonians, the mighty and ferocious army of the Babylonians, descended upon Jerusalem. And the young king, Yechaniah, was very young. Yechaniah realized that there was no way that they could withstand they could withstand the siege. And in order to save the city, to save the Beis Hamikdash, he delivered himself into their hands. Himself, his family, and many of the princes of the aristocracy, they all handed themselves over. And he said, just please spare the country, spare the Beis Hamikdash in Jerusalem. And that's what Nebuchadnezzar did. One of the gates of the Beis Hamikdash, especially in the second Beis Hamikdash, is called Shar Yechad, the gate of Yechad. That was where through that gate the king had been exiled, along with the king and a lot of the nobles. The Babylonians took 10,000 of the best and the brightest of the people, the Torah scholars, the leaders, what's known as the craftsmen, the artisans, the ones who were the spiritual leaders of the people. They were all brought into exile in Babylon. This would have a terrible, terrible effect on the remaining people who didn't have leadership. But on the other hand, it would have a good effect on the place that they were exiled to Babylon. Babylon, although it's not our homeland, it would be a kind of second homeland, a home in exile for the Jewish people for thousands of years, until very recently. The community in Babel, which is now Iraq, until the 1940s, the community was still there. For many, many centuries, this was Babylonia was a very, very strong Jewish community, sometimes rivaling, eventually replacing the community of the Jewish community of Israel. The tone was set in Babylonia by these first exiles that were brought by Nebuchadnezzar. They were great Torah scholars, they were great leaders, and so they established communities there which would be very strong and very loyal to Judaism and to Torah. So ironically, while in Israel idolatry was flourishing, in Babylonia Judaism was flourishing again. So Yechaniah was exiled, sent into Babylonian captivity. Nebuchadnezzar did not destroy the city. The time had not yet come when God had, removed his presence from the Beis Hamikdash and from the city. And in Yechaniah's place, he put the third son, Yehu, in other words, Yechaniah's uncle, the third son of Yeshayahu, whose name was Tzidkiah. His name was actually Matanya. Nebuchadnezzar changed his name. Tzidkiah was actually a good king. He was a tzaddik, as his name implies. But the people had degenerated so much that there was nothing he could do to stop them, to reverse them. And to reverse their ways. So Tzidkiah again was made into a vassal king. He had to pay tribute to Nebuchadnezzar, to the Babylonians. The people who had been exiled, the Jews who had been exiled for the first time, there was this very large scale exile of Jews out of the Holy Land. And Yirmiyah sent them a letter to raise their spirits. They had a lot of false prophets who told them that, don't worry, this exile won't last. We'll be going back very, very soon. And Yirmiyah said, unfortunately, that's not true. But God desired that they remain in exile, but they would flourish there. And he tells them, let's read from the letter that he sent them, build houses and dwell in the houses, plant gardens, eat their fruit, take wives, have sons and daughters, take wives for your sons and daughters, and husbands for your daughters. Wives, that you may multiply there and not be diminished, and seek for the welfare. These are very famous words. Seek the welfare of the city to which you've been banished. Pray for it. Pray on behalf of the city you've been banished to the Lord, for in its welfare shall lie your welfare. From here comes the ancient Jewish tradition of praying for the welfare of the government of countries even in exile where Jews live. For so has God said, let not your prophets, the false prophets, deceive you. Don't listen to the dreams that they're dreaming. In falsehood do they speak. After 70 years in Babylon, I will visit you and fulfill my good word regarding you and cause you to return to this place. So the exile in Babel would be for 70 years. Before that, the people would not be able to return. Tzidkiah was the last king of the house of David until the Mashiach. For a while, he was loyal to Nebuchadnezzar, but then he again rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar. And although, like I mentioned, there's the spiritual side to history, especially to Jewish history. That's one of the strong messages of the Nevi'im. And Tzidkiah, although he himself was righteous, was not able to convince the people to return to God. He broke his vow. He broke his vow of allegiance to Babylon. Again, he joined Egypt in an alliance against Nebuchadnezzar. In the 9th year of his reign, he openly declared revolt against the Babylonians and the Chaldeans in Castile. And again, Nebuchadnezzar led a vast army to quell the revolt. And they encamped at Rivlo, which is north of Turkey, north of Israel. And he sent his troops southward to under the rule of Nebuzaradan, his main general. Nebuzaradan was a terribly vicious, cruel general. On the 10th day of Tammuz, Jerusalem came under siege by this tremendous army of Nebuzaradan. Tzidkiah now sent word to Yirmiyah. He realized that how bad things were. He sent word to Yirmiyah asking him for help, asking him to pray for the city. But Yirmiyah said it was too late. There was nothing that could be done at that point. In the meantime, the siege lasted for 3 years. And in the month of Tammuz, on the 9th day of Tammuz, after 3 years of terrible siege, terrible starvation within the city, many people died, and just horrors going on. After 3 years, the month of Tammuz on the 9th day, on the 9th day of Tammuz, the Babylonians breached the walls of Jerusalem and entered the city. The king, Tzidkiah, tried to escape. He went through a tunnel. They think that they know what the tunnel is today, and you can actually walk through it. He escaped the city through a tunnel that came out of the plains of Jericho. But he had been ordained, and he was meant to have been captured by the Babylonians. And the Medrash says that some Babylonian soldiers who were hunting deer, so they were pursuing this deer, and the deer led them to the mouth of this tunnel where Tzidkiah came out, where he emerged near Jericho. And they captured him. They brought him to Nebuchadnezzar's headquarters up at Rivla. And Nebuchadnezzar had 10 sons. Nebuchadnezzar, in his cruelty, had all 10 of his sons executed before his eyes. And then he blinded him. He wanted that to be the last image. He blinded him and took him as a prisoner back to Babylon. The Babylonians went wild in the streets of Jerusalem, murdering everything that they saw, killing men, women, children, committing unspeakable justice that we don't even want to mention. And our discussing the book of Eicha, and in the Midrash. He just started destroying the city part by part. On the 7th day of the city, he started setting fire to the royal palaces, to all the buildings of Jerusalem. Tore down the walls of the city. 3 days later, on the 9th day of he set fire to the Beis HaMikdash, to the Holy Temple. Just imagine the sight of the Holy Temple on fire was something that the people couldn't bear to see. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that it was actually happening. No enemy. There had been wars before. There had been invasions before. The mighty king Sanherib of Ashur had not been able to get to Jerusalem, to the Beis HaMikdash. People were sure that no matter what they did, the Beis HaMikdash would protect them. The divine presence would protect them. And the fact that the divine presence had now left the Beis HaMikdash and it was in flames was something that they couldn't bear to see. The Kohen Gadol, the high priest, took the keys to the holy offices and proclaimed that he says, I'm not a worthy custodian. I return the keys to you, and he threw the keys heavenward. The Medrash says that a hand came and took the keys from him, and as he turned from that place, they butchered him right on the spot where he used to bring the karbanis, bring the daily sacrifice. His daughter was killed right on the same spot, and their blood mingled together. Young girls used to weave beautiful tapestries and curtains for the Beis HaMikdash. Devoted themselves to that task. Now lost all hope and threw themselves into the flames of the burning temple. The Levites took their harps and their trumpets, where they used to play the beautiful music every day while the karbanis were being brought, and together they climbed to the roof of the Beis HaMikdash, and they together with these holy instruments, they threw themselves into the flames. It seemed like it was all over. There was no hope left for the Jewish people. The Babylonians, wild in rage and hatred and fury, killed everything in their path. They took the gold and silver of the Beis HaMikdash, all the kalim of the Beis HaMikdash, and they took it with them to Babylon. One of the holy vessels was missing. They did not take it. There's actually a dispute about what happened. According to what opinion they did, they took a holy ark of the covenant that housed the lotus, and they took it to Babylon. But according to another opinion, which the Rambam agrees with, they could not find the ark. There was no. It had been hidden by Yeshayahu. Yeshayahu had put the ark in a hiding place. We discussed this at great length in another class. A hiding place that had been prepared from the very beginning when the Beis HaMikdash had been built. There was a place underground where the ark could be housed, and was a proper place for the ark. There was tremendous symbolism here. The Beis HaMikdash would continue to exist, but not in revealed form. It would be concealed, it would be underground, but it would continue to exist, and from it would continue to emanate light for the world. The people were taken. Many people were killed, and the survivors were taken into Babylonian slavery. They were marched out of the city. There was somebody who was not there when the Beis HaMikdash was put to flame, and that was Yirmiyahu the prophet. Where was he? God had sent him on a very interesting mission. It's interesting. The Medrash says that the reason that Hashem chose this time to get Yirmiyah out of the city was because he could not, so to speak, he could not destroy the Beis HaMikdash while Yirmiyah was there. Yirmiyah's prayers would stop it, would stop the destruction of the city, of the people, of the Beis HaMikdash. And so he had to remove him from the scene. And he sent him on a mission to his hometown of Anassos, and he told him to buy a field from his uncle, the ancestral field that they owned. He wanted to buy from his uncle, and he wanted the deed to be recorded. This is a country that's being destroyed. This country that's being laid desolate. People are being sent into exile, and he's buying real estate as a sign. People should have hope. They should know that they will return to this place. For 70 years they would be in exile, but they were going to return. And it was a very tangible sign. He went and bought property there, and he had the deed recorded. As he made his way back to Jerusalem, he saw smoke rising into the city. The Medrash says he wondered, and he thought, and he felt optimistic. He thought that the smoke of the Ketayers, the people have done tshuva, they're again bringing the Ketayers, they're again offering the incense. But as he came closer, he saw the people being marched in chains under the Babylonians, marching in chains, bloodied and wounded. He saw the dead bodies along the side of the body parts, limbs. And anguish. This is a person who devoted his life to trying to avert this very tragedy. Now he sees it happening, and he sees the people who tried so hard to convince to change their ways. And he was scorned and he was abused, but his love for them never changed. And he walked with them weeping. Now the Babylonians knew that he had been against the war, against the rebellion of Babylon, so they treated him as a hero. They didn't want to take him as a prisoner, but he insisted. He took the chains and he put them on himself. And he walked with the people, and he comforted them, and he wept with them, and he promised them that this wasn't the end. He gathered the remains of the people that had been killed, and he gathered them for burial. The words of Eicha, the words of the scroll that he had written, start Eicha Yoshva B'Dad. How does the city sit solitary that was once full of people? How has she become a widow? How has she become a widow? She who was so great among the nations, a princess among the provinces, has now become a handmaiden. It was a terrible, terrible moment. It was a terrible, terrible time. But it was not the end. It was not going to be the end. Yirmiyahu's prophecies had a lot of harsh warnings, but they also had a lot of words of comfort. Yirmiyahu accompanied the people on their march into slavery out of the land of Israel. They passed by Bethlehem, south of Jerusalem, where Rachel is buried. Matriarch Rachel, she had not been buried in Ma'aras Machpelah. This was the reason, so that the people would be able to pray at her gravesite for salvation. And Yirmiyah's prophecy says a voice is heard, the famous words, a voice is heard on high, the voice of weeping, of Rachel weeping for her children, and her tears don't go unanswered. But the voice comes from heaven, from God, and says that the children will return to their land. This exile would not be permanent. Yirmiyahu accompanied the people out of Israel into almost the border of Babylon until the Euphrates River. And at that point, he had a decision to make. Medrash says that God told him to decide. There were some people, there was a small remnant, such Eretz Hafleta, that was left in the homeland. Most of the people were being exiled to move foreign land. And God told Yirmiyah that, whatever this means exactly, he said, if you go with the people to Babylon, I will stay with the people in Israel. If you stay in Israel, I will go with the people to Babylon. And Yirmiyah felt, he says the people that are going into Babylon, you need they need God's presence with them. So I will go back. And he went back to encourage and to inspire and to teach the people that had been remaining. There was a small community left. Nebuchadnezzar had destroyed the community. He placed at their head the governor, Gedaliah ben Achikam, and everybody knows the story. Gedaliah ben Achikam was assassinated shortly after. We have a fast day associated with the day that he was killed, Saint Gedaliah. It may have been a Rosh Hashanah, we can fast on Rosh Hashanah. And after he was killed, the people were very afraid of what Nebuchadnezzar would do, because this was his governor that had been killed. They thought he was going to destroy them, so they decided to run to Egypt, to flee to Egypt. And Yirmiyah begged them not to, God doesn't want them to go to Egypt. But they again did listen. And Yirmiyah, in the last act that we know of his life, went with them to Egypt. By most accounts, he actually passed away there in Egypt. What we've discussed here is just obviously just a very, very brief overview, just a few verses and a few highlights of his life. But what an incredible tzaddik this was. A person that it's hard to imagine how he was able to do everything that he did. The people in Babylon were taken into slavery, and at first they were treated very, very harshly by their oppressors. The rivers of Babylon, we wept. The Levites were ordered to play their music, beautiful music that they had played, the beautiful songs that they had sung in the Beis Hamikdash. They were ordered by their captors to sing those songs. And they say, we sing God's holy songs in this foreign land, foreign idols. Some of the Levites cut off their fingers, they wouldn't be able to cut off their tongues, so they wouldn't be able to play the music. And they swore to never forget Jerusalem, to never forget the famous words.
So remember, it's also embedded.
Why did it happen?
Is my focus, which is in general.
Why did it happen? And was there a silver lining? Everything that happens is for a reason. So on its face, the people had sinned and they got punished. Why did that happen? Why? Everything that happens is ordained like that. So is there a good reason? And the answer is, although it's hard to imagine, there's a very good reason, a very strong reason. The Beis HaMikdash that stood in one place, that stood in the holiest place in the world. From it, like we said before, it was a beacon of divine light to the world. Now the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, but Hashem put into the heart of every Jew a mikdash ma'at, a small Beis HaMikdash. Every Jew would now venture forth, and Jews would start communities, first in Babel, and then further places throughout the world, and they would change the face of civilization. They would bring the whole world closer to the time that Isaiah had spoken his prophecies about. The time when the knowledge of God would fill the world like the waters cover the sea, and so the exile, the diaspora, although it was a terrible tragedy, was also an opportunity. And sure enough, 70 years after the destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash, when people returned, the Beis HaMikdash was rebuilt even larger than it had been before. And it stood for 420 years. And on the same day, on the 9th day of Av, it was destroyed, and the Jewish people were dispersed, sent into the exile. We're still in that exile, but the thousands of years of Jewish history since then, Jews have accomplished the impossible, transformed the world, brought spirituality, brought godliness to the most remote corners of the world, and this would, through this, they bring about the building of the third Beis HaMikdash, which would be more glorious than the first and the second combined, and it would never be destroyed. It would be built by the hands of God. It was because it was, as we use the term often, Yerida L'Tzer Chaliyah, terrible tragedies happen, but to lead to greatness, to lead to incredible times. Today, we've already seen the tragedies. We've already had the Yerida. We've been through many generations of Jewish suffering. The third Beis HaMikdash, which we mourn on Tisha B'Av, the destruction of both temples that we mourn on Tisha B'Av, is joined by so much mourning, so much Jewish blood that was spilled over the years, and so many Jewish tears. But there's also so much Jewish accomplishment. There's so much Jewish learning, there's so much Jewish Torah and mitzvahs that have been brought about. And now, today, when we look at the prophecies of destruction, those are things that happened already, but what we could look forward to in the very near future are the prophecies of Isaiah that talk about the time of peace, the time of happiness and joy that will reign. And Yeshayahu says, "Arise and shine, your light has come. The glory of Hashem has been shown upon you. For behold, darkness makes the earth and darkness the kingdoms, but upon you Hashem will shine. His glory shall appear over you, and nations walk by your light. Kings will walk by the brilliance of your splendor. With a little wrath I hid my countenance from you, but with everlasting kindness will I have compassion for you. And all your children will be disciples of the Lord. Your children's peace shall be with Hashem. With righteousness you will be established. Go far away from oppression, you shall not fear. From ruin, it shall not come near you." Let's pray that it happens very, very soon.
What this question is really predicated on is as follows. The Jews worship idolatry under the days of Ezekiel. Ultimately, again, were chai b'chatos. Okay? What's chai b'chatos? Shemesu ba'alel. It's going to get Shas. Right, it was a simple case was like, Ruben goes ahead and accidentally violates Shabbos. Okay? He has to bring the carbon chatos. Okay? Ruben dies. Right? You know, like in their Yerusha is this chatos. What do you do with it? Nothing actually. It's one of the kids you have to let the chatos die. You can't bring the chatos posthumously. You can't sort of, if you don't have the chatos like it, you want to understand. The quote unquote the owners of this chatos in the previous generation, Ezekiel, the pastors dying. So how can this new generation bring a carbon chatos on their behalf? I'm going to listen to this. He gave me chatos and Subaba in this song, and he will be When we say that if the owner of the Kratos died, you no longer offer up the Kratos, that's an individual. But ultimately, again, it doesn't apply to the congregation. In other words, if the seaboard has a Kratos they have to bring, they don't, right? Even if members of the seaboard die, ultimately, you still bring the Kratos. Right? They say, you know, you go back to one of the most powerful lines in all of Shas, maybe call it the feed, Shein, Nisa, wow. But there is no such thing as death. You know, say individuals die. Secret. Well, is always alive. The aim of Nisa would see. You find yourself, you die. Part of the secret, all the things is premised, turned out. I will say, understand that the funded words on so many different levels. So let's say, first of all, basically needs to get some promise. So this is why I will say, this is why no matter what we face, no matter what we face, no matter what we're scared about, yes, often what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral damage, what's going to be the level of sacrifice we're going to have to make. Our success, our eternality, our national longevity, that's never in question. Why? Let's say to the first year, the second hardest down to $1200. Aim is something seaboard. And seaboard, the province throat always lives. Always lives. And it also teaches us another important lesson, which is as we go through life, think about our contributions. What we want to do, what we want to do, and why we're here in this world. Let's say, if my life is just about me, and my goal is just doing the best version of me. It just means that that's beautiful. That's beautiful. There's only one thing true with it. If all you do in life is go you, then when you die, you die. You die. Like individuals die. And we'll say, let's be honest. Individuals are forgotten. Like, think about it this moment. How many of us even know, who are great-great-grandparents or relations? That's, you know, a name, big title. Individuals die. But in your lifetime, there's a contribution to the cloud. Maybe someone can make a contribution to the secret. But again, I'm just living in an $80 hours. I'm not just doing what works for me and my friends and a small you know what? I can't do a contribution to the cloud. And what's it, what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side and figuring out what can I do for the greater community. Whatever community your community where your shul, your greater community where you live, the cloud is so there's like focused on what I need. You're not just what I need. And even if I'm going to do something bigger than me, I'm going to do it only in a way that works for me. You can do that, but just understand, after the 120, no one will remember. And even if you found that on production, like okay, good, in the generations, no one will remember. The community investment in the secret clubs. Put your co-host into building the club something bigger than yourself, not just a little corner, not just something like you call a friend. Put your investment in the club of the secret. That gives you eternality. That gives you eternality. Why? Because the shifting of resources. Most incredible people say we have to really work and become human Jews, community Jews, cloudy throw Jews. And again, people think that, it's not funny. And that's it. It's not just money. It's your time. It's your effort. It's also, how much stress and shoulders that cloudy throw. Like that. Imagine for a moment, like I said, I'm going to stop thinking about what time, roll up my sleeves, help me do everything that's in it. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about any of us as individuals. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself. Then do something else, you have eternity. It's just not about what you and maybe a couple of select people need. It's not as beautiful as it be holy. It's not about eternity. You shame so that you get yourself collected, and that will give you show up in your legacy, eternality. Incredible. So you know it says as follows. Although these are two, you shame is eternal. Where do you know that from? Where do you know ultimately again that in me so that you I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You don't need to wrap up a hall. You don't even get sick. I'm not going to say whatever. Supposed to go step it out. Dylan. No, says the beautiful passage. Literally again, the sons will come in the stead of the father, which indicates to us what? Which indicates to us that halacha. So again, the sons will pick up with the father. That's singular, right? That should mean that even an individual has eternality. Because Halabai person has children, those children are non-children. This is fascinating. That Papa's view ultimately again is from the seer of Rosh Chodesh. The Amar Achmona might seem Shumas Halishka. This is fascinating. So it's like the seer of Rosh Chodesh, which is a fascinating concept in itself. If you look at Rashi, this is right-hand Rashi, about the middle of the short line. You see the Rosh Chodesh, the Habichatas. So this is fascinating. Remember again, on Rosh Chodesh they bring in Habichatas. The Amar Achmona, they see the Shumas Halishka. Now I said, why is there Habichatas on Rosh Chodesh? So you're going to be actually doing this in the beginning of Shavuos. Right? So ultimately, again, the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh is Machatas, types of communal tumah. Also, it says, Baruch says, "Have you a life that bring from me a chatas from the wine, from the apathy is hayareach." Baruch says again, this is like in the Tom, whatever this means in the Tom for Hashem, that he diminished the power of a different time. So interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa says that if we go ahead and bring a common chatas on Rosh Chodesh. Now, interestingly enough, the covenant of Rosh Chodesh from the Shumas Halishka was Shumas Halishka, general collection for everybody would take the shekel, and then they would count four kavanos. So the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh was brought from the funds. Rashi did Shumas Halishka in mind, but Dulam Naisi was Shumas Halishka. So as I see here, that's interesting. So interestingly enough, they would bring the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh from the communal fund. Now the Gemara says, but how can you do that? How can maybe someone died? Like maybe someone, right? Maybe before them. And the time that you separated it out. So the Gemara says, I bought my soul in Israel. One second. So you have to bring a communal chatos from community funds, but maybe they just separated out and offered it. Maybe members of God still died. And how can you offer a cargo whose owners died? What do you see from there? What do you see from there? There's a lease of its seaport. There is no death within its seaport, and therefore Allah provides that all the death. Which goes out of Shmanimel. What do you see from there? That it's only by individual chatos if the owners die that you can't offer the cargo. Even if some of the owners die, let's go full circle. We're trying to figure out. Remember what we're trying to figure out here? How can it be that by the inauguration of the second and seventh Dash, they brought sin offerings for Avodah Zarah committed during the times of the first and second Dash? Didn't the people believe that they died, which our Papa said, Ain Nisa? You guys are trying to figure out where do you know that? It says as follows. I don't understand how can you compare this to always in Seabird. That is a very big difference. In other words, maybe no one died. Maybe no one died in cloudy from the time that you separated out that carbon and you offered it. Maybe no one died. That's a big difference from talking about more than a 7-year gap, right? That's not a fair comparison. I'm talking about something else. Rather than talking about the different way. See, how many of those are Shapanis Hashem? God said, Egla Alisa. Again, you find someone murdered between two cities. We don't know who murdered it. Measure to the closest city. Elders of that city come out. Cap a big cap. Wash their hands over the cap. Get more to the project. That's the so they say that they wash their hands over the cap. They say, little Hashem, atone for your people. And the rest of the pasuk is interestingly enough, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying Hashem, atone for your people for redeemed. What redemption time over here? Rashi says it's fine. Even for Egypt. So Abraham was so powerful that it's even for Jews who left Egypt. And you know, it's like, what's the status for the Jews who left Egypt? But the status like, in the Shama Shag and Aliyah, they're dead. They're dead. What we're talking about over here, that there should be more people who are dead. You can say this is what do you see from here? So you see from here that a chatos has the ability to atone even if the owners already died. In a seaboard. So what's one? So how do you compare that? Hassan Kulis, you know? You go to the Kapra, trying to Kapra on the enemy. That's not a comparison. The Egla Rufa, all the people in Kapara are presently alive. Okay. The one that is going to atone for the living, you can also atone for the dead. The most fascinating by Ezra, by the second it's made possible to one alive of the days of Ezekiel. There's no one. So how can you atone for people if no one from that original group is alive? The Lord saying this is an overwhelming people. We're not ready to sit. Get ready for this. It turns out that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second base of the church saw the first base. Incredible. 7 years later, and what do you think about it? This is shocking. There were many of the Kohanim and heads of households as Sharo, as Habayis Harishon. Just to say about the ones they said explicitly, there were many Kohanim, many Levian, many heads of families, many elders who were still alive. Let's again, can you imagine that? You have those Jews, right? You've been waiting 2,000 years just to catch Greeks. How about beautiful Bayish, the Shani, result of this here of your name? Can you imagine again those Jews who were so satisfaction? And they brought Hashem able to see those things in a mission. So apparently there were a lot of them. So the ones out there. If people were hunting, people were robbing. Now remember, all the Pasuk says is what? All the Pasuk says that there were a lot of Kohanim and Levian elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority. Right? It just says that there were a lot of them. But still maybe they were, you know, in the very context of tongues, so still considered to be a minority. He says, "We're going to listen to this. It's about the this. The Lord give the contrast as in the first one, right? The culture that called Mishma Advanirachim. So what's this is wild? The Gemara said when all this was saw the second week of the Dutch, the sound of crying with the sound of joy. Everyone's saying this is fascinating. There were two different reactions when it's on the base of the Dutch. Second base of the Dutch. Right? And there was the crying. Now the consciously was assuming who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews on the first base of the Dutch. And the second, and it's called the Simcha, came from the Jews who never saw the first base of the Dutch. So don't say, isn't this incredible? That in general, so we'll finish the proof. Say for the Gemara said the fact that the crying was louder than I don't know what we call it, the sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there are more people crying than being joyous, which indicates there's something vanity. And apparently the majority of Jews who witnessed, who came back and saw the rebuilding of the second base of Mikdash, were leftovers, wrong word, but you know, we're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first base of Mikdash, which is wild. But also because apparently just about the longevity of those individuals, there must have been a lot of the that was a lot of elderly people. The Lord said it's incredible. So the Lord said the fact that the crying was greater than the joy, ultimately again, the majority of Israel that holdovers from the first temple era. I would say to me it's also so profound that whenever Klal Yisrael rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There is always laughter and tears, even in the greatest sin. I want to think about this for just a moment. What's going to happen when we have the big Sunday question? This thing inside. You can see on one hand, I believe the tears are going to flow like water. Because in that moment, when you guys don't imagine to see our birthday Sunday question, what's the real thing about it? So looking out is like 2,000 years of 2,000 years of, it's almost like, you see this sometimes, like the people who's long term races also sometimes like they get to the finish line, they begin to cry, because the nursing injuries and pain and difficulty and whatever, they kept it together because they have to get to the finish line. When we get to our third day Sunday Hashem, we arrive at our national finish line. It's going to be just a title of tears. Because the pain that we have to keep in check all of this time, because sometimes you have to keep pain in check because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going to come from seeing that things have been done, from seeing Mashiach and suddenly we see the families being reunited, and all of these incredible things. We're going to see this. I will say it's important that we learn this, because this is what we're learning right now as a lesson in history. The Eretz Hashem very soon is going to become our reality in the present. This profound mixture of pain from everything that we have to endure, coupled with the incredible laughter and joy that everything that we finally have, will be so concluded in Eretz Hashem the Karo. The Gemara says, I have a hard secret album. Still there's a problem. How are the Jews bringing a carbon to a phone for Avodah? They were Mason. Once and again, a Chatas is brought for inadvertent trick. These Jews were not children. They were days. How could they bring a carbon from Mason? The which the Gemara says, you're right. Horah Shah. The Gemara says, fascinating. Horah Shah means an exception was made. Also, the Sparkle allowed them to go ahead and get Chatas even for an additional ultimate or eventually operating schedule. We locate Rahi, Eilim Tishin Shisha, Bosim Shiva Shiva, Kineged Me. I'll say pretty much because you look at these Kabbalas, the numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, Eilim 77, 77 Bosim. What are they corresponding to? Ella, Horas, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Horas, Shah. So, this is ultimate video with Horas Shah. Horas Shah. I will say, by the way, you ask yourself, why was there a Russia? Well, now, I want to just say that. Let's move on. There's so incredibly important this time of year as well. If there's one thing that the Rebbeinu Shalom has your best interest in, it is us becoming Baruch. No one is a greater stakeholder in our tshuva than our Shmuel. Because when we become Baruch, we believe in our ability to second chances. We believe in our ability to second chances. We get our act together and we live differently going forward. Tshuva is not a possibility. And once it was we need to come to understand that based on what you represented when you start in the beginning. Sometimes for people to believe that they're in the beginning, there has to be something concrete. So the ability of the cloud and so to bring these kratos offerings as a tangible display, I can respond to this. They bring your cup of tapas high, but 1 second only to show you things of tapas. Not amazing. Oh, no, it's wrong. Seeing something here, I'm allowed you to do it. So we want those couple of things. No, you do with certainty that they are being forgiven and that a new chance to makes everyone actually for Chayamin. Suppose everyone posts in Raisa. Makes everyone actually. I love it. So let's say, so number again, it's all power hat long time in that, right? All the same thing. Right? Basically goes in and rolling is moving, people are lying, there's this whole combined process. What happens? Makes everyone actually for Chayamin. If one of the members of 12 died, they're Chayamin. Now again, we don't know who's Chayamin. We're going to see this. Basically, what it says, ultimately, again, if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, then ultimately, again, they are Potter. So they was a man, who is the kind of job, is the Amrali Zero, Amrad, the mayor, the Algar, whatever it is, the number Beis Din, the being below Seymour. The hands of the opinion was saying, which is about as going to be the Hava for the Mesa opinion. The mayor holds that when it comes to power, head of government, ultimately, again, only the and not the congregation. Now watch as they were so makes Hacham and Tzibor Chayim. The all crime the livings. Therefore, and if one of the members of the Klal Yisrael dies, they still bring the power because the invasion is attacked. However, makes Echad the big in Turin, the holiday Chatas Shemes Tutzvin. When we show Haki to Turin. Now, what's that? This is interesting. But if one of the members of the big did die, then what? And it's interesting. You want to suggest that Allah and the Beis Din no longer brings the power. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, this is like a Chatos that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the Chatos is no longer brought. Very interesting. The Gemara says, "Maski Torah Yosef, the Nukul Permission, there are days in Ilat Tzibor, but we can say something in Mishnah. The Mishnah knows that Allah says, Ha'ara Tzibor is brought both by the Beis Din as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, Beis Echad and Tzibor Chayavim, the Tzibor Mason. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, he's still bring the power. Why? Because like we said, Tzibor never dies. Tzibor never dies. Beis Echad and Beis Din, but if one of the members of the Beis Din died, the Chatos should stay. Okay? Amrle Abaye, Shamina, Shamina, Chasivos, and Sinat, interesting enough. So what you want to suggest is as follows. If one of the members of the right, if Israel dies, we still bring the power. Right? Because again, in Sibor, the interesting what's being introduced over here is that, so let's just play this out. Based on Paskin and that is worth it. Okay, fine, it's not okay, bad. Right? People acted on it. Now, Basin has to go ahead and bring a power tab of governing that Sibor. Okay? Now, whether or not the Sibor brings it or not, that's not no guess. Not going to say the Sibor part. Now, one of the members of the Beis Din dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Beis Din will no longer bring the Chatos. Can't actually differently. It can't bring the Chatos. Why can't they bring the Chatos? Because the power of the Sibor is like the Chatos of partners. Chatos are my partners. But now, look, it is that when one of the partners dies, the remaining partner, the Chatos can no longer be brought. Okay? So the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? The Gemara says, sorry. Maski Torah Yosef, the number of Permission, in the main country, Amrle Abaye, Shemina, Shemina, Chatos, Shemina, Mesa. Rabbi says, point of Shemina, understand that Chatos should fit. It's not left to die. Not left to die. You said, let's say that number again. Understand it. The Chatos of an individual, so like you said before, moving, brings the Chatos, moving. The complicated. The Chatos separates an animal and then it dies. What happens? The animal, that's an animal, and then it dies. You can't go ahead. Chatos Shmei Subaba. If the Chatos and the owner died, you can't go up that Chatos. Now, listen to this. Interesting enough. What about a Chatos owned by partners? By partners. So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that Chatos, but it's left to die. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says it's not left to die. This I know. Part of Shimon before it. Sha'af listen to this. If you have the power and the son of your giver. So you separated out these animals, walk up on the service and Yom Kippur. Then what happened? Sha'af lost the animal. Well, it's someone losing their job. Right? It's someone losing their job. Right? See, they lost the power and the son of Yom Kippur. So what do you do? What do you do if you lose the power and the son of Yom Kippur? You separate out the sets. Okay, fine. That was enough. The ugly part of the story over here is they offer it up. They offer up the replacement, and then what happens? They find the old ones or the original ones. What's that? Leave them to die. Leave them to die. They're with it. Rabbi Rothschild says, no, you have to let them graze, and then they develop a mold, and then you can redeem it. Why? So ultimately, again, because the Chatos of the congregation is not left to die. Kohanim Kamrit, so I'll say that's Kohanim. The Gemara says, Shiny Kohanim, they grew cow. Kohanim themselves are for the congregation. So that is not looked at. Interestingly enough, that part of Sawyer, that's not looked at as karbanos of partners. That's what we thought it was originally. That's the karbanos of Kohanim. Kohanim is to be a cloud. The Gemara says, "V'sid ala Kohanim, v'akol ha'am, v'akol am, ha'kahal yivater." So you see, karma called the cloud. What's the other base? Elevato, nice upar. If that's the case, ultimately again, that Kohanim are called a kahal, then ultimately again, they should bring their own par helam government at Sibur, because they're called the kahal. If he came a hakinami, if that's the case, maybe he'll say they won't. You can't do that. Why? Top of the Shvatim. Now let's remember again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake in the Shvatim, the Bezin brings a par and the Shvatim bring a par. So how many paros is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own kahal, then what? How many should you bring? 13. 13. No, here's the difference is the Shevet of Levi is not called a kahal. It's very interesting. Why not? It's Hinni Mafrika, Pinebisiko, Benasatika, the kahal on it. So I will say this is interesting enough by Avraham. Like the Shem says, I will give you, I'll make you great, I'll multiply you. When I said that, when I said about a cow, I'll make you into a cow on it. Now, right after that, it says, Benasati es ha'aretz hazos. So what do you see from here? Being a cow is associated with Eretz Yisrael. Which we're going to say, by the way, we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. It's interesting enough, the Gemara says, Kol she'ish la'achuzah ikri kahal. Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately again are called kahal. Because she'ein la'achuzah, whoever does not have a portion in the land, lo ikri kahal, is not called kahal. So it looks like, so this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interestingly enough, Shevet Levi isn't called kahal. Why not? Why not? Because at the end of the day, which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. It almost seems like what it's saying, like, what's the pshat? Okay, what's the pshat? You don't have a portion of land, you're not part of the kahal. You know? So obviously, you can say it's a pasuk. I think there are deeper idea what it's saying is like this. To be part of kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're holy, you're beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not how. Like how Yisrael are slaves and advance on the agenda of Klal Yisrael, it's Yisrael. If you're not working the land in some way, in other words, if you're not advancing the land of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately, again, you're not part of the Kalf. Now, again, not being part of the Kalf doesn't mean you're holy. I'll say bad news is we're also not part of the Kalf, right? In other words, yet again, we're holy, we're beloved, we're part of Klal Yisrael, but the Kalf is something very specific. So the Lord says, okay, here's the problem. If Shevet Levi is not part of the Kalf, then I will say, then again, how will you ever coming up with 12 Shvatim, right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So they might say, Rabbi, no. Ephraim, Menashe, Reuben, and Shimon. No, there are 12 Shvatim. Why? Why both sides? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. Which I will say, by the way, is fascinating. Rabbi, Sid, Al-Shem Achayim, Ikaru Benachal Basam. But by Ephraim and Menashe, it says that, listen to this, yes, Ephraim and Menashe are 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? The Nachal Mokeshu, below the Achad. Ephraim and Menashe are simply 2 tribes for tribal inheritance. For inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. The word is, no, that's not true. But listen, is that true? Below. I will say again, Ephraim and Menashe were different in the desert when we have flags. So remember again, Ephraim and Menashe had their own flags. So they are separate tribes. Now I will say, because remember again, so remember the flags had to do with where tribes camped. Which also had to do with tribal inheritance. It's all part of the same thing. I have all looking at the Nasim, but Ephraim and Menashe each had their own Nasim, each had their own tribal prince. So when it's Hahu, Rachel, Kabul, and Nasim. Now, in order to get covered in Israel, in other words, to say differently, that was in order to avoid machlokas. If there was only one nasi for a fine eminasha, you could understand that's going to cause problems. Who does the nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the nasi? The sign wasn't very beautiful. Shlomo also sign Chanukah. So ultimately, it was a Shlomo made 70 Chanukah. Or is that from Chanukah what? Chanukah Sabayis. The Shlomo of the consecrated days, I mean, she made 7. Actually, this really made 7 and 7. When the source like, he made 7 primary days of dedication. Moshe, Lasos Shnemasa. So why did Moshe make 12? Why did he make 12? The Gemara says, Moshe Lasos Shnemasa is by the Mishkan. Why were there 12 days of the world duration by the Mishkan? But Shlomo HaMelech only made 7 days by the Beis HaMikdash, and they covered the Nisir. Ultimately, in order to get covered to the Nisir, is what I'm saying, what would have happened? First off, that only would have been 7. So which tribal princes are represented, which are not? So what they want to do, prolong ultimately again the dedication this way. Every tribal prince ultimately again gets a part, which I must say is a really, really incredible idea. What do you see from here? If Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with Shalom, so you need to extend the Chanukas HaMishkan a little bit longer. Ultimately, again, that's what we'll do just in order to make sure amongst this. Absolutely incredible. Send the Gemara, my Havi Allah. So let's say, stand the Gemara goes back to its original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Havi Allah, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos HaShutzvah? So here's what we know. The Chatos of an individual, right, moving accidentally with Mechal Shabbos, except that Chatos and then he died. What happens to that Chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die. Right? If the tzibur has a chatos and some members of the tzibur die, what's halacha? The chatos is still offered, right? Why? Ein misa b'tzibur. The raya to that, the Jews came back from the second Beis HaMikdash. Our interesting question is what happened. They have a chatos owned by 2 people. The chatos owned by a partnership. And one of the partners dies. What's the status of that chatos? Is that like a chatos hayofid or a chatos hatzibur? To which the Gemara says that's the reason it says my happy Allah Tashma. So it's a very interesting conclusion there. Tashma the Sangam. The Shem Shimon says, there are 5 categories of chatos that ultimately again are left to die. One of those 5 chatos, blood chatos, if your chatos mangled gives birth. Right? So if your chatos gives birth again, that chatos is left to die. Right? Tmuras chatos, if you exchange one chatos for another, tmura. They will say, by the way, well, we'll see what it says. Chata shemesu ba'ala, if you have a chata alive, the chata shemesu ba'ala, or you have a chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this would be a case. So let's say again, Ruben was Mechal Shabbos, they set aside a chatos, lost this chatos, designated another chatos, offered up to the replacement chatos, and then found the original chatos. So the original chatos is left to die. The chatos she'aber shnasa, or we'll say the chatos that's an angel convert within a year. The chatos aged out. Okay? Yata Yachol, Lomar, Vlad, Chatos, son. So now, where we'll see this. Yata Yachol, Lomar, Vlad, Chatos, Tzibor. So if you're dealing with a Tzibor, Chatos and Tzibor, there's no such thing as offspring of a Chatos. Why not? Shin Tzibor Mafrishin Nekeba. Because again, whenever the Tzibor goes ahead and brings a Chatos, it's always a male animal, never a female animal. So therefore, we'll say, again, just this is important because in 2025 you have to clarify these things, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse, only females can menstruate, only females, right? So again, there are certain biological realities that are only for females that men cannot do. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by Tzibor, there's no such thing. Because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by Tzibor, it's only a male chatos, not a female chatos. And ultimately, again, there's also such thing as the Tmuras chatos Tzibor. Why not? Shame Tmura Tzibor. There's also the concept of Tmura. Only applies by, remember again, Tmura means when you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halakha normally is, if you exchange that, there's a penalty. By both the original animal and the exchange animal, both become kodesh. The Tmura doesn't work by communal offerings. That is Xer Sakas. One of those okay? Next. Furthermore, again, by Chatas Hatzibor, there's no such thing as the owner dying. Why not? Shein Tzibor Mason. Because as we saw before, Ein Misav Tzibor. There's no death by the Tzibor. Shein Kapu Ba'ala, B'Shem Rosh Nasa, Lo Shamanu. So as I said, interestingly enough, the two cases that we don't know by a Tzibor is Shein Kapu Ba'ala. What happens if there was a Chatas Hatzibor that and lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the common through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original? Aged out. It aged out. So those are two cases ultimately again where we don't know that about by Chatas Hatzibor. So those so we don't know what is over there. What's so you might have thought ultimately again they should be left to die. So the Gemara says, you'll not say something on flesh. Ultimately again we should learn the unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Mama tzinu b'blan chadas atmuras chadas shmeisu ba'aleh b'yachid zbarna mamura v'lo b'tzibor av shenis kadu ba'aleh b'sh'av shnasa b'yachid zarmo v'lo b'tzibor. So what's in English? To say like just like the first three only apply to individual tzibor, individual chadas, and not to individual chadas. So to again the remaining two, which apply to an individual, shouldn't apply to the tzibor. So what's that? It's not fair. Why is it not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a tzibor, as we already saw, to which they must have Shimon, the Chad Makom Davir. So also Baraman the Gemara says that Halach L'Maisa, Rabbi Shimon says it's like this. These 5 cases where a Chatas is left to die, they're a unit. Now what does that mean they're a unit? Either they all apply or they all don't apply. So therefore, Halach L'Maisa, Rabbi Shimon says it's like this. Since when it comes to the Chatas Hatzibor, already out of the gate, 3 of them don't apply, right? Vlad Chatas doesn't apply because by a Chatas Hatzibor you only offer up male animals. Right? Tumuras Chatas doesn't apply because there's no Tumura ultimately again by Communal Chatas or by a Chatas owned by communal offering, and ultimately again Chatas Shemisu Ba'alah doesn't apply. Why not? Because in Misav Tzibor, once those 3 don't apply, then by definition, the other 2 don't apply as well by a Chatas Tzibor. And then for ultimately, again, if you have a case of a Chatas Tzibor where they lost the animal, went ahead and offered up a new animal and then found the original one, you do not let the animal die, but rather, again, you let it graze, develop a home, and then redeem it. Same idea, ultimately, if it ages out, you don't leave it to die. Rather, you go ahead and let it graze, develop a home, and then sell it. So, those five situations where Chatas are left to die, the only time you apply this if you can apply all 5. If you can apply all 5, great, fantastic. If you can't apply any of the 5, then by definition, the remaining ones do not apply as well. As we close out the paragraph, let's see what is important. Just one piece of halakha to understand. We pass in there, meaning that by who is offering it, one par offered up by Bezdin. One par offered up by Bezdin. Now what that does, and again, what that does, and this is very important, is if after the transgression was recognized, so again, David said, again, you can eat chalif, right? So Bobby Saul went out, some giant pie saw someone went out and ate chalif, giant pie saw went out and ate chalif, and then it was discovered. So the Bezdin brings apart, the rest of the Shvatim they're covered by the power of the Bezdin. If one of the members of the Bezdin dies, before the power is offered, then the power is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. If one of the members of the group does die before the power, then the power not be offered. But Allah say that's good mayor. One power won't apply, so offered up by the Bezdin. They're going to say, Hajjud Allah from Bezdin Mazapah. I'm finishing our first back in the second Sarias, whatever it was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkoyah. Have a great day, everyone. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shit today. Our annual Kawatora sponsor, the Close Mishpach Show, dedicating all of the Shir this year as his host, from Stone Stones to Israel. Our Kawatora sponsor for the month of Elul, Abu Amin and Noah Ben Goldberg, from the Shema of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Ben Yorezel, Nazi Zelig, and the folks. All the teals of our precious Kino as we bring this one in the months ahead. Surely we will diminish the evening mission and Ari from this month. I need that cover of Yaakov to cover the rock and a week of learning sponsored of Goodman, the evening Mishmas Roy, Ben Iger. Well, see, with that, let us begin. Of course, as always in this course, we dedicate learning so this love, just has to be as well. The rest of Shem, the home, the Shalom, and the economy, the man, the whole world to be successful. The whole class here, the well, so that, let's go. Baruch Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got this. We're going to go on to the Hashem for the Mishnah of the days. Today's dot is Dalit 4. We are picking up on literally the top of Gimel Amud Aleph 3b. Let's go. Okay, send the Gemara. This is Rabbi Rothschild. Actually, the doctor, you're going to change to Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, second line after that. Rabbi Rothschild. Me'er sheyashu lahoros, Rashi Yerukulah. If 100 is interesting, if 100, let's say they're basing it up of 100 people, and they sat down to adjudicate a case. Halacha l'maisa, there's no obligation for par halach level at Sivar, unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and have waiting on the judgment. Shneimar, then kol hadas b'nei Yisrael yishku, ad sheyishku kulon, ad shetivshol Torah b'chol hadas. So it's an interesting halacha. So in other words, the only time that a Beis Din is going to have to bring a par halach level at Sivar is when everyone in the Beis Din participated in the ruling. So if someone abstained, for example, ultimately, again, no par. This seems to be abundantly clear as well. The constant that a majority ultimately is like the halachas. Again, over here, what does it say? Kol ha'eda. The question of kol ha'eda, which indicates to us and the Yochanan that the entire Beis Din must be participating in this psak halacha to have a par halach government at Sibor. Holy of a car, afilu in there. Okay, so there's a Tanan. So that's what's saying. The run out questions is from our Mishnah. So Tanan, holy Beis Din, Ephraim Shato, right? The Beis Din asking, and one of the members of the Beis Din knew that a mistake was made. Oh, I'm going to try the Holos. Or we'll say again, there was a talk in the audience there in the galley. He was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately again that the ruling was taken. But despite that, halacha asa PM, he went and he ate the chilui, as the movie keep using that case, based on their ruling. So the Gemara says, "Bein sha'asu va'asim ma'im, bein sha'asu va'asa akareim." Bein shelo asu va'asa. So whether again he did it with the Beis Din, he did it after the Beis Din, he did it before the Beis Din, he didn't do it at all. He just did it. Halacha l'maisa, harim zetayim, if bein shelo kol the Beis Din. At the end of the day, who says his Mishnah? The individual is chayiv. Why? Because his knows better, therefore he cannot be counted as depending on how based on the ruling of the Beis Din. So when I said, one second, how did the chayiv? That's only this individual who is chayiv because he knew better. Which indicates us that if some other individual relied on the Beis Din, Hunter, but why not? Obviously, this is a case where we're saying one of the judges dissented. The judges ultimately again, one of the judges told the rest of the Beis Din, ultimately again, what you did is not correct. That psak is not correct. And I will say now, remember, halacha l'maisa, we just said before, that in order for there to be liability, ultimately again, what has to happen? Halacha l'maisa, the entire Beis Din has to participate. But this is a case where one member of the Beis Din is not participating. What's the case? You don't shake your thing. This is quite interesting. What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, "Hey guys, you're all wrong," he went ahead and he nodded his head. Interesting. So in other words, he, by his head, Rashi points out over here is he indicated that he is participating in this, even though he actually did not participate. He gives the impression of participation, and therefore it's considered to be as if everyone has participated in this ruling. Interesting. So Tashma, how do we say that? Learn Shadow, is based in Paskin, and one of the members of the base in realized that the base made a mistake from the phone attack. And again, that guy in that judge says, Kabra, they're making a mistake. Are they able to do it? Ultimately, the base did is cluttered from Har Helam Daravinat Sibor, because you have to have everyone participating. Haima Daravinat don't have to do it. So interestingly enough, the only reason they're cluttered is because he said to them, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, again, if he wouldn't have said anything, if you liable, I think it was the Dhamma. The Dhamma Lahan Hola, Dhamai, but once again, if Rabbi Yochanan, you're right, why should there be liability? Because Rabbi Yochanan said, well, there's liability. You need the participation of all the judges, but here not all the judges are participating on behalf of Rabbi Rothschild. What's the case? The case is where he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the base. Interesting. So that's what the Sharshia. Some of us in our direction of the Abadra of Odra, some of Owner. So what's the right thing? Sharshia says, Rabbi Rothschild, on the teachings of Shimon of the Alma, these are these are any religion, Zera ala Tzibor, ala Inkin Locha Tzibor, you follow the Amokwa. What's the right thing? You cannot go ahead and decrease something on the congregation unless, of course, we know with certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold this halacha. Very interesting, right? You cannot legislate law that the majority of the populace cannot uphold. We just actually saw this in Avodah Zarah. Remember again, this is why Chazal had to rescind the concept of pas palter, baker's bread. Right? Bread baked by a Gentile baker. Originally, again, the rabbis outlawed it, and then what happens? They realized that it was impossible because you had communities where there was no Jewish baker. And therefore, they created an undue hardship. They had to rescind it. What's the pasuk that supports the secular? So remember, it quotes the pasuk from Malachi. So reading it again, with the curse you have cursed me. And you are stealing from me the entire nation. The Gemara says, I, it's supposed to use lotion of kol, but kol never means everyone. Kol means the road, which the Gemara says, you're right. Tiyufta Rabbi Yochanan, Tiyufta. In the end, we refute Rabbi Yochanan's position. Then Rabbi say again, Rabbi Yochanan came along, and Rabbi Yochanan said that whenever you have a base and you have a parallel of a government, that's remember again, what's parallel of government at Tzibor? That's ultimately again based on controversy and erroneous percent. Majority of the 12 relies on it. There's a special carbon that's bought. Who brings that carbon to power? Is it the base din? Is it the populace? That's the knuckle. We'll get to that. But the other lesson is that the only time there's liability for that is when the entire base din participates in the Psak Halacha. Because Lashon the Pasuk is called Adas itself. The Gemara just went ahead and disproved that and showed that that's not true. Sometimes you can find the word kol, and kol can mean what? Kol can mean majority. Kol can mean majority. So therefore, Allah is effectively disproving Rabbi Yochanan, and then we not need to find the participation of the entire base in order to go ahead and have a higher level of government at Tzibor. Incredible. The Ella Michael Adas now coming up on us. Then what is the meaning of the expression? Kol Adas. It doesn't mean that you need 100% participation. What does it mean? So let's say, watch this. What it means is, in order for there to be a parallel of government at Tzibor, the entire Sanhedrin has to be in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, if someone was not there, you cannot have a parallel of government at Tzibor situation. Incredible. I'm going to go show. Yosef and Rebbe say beautiful Gemara. The Yeshua says, 10 judges who are sitting together in judgment. Literally, again, there's a bead or a yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the Psak of the Beis Din. That's obviously everyone on the Beis Din bears the responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So what did the show here? How too much more? Now, if you tell me this name Rabbi, goes to listen to this. It comes to include even a student who's on the same lesson with his Rebbe. Now, what does this mean? I got a thought like this. A student in front of his Rebbe is always going to be differential. So therefore, maybe the student knows that the Rebbe is wrong, but he doesn't want to say anything. Much more want to know every one of that things has responsibility. So therefore, again, student bears responsibility to be differential. If you're on a big stick, you have an obligation to seek out truth, even if it's in a nice one, you have to Rebbe. Who knows? It's very interesting. But who knows? You have nothing but a nice yasar, and I did that, like I mean. But who knows? And you would go out for judgment, city judgment, with always 10 students from the yeshiva with you. Why? He must say, in that Shiva Bikushara, in order that they be able to take literally some of the splinters from the beat. In other words, what's happening over here is Rafuna was saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. The Rashi, Javanaisi Trepas Lokame, Naisi Sarkaki Wasamakasio Mosif Kame. The Rashi, when someone would bring an animal, see if it was a trefa. I'd say that the last the animal was a kasher trefa. What would he do? He would essentially assemble a base or really a panel of experts. He would bring 10 butchers to look at this particular animal. Why? That they should be able to handle a little bit from the beat. It's like they should be collective responsibility. So let's say it's interesting. But it sounds like that they were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for the judgment, kind of wanting to defray a little bit of responsibility upon others. But you also they'll say that, the way it works is you could accomplish so much more under the collective than when you do things individually. It could very well be that what's happening over here is as follows. Judgment requires Siyata Yishmael. Judgment requires a total divine providence, because after all, like the Iman says, in the Dayan Lodon Elamashim of Rose, judge will adjudicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even on how you are, you never have to finish. So it's Siyata Yishmael. So it could very well be that what Jabbar are doing is there's somebody with the loss of because there is always greater Siyata Yishmael. There is always greater divine providence when you do things together. When Jews act as a unit, and we act or as a group, as a group, that is a force multiplier. Now, what we could come up with is work together as a chevra, as a base thing, as a kuzuma, as a nation, is infinitely greater than what we could accomplish as individuals. So, could I want me to do what I'm saying as individuals? There's a heightened probability perhaps of making a mistake in judgment, but bringing other Jews, cohesive spiritual movement, again, that will have Siyata Yishmael. Incredible. Mishnah, interesting piece over here. They made erroneous rules. Let's do same case. Right, same case. They went ahead and claimed that Caleb is Mutter. Okay, so they prosecuted incorrectly, and then what happened? They realized they made a mistake. They retracted their ruling. Okay, whether they brought the high level government at Sibor or not, right? So whether they brought the covenant or not, what happened? Someone acted on their side. So let's see in this case, in the previous case, Basin made a mistake in ruling. Basin didn't witness it yet. Someone who went ahead and went out the name Caleb. Okay, so Mishnah said that Halakha L'maisa, ultimately again, the individual is freed from personal liability because he's covered by Basin. This case is different. In this case, Basin prosecuted erroneously. Basin realized their mistake. But Reuben didn't hear about the fact that Basin made a mistake. So what did Reuben do? Reuben went out and Caleb. So it says, the Shimon says, Reuben is puzzled. Reuben is puzzled. Why? Because Reuben is acting based on the fact of the Basin. The Muslim sucking. The Muslim says it's a suck. Okay. That was interestingly enough. Now, what does that mean? It's a suck. Okay. So ultimately, the Muslim says we're not sure if it's called that he's relying on Basin or that he's relying on himself. So the Gemara says, "Ezer Safei, Yashav Lo B'Sof Beisel, Kai, Malach Lo L'Mehinas Hayam, Pata." So it's interestingly enough, the Muslim says like. He also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If in his home, and ultimately again, he's chayiv. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the hack, right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on. And you should have heard about the fact that things in reverse is ruling. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he's traveling, again, he's out of the city, you should have, then again, it's understandable that he does not know that things in reverse is Sakar. Kiva says, Mo Gani Bazad, Shukara Rapata Menachova. And Kiva says, I happen to agree with this case that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be Potter than liable. So watch someone who's traveling any different than someone who's his home. Shayoshi Bebeso, Aksha Hayalo Shmoa. Zar, go Hayalo Aksha Shmoa. Because again, as I said at the end of the day, so our Kiva responds, someone who's in his home ultimately have any reason to know information. Someone who's traveling will necessarily have access to that same information. Only based on our correspondence. Suppose that's case one. Case two, interesting, based in Peskin to uproot, they made the erroneous psak, but in this case, the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, uproot, ein nida b'Torah, ein Shabbos b'Torah, ein avodas b'Torah. So say, for example, they say, there's no such thing as so-called stand-up. They make a dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos. No, it's no Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. So don't say, what's Avodah Zarah? It looks to it. Now, what is that? So remember again, we're talking about now the liability for Har Elam Davan Binat Sipor. So that's essentially what I'm saying is outside. What we can see is Har Elam Davan Binat Sipor occurs or is brought when a case was made a mistake about a detail in a mitzvah. But when they make a mistake about an entire mitzvah, there's no, like they pass it, we no longer have to observe Shabbos, we no longer have to observe Mika, we no longer have to work on Avodah Zarah. Then that's about an entire section of the Torah, that's not part how we don't see what. What's horrible about this mitzvah, so tiny mitzvah, if they passed it and they gave it part of the mitzvah, how can look at the mitzvah? So he said, there is such thing as a thing. The man has religion, the Shabbat something that you don't. What is that? Because it's that has a political construct that we don't work for women in C1 during certain times of the month. She would have to observe one corresponding day of the year. So they say that halacha doesn't apply, right? Or Shabbos, but Rabbi Rothschild, right? So, for example, let's say there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from a private domain to a public domain. So they're making a mistake about a detail. Right? There is, of course, there's not all the Zorah, but you're allowed to bow down. Can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, in these cases, you would be high hell of them. Why? And now the dad of Davar, because the Muslim says a certain detail was obscured by the base. It's when Beitin makes a mistake about a detail that there is Har Haram Davar Minas. But if they make a mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately there is no Har Haram Davar Minas. Incredible. So he says, let's analyze this point a little bit, both of these points. So two cases in the Mishnah. Right after the Mishnah. This is what the first case. Case number one of the Mishnah was, Basin states that David is Mutter. Right? Basin then realizes it's a mistake. They retract the psak. Moving inactive about the retraction. And therefore moving goes out to each Kayla. What's the status? The Mishnah is Hunter. Rabbi essentially it's a suffix, I'm not sure. And then again, we get into a little bit about was he at home, was he traveling? So the Gemara says, nighttime Rishon, or what's the Rishon Rothschild who says that he's Potter? Only the Rishon makes it all sense. So Rishon is why is he eating Caleb? Why is he eating Caleb? What's the answer? Because he's relying on the Psak of that bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that he retracted already, that's nice. But if you ask me, why are you picking up that piece of Caleb? He's going to tell you because of the Psak. The thing is, he get that on the version, I'm going to go out, I'm going to hire Shimon, I'm going to run Shimon, I'm going to go to Seaport. Young in the Osa Potter, the future of Nitna Hamilton will show you in this other version. So the reason the name of that. Any sound that went out to the majority of a sport and a person and an individual acts on it, ultimately again he is Potter. He says why? Because once again he's acting based on the psak of the so basically where is the cash up? The Tila golden outlet the Rebbe Shimon. It's very interesting. Let's think of side of the zone for now. Let's say Paul of that Sibor. So right, let's say again simple case, based in time and Felix murder. The majority of Cloud Israel went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So we'll say, so now what? You know, everything is power. So Shimon says, we make a collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Cloud Israel. I don't want you to think of go back. This is for the power of them. Sibor, a Cloud Israel culture. That's what Shimon. Ruga says, no, it's Shuman Salishka. No, you take it from the temple coffers. That was in a watch is. I'm not I came in the government book. How can they hold up? And we'll say that's the key that you collect from the general population. What does that mean? Everyone's going to know about the power of the and that's the case that a woman goes ahead and eats the payment. How do you think he didn't know? They're already collecting from the general population for the carbon. But he said if they don't shake up with stamp. So what's one possibility is in this case, they made a stamp collection. They're funding, right? They didn't say what they're fundraising for. Right, so they're going to go Hamelay the Masa, or he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. He by same of Rav Kiva, Tanasava, Rav Ozabir, Tanasanga, Tiny Ikka, Kiva told the Lord revenue, Rav Shimon, Truman Salishka, 85. Okay, so there is reverse attribution. And it's Shimon who said that he collected from the temple coppers, and therefore it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, incredible. So what's it done? So remember, we're focusing now still on our first case in the Mishnah. Based in Paskin, that halacha or myself, Caleb is mutter. They then realized their mistake. They reversed their psak. Shimon got hear about the reversal. So what happened? He eats Caleb. Is he liable or not? Right? Different than our first case, because in the first Mishnah, they did not know about the erroneous kind of their ruling, and therefore, again, they're still promoting his psak. In this case, based on real. So again, Rav Shimon says, remains potter. This is still considered to be acting based on the case of the base. And then the Rabbi really gets into the suffix. That's analyzed a bit more. Kind of. The Meir says, the Meir Machayed, Rav Shimon Bogda, the Meir says, Rav Shimon says, Bogda. The Rabbi Omer suffix. And the Rabbi says, it's suffix. It should suchas amar public. Such. So says it's a little bit like suspended of an old saying. I'm going to be up on Hasham public becoming out. So I'll say what the difference over here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring in Hasham public. We're going to say that it's a little bit more. Hasham public, we'll say, is one in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure if you go ahead and make that data or not. That guy's just called it Hasham public. So let's analyze it. So it says, top of dollar, down the dollar. Down the dollar. Below the boiler man, our seaboard, nice, the person also. It was not saying that to our original Machloket. So one of our own Machloket brings the power hell of the seaboard. Ultimately, again, is that the people isn't the basic. So we're going to be in a sense in seaboard, but the person also. Because then everyone knows about it. I will do them on our base in it. The person also. You have a show, Hava Abin. So I'm saying, even according to the opinion that says that it's the base that brings it, so it's not as much about there's more complexity. Still, had he made it, and he would have found out. So I'm saying, it's interesting, what you see here at least in this focus is like how much liability, how much responsibility is there on moving to find out the current state of affairs. I'm going to be able to see. But you're going to be able to see by the much of the simplest command out nowhere. What could Sufa's position be compared? The Adam Shnevi Kamaros of Benashmoshes. So it's like an individual who brought his carbon Benashmoshes. I remember again, carbonos must be brought by day. So he brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought their carbon Benashmoshes during the product between day and night. Something can go, yo. This is what it says. So something viva audio. So something. I'm sorry. Something viva audio. Is kapalo. Something shechasheva. Is kapalo. She'in levin asham talmud. So ultimately, that would be an example of a case where we're not doing asham talmud. The moment we go to Banda Amar, based in the below Fasim Muslim, and again, it goes to that same point to the opinion that says that it's based in that brings the severe water because again, there's no publicity associated with that. I don't think my number two in the opinion. In the parts of also Baba Amadai. We're going to go into the opinion that says that it's the tzibur that brings it, and therefore there would be publicity around it. So I think the haba, the suffix we all know, suffix the shech hashekha, each sha'el lo ashka finished in the shaila. And we'll say in this case over here, ultimately again there would be no one so to speak to ask for clarity, but yet that's different than the case by the basin. When there is someone to ask for clarity, I don't know an azai. My shneminei, so let's expect the missions. Remember again, so far we have clarity on the position of Rabbi Shimon, right? Rabbi Shimon says that Basin passing Caleb his mother, then Basin walks it back, right? Basin reverses. Reuven didn't care about the reversal, eats Caleb. Rabbi Shimon says, Yipata. Yipata, why? Because we're considered to be acting on based on the psak of the Basin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then now remember again, Rabbi Rothschild just follow the progression. Rabbi Rothschild says, suffix. And then the Mishnah introduces the idea of the difference between maybe if he's home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that. And I hear Rabbi Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling ultimately again, really, I'm leaning to saying that he's potter much more than saying that he's chayu. Then Azai says, Rebbe, remember, Ben Azai says Rabbi Akiva's Talmud. So then Azai says, Rebbe, I don't say, what's the difference between someone who's traveling and someone who's home? Rabbi Akiva responds very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shapir from Rabbi Akiva Ben Azai, Rabbi Akiva says, we'll get back to Ben Azai, on Rabbi Hipsik, Bagara, becoming Nagu. Listen to me. So then after the case would be, ultimately again, he's the travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. So what would you do in that case over here? So Ben Azai Chai, he say, according to Ben Azai, should be Chai. Why? Because he's still home. Ultimately, Rabbi Akiva Potter, the high hit sick by that. He ultimately again is going to be Potter. Why? Because once you leave the house, you don't have the same access to information. Incredible. Holo based in Lakar as Kala books, once this comes to the last part of Mishnah, which is going to be the bulk of our conversation. So let's say, first of all, how do we asking? But I'm not ultimately asking like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, they move the halacha like son, basically asking that. Caleb his mother, right? Then based in reverse, that's psak. After the reversal, Reuben eats Caleb. What's Reuben's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Reuben is home, then ultimately again Reuben is chayiv. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on. And you should know about the reversal. If Reuben was traveling, then halacha l'maaseh again, even if he just left his house, ultimately he's going to be punter. Why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information, and he is considered to be acting based on the psak that the based in, and therefore is himself for personal liability. Incredible. Next, so what the Mishnah is saying: if based in makes an erroneous psak, and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not halal government at Tzibor. What's halal government at Tzibor? When they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah. Again, when is it when is it halal government at Tzibor? When based in makes a mistake regarding the detail. Davar, but not regarding an entire mitzvah. Okay, so what's the example of this? Under 80 of the Torah, 8 Shabbos, so from the Torah, they say there's no Nida, there's no Shabbos, there's no Avodah Zarah. You would have thought that maybe they're liable to hard have on government. But Amalomaz, the Ne'alam Davar, below Shet is Alin Mitzvah, Kula, Hari Inut. And that's how the Amru. Listen to this. So, for example, I would think, since of course it's so closely but if you have relations with the woman who's observing one clean day corresponding to a day that she saw bleeding, such a person is mother. Like, that's called Parham Dominancy, where they make no mistake in it. Don't post me that. Yes, Shabbos Torah. About a motive Surabim Potter. There is no Shabbos, but he asking that carrying something from a Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is Potter. So they're making a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, Parham Dominancy. Yeah, you would have thought that Basin should be Potter in these cases. I'm sorry. You should have thought that about Mishnah that Potter, same thing. There's about the Zara, but they make a mistake about a detail regarding about the Zara. So again, halacha l'may. So Yaakov Yitzur and Tabalomar, but Ne'elam Davar below Kol Hakim. We'll say this is it. The Par Halam never with that Seymour. Basin is only chayiv if they make a mistake regarding a detail of a mitzvah. But if they seek to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, again, we'll say it sounds strange. We say Potter. Potter means that Potter from Par Halam never with that Seymour. Certainly not a good case. Olamar. Yaakov Yitzur is maybe two mitzvahs, Mikvah mitzvahs Keturim. About Kiras Kolados Keturim. So much like this, you would have thought ultimately again they are Potter. Now, if you can say ultimately again when they uphold part and they want to be without the part, they're Potter, and if you go ahead and if they uphold everything in Potter, then when is your ever liability? Hanahahi Nakash, so it kind of was bothered by Ema, Davar, Kulam no Samashma. Maybe not Davar. Having a Davar only means a detail. Maybe Davar means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Tabaloma, the Ne'elam Davar. So I said, okay, my Mashma, I understand how you see from the phrase B'ne'elam Davar that there's only liability if they uphold the detail, but not the mitzvah in its entirety. Amaluma Karibay B'ne'elam Mid Davar. So the way we actually understand the B'ne'elam Davar is B'ne'elam Mid Davar. The eyes were blinded to a detail. Amar Kumar says, Pizka Amakra Ba'asuk Achos in Kol Mitzvos. Mitzvos is the Lord of mitzvahs. So again, with Rothschild is when they hit something in common mitzvos. Common mitzvos means like a detail from the mitzvah and not of the mitzvah in its entirety. Rashi and Davar Mizaki Mamre. Maybe Xer Shava, Mizaki Mamre. Again, once remember who's Mizaki Mamre? The rebellious sage. That's the guy that the member of the Beis Din who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. If Sibi Mizaki Mamre, he probably been taught Davar. Well, Sasra and Darsha Yidu and Davar was small. Now, Mamre didn't have Davar below Kol Davar. Davar below Kol Davar. Just like Saki Mamre, he's arguing about a detail. So to Parham Davar, that Seymour Davar means a detail. I'm going to go to Shmuel. 8 days in Chayavim. Actually, so we'll say, so again, it's just I want to point out, all that was happening just there is that there are differences of opinion as to where to learn this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with the halacha, namely that Allah right, so there's only Par Halam Davar Minat Sibor, but basically makes a mistake about a detail of a mitzvah. But if they make a mistake and they want to uproot it in its entirety, ultimately again there's no I'm going to do a Shmuel. 8 days in Chayavim, actually, the Davar Shinat's looking more involved. So let's say, listen to this. There's only Par Halam Minat Sibor, but basically makes a mistake regarding something that is Siddukim argue on. Okay, we'll see what this about the Davar Shinat's looking more involved. But if they make a mistake regarding something that the Tzaddukim agree with, ultimately they're Potter. They're both saying, remember again, what did the Tzaddukim agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torah Shabbat 7. It's explicit. What do they disagree with? Torah Shabbat 8. So the thing we're saying is like this. There's one time in a situation, ultimately again, where Beijing makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately, there's no Halam Davar Minat Sibor. Why not? My time on. Zil Kari Bei Rav. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class, which means again, if Beis makes a mistake, there's something that is explicit in the Torah. That's the negligence. That negligence. Halam Davar Minat Sibor, I will say, is where so you get to see it happening over there. It's where Beis makes a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. It's not explicit. Okay, mistakes happen. But you make a mistake in something explicit, or even it's you know this, that's professional negligence. And with this professional negligence, that's not government. That's incredible. So you might say, one second, let's analyze this. Tonight, so one second, because the examples that they made seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So tonight, first one I was saying about Yish need the Torah about Shemar Sokeg Yom Potter La'anai Shemar Sokeg Yom Sid is Safra law. So listen to this. But the halachot Shabbat that when a woman leaves on one day during certain days of the month, that she observes one corresponding day of purity, that actually explicitly written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be so again, we just said before that if anything is explicit, that's the word. Maybe the mistake they made was they said that maybe initiating the with this woman's mother, it's only completing the that's awesome. And that makes it also says the person called a so ultimately it says if the man exposes her nakedness, which means even initial without completing the act, so what's the mistake? They said, oh, it's only via Kedarka. It's only via Kedarka. That's also because Shalom Kedarka ultimately is going to be one, but that's their mistake. It doesn't make sense. Hapsid, Mishkevei Yishah. I'm sorry, Mishkevei Yishah. Interestingly enough, the Torah uses Mishkevei. Mishkevei is plural. It means that there are two halakhic things that there are both legitimate acts of via Kedarka and Shalom Kedarka. So to make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, one is making a mistake and makes a mistake in the Torah, which the Gemara said, so what they're saying is like, it's to be a Kedarka, even initially it's going to be Asr, Shalom Kedarka, the might be able to Asr ala Sharia. If it's Shalom Kedarka, then ultimately it's only completing the act as Asr, but initiation of the act, ultimately again, is going to be Mutter, right? So you make that same mistake with general locals, not just sometimes something like the only Kedarka, rather in reality, the making mistake is follows. So the Amri, Ha'ara, ultimately, rather the mistake is about Ha'ara, is initiating and the gut ones this only applies to maybe a bona fide Nida, but not Shemar Tzim Keneged Yom. So we're just trying to show how the case of Nida in the Mishnah is a mistake about a particular detail that is not explicit. Levi said, the Amri, Saba, Mohavi, I love your money. The mistake they make is that a woman can only become a Saba during the day. Where do they get? Become the sin. Call Yimei Zohar. Okay, so that's a good example. So they're going to say, oh, we can only become a Zohar during the day because it says, Call Yimei Zohar. That's the thing, we can become a Zohar whenever she was slow. Whether it's by day or by night. Good. Next, we're just trying to show each of these cases, the reasons they can mistake in detail. And I should say, in a non-explicit detail. So here's an example one. They said there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another. What's what? Not night. Hotzah Ksiva. Hotzah, the prohibition to transport an item from one domain to another domain in Shabbos is explicit. Gemara says, so it's an explicit passage. So how can we say that they have a liability for this? The Amri, Hotzah, the Asa, Hakla. They say ultimately again Hotzah, which means is going to be Asr, but Achnasa, the reverse of that is what the Levi say. Dami Hotzah, Achnasa is the Asira, Moshe is Zorek Shari. Or they say, for example, transporting an item is Asr, but handing something or throwing something is Mutter. So again, an example of whether they're making a mistake in a detail. Let's go from Mutter. So the case in Mishnah 1 it says, is Asr. The bowing down is Mutter. One second. It's an explicit passage. Don't bow down to another God. The Amri, he has seen Kidarka. Moshe lo Kidarka Sharia. It's the ultimate when is bowing down Asr, but that's the normal way to worship the idol. But if you bow down to an idol that's not the normal way to worship it, it's Mutter. So Rashi gives the example. So what's the good example? It's Baal Pa'ar. How do you go and worship Baal Pa'ar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Like you defecate on the idol. Right? So the nice again, let's say you bow down to Baal Pa'ar. I would have thought that I'm off of a nice your Potter. Gemara says that's the mistake they see this back in Avodah Zarah. Certain forms of worship are also for all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right? Prostrating yourself is one of those. Gemara says. E-bikes over there. Starten bei Grupa Kidat und also this page that Ragline. On starten bei the last page that Ragline, Shali. Or the mistake the name was, maybe only full frustrational bowing is awesome. Right? But ultimately, again, non-full frustrational bowing is not awesome, which is a mistake. So that would be an example of how to come to that. So I'll say, so bottom line, the Gemara is accepting this idea from Mishnah that the only time that there is hard have a that Sibor play is when Beis makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that it's Siddukim would not agree to. I mean, it's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding an explicit detail, or they try to uproot a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, no hard have them done in that Sibor. Incredible. What's like down on the days? What are those things? Incredible. Jewish Shabbos Mo. So about the following, we got this. So about the following. Let's say these in Paskins. There is no malacha polish. The malacha polish is plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no malacha of polish on Shabbos. No. What is the malacha of the situation? We have been given the kamot with the milsa. That they give it makes us dummy. On one hand, we could say like this: they agree that there's 39 malachas, or at least that there are 38 malachas, right? But they're just disagreeing on this detail. So this is called constantly on a detail of a mitzvah. So therefore, it should be something to follow up. Even the Akalian and the Kalisha called Kiras group. So listen to this. Or what they're doing with this psak is they're uprooting an entire malacha. So maybe uprooting an entire malacha is called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore there's no power of that mitzvah like that. What's interesting, Shaila? So on one hand, they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's malacha. They're just disagreeing on one detail, i.e. one malacha. On the other hand, they say no. They're going ahead and halacha. They're going ahead and halacha. So uprooting an entire malacha, uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore no power heaven element at the end. Let's analyze. So Tashma, he needed a Torah, so we don't wonder. Again, going back to Mishnah, still supposed to say that it's supposed to be done, but if you have relations with the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom, ultimately you're partner. But I'm not. Ha'akarion, the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom. But they're uprooting this entire detail. That when the Mishnah said, when basing uproots the entire mitzvah, there's no power helam done in that sequel. We're trying to figure out over here is what happens when they're uprooting an entire detail that is part of a bigger mitzvah. So the Shemar Shem Kineged Yom uprooting this entire halacha. I'm going to say Shemer Shem Kineged Yom. Because also remember again, we saw before they were making a mistake regarding a detail about Shemer Shem Kineged Yom. Not saying the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom is mutar. Tashma. Shabbos by Torah, about a multi and Potter. Remember again, they think asking, there's Shabbos but you're allowed to carry something from Rishus Halabi to Rishus Halabi. That night, they're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of Hotzah. Which was like, no. Hasamani what would they make a mistake? They're saying you're allowed to throw some making a mistake regarding a detail. Touch on. You should have let's not come to the Mishnah come back potter. Right? It is a whole bizarre, but if you bow down your potter, the Anai, Ha'akarion Mishnah come back Kodeker. They're uprooting the concept of prostration. So once again, a Mishnah not no, we answered that. They're making a mistake regarding a detail, a prostrational detail they're making a mistake about. So I will say, ultimately, the Gemara doesn't answer it, right? So now, the Yosef's construct is a very interesting idea, which is here. So based in Paskin, there is no malacha plowing on. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding a detail of Hilchot Shabbos, right? And therefore, again, this parallel of never going to see what, or no, they're uprooting the entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting of an entire mitzvah, and therefore, so let's say, one reads more Kasha, and then we'll answer this. In Shabbos, it's very interesting. Let's take these askings. Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first, we'll see why they would say that. So the night tell, what would you get to this? this. What we're reading into this is a mistake regarding the following process. The Charish uva Katzir Tishbos. So once accepted literally again, Charish means plowing, Katzir means harvesting, you shall rest. This might be the Charisha the Shabbos. It's asking like this, when there's plowing, there's Shabbos. But going to the Shabbos. Well, when there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. There's no plowing, there's no plowing. So ultimately again, so that would be a mistake. So basically asking that there's no Shabbos during the Shemitah year. So we are guaranteed that the kind of like a Shabbos, if you don't sense, it can't be such dummy. So we say like this, that on one hand, well, as much as they think that that's all Shabbos during the Shemitah year, but they're upholding Shabbos wedding during it for 6 years. So therefore, this is called regarding a detail, not uprooting a mitzvah. Okay, well, given the fact, how do you live the Shni is Kakidas Akuftami? On the other hand, uprooting Shabbos for an entire year, maybe it's called making a mistake regarding a mitzvah. And therefore, no power of the mitzvah. Rabbi Rothschild, no mission is not regarding a given Torah. The people mitzvahs or here mitzvahs. Suppose let's do this. The Bible brings another case. If you have a false prophet, right? And the Nabi prophesizes, right? The Nabi comes along and says, I prophesize, I heard the word of God, no longer a prohibition on idolatry. Okay, so for that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, again, listen to this. The bittul mitzvahs or kiyum mitzvahs, what happens if he comes along ultimately again and he upholds part of the mitzvah and he negates part of the mitzvah? If Shimon Omer Potter, if Shimon says that he's Potter, when it comes to idolatry, even if he says today, right, Fridays you're allowed to worship idolatry, but the rest of the week you can't, ultimately again he's going to be like, well, say, what do you see from this? Let me know. Ain't Shabbos B'Shiyas, Kibitol Mitzvahs, or Kib Mitzvah Tamishmanim. What do you see from here? You see from here that Halacha L'Maisa, when you play around, or when there's a mistake regarding the detail, that is for a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial that is still more of a mistake in a detail and not an attempt ultimately again uprooting the good Torah in its entirety. Instead of working backwards. Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately again, what you see is as follows. Therefore, the case over here of where a person says, Bezin says, there's no Shabbos in Shemitah, that's considered to be a mistake in a detail. By extension, what Yosef's case, Bezin makes it erroneous. B'sak L'Maisa again, there's no malach of Choresh, no malach of plowing. That's considered to be a mistake in a detail of a mitzvah, an uprooting of a mitzvah, and therefore there is par halam davar mitzvah. Instead of us, they can bring this all together and turn it out to power. What is the par halam davar mitzvah? Ultimately, again, only when Bezin makes a mistake in something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, as evidenced by the fact that even the Tziddukim agree with it, no power halam davar mitzvah. Right? Furthermore, they're only when they seek to uproot a detail, but ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot or not seek to uproot, if they make a mistake regarding the interpretation, it's in its totality, in these cases, mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah bigadol remains intact, they will be liable to par halam davar mitzvah. Only Bezin, the other Afghan Shaitan, Bezin made a mistake, and one of the members of the Bezin realizes the mistake. But I'm not going out there. Now, let's actually, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't always see it like this. The dramatic, or I should say, the progression in the Mishnah is dramatic. Right? Mishnah 1, Bezin made a mistake, no one knows that. Mistake the individual acts. Mishnah 2, Bezin makes a mistake, Bezin realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately who makes the mistake? Mishnah 3, Bezin makes a mistake. V'yaga echad mehen shato. And one of the members of the Bezin themselves now realizes, Hebra, this is a mistake. And during the Psak, Babylon, no one about that. You guys are wrong. Ocean Alpha Shabez, they shall form, for that matter, again, Bezin Paskin, and the ranking that Bezin. Yeah, because the head of the court wasn't there. Wasn't present. Ojaya Echanan Ger, Omamzer, Oisei Ozakim. Or there was a member of the Bezin who was the convert of Mamzer and the sin in a scene also were converts, or Zucking, or his old. I will say we're going to show how you're on the line. You're so old that he couldn't find the children. I will say we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. Like, these are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're a ger, if you're a mamzer, if you're in a sin, or you're so old that you can't have kids. So again, I will say essentially there was a disqualified member of the base. He wants that law, so essentially, they can render the psak. So there's two cases over here. Like ultimately, again, case number one, base rendered the psak, but according to the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, you're wrong. So there's already an awareness about the willingness of the psak from the beginning, ultimately again, in that case, or for that matter again, halacha l'maisa, there's a disqualified member of the base. In these cases, Bezin will not bring up har halal dominance. It says over here, Ida, and it says over here, just like Ida. Ultimately, again, this is in the case of capital cases. Just like Ida over there refers to a unit, a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So to over here, by har where everyone on the basin is fit for to be a basin. Same thing, Gemara. What's this interesting? So if the basin issued the psak, and the ranking member of the basin was not there, the psak ultimately again, there's no problem in that tzibor. So the says, why not? So where do you know that from? Why is that we said before that if Bezin made a mistake regarding an explicit, so explicit that even the Siddukim agree with it? Why are they putter? If they should have little below level 2. Because they should know. They should have acknowledged and they did not do so. Well, how do you to it? Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating a case without the ranking sage is like not conventional in school. Obviously, you have a ranking sage. Why do you have it? Because he's the smartest guy in the room. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like, it's usually someone smarter. So over here, there's an based it. There's not based it. How do you go ahead and ask me about it? So sitting in session without based it is the same thing as making a mistake in an explicit halacha. Both of them represent professional negligence, and with its professional negligence, there is not halal dominant tzibor. Ne'emar shamei ne'emar kanei. That you do really wrong. So since we have a hasa art, let's say not for that. Stop over here for today, boys. Alright, I don't know what the quality was of that front, but some kind of just about getting where you need to go, even if the trip is a little sloppy. That's how you should go. Again, we made it. Okay, next you can now so you can see the pages ahead are a little bit. The print gets bigger. Tremendous as well. So you got everyone. Good job, this. Good job, everyone. Good job, thank you, Greg. Good job, everyone. All right, so we'll say good morning or good light. Let's begin. So first of all, our shir sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollock in memory of Solomon Poret, Pollock, Sarah Bas Abraham, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, and then Shamas and Aliyah, the family in the Chama. Thank the Pollock for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilner family in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shengel Bas Raman Alevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. We hope that the married our Hamator and Shem will have an Aliyah and the family in the Chama. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf Hey 5. We are picking up on Dalit Amud Day by the Mishnah, the second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6, lined up and louder. So hopefully by now, Imam is getting into the second Haris, see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of limud than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din Shogegen. But also Kolakal Shogegen. If Beis Din made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, B'shogeg as well, or as Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong. They had done something wrong. It would be in part. So ultimately, again, they bring the power Ha'elam Davim Nazi. This is a special carbon that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of the Beis. What happened to Beis Din purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael again was showing, in other words, Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be in Kisbos here. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the Kisbos here is another way of saying a personal chatos. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the ruling of Beis Din was intentional. Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power Ha'elam Davim Natzibor, it's just personal liability through a regular chatos. Shogeg and Ba'asim is needed. If the Beis Din was shogeg, but the people knew Beis Din was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater, then there's no problem. So there's no power Ha'elam Davim Natzibor, because as we'll see, power Ha'elam Davim Natzibor is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no chatos, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were deceived. The Gemara goes back there. Shogeg and Ba'asim is needed hard to do. So we can infer from the Mishnah as follows: that if Beis Din delivered their ruling to shogeg, and Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted when Beis Din, ultimately again they are pater. They are pater. No power Ha'elam Davim Natzibor. Shogeg Dunya the Beis Din. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg dunya the Beis Din, that if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogeg dunya the Beis Din? Shahoru Beis Din shechei mutter. So Beis Din, once we had this case earlier, Beis Din paskin mistakenly said chaylev is mutter. Then it's chalik lo b'shumen, and then we'll say what happens. I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of shumen. My chaylev and my shumen, which remember shumen is permitted back, the word is prohibited back, gets mixed up. And I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating the chaylev. So we'll say, what's that? I'm sorry. We'll say, that would be a case of shogeg dunya amazing, which sounds like, based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the Pesach of the Beis Din. To which the Gemara says, in that the case, if Shota, if but yet again, if that's the case, then it can be inferred from Mishnah. Yet why does Rabbi Bar Chama ask that very question over? The toleration of Egan Ba'asim Shogegin, Tanu Sefer Shogegin Ba'asim is Egan. So what's which the Gemara answers, no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. The beginning of the Mishnah began by saying Shogeg. Since the beginning said Nisidin Ba'asim Shogegin, therefore the Sefer just wrote Shogegin Ba'asim. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar minat tzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately to the system that carbon has to be shogeg on the part of Beis Din and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg, then ultimately we can bring the par ha'elam davar minat tzibor. Says the Mishnah. Horu Beis Din, Ba'asim Chalakal Ogu Malachia. So let's say so Beis Din delivers their erroneous Pesach. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael acts on the Pesach. So we'll say, what's that? Lachah, Mevi'en Par. So we bring a Par Ha'elam Davim Natzibor. So here we're adding another qualification. That next qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either Kol HaKal, which we'll discuss what that means, or Ruban. Either the entire Klal Yisrael, the majority of Klal Yisrael, has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Beis Din. If that happens, mostly they bring a power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah will be in par is so. So ultimately, again, we'll say for the Sikra Avodah Zarah, there's not just the power, but there's an additional study as well. The Rabbi says something very interesting. He says, good faith Shvatim a good base part. Because he says the following. That ultimately, again, every situation where all the Shvatim sin. So every single Shevet brings their own power. So again, the same case. Ultimately, again, based and delivered an erroneous ruling, the tribes act. Fathers will act on that ruling. And Yehuda comes along and said that each Shevet must bring their own power, helam, government, and secret. Maybe in your days, part of and again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own power as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seer. Let's say, hey, without Rabbi Shimon says, you give a parim, Ubavodas become Shosha Sakar. Let's listen to this. You give a seer. Par Bisar the Shevet, Par Bisar the Basin. Rabbi Shimon has an interesting sheet. Yehuda builds on Yehuda. He says, I will say the halacha is that for parallel and the Tzibor, each Shevet brings their own, and what? Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I was saying in a normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 seer. So the Gemara says, Horu Beis Din, Va'asu Zayin Shot and Oruban. What happens if Beis Din passes, Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? And 7 tribes. So what's the mention was yesterday? 7 Shvatim, Oruban Ampiyan. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now, in this case, remember, again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or the Gemara says, Oruban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So the Allah is Mevi'in Par. So also here says that Allah as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the Par Ha'alam government at separation. Like Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, Mevi'in Zayin Par. And Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own Par Ha'alam government. So it's very logical. And Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each Shevet, brings its own power. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Ushar Shadim Shalofatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Then being Al Yadeh and power. Ultimately, again, I will say, the tribes who didn't sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, Sha'ak Ilu Shalofatu, then being Al Yadeh. Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a power on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Chesparim, Chesparim the Chesirim, Par B'Sar the Shevet, Par B'Sar the Beis. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Rabbi Shimon has it as what the most side. He said, Beis Din brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Beis Din will bring its own additional carbon. Horu Beis Din shall acham al-ashvat, va'asa osa shevet afiyan. Which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim, each of the Shvatim also have their own court? Let's take one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, Paskin Kedov, delivered a wrong psak, and that Shevet acted on that psak. What's that? Also Shevet Hukayiv, Ushar Kol Shvatim Jundei Rabbi. So Yehuda also will say that Shevet who followed its Beis Din is Chayiv or a par, but the other Shvatim are Potter. The Chachamim say no. Ein Chayavin Ela al Horoya Ela al Horios. So here you go in the Sefta. Horios Beis Din Agodah. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Har Helam Davin Atzira will say is only brought if there is one Beis Din who delivers on a road in this room. Which Beis Din is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amar Chaladas Yisrael Yishku Velo Adas also Shevet. So I'll say, interesting that someone is saying this, Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the Chum disagree, the Chum say that the tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling. There is no liability for Par Ha'alam government, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan, so we'll say, we now have a fundamental 3 machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. So Tan Rabbanan, Yodu Shahoru B'Tau Ma'horu. So let's listen to this case. let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says, "Yadu shoru b'tom ha'shoru, k'lama horu beizin shechelim motiva bidol mitzas, basu kala piem ba'afu shod yinchilev midam, v'echad b'shiliras laisa, bilbad v'echad b'hola, v'achar kach yadu shoru shelo karoi, ela shetel v'ashoru de'inim yodim im alachilev horu o ala dam." So listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we committed chela or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So Shavuot says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yaakov, you might have thought that there'd be a parallel on that Tzibor Tamilomar, window achatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below sheyotu achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a parhat lamdavan in that tzibur, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chadu. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a parhat lamdavan in that tzibur liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din says, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a parallel government at Tzibur liability. Asher chatu, Shivatim, Levi and Shnei Parim. Two tribes went ahead and sinned. So we'll say they bring two Shlosha, Levi and Shlosha. So we'll say three tribes made a mistake. So ultimately again they bring three parim. Oh, Eino over Ella, Chatu Shnei Yechidim, Levi and Shnei Parim, Chatu Gimel, Levi and Gimel. Or maybe even it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately again if 3 and 2 individuals, an individual makes a mistake, he also brings the Barhel of David Latzikor. Therefore again the pasuk says, Kabalomar, Hakal Chayiv, B'chol Kal. So B'chol Kal, B'Kal Chayiv. Well, therefore the pasuk says, it is only the Kal who brings a parhel of David Latzikor, never minayachim. But what does it mean? B'chol Kal, B'Kal Chayiv, Ketzad, Chatu Shnei Shvatim, Levi and Shnei Parim, Chatu Zayin, Levi and Zayin, who sharsh. So we'll say, therefore again, what do we learn from this? If 2 tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a parhel of David Latzikor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a parhel of David Latzikor. And furthermore, Shar Shvatim Shalom Chatu Levi Al Yidei and Par. So I say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Ilu Shalofatim Levin Al Yidei Achodim. The Kakne'emar Kal, the Chayiv Al Kol Kahal, the Kal Divei Rabbi. So we'll say, this is the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda. The Shita will say is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar in that season. And we'll say, the Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that kol shevet v'shevet ikri kal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar in that seaboard is kal. Torah says there is only liability when the kal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kal? That Yehuda defines kal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows the erroneous psak of Beis Din and Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar in that season. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar in that season for what? For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda shita. That ultimately, so therefore again, the Gemara says, the Chayiv Al Kol Kal B'Kal Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda ultimately holds that halacha l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet, there's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin shvatim shechatu. So listen to this. Levi and Zayin parim, Beis Din Al Yidei and Par. Shnei Amar Lamata Kal, V'nei Amar Lamala Kal. Makala Amr Lamala based in Makal, Akala Amr Lamata based in Makal. So what's Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that when an individual Shevet sins, so that Shevet brings a par helam davar and tzipor. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a Shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? The Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning Shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin, but yet when once again Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model, the Shvatim who committed the Avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shefadu Beis Din Levin Ayidei Par Bein Turin. And the last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa it is only the Beis Din who brings the par hat of David and Tzibor, never the Shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. See, Rabbi Meir says Zayin Shvatim Shefadu was in Rabbi Meir's model. The only time you bring a par hat of David and Tzibor is when there's a majority of the Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the Klal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that when there is a majority who has sinned, it's only based in the bring the par halom davar and tzibor, not the Shvatim, Nemar kal lamata, v'nemar kal lamata, makal ha'amar lamata based in below tzibor. Based in below tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says Yishmo. So then we'll say, what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar holds Chatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Rubo Shalkal. If 6 of the tribes sin and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, O Zayin or 7 tribes sin. Alpha Pisheinu Rubo Shalkal, even though they are not the majority of the Klal. Nevertheless, so when Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says he's coming to define what is majority. Is the majority can take on one of two forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first white line. Amar Mar, Vinoda Katas, we'll say first one again, what did we say in the Bryce law? That the only time you bring up higher than the Tzibor is when the Beis Din is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, the Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Beis Din knows we know we did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a power have them done for that. Mantana. We'll say who is the opinion who said this? Who is the opinion who said this? So the Gemara says, I'm ready to come around. Rabbi, below Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say before we get to who we know it's like, I'll tell you who it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. Islam, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha, Im Chelev Achal Chayiv, Nosa Achal Chayiv. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer, different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in the second Krisus, where a person is not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Chelev or I'm not sure if I ate Nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating chelev or for eating nosar is the same. It's a chatas. So Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chelev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? You ate one of those items. Then I can bring a chatas because at the end of the day it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So once Rashi points out over here that Halacha L'Maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. And Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say the Brayta doesn't reflect Rabbi Eliezer. Because was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, so we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chelev, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brayta does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you look at, you know, even Rabbi Eliezer, why? Shani up at the same, could be part of a different why? Because the pasuk says, Asher chata aleh. Because we'll say that Beis din is chayiv, or I should say that or this that part is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something asher chatu Allah. So it's like there's a specificity. There's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher chatu Allah. I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher chatu Allah. Bless you. Homi Baile Pratna Misase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? But one cannot be chayiv if you have chatos, if they are misasik. I will say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasik, everyone will look at say again, I am not chayiv a chatos in that case. Right? Time to W. So I'll say, so now we're going on. So now what we have over here is the various sheets concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parhel of Daminat Tzibor for us. Remember again, Shitas Rabbi Huda is that the 12 Shvatim, each of the Shvatim brings their own par. None of that's what Rabbi Huda say, that even the Shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Huda's Shita? My time Rabbi Huda, Kasavar, Arba Kahodik Tzibor. It says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Parhel and Daminat Tzibor. Right? He says kal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad l'kaival, kal l'kal. What does it teach you? That's what? That each and every shevet is chayim. That each and every shevet is called a kal. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad. The Horot Leibabase, and Maisa Talad the Kal. So the second one teaches me that Parhel of Tzibor is only going to brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibor who acts on the ruling. The Chad Ligrira. We'll say what is teaching me about Grira? What's Grira? We'll say the Halacha Lemaisa, even the Shvatim who didn't sin, bring Grira literally dragged along. Bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. The Chad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz b'izin. I will say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if I will say the Chad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz b'izin, it is not the same, but the Masisa calls the she'achman Shvatim. It was about Rabbi Yehuda. Even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the psak halacha of its own based in the Chad, I will say that's Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the shittos from the 4th time the fact that the word kal is written. Rabbi Shimon's model. Talasa kali ksivi. It says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Beinei hakahal, orche dekro. Let's say that he doesn't actually the 4th kal. Why? Because that 4th kal appears in the phrase me'inei hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the kal, which means again, he says that one can't actually why. Because that's just an expression. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of some. So we'll say, how does he pass? So one kal comes to teach me that each shevet has its own liability for following the psak of the Beis Din. It says kal over here. It says kal over here. Just like we'll say, it says over here that basin has to do with the kal. Afkan basin in makal. So we'll say over here, we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal. Lo darish. Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan kals. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 kals that are really wide. Namar lamata kal, namar lamala kal. Malahavan based in below Tzibor, Afkan based in below Tzibor. We'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the Kal is referring to based in not the Tzibor, so Tovir is referring to based in not the Tzibor. So let's remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par hel of Daminat Tzibor? It's the based in. It's the based in. Based in brings the par, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the Xerisha. Shimon Allah, my time off. What is the Shir Allah's logic? Siv baya imeha ita alma miuta siv me'ine. So we'll say again, remember on one hand, Shir Allah says as follows The pasuk says, the Hagen stands me'ina is a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and you see that it says, Kilachala Abishkaga, remember the Ruba in Mikudolo. So we'll say, I want it says, me'ine ha'ita, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if the small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kilachala Abishkaga. Kala Anal means what? Everyone's sin. So which one is it? Remember the Ruba in Mikudolo. Sounds like it's only the road, but not the mute. So in other words, Hakikza, Asuba, Me'ikuban Shakal. So I'll say Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, being acted based on the erroneous Pesach of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, Abba Pishen Rubo, or Ozayin Abba Pishen Rubo Shakal, or if 7 of the tribes follow the erroneous Pesach of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, Chayov, and ultimately again they are Chayov. Let's say on the days. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, no, Rod, Fuli, Rabbi Eidim, Umaysim, Fuli, Rabbi Kalvin. They want to live Rabbi Meir, no. In order for a par halal tzira obligation to be triggered, the Pesach halacha has to be given by the Beis Din, but the action has to be taken by the Kal, to which the Gemara says, where do we know that? From Minavu, Amar Abaye, the Amar Shazak, the Pasuk says, V'haya, Ime Eme Ha'ita Yastal Lishkaga. As I said, the Pasuk says, it will be from the eyes of the congregation Yastal Lishkaga, the matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rava is from the Pasuk from that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Why? Because the Rahman of Allah even Yastal Lishkaga would have just said the first Pasuk, Sahaba Amina, I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population says there's a part of number that's important. Therefore, the Pasuk says that the entire nation is being hurt. Ikas of the Chala of Mishkaga, and later when it says the Chala of Mishkaga, Haba Amina, Ada Abdi, Faith, and Bahadi Uba. I might have thought that Allah of the basement has to act together with this Rabbi Rothschild. So, once again, this speaker was written in the context of so ultimately, you make this Shav of Ine teach us that this halacha applies whether based on delivering an erroneous about Zara or about anything else for which they were being used. Good type of Hodu Beis Din Shal. Those are again what the Mishnah said. If the Beis Din of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous, so we'll say again, that does not trigger Har Ha'elam Davar Minat. Has to be the Sanhedrin. He said to the Gemara, why the rule? Shevet Echad Radi Huda, Balraz Beis Din Agadol. What happens if you have the following situation? I'm sorry. What happens if one tribe acted based on the son of the Sanhedrin? So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the sack of the Sanhedrin. So let's remember again, what does Yehuda hold? That Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous sack of the Beis Din Agadol. Me, Maisu, Shar, Shvatim, Odom. So let's remember again, this model. Remember, also, the tribes who did not commit the Avera, also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed the Avera based on the sack of the Sanhedrin Agadol, do the other tribes bring for that one tribe or not? Me, Shiva, Shatul, with the Maisu, Shar, they shouldn't be Garuba. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a carbon of Osai is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the sack of the Beis Din, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about Chad Shevet, the Lekka, Rubamo. But again, one tribe, now remember, I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember, I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you do this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the Pesach of the Sanhedrin Agadol, running its Pesach, they are going to bring a Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor. That will happen. The Shaila is the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that, which I've never said before, the Rabbi Huda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily. Meaning, remember, here's what we do know. We know when there's a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all child bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Huda when one tribe sins? That tribe brings a par halam dalam and that one, that's whether that's halakha ma'is, we'll have to see. But that's just Rabbi Huda. All the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So when we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a row of the shvatim who sin, then even the ones who didn't bring have a hardship at the leg or below. But if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a road, and the other tribes do not bring. If you didn't ready, this model essentially is one for all. Right? One for all and all for one. The one of the shvatim is bringing a par elam that by definition, that's the tribal liability for all the shvatim. So we'll say that's the shaila. Says the Gemara Tashma. So let's listen to this. So what do they bring? Parachot. What do the tribes bring? So parachot, they bring one par. Rabbi Shimon says, the Mishnah says, what do they bring? Parachot, one par. Rabbi Shimon Amar Shnei parim. Rabbi Shimon says two parim. So I'm asking us, so what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon Kamye Boy. So we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember what she was Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Bezin also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's knowledge should be 8 part. 7 of the tribes, 1 for Bezin. Rather, it must be 1. We must be talking about a case over here where 1 Shevet is sin. So what's the case? The night. If the Shevet made a mistake and then it relied on its own Beis Din, then the Shimon less like, right? So we'll say that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say there is no Har Halam Davar, and that's equal in that case. Elalav Ba'araz Beis Din Agadol. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama money. And we'll say, who's the queen of the Tanakama? Inim Rabbi Meir, Haru Rabbi. What's they going to say? Rabbi Meir requires the majority of the shvatim for pounds of the Tzibor. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Huda. If you don't shechad the shevet echad, and what's the case? The case is where 1 shevet sin. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Huda, where 1 shevet sins, who brings the pound of the Tzibor? That's 1 shevet. And the other shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. On the Akama, you know what the case over here? He goes Shisha, Shvatim, and Ruban Shalka. What's the case over here? It's for 6 of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sin, but they are the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, what's the effective Rabbi Shimon Elazar? They decided on Elazar Omer. What's the first white line? Shimon Elazar Mishmo. Katu Shisha, and Ruban Shalka. If 6 of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority. Oh, Shiva, Abba, Pushain, and Ruban Shalka, or 7 sin. Right? They're the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical majority. But be in par. What's the halacha is? They bring a par. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Huda Omer, Rabbi Huda says as follows. Shevet sha'asa ba'arad be'izima. What's it? If a Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal base. So what's the halacha? Also, Shevet Tayyib, Ushar Kala Shvatim P'turim. So we'll say what? That Shevet is Tayyib, but all the other Shvatim are Patur. U'baharaz based in our Godal, Ushar Shvatim Tayyib. We'll say, but if the one Shevet acted based on the instruction of the base in our Godal, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be Tayyib, Shvatim. So we'll say, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that Shevet. But according according to Yehuda, if the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that Shevet will bring a fire of government Tzibor, but what? Not the other Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din HaGadol, then, according to Yehuda, that Shevet brings a power, and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated those ones. So it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin HaGadol, all of the Shvatim end up bringing a power of government. Incredible. Rav Ashi, the truth is, this is supported by our mission as well. Also Shevet al Pihem. Right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also Shevet Chayiv, Ushar Shalach Kalashat, telling me that only that one Shevet is Chayiv, but the other Shvatim are not there. If that's the case, I believe that there's no Ushar Shalach to do it. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other Shvatim are not there. Hakana Osa Shevet Chayiv. Which since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I would have understood that what? The Chayva, the Tana Osa Shevet Chayiv, the Meli Yidano, Shar Shvatim do it. Once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, by definition of the other Shvatim are not there, have a Hakim Ashwan, the Behoraz based, the Shar Shvatim do it. About Behoraz based on Agadah, the Shar Shvatim Chayovim, Shmamina. Rather than also we keep exactly the Mishnah, that it's only in the case, ultimately again, where Shevet is following the instruction of its own Beis Din, that Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Keturim. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin HaGadol, then once that Shevet has to bring a Par Helam government Tzibor, then what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. Incredible Shevet of Rabbi Yehuda. So again, whether or not the Pasuk and Halakha L'Meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda said that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a Par Helam government at Tzibor. Why? Because each Shevet is called a Kal. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring the Par Helam government Tzibor, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin HaGadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the high ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a Karban, the other Shvat. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Absolutely. Arbus. Ibailu, Shevet Echad, Shazavaras, Beis Din HaGadol. Just listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet, Shazavaras, Beis Din HaGadol? Once they follow the Psak Halakha of the Sanhedrin, Sanhedrin handed down the erroneous ruling, you have one Shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon might see those. So now we're transitioning to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was Shitas Rabbi Shimon? Shitas Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he built on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each Shevet is called its own Kal. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own government at Tzibor. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings their offering, he also adds that the Bissel brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 30 as a maximum. So the Shabbos will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Tzad of the Sanhedrin HaGadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, me, my Ogo. We'll say, so ultimately, again, what happens in that case? Me, my Ogo. So we'll say, what's the level of viability in that particular case? The Gemara says as follows: Tashma, Mahin Mekir, what do they bring? Par Echad, bring one part. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei Parim. Rabbi Shimon says two parim. But my asking, we'll say, so what's the case? What's the righteous case? Ilei Mashem Chaknu Shiva. If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sin, Shnei Parim, what do you mean 2 parim? Shmona parim. So we'll say if 7 Shvatim sin, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Elo T'chata Shevet Echad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sin. Ubemai. We'll say what's the case? Ilei Mavoras, based, if you want to say the Shevet sin based on the Psak of its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon Leslie. We'll say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where the tribe where Shevet follows its own Beis Din. One time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin HaGadol. Ela Boros Beis Din HaGadol. Rather, it's the Ras Beis Din HaGadol, Sanhedrin. It's Izbara. Tanakama one, the boss who's the Tanakama. Rabbi Meir Rubabai, or say Rabbi Meir holds when they bring a pound up in that seaboard, either when there's in America or a tribal road. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shakanavi Max, Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one Shevet brings them what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman and Bishimon Alazar. Was it rather again it must reflect the view of Shimon Alazar, the science we taught about. Tashma. The Chum say, we all up in Ochayet Ella al Horah Beis Nagol. The Chum say that the only time you bring a parallel nothing at Sibur is when? He said, Allah for the might again and follow the Sakalak of the Sanhedrin Agod. My Chacham was in where the Chacham. Even Rabbi Meir, before I say it's Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, Rabbi Meir holds that you either be a tribal or numerical majority. So Rabbi Shimon, rather you have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon. To which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shema Minah. See that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Dikri Kalmanala. Let's listen to this. So I will say, the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that they, so I will say, the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So, okay, so we saw the differences already. Or they both agree on is as follows. That even one Shevet is called a cow. Even one Shevet is called essentially cloud. It's called an assembly. Where did they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Kamerov. Amri Tsiv, Vayamo Yoshapat Bekal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, Nocha Chatzah Hashem, Bein Chatzah Beis Hashem HaKadosh. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshapat stood Bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, Bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem HaKadosh, literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Kadosh. I'm going to be open on Shechit Shut Devarim. Was it means that this was the place where they were in the Kaddish. Like they made a Kiddush. Was it always a Kiddush? V'amru Tevul Yom Al Yikanis B'Nachman Aliyah. Was it happens either under Yom Shabbat, they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a Tevul Yom was someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires Harav Shemesh. Still requires sunset in order to become Lord. So they practically said a Tevul Yom can't enter the mikvah. So what's the point over here? The point over here is you see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests you see from the Rabbi Shimon from here that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, maybe Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. The Havanami Binyamin. Because it was, remember again, here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the Lashon Kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not necessarily a raya that constitutes, that one tribe constitutes a cow. To which the Gemara says, you're right, we can bring another raya. It says, Vayomer Elai, Enemy Matlocha Birkisicha, Unyesaticha Mekahal Hamid. What's that? Who says, Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to Kahal Hamid. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is Yodad Le'akishak. There was who was born in that moment. Binyamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. Binyamin. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is, or even one tribe is called Kal, Shmamina, Ovigam Rachman, is what the Torah is saying. Misyalut L'cha Hashdod, Kal Akrina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to right now, another Kal. So you see from here ultimately that the Torah is saying that even one shape is called the Kal. Maybe perhaps this is what the Torah was saying after, Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why doesn't that make any sense? 12 tribes are called a cow. 11 tribes are not called a cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the Kal. So we'll say the Gemara ends, and we're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends with right? So we see over here that what? That Lemesa, again, even one tribe is called the Kal. So the Gemara will say is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of a Kahal, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. Right, once we stop over here, we'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos both times the daf will be in the afternoon. I'll send that later. All right, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. First of all, our share is sponsored this month by Paul Catholic College in memory of Solomon College, Sarah Bas Abraham, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and then Shabbos Rabbi, the family of Kama, and the College Mishpacha for your sponsorship. And also by the Wilder family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shabel Bas Yaman Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. We hope that in the American Shalom will have an aliyah and the family. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf 8. 5. We are picking up on Dalit Amud Beis by the Mishnah. Second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6, and a lot of. So hopefully by now, Imam is getting into the Sefis Harius. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of limud. Thank you so much. Than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the Mishnah, Horu Beis in Shogigin. Also called Akal Shogigin. If Beis made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, the Shogig as well, or Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong. They had done something wrong. But being power. So ultimately, again, they bring the power Elam Davim Natzikon. This is a special cover that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Beis. What happens if Beis purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael again was showing in others. Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was. So the halacha is going to be kispos. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kispos is another way of saying a personal chatas. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Beis was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogig. So in that case, there's no power elam davim natzibor. It's just personal liability for a regular chatas. Shogig va'asu conceived. If the basin was shogig, but the people knew basin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater. Then there's no karma. So there's no power elam davim natzibor. Because as we see, power elam davim natzibor is only when everyone is shogig. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no chatos, because chatos is also only brought in the case of shogig, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were deceived. So the Gemara goes by there. Shogig in the asum is even harder. So we can refer to the Mishnah as follows: that if Beis delivered their ruling for shogig, but Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted when they said harder. Ultimately, again, they are pater. No power of them. We can infer from this that if it was shogig dunya the base, that if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogig dunya the base? And they shahoru base and shachir the mutter. So basically, we also had this case earlier. Based in asking mistakenly that chaylev was mutter. Then it's hardly for the shuman. And then I will say, what happens? I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of shuman. My chaylev and my shuman, which remember shuman is a little bad, chaylev is very bad, gets mixed up. And I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't chaylev. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating the chaylev. So we'll say, what's that? I'm sorry. So we'll say, I have here a case of shogig dunya amazing, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again with my liability by the psak of the basin. To which the Gemara says, that's the case. If shota, if I run back, come on. Yes, again, if that's the case, then it can be inferred from the Mishnah. Yeah, why does Rabbi Barhama ask that very question over? Well, the toleration is eaten, but also shogigin, don't say for shogigin, but also there was which the Gemara answers no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just even for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg. Since the beginning said Mesitin Ba'asu Shogigin, therefore the Sefer just wrote Shogigin Ba'asu. What the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam government at Tzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately that the carbon has to be Shogigin on the part, Shogig on the part of Beis Din, and Shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be Shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be Shogig in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg, then ultimately we can bring the par ha'elam down to that Tzibor. Says the Mishnah, Oru Beis Din, God's Kalakala says that Beis Din delivers their erroneous psak. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Lapa, Mevi'en par. So we bring a par ha'elam down to that Tzibor. So here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of faith. If that happens, mostly they bring a par. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah par is so ultimately again we'll say for this for Avodah Zarah is not par, but there's an additional sugya as well. Rabbi says something very interesting. He says big shvatim and big base part. He says the following: that ultimately again, if the general situation where all the shvatim sin, so every single shevet brings their own par. So again, I will say same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes act. Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that each shevet must bring their own par ha'elam government with Avodah Zarah. The being Yudeh is part of the Mishnah Seer. And again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then the shevet must bring its own par as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seers. We'll say hey and Dalit. Rabbi Shimon says you kill a parim. So listen to this. You will see it. Par b'sar the shevet, and par b'sar the Beis Din. She has an interesting sheet. Yehuda builds on Yehuda. He says that for par ha'elam dominat tzibor, each shevet brings their own, and what Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, quote unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 seers. So the Gemara says, Horu Beis Din, Ba'asu Zayin Shot and Horuban. What happens if Beis Din passes, that Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? It's 7 tribes. So what's the mention that says 7 Shvatim, Horuban Abiyad. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now, in this case, remember again, we're doing 2 different things over here. There's either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or the Gemara says, Ruban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So now look, it's going to be in par. So we'll say here it says that Allah as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, following the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the par ha'elam government at Tzibor issue. Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechagim. In Zayin part, Yehuda says if as 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own par ha'elam government. So it's Rabbi Rothschild. Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, what about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches parim, u'ba'avodas yochavim, ches parim v'ches sihirim. Har b'sar l'choshev David, har b'sar l'bezin. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Rabbi Shimon has in his Rothschild, he said, Bezin brings its own carbon. Each tribe will bring its carbon, Bezin will bring its own additional carbon. It's actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim, or each of the Shvatim also have their own courts? Let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, Paskin erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that Shevet acted on that psak. What's the halachot? Also Shevet to Chayiv, who shark the Shvatim to the Rabbi. So Yehuda will say that Shevet who followed its basin is Chayiv for a part, but the other Shvatim are Potter. The Chachamim say no, Ein Chayavin Ella al Horoya Ella al Horios. See, here goes in the Sechta. Horios based in Agodim. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par Helam Davin Atzibra will say is only brought if there is one basin who delivers an erroneous ruling. Which basin is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amar Koladas Yisrael Yishku. Adas also shows. The Chachamim is saying this Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the Chachamim say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for Par Ha'elam of Davar Minatzibor if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan. So it's like we now have a fundamental three machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. So Tan Rabbanan. Yadu Shahoru B'Tov Ma'Horu. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in Gemara, Rashi says, "Yadu Shahoru B'Tov Ma'Horu." Kilomar Horu Beis Din Shachel Motiv Avidol Niktas Pasuk Chalaf Yeh Ba'Afu Shod Yin Chelev B'Dam Davi Chad B'Shigid As Ma'isa Bilbad V'Chad B'Hora. ואחר כך יודו שהורו שלא קרוי, אלא שתלו מה שהורו דהינם יודו אם על החילוב הורו או על האדם. So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they don't either be permitted chilov or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So Sharva says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you chayavin. You might have thought that there'd be a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor Talmud Lomar V'No Achatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below Sheyotu Achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher Chatu. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor liability, there has clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din said, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor liability. Asher Chatu Shnei Shvatim Levi and Shnei Parim. Two tribes, when they had sinned. So we'll say they bring two parim, Shlosha, Levi and Shlosha. So we'll say three tribes made a mistake. So again they bring three parim. Oh, Eina Omer Ella Chatu Shnei Yechidim Levi and Shnei Parim. Chatu Gimel Levi and Gimel. Or matter of fact, it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately again if 3 and 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake, he also brings a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor. Therefore, again, the pasuk says, Talmud Lomar Hakal Chayiv. The Chol Kal. So the Chol Kal Chayiv. Well, so therefore, the pasuk says it is only the Kal who brings a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor, never Minayochid. But what does it mean? The Chol Kal Chayiv. Ketzad Chatu Shnei Shvatim Levi and Shnei Parim Chatu Zayin Levi and Zayin Usharsh. So we'll say therefore again when we learn from this, if 2 tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a Par Ha'elam Davar Minatzibor, And furthermore, Shar Shvatim Shalom Chotim Levin Al Yidei and Par. So say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin, bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Ilu Shalom Chotim Levin Al Yidei Achotim. L'kak ne'emar kal, l'chayiv al kol kahal v'kal divrei Rabbi. It's supposed like this is the sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. The sheet I will say is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak for the Bezdin, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatziva. I will say, the Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that calls shevet v'shevet ikri kah. Let's remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar min hatzibor is kah. Torah says there is only liability when the kal follows an erroneous psak of Bezdin. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kal? Rabbi Yehuda defines kal as a shevet. So if an individual follows an erroneous psak of Bezdin, in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda shita. That ultimately, so therefore again, the Gemara says, l'chayiv al kol kal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda ultimately holds that halacha l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin shvatim shechatu. So listen to this. Mavin Zayin part of the base Mavin al Yidei and Par. Shene'emar lemata kal, v'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma'kala amar lemala based in makal. Afkala amar lemata based in makal. So what's here Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda, and that's what? And that's when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? I will say the Bezdin. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. But yet, when I say again, Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model. The shvatim who committed the inadvertently relied on the erroneous of the Bezdin, so they will bring a par. Plus, the Bezdin who delivered erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin shvatim shechadu Bezdin levin al yidei and par vein piturim. And what's the last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa it is only the Bezdin who brings the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. See, Rabbi Meir says Zayin shvatim shechadu. Was in Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor is when there's a majority of the Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the Klal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that Allah when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only Bezdin who brings the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, not the shvatim. Ne'emar kal lamata, v'ne'emar kal lamala. Ma'kala amar lamala Bezdin below tzibor. Afkala amar lamata Bezdin below tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says mishmo. So in other words, what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar holds chadu shisha shvatim mein rubo shal kal. If 6 of the tribes sin and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sin, even though what? They are not the majority of the Kal, nevertheless, in the being part. So when Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. He's in the majority, 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So let's say first white line. We'll say furthermore, what do we say in the Bryce? That the only time you bring up higher looked up in that tzibor is when the Bezdin is explicitly clear as to what has to be erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, if Bezdin is unsure about the erroneous ruling, Bezdin knows, we know we did something wrong, we just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a power Helen document. Mantana will say, who is the opinion who said this? Who is the opinion who said this? So the Gemara says, Amar Damarat, Rabba, the low Rabbi Eliezer. So it's like before we get to who we know it's like, tell you who it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. This not Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha, Im Chelev Acha, Chayiv, no Sir Acha Chayiv. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of the second species, where a person is not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate chelev or I'm not sure if I ate nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Because it was like the carbon for eating chelev or for eating nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chelev or you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? You ate one of those items. Then I bring the chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So what Rashi points out over here that halakha l'maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. If Yeshua says that at the end of the day you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, or the Brisa doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, so we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chelev, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, Rabbi Eliezer, no, he could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani up at the same. Could be para helen up, and that's a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says, Asher chata aleh. As well say the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv, or I should say that para helen or is that part of the is true. Israel does something that share chotu Allah. So it's like there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Share chotu Allah for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I hasam nami haksiv. But 1 second. Hasam nami haksiv. Asher chotu Allah. I'm sorry. Hasam nami haksiv asher chotu Allah. Oh bless you. Homi by the prantam misaseh. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if chatos if they are misasik. I will say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasik, everyone will agree that halakha l'maaseh again, I am not chayiv in that case. Right? Time in that. So I'll say. So now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shittos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parhel of that seaboard for us. Remember again, shittas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. Now that's what Rabbi Yehuda say. What should we say? That even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda's shita? My Rabbi Yehuda kasavar arba kahadik sib. Rabbi says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Parhel and Sibor. Right? It says kal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad v'chayva kol kal v'kal. One is to teach you that's what? That each and every shevet is chayim. That each and every shevet is called a kal. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad, the whole rod. What's in 6 1 teaches that Parhel on Tzibur is only going to brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibur who acts on the ruling. Bechad legrira. We'll say what is teaching me about grira? What's grira? We'll say the halakha l'maaseh. Even the shvatim who didn't sin bring grira and drag a carbon on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. Bechad shevet she'asa b'horaz Beis Din. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if I will say if Rashi says the Chalu Sheikh Shasa Baras Beis Din, it's not to say but the Maslis and Hodu Beis Din Sha'achman Shvatim. It was according to Rabbi Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim Beis Din Psak Halacha of its own Beis Din, the Chat will say that's Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda learns out all of the shittos from the 4 times the fact that the word Kal is read. Rabbi Shimon. In Rabbi Shimon's model, Talasa Kalik City, it says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Beinei kahal, orche de crow. Was it, but he doesn't actually the fourth kal. Why? Because that fourth kal appears in the phrase me'inei hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the kal, which means again he made a mistake. He says that one you can't actually why? Because that's just an expression. Kedar me'inshi me'inei deklanyo. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So what's the attitude of this? So one kal comes to teach me that each shevet has its own liability for following the psak of the beis din. Utrei achrimi ne'emar lemata kal v'ne'emar lemala kal. It says kal over here, and it says kal over here. Mala like beis din makal. Just like we'll say, it says over here that beis din has to do with the kal. Afkan beis din makal. So we'll say over here we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal lo darish. It was Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan kals. Therefore, therefore ultimately again he needs the 2 kals that are written. Why? Ne'amar lemata kal v'ne'amar lemala kal. Ma'ala halon based in below tzibor. Afkan based in below tzibor. We'll say he needs to teach me what? That just like earlier again, I will say the kal is referring to based in not the tzibor. So Tovir is referring to based not the tzibor. So what's remember again? What's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par helam never than tzibor? It's the basin. Basin brings par, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the Xer Shimon Allah is my time off. What's his logic? Siv Baya Ine Ha'ita Alma Mi'uta Siv Me'ine. So we'll say again, remember on one hand, Shimon Allah says as follows. The Me'ine Ha'ita. The he understands Me'ine Ha'ita to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and see that it says, Kilachala Afishkaga, V'memra Deruba in Mi'utala. So we'll say on one hand it says Me'ine Ha'ita, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says Kila Kala Ambishgaga. Kala Analysis means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember the Ruba in Mikutalo. Sounds like it's only the road, but not the miut. So in other words, Hakik Atsuba Me'in Ruban Shakal. So I say Rabbi Shimon teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning based on the erroneous Psak and Sanhedrin, they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael. Or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous Psak of the basin, even though what? The numerical majority, nevertheless, Chayov, and ultimately again they are Chayov. What's that on the base? Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, no, Rav Kli, Rabbi Meir, Umayis, Kli, Rabbi Kamina. About the Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, no. In order for a par halam's obligation to be triggered, the psak halacha has to be given by the beis din, but the action has to be taken by the kal, which the Gemara says. What do we know? That from the Navu, Amar Abaye, the Amar God, the pasuk says, "V'haya ime'ene ha'eva l'shgaga." As I said, it says, and it will be from the eyes of the country. The matter was committed in inadvertently. Rava says, Rava from the pasuk from the Chola Afishka, that the entire nation acted inadvertently because of Rahman the Bariya Meinea, even Nesbala Shkaga. What it just said, the first pasuk, Zahava Amina, I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population says there's a part I don't know that's important. It says that the entire nation is inadvertent. Because of a Chola Afishkaga, and in order to say the Chola Afishkaga, Hava Amina, Ada Abdi, Faith in Bahadi Guba. Better thought that Allah the Maisa the beis din has to act together with this Rabbi Rothschild. Once again, these people was written in the context of the Torah. So ultimately, we make to teach us that this halacha applies whether beis din is delivering an erroneous ruling or about anything else for which there would be a few. Good fighter. So it's very again what the Mishnah said. If the king of one of the tribes, the basin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say again that does not trigger Har Ha'elam Davar Minatzi. Has to be the Sanhedrin. He said, Gemara, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Ba'orah Beis Nagodo, Mia, Ma'isur Shar Shvat Molo, was listening to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Ba'orah Beis Nagodo, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, so what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agoda? So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Agoda. So what's the number again? What does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar minatzira. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Nagoda. Me, ma'asu shar shvatim olam. So it's very good at this model. Remember, also the tribes who did not commit the Avera also what? Bring on the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed Avera based on the psak of Nagadol, the other tribes bring for that one tribe. Shiva Shatim Demaisu, Shar Shvatim Ba'adayu, Mishum Ikoruba. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant of Osai is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority who committed an inadvertent sin based on the psak of the base, then what? The tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Again, about not shave at the leg or below. But again, one tribe, now remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So Rabbi Yehuda's model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agad, the erroneous psak, they are going to bring a par hela davar ninat tzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that bunch of Rabbi said before that Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all tribes bring. Now, the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Israel when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow, that tribe brings a par helam davar minatzira. That we know. That's whether that's halakha ma'aseh, I have to see. But that should be Rabbi Yehuda. Which all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim who sin, then even the ones who didn't bring have a hardship with the leg or below. But if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a rove, then the other tribes do not bring. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the shvatim is bringing a par helam davar minatzira by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all the shvatim. So we'll say that's the shaila. Says the Gemara Tashma. 9 million. So it says this. So what do they bring? Harachot. What do the tribes bring? So Harachot, they bring 1 pound. Rabbi Shimon says, the Mishnah says 9 million. What do they bring? Harachot. Rabbi Shimon Amar Shnei Parim. Rabbi Shimon says 2 pounds. So what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon Kamiyei Boy, Rabbi Shimon, remember, what's she does Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Bezin also. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model, there should be 8 part. 7 for the tribes, 1 for Bezin. Rather, it must be 1. We must be talking about a case over here where 1 Shevet sin. So what's the right? If the Shevet made a mistake that it relied on its own faithing, then the Shimon less like, right? That's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistaken ruling given by their own base, and then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say, "This is not how Hamam Darwin and Sikra in that case. Hello, Lav, Balrad, based on Agod. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous of the Sanhedrin Agod. The Tanakama money, and it will say, who's the payment of the Tanakama? You name Rabbi Meir, Haru Rabbi. What's they going to say? Rabbi Meir requires majority of the shvatim per pound of that tzibur. Hello, Lav Rabbi Yehuda. Rather, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. If you don't, Shechata Shevet Echad. And what's the case? You cases where one Shevet sinned. So what's that? Therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Yehuda, where one Shevet sins, who brings the Har Halam David and support? That's one Shevet, and the other Shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. On the Akama Eskinu, what's the case over here? We go Shechatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Ruban Shalkal. What's the case over here? Is where six of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sinned, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and also everybody to Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Rabbi Shimon Elazar, first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Elazar Shmo, Katu Shisha, Vein Ruban Shalkal. If six of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, or seven sin, right there, the tribal majority, the other majority, the being part. What's it? That is being a part. So the Gemara says, Tashma, and you don't. Yehuda says as follows: Shevet sha'asa ba'oraz beis pina. What's it? The Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal basis. So what's that? Also, Shevet Tayyib, Ushar Kala Shvatim Keturim. So we'll say what? That Shevet is Tayyib, but all the other Shvatim are Pater. U'bahoraz based in our Godol, Afilu Shar Shvatim. We'll say, but if the one Shevet acted based on the instruction of the base in our Godol, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be Tayyib. Shmamina. Suppose I halach masret Rabbi Yehuda. But we just want to understand things, by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a chiyuv or a par ha'elam from that tzibah, according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that shevet will bring a par ha'elam from that tzibah, but what? Not the other shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the base din Agodol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that Shevet brings a power, and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated as well. So what's it? So it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Agodol, all of the Shvatim end up bringing the power of the incredible. The truth is, this is supported by our Mishnah as well. Also Shevet al Pihem. Right? The pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also a Shevet Tayyib, Mushar Shala Kala Shatim Keturim. We're telling them that only that one Shevet is Tayyib, but the other Shvatim are Pater. If that's the case, not only them, it's Mushar Shatim Keturim. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other Shvatim are Pater. Hatana Osa Shevet Tayyib. If since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I would have understood that what? The Chayva, the Tana Osa Shevet Chayiv, the Meli Yidano, Shar Shvatim Keturim. Say, once the Mishnah says that Shevet is the definition of the other Shvatim Pater, the Hakamash Malon, the Behoraz base, you know the Shar Shvatim Keturim. Behoraz base in Agada, the Shar Shvatim Chayovim, Shmamina. Rather, also we keep moving back to the Mishnah. That it's only in the case, ultimately again, where a Shevet is following the instruction of its own base din, that Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Keturim. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin of Godol, then once that Shevet has to bring a Par Helam government and Sibor, then what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. An incredible Shevet of Rabbi Yehuda. So again, whether or not we pass like that halacha l'meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda said that first of all, novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a Par Helam Davar Minat Sibor. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each Shevet is called a Kal. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring the Par Helam Davar Minat Sibor, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the high court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the high ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a carbon. The other Shvat didn't do that. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Absolutely. Arbus. Ibailu. Shevet Echad Shazamaran is based in Agadol. So let's listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Once they follow the Sakalacha of the Sanhedrin, Sanhedrin handed down the erroneous ruling, you have one Shevet who follows. So the Rabbi Shimon, me, my silo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. But remember again, what was she does Rabbi Shimon? She does Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each Shevet is called its own kal. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own parallel government at Tzibor. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own part. So as Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shalos will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psak of the Sanhedrin HaGodol? According to Rabbi Shimon might see Odo. We'll say, so ultimately again, what happens in that case? Might see Odo. We'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? The Gemara says as follows: Kashma, Mahin, what do you bring? Par apple. Bring one par. Shimon Omer Shnei. Shimon says two par. Am I asking? What's the case? What's the right case? Ilema Shechatu Shiva. If you want to say it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sin, Shnei Parim, two Parim, Shmona Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatim sin, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 7 for the Shvatim who sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Elo the Chata Sheva Dachar. Right? You have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sin. We'll say what's the case? Ilema Boras, based, if you want to say the Shevet sin based on the Psak of its own based in Rabbi Shimon Leslie. Let's say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe or a Shevet follows its own based in. Like Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin HaGodol. Ela Boros based in HaGodol. Rather it's the Ras based in HaGodol, Sanhedrin. It is Virah. Tanakama money, it was a Tanakama. Rabbi Meir HaRugovai, it was a Rabbi Meir hold. Really bring a pound up around Tzibor, either when there's a numerical or tribal row. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatanari Meister, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda that once even one Shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Alazim. Was it rather again it must reflect Rabbi Rabbi Shimon Alazim to be signing into part of God. Tashba. The Chacham say, we all have been Ochayim Ela Al Nagona. The Chacham say, that the only time you bring a parallel government at Tzibor is when in Allah again they're following the Psak Halach of the Sanhedrin HaGodol. My Chacham, what's the word of Chacham? Ilim Rabbi Meir, before I say it's Rabbi Meir, Ruba Boy, Rabbi Meir holds that you can be a tribal or numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, see that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Dikri Kalmanol. Let's listen to this. So I will say the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that they. So I will say the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So so we saw the differences with us. But what they both agree on is as follows: that Shevet is called a Kal. Even one Shevet is called actually Klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where did they get that from? To which the Gemara is something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Dikri Kalmanol. Omri Tziv, Vayamon Yoshafat Bekal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, Nocha Chatzah Hashem, Notzeh Chatzah Beis Hashem HaKadosh. Was it that the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood Bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim? He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, Bekal Yehuda in Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem HaKadosh, literally again, the new house of God. What is that? My Kadosh. I'm going to be open on Shechit Devarim. Was it means this was the place where they were mechadish, like they made a chiddush. Was it always the chiddush? V'amru tevul yom al yikanis b'nachan aleviyah. Was it happy to see that under Yom Shabbat they went ahead and they made a brand new building, which was what? That a tevul yom was a tevul is someone who went to the mikvah that day. Rav Shemesh still requires the sunset in order to become power. So he passed in that a tevul yom can't enter the machan aleviyah. So, but what's the point of it over here is you see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests you see from the Rebbe that even learn out from here that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, maybe Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. Because we'll say, remember again, here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon Kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Akinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a Kal. Which the Gemara says, go right, we can bring another raya. This is by Yomer Eli, Henry Matrocha Birpisicha, Unisaticha Lekahal Amr. One second, the Shmarel who says Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to Kahal Amr. Now both sides. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is Yavad Le'akishai. There was who was born in that moment? Binyamin. So the Shmarel who says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes, Binyamin. So you see from here that's wrong. That even the birth of one tribe is called Kal, Shmamino, Mavikam Rachman. This is what the Torah is saying. Misyalu B'cha Hashda, Kal Afrino. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another Kal. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even in one shape it is called a Kal. Maybe perhaps this is what Mishra was saying. They shrugged to this Kari's Kal. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a Kal. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called a Kal. 11 tribes are not called a Kal. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called a Kal. So we'll say the Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately ends. So you see over here that what? That the Mesa, again, even one tribe. So the Gemara both is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a Kahal, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat. That Shaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. Right, so stop over here. We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. And Shabbat Coach and the doc will be in there to show you afternoon. Send that later. Yep, I'm in a good place. Barney don't say good morning, let us begin by taking all of our spot. Functions for this morning shared with fame. Our annual Talmud Torah responsible Israel, dedicating all the Shem Drashos this year as his chus from Son of Tolos to Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Allah, Bali, and the Bennett Goldberg. From the infant show of his parents, Abba, Ben, Ashim, but speculation, that's Fidelity, and the hope that American Hashem Tulos of our Kilo funds will be answered during this holy month. Shmuel Minutes, Lili Nishmas, David Plum's father, Rabbi Ari Plum, the Yitzchak Ari Ben Achaber, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Racha. I'll become learning sponsor. Lili Nishmas, Rodi, Fergie, Zichron Racha, and our Dafyomi sponsors, Will and Melanie Gerger. And then we have those father, Wilbert Gerger, Getzel, Ben Avram, Zichron Racha, we have the America, the Talmud Torah, all of the Shem Sadnaya. Families in the Kama, all those in your poor Shem, the phone company, Shabbat, Shmatu, Shirim, Hashem, Home hostages, Shalom and the Karam, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudea. Those with that, let us begin. We have a ridiculous amount of Gemara to do today. Right? Just okay, but we are going to Eretz Hashem, get it done. But you will always get it done. So you get done. Gimel. Today's daf is daf Gimel. We're starting like in a second of the Sarah. That's it. But no. On days over days. Days onward days. On 2B, and we are taking on in Eretz Hashem. My Rabbi, how old is the Piatzmo? My Rabbanon. Yeah, my Rabbanon. So let's say, so remember again, we began, this is about, probably about 20 lines up from the bottom. So my Rabbanon. So let's say, so again, we had a statement of the name of Rabbi Yehuda and Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda said, Rabbi Yehuda, right? Rabbi Yehuda said, these are the words of the Tana, Rabbi Yehuda. But often, so remember again, our entire Mishnah reflected the following view, which is that Halakha L'Maisa, Halakha, am I about right? 20 lines up in the bottom? Where did I get to? 10 lines from the top? Come on. I did not get that. Yeah, that's embarrassing. Just go with me with this. 10 lines from the top? Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Right or wrong? All right. I got this. Okay. Right or wrong? So remember again. Well, what did I do yesterday? What was it? Okay, so right or wrong? All right, we got this. I'm going to get it. Somebody came over to me last night after Choshad B'Shir. Someone listens online. He said, Rabbi, what happened? The recording cut out in the beginning of Amud Beis. Now I get it. Okay, got it. Okay, so you want to solve right or wrong? But so the Mishnah says as follows. So remember again, the halacha is that if you have a Beis Din that passed, right? And the Beis Din went ahead and said that halacha l'maisa. They said, hey, look, this is so remember again, then you have someone either on the Beis Din or ultimately again sitting in the galley of the Beis Din. Well, halacha l'maisa means it's absolutely mistaken. Let's say it's mistaken. They still have to put that ruling. Halacha l'maisa, they are not part of the chayv and the right? Because remember again, reliance on the Beis Din's ruling only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better and puts his full trust in the Beis Din, which makes sense for a regular person. But l'maisa, someone who understands, halacha l'maisa doesn't have that exemption. Right or wrong? Keep going, man. No, keep going, man. Right? Thank you. Amarava, he goes Shimon ben Azai to Shimon ben Zoma. So you might give examples of this. Like these individuals, Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. The Rashi points out over here, so these individuals themselves were not Dayanim, but they sat in front of the Beis. Remember back to our Sanhedrin days, that there was always like a black of America, like a judicial bullpen, right? There were always rows of students who were there in case the Beis needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but halacha l'maisa again were fit for horah. They were fit for horah. Therefore, halacha l'maisa again, if they were to rely on an erroneous statement of the Beis Din, they would be personally liable. So one second, I got no. Basically, now someone like that, someone like Shimon ben Azai or Shimon ben Zoma, if they hear that the Beis Din rules that chilul is mutar, you know that it's wrong. They know that it's wrong, that it's an sound. If they were to rely on that and be hit, that's amazing. That's intentional violation. So using that logic, says ultimately again, if an individual commits an avera, all the katos, if he does so with the instruction of Beis Din, he is potter. Kate said, what's the case? Total Beis Din shechiv under the no dela effort mehen shetal. It's the Mishnah that said. Right, so ultimately Beis Din asking that chilul is potter, and one of the members of the Beis Din realizes that no, Beis Din is mistaken. Or, for example, someone's, they have a comment who's fit to be a judge, he's sitting there in the Beis Din, and ultimately again he relies on the ruling. You would have thought that such a person would be potter. If an individual acts on his own volition, ultimately again he is kind of Beis Din potter. Ultimately again, but it does with the instruction of Beis Din, he's potter. So one says, look, how it was like this. These individuals are still acting with the instruction of Beis Din, they know better. So how does this shtim? Shabbos said, this is the only thing we see over here is, so what is the case of a Talmid Chacham who relies on the erroneous psak of a Beis Din, right? Ultimately, again, who again knows that the Beis Din is wrong, but ultimately, again, it's still called shogeg. What is that case? So let's say this is fascinating. Once let you go. The Yoda the Aser, he knows that it's Aser. He knows that Caleb is Aser. Like I tell you, watch this. The mitzvah l'shmor divrei chachamim. The dinami the Torah mitzvah l'shmor divrei chachamim. So I say this is quite interesting. What was shogeg over here? Shogeg over here is like this. The Ham Chacham knows that the Beis Din is wrong. But what he's not sure about is there's a biblical obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. So he thinks to himself, oh, maybe that biblical obligation applies even in situations where it's clear that the rabbis are wrong. That's the shogeg of this case over here. So again, he's not lazy, because he's not intentionally, he isn't intentionally eating Caleb, and he knows that Caleb is Aser, but his feeling is like this, that when I saw, there's a mitzvah to listen to Chazal. So perhaps the mitzvah to listen to Chazal ultimately is eating. And by the way, it's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say in the concept? Small. Rashi says, do not hear from the words that they tell you right or left. What does Rashi have to say from the Gemara? Afilu omrim al yomim shu small, while small shu yomim. Even if the Beis Din tells you that the right is left and the left is right, you have to listen. So one could erroneously glean from that even if the Beis Din tells you that Caleb is mutter, but you know that Caleb is Aser, that you should still listen or you can still listen. Again, Kamash Malon, no, not that far. Not that far, and therefore, again, such an individual would not be shielded from personal liability. He would be chai b'chapas, but yet he's still called a shogeg, right? He's still called a shogeg. Not a shogeg regarding Caleb, but a shogeg regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Incredible. That's what I do. Cloud. I talk about small shows his very again. Mishnah said, here's the rule. Any person who essentially acts on his own mission is always going to be chai b'chapas. Talking about cases of shogeg over there. We see chayiv, which is carbonic liability for inadvertent commission of an avera, certain averas. So again, if he acted on his own volition, it can be chayiv b'chatos. Acted as a result of the Beis Din's instruction, will be part of the b'chatos. So told the Beis Din, Rasuye, hold the Beis Din, the Yadu Shetal. So listen to this. The Chazir go ahead. So the Gemara says, told the Beis Din, let me give you an example of that. Beis Din passed from Caleb his mother, and then I will say what happened. Realized that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted. Well, I won't say what's the problem. But Ruben didn't hear about this. Ruben only heard the first part, didn't get the second part, right? So Ruben heard that they think that Caleb is Aser. He did not hear, his mother, but he did not hear that they recanted that psak. So he acted on it. So one says, of course, he's going to be potter. One says, how the heck you can turn it off? Done it all there in the car. You're right. One says, you're right. First, the Mishnah went ahead and said the case, and then the Mishnah just espoused the principle. Good. I'm going to do Shmuel. Okay, so let's say here's action we left off yesterday. That's just Chazara. I'm going to do Shmuel, right? Zu divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So the Gemara said like this. All of this up until now, right? So we've been operating with one core principle, which is when Beis Din paskins and makes an erroneous psak, an erroneous ruling, and an individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is potter. He is shielded from personal liability because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of the Beis Din. That's a they're operating. Now, I will say, up until this Gemara right now, we have assumed everyone agrees with that statement. Comes on the said in Shmuel. This statement is Zu Rabbi Yehuda. That's Rabbi Yehuda. About the Chum say Yakin Shasabaraz Beis Din Chayim. The Chum calling the Chum say natural when an individual acts even under the instruction of the Beis Din. At the end of it, he is Chayim. There is personal liability even when he acts under the instruction of the Beis Din. And therefore, again, just plugging this in. Beis Din says Caleb is mutter. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice safted piece of Caleb, right? And that's dinner. Chacham are going to say he's liable. Not us, because again, to be clear, it's not made to shocking, but it's still going to be liability. But it says, okay, let's unpack it. Right? So essentially now what we have over here is a machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and the Chacham. Rabbi Yehuda it says individual acts based on based in he is Hatar, Rahamim say he is Chai. So my Rabbi, what's who's Rabbi Yehuda? The Sanya, in Nefesh, Sh'achas Nefesh HaMishkaga, Ba'asosa, Hari'il Giliu. So if you look at this phrase, Nefesh, Achas Nefesh, they're essentially three limiting or exclusionary phrases. Then what is this teacher? So Chayim, Baraz, based in Hatar. If you act with your own, which means in inadvertent. When you try to Chatos, do so based under the Psalm, based in your Hatar. That's ultimately that Rabbi. What's the Rabbi? The Sanya, Adayin Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, Chayavim, Shemizim Rubin Al Ayidin Har. So what's going to happen over the course of the next daf is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth two concepts. This idea of our Mishnah, that things in possible, ultimately again delivered in a Rabbi is beside the individual acted on it, is there liability for an individual kakas or not? And as you mentioned in yesterday's daf, there is also another concept which is which means basic issues in erroneous psak and the majority of the congregation. Now we're going to discuss what congregation is, but the majority of Klal Yisrael acts on that stuff. Then that requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? That we're going to see. So that's the word jumping to over here, which is the most assignment. Adayin Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, if only minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the erroneous psak of Beis Din, Hayavim. So the individual members of Klal Yisrael are going to have to bring a chatas. Why? Shein Beis Din Yevin Al Yidei and Par. It's interestingly enough, so the Gemara saying over here that if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the psak of the Beis Din, minority is going to have to bring a chatas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no parallel of government at Sibor, and therefore, again, the Klal Yisrael is not covered by that carbon. Because we're not covered by that carbon, everyone has to bring their individual kapas. No culture, and again, we're going to see this sugya. Right now, it's being mentioned over here. We're going to delve into the government at Sibor. No culture, you can do it. But at the end of the majority of Klal Yisrael sin, ultimately, again, they should be punter. You would have thought that therefore they should be punter from individual chatas liability. Why? Sharing Beis Din being Ayidei Bar. Because the Beis Din is going to bring up our hell of government at Sibor. Hamulomar me'am ha'aretz. Afilu rubo, v'afilu kulo. Wow. Okay. So let's say, so now watch this. But I want to say like this. You would have thought that when there is a parallel of government at Sibor, ultimately, again, the individuals would be part of the chatas. Kamash malo me'am ha'aretz. The am ha'aretz, the nation of the land, the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal kabbanic liability. So therefore, Rabbanan are saying, even when a parallel of government Sibor is being brought, the individuals must still bring their individual chatas, which shows you what? That even when there is liability on the part of the Beis Din, and the individual is acting on behalf, as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, there's still personal carbonic liability. Serious, so that's our machlokes. So it says when the individual acts under the instruction of Beis Din, no personal carbonic liability, no cost. But I want to say no, even though you're acting under the instruction of Beis Din, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is still personal carbonic liability in form of a contest. Incredible. So the Gemara says, just know his own. What's the case over here? Even if a shinikas myself. We're talking about over here that individual just acted of their own volition. Without the instruction of it, they just made a mistake. Beis Din Shelo Barar, the Beis Din didn't deliver the son, then Beis Din might have been a time. Ultimately, again, then obviously Beis Din has nothing to do with this. Shelo Barar's Beis Din mean Meiser Shelo Barar. Beis Din are asking, we're just talking about a situation where people just made, a lot of people just made the same mistake. So obviously, again, it's personal liability. Alabara, right? We're talking about a case where the Beis Din did issue an erroneous psak. When it's about when the cause gets me amaharet by the obligation of kantas, the book said Lashon of Shividas Maisa means that Klal Yisrael, whether it's some individuals, minority, even the majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistaken understanding, nothing to do with the psak of Beis Din. So it's free. By Shividas Maisa, Elon Lam, Hokka, needs to say, here we go. real culture, because myself, when a minority of Bobby Israel sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not exactly they made a mistake. Chayavim, ultimately again the Chayv Chatos. You shouldn't get your why, you shouldn't get your in. Are you doing parable wrong? Because basically, it's not bringing a par ha'elam davar min ha'tzibor, or, the thing where it says, or, in Chayavim, you might have thought, therefore, the majority of crowd as well, the shingles myself of their own volition, that ultimately, again, they should be potter, shari based in the being, alehan, Bora, I would love my name, RX back to the Rudo, ultimately, again, myself. So ultimately, again, if Ma'ama RX even sins, when majority sins, if there was not a whole space, there was no psak, ultimately, again, they're trying to contest. I'm going to follow. Meanwhile, this is why he said, no, no, based in. Maybe no one brings a covenant on that service. Yeah, you might hear from a Hadja Maruba the Chiba, that's the reason they want you to the majority to create a sense of liability. Not in the crowd, the yield to Balra, I believe in the Chayv Balra. It must be because even a minority goes ahead and acts on the psak and wisdom, ultimately again, there's going to be liability as a result of the ruling. Then a Hadja Barisha Am the Chayv Shivi Vesmansa, or the Basuf Hadja Aluba, the Yuba Shivi Vesmansa. So the Gemara said, let's go ahead first, look at case. For the yield, for minority. That's what we Chayv Shivi Vesmansa, so acted on their own volition. And then we'll find the case ultimately again of liability for the majority who acted in the Shiva Spice. Allah, with the Lord Mahadra Amil, the Machayda Shiva Spice. But rather again, from the fact that we're now looking for a case of real, of minority, who are liable for their own actions, with a Sot Mahadra Alula between the Shiva Spice, Shmamina, Real to Balra Chayam. When a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, they are going to be Chayim. That's another thing we're coming to us. The Shalom Bara Shin Gaspar, will be again, and when Allah will say they act without a psak of Beizin, ultimately again they will be Chayam and Chatos as well. With me, Carvalho stomach, it's never most like the bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what Rabbi did say. To help us to understand that which we thought was fully agreed on in the Mishnah is in fact subject to my focus. Here's the thing that was into one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this incredibly beautiful yet somewhat complex journey. We have a fundamental focus tanoi. If an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of the Beis Din, is he chayav a carbon kakas or not? Beis Din said Caleb is mutter. Ruben said, great, always wanted to have some. Goes out, eats Caleb, finds out Beis Din was wrong. Is he, Ruben to show me, obviously that's accidentally, is he chayav a kakas or not? Normally again, I will say, so just let me say it. Had Ruben accidentally consumed a piece of Caleb or the halacha, carbon kakas. Here, Ruben, interestingly enough, acted based on the psak of the Beis Din, so he made a mistake. Is he chayav a kakas? Rabbanan, Rabbi Yehuda, no. The individual is shielded for personal liability when he acts as a result of the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbanan, yes. Just remember that my focus. That's going to be my focus for today. We're going to see it play out a number of different ways. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. Tara Stankas, both the Mishnahs that you quoted, right, were both what we call Stam Mishnahs, which means without attribution. The Gemara says, you might the question with Rabbi Rabbanon. How do you know the first one is Rabbi Yehuda, second one is Rabbanon? Equally, the Gemara says, maybe it's just the opposite. So the Gemara says, Man Shaman Tegi Darshman would be no, because who is the one who ultimately darshans and that's like the Me'ama Aretz? Kiyakas. Rabbi Yehuda is Rabbi Yehuda Bisanya, who says, what's the top of Gimel? Sus, Kamras, Ha'olahi, Ha're'elu Shloshani. So again, also the word actions over in Zof for us, all there are three limiting phrases or three limiting words in this city. See what's Rabbi Yehuda, the actions within, therefore makes sense to attribute the rice. So ultimately, I go to the Mishnah, I should say, Amaretz, to Rabbi Yehuda, the rice in the possibility is, Adayin Ani Omer, or not as smoke was like Rabbi Yehuda. Perhaps I can't get fully established with Rabbi Yehuda. The Tani, Rov HaKal, Shechatu, so what's it now again? We're jumping back now to Par Helam Dominant Sibur. We have not learned this Sugya. But again, Par Helam Dominant Sibur, which literally means Par, on a full offering, Helam Dominant Sibur. Something, a piece of information, has been hidden or obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation based in issued an erroneous psak, and the majority of Klal Yisrael rely on it. Okay, so now watch this. But the majority of Klal Yisrael sin based in being unpowered. So based, they will say that according to this version, based is the one who brings the power of government at sea. The individual doesn't bring anything. Based brings this carbon on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Udon, and I will say, now watch this. If you think that this is Rabbi Udon, do this. However, Sibur Udamai see based in law. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, Machlokas number 2 that I want you to remember. When there is a power of government at Sibur, right? So based on issue erroneous ruling, the majority of Klal Yisrael relied on it. That now, carbonic liability, power of government at Sibur. Who brings that carbon? Watch this. This is not. Rabbi Udon there. So we'll say, well, let me just say it's outside. The Rabbanan say that ultimately again, it is the base thing who brings it. Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, in Klal Yisrael brings it, but Sibur brings it. Now, what does that mean? It's Sibur like this one power for Klal Yisrael. There's multiple powers for Klal Yisrael. Now, we're going to see again. That's not focus number 2. Kind of keeping your head. This time, here we go. But you know, it's fascinating. We go back. Shiva, I will say, I'm Gimel on the Dalit 3A, 6 lines after the Dalit. This time, we go back. Shiva Shvatim Shechat is Zayin part. So it's 7 tribes. Now, we'll say, remember again, what does 7 tribes represent? 7 tribes represents majority of Klal Yisrael. Now, interestingly enough, not necessarily numerical majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that so many exciting things to come. I don't know if next week we'll finish this now. I just want to say, so the nice again, right? 7 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead and commit an Avera. So what's the halacha? But now again, we'll say this all showed. The being Zayin part. Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi. Last one on Rashi, Zayin Shvatim. The Havu Rosh Shvatim. That's the majority of the so the being Shiva part, obviously 1 par per Shevet. And somebody with the Shevet at that Ikri Kal, the being below basic. So we'll say there's a lot actually happening over here. First of all, in Rabbi Yehuda, you see that it's the people who bring the par, not the basic. And it's also interesting to see that according to Rabbi Yehuda, each Shevet is considered its own Kal, considered its own congregation, and therefore each Shevet must bring its own par. Rabbi Shmuel to the Rabbi Meir. He's the one to Rabbi Meir. So again, so therefore again, right now where we are is we have 2 machlokas in Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan. Number 1 is in our Mishnah. The Rabbanan say ultimately again, Rabbi Yehuda says the individual shielded from personal liability when you're allowed to accept what they did. The Rabbanan say no, you're liable. The machlokas are to Bahal and Rabbanan Sibur. The Rabbanan say Nathan brings it. Rabbi Yehuda says Father Sofish. I'm not going to Shmuel. To the Rabbi Meir, these were the Meir. About the humble, the from say, Yok Shasabala is based in Chayim. So it's interesting enough, but Nachman says, not Rabbi Yehuda, who's the opponent. It's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the Tanah, Mishnah, but Rabbi Meir, so Rabbi Meir is one who says, ultimately again, the individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts on the advice of the base, or exactly the base. But the Chachamim say ultimately again that he's Chayim. My Rabbi Meir, my Rabbanan. What are these books? It's on here. Here we go. Horeb Asim. Based in Paskin, that Caleb is mother, and Ruben went out or individuals and ate it. They married Potter from the Rabbi Meir said Potter, and also again from Sirichan. Man Asim. So we'll say, what does this mean? Who is performing this hate? Because if you look at Rothschild and Rice up, James thing says, Horeb Asim. They passed it and they ate. I'm just using as the example. So I understand the passing is being done by the who went out and committed the idea. Because also it's not singular, it's not Horu Ba'asad, but it's Horu Ba'asu. Who's doing this? Even in the case, so let's say again, If it's based in who asking and based in who went out and then acted the Eichel, so my time of that one of the Chayv. Ultimately, as well, so once again, this is Har Halom Davar Mitzvah. So ultimately, again, say if it's the based in the asking and the based in went that Eichel, then why would there be liability for Har Halom Davar Mitzvah? Because that time, Yaakov holding based in, but also you would have thought like this: the based in went ahead and asking, and the based in themselves acted on their own side. Yaakov Yuchayim. You might have thought that ultimately again it'd be liability there. So around Har Halom Davar Mitzvah liability. Kavalomar Hakal Boss. No, Har Halom Davar Mitzvah is only when based in paskins and Klal Yisrael acts. I said Talmud the cow. The action is dependent on Klal Yisrael, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership in the commission of sin. So ultimately, again, Bezin is delivering the erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael are the ones who are acting on it, which indicates that if Bezin issued the ruling, and if Bezin are the ones that acted on it, there might be chatas liability, but ultimately, again, it's not Har Halom Davar Mitzvah. Elo, rather you have to say, Holding Bezin the Asur of cow. It must be that ultimately again based in Paskin, and what happened? And Halakha L'Maisa, Halakha the majority of Klal Yisrael acted upon it. So that's the case. My time down there to point out. Why would Rabbi Meir say that the Hakka from Har Halom Davar Mitzvah? That's the paradigmatic case of Har Halom Davar Mitzvah. Or Elav, Holy Bezin, rather we'll say what happened. Holy Bezin, the Asur yields cow. Rather, what happened over here? Bezin Paskin that came with his mother. A minority of Klal Yisrael came along and acted on that psak. Okay, so now I will say, watch this. So, here's my focus. What if when you name Rabbi Meir holds that when an individual, but I will say, you're considered an individual up until what point in time? Until it's the majority. Right? In other words, there's no difference between a minority of Klal Yisrael and ultimately again an individual. It's the same thing. So again, Halakha L'Maisa, when an individual sins, Rabbi Meir holds, when he does so based on the psak of the Bezdin, he's going to be butter. In Marsa, when the Chachamim Rabbi Meir hold, Yochid Shas Abaraz, Bezdin Chayim, now the one individual acts based on the destruction of the Bezdin, he's still going to be Chayim a personal Chayim. That's what these are my focus. So again, we're just returning it. Before we said that my focus was that the people coming now again, we weren't suggesting that we're not suggesting that it's Rabbi Meir, but it's the same machlokes. Incredible. So it's our Rabbi. Before the Alba, so our Rabbi disagrees. He said before the Alba is based on natural. He said everyone agrees that when an individual acts based on the psak of the Bezdin, that he's going to be part of it, does not have personal liability, no chatas liability in that case. Alright, so what's the focus of it? It's fascinating. This is incredible process. So let's jump back. So remember again, when do you bring Har Halom Davar Mitzvah? When do you bring it by it? Who brings Har Halom Davar Mitzvah? Who brings it? Machlokes, good. Little pop quiz there, right? Machlokes, right? Machlokes is if the tzibur ultimately again isn't good. So just keep that in mind, right? And when ultimately again, when do they bring it? So now here's the truth. When do they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of Klal Yisrael has to sin based on the erroneous psak of the Bezdin. So here's the Machlokes. Watch this. What's the Machlokes over here? And the Bezdin Machlokes. Look at the does Bezdin count towards the calculation of the majority of Klal Yisrael or not? Let's say, and again, so let's say with the Bezdin, the majority of Klal Yisrael sin. Without the Bezdin, it's a minority. It's a big difference, right? They don't have a lot of big difference. So does the Bezdin themselves count in the calculation of majority? So we go, Mark Summer Bezdin Mashal Tzibor. One of the things he says, yes. Mark Summer Bezdin Mashal Tzibor. One of the things he says, no. Find out the Machlokes. Levi Zema. And again, one second. We're going to see, like I said, this is not the sugya Har Halom Davar Mitzvah. The good news is when we get there, you're going to be armed so much incredible news. Levi Zema. Levi Zema is Holy Bezdin Asur of cow. The other possibility is going to say what happened over here. We have a typical case. Bezdin Paskin. The majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and committed the Avera. Man Chacham, Rabbi Shimon the Amar, Sibor Maisi, who faith in Maisi? Wow. So apparently, one side, there is a third opinion, Rabbi Shimon. So up until now, there was Machlokes. One opinion says, Klal Yisrael brings the power. Other opinion says, Beis Din brings the power. Or now there's a third opinion that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, the Beis Din brings the power. Klal Yisrael brings the power. Paras for everyone. Levi said, well, Shevet Shasubaraz, Beis Dino. What's the other possibility? What's the Machlokes? We're just trying to figure out different ways to bring this Machlokes or maybe the Machlokes is like this. What happens, I will say, every Shevet had their own court system as well. What happens in the Shevet, the entire tribe, acts based on the advice or the halakhic instruction on their particular Beis Din. So when it says, for the Disanya, Shevet Shasavaraz Beis Dino, also Shevet Chayim. So this is very interesting. If the Shevet went ahead and acted under the instruction of its Beis Din, the Shevet will be Chayim. Okay, Levi saying, okay, go. Shechatu, all the other possibilities also watch this. Very interesting. Shechatu Shisha Be'Hidrubo Shalkal, O Shiva Ava B'Sher B'Shalkal. And what's that to the following case? Still probably in the Let's say we have a situation where 6 tribes stand, but they are the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? So what's the text that passes along to nice? We're going to see this later on, that for establishing majority can be established in one of 2 ways. Either numerical majority or tribal majority. Either one of those 2 will create the majority ultimately again for Har Halam Davan Natsi. Incredible. I said, fine. Amarvasi. What's the guy saying? Amarvasi. So what's it? Again, takeaways over here. Takeaways. Still say Machlokes. What did the Chachamim or even the Chachamim still say Machlokes? Individual acts as a result of a mistake in the erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Is there individual liability for a Chatas or not? Machlokes. That's our overarching Machlokes. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and Machlokes as well. Another one to keep in mind, who brings the Har Halam Davan Natsi? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? Is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go along. This is fascinating statement. Number Vasi, once again, ready for this. This is a wild Gemara. Then one second. So remember again, from Har Halam Davan Natsi, what do you need? What do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but the power is only brought if the majority of Klal Yisrael sins as a result of an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Come on, Rashi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by overwhelming statement, by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz do not count in this calculation. Shnei Amar, why is that? Shnei Amar, Vayas Shlomo Ba'is Yehiyas Echad. We saw after Shlomo built the Beis Hamikdash. He made a big yontif. The Chol Yisrael Imo Kal Gadol, and with Shlomo was a lorry, and in the Rov Chas Avnach Mitzrayim. From the border of Egypt, the most essentially are the territorial borders of Eretz Yisrael. When they celebrated for 14 days, the words I don't understand. When they see the Kol Yisrael Imo Kal Gadol, the Rov Chas Avnach Mitzrayim. But I understand. They already said that all the Klal Yisrael came to celebrate with Moshe. Right, a Kal Gadol, a large assembly, a large congregation, and then giving the borders from the Bov Chamas up until Mitzrayim. Why do that? Shmamina, once they watch this, Hanukut Igrikal, Abahanat Lo Igrikal. It is only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kal, that are called the assembly of Israel. The Jews outside of Eretz Yisrael are not called Kal. So let's say this is incredibly and overwhelmingly striking Gemara. Look at Rashi, just one of Rashi says, "Halom Out Yisrael, the also Shebut Yisrael Aretz, Einon Bin Hamlindim." It's a little bit of an abrasive statement, right? Ultimately, again, the Jews of Chutz La'aretz, ultimately again, are not part of the Talmud. Not part of the Talmud. But also, they're not from the Talmud of Chutz La'aretz. So let's say, so this is a fascinating halakhic concept as well. Klal Yisrael, or we should say Kahal Yisrael, is made up of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz, still bona fide Jews, but we do not count towards part of Kahal Yisrael. Today, I will say, interestingly enough, for this purpose over here, the Kahal of Government of Tzibor, the majority is only calculated based on the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael, not the Jews who live outside. We see a lot of different examples of this. For example, Yovel becomes the Raisa, but in Eretz Hashem, Lo Yoshel, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see, there are certain things that only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael count towards the total tally. Let's say it's an overwhelming thing for us to contemplate, and the truth is, you feel this. You feel when you're in Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something bigger. That's it. The most wonderful. You can decide anything else. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, by definition, the Shema feels, I am part of something bigger itself. The greatest challenge of Chutz La'aretz is that ultimately, again, not Jews for having a part of something beautiful, but that feeling, you can have that feeling of Kehillah, but that feeling of Kahal, the feeling of Kahal, ultimately, again, it's something that is not felt in Chutz La'aretz. Kehilas Yisrael is only in Eretz Yisrael. That is only felt there. Strong, vibrant, beautiful Jewish life, you can find in any place outside of Eretz Yisrael. But Kahal Yisrael, only in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Pshita was a very interesting case here. So Pshita, the Reuben ben Ismatu, Haim Tukum Rabbi Rothschild. Again, a lot more to say, by the way, on that. How we saw Eretz Yisrael, but absolutely no time. So Eretz Hashem will come back to it. So Reuben ben Ismatu, also listen to this. So this is a very interesting case. Let's say, at the time that Klal Yisrael sinned, it was a majority. But by the time you get around to going ahead and doing the carbon, so how does this happen? Rashi says, people die. People die. So now there's no longer a numerical majority. In other words, the number is not the same. Rashi says, Pshita, Reuben ben Ismatu, we don't show you anything. Also, won't come up yet. It's a very interesting case of at the time we're based in Paskin, and the guy was based in Paskin, and the people committed the Aveira, they were the majority. Now, at the time of the actual bringing of the carbon, it's a minority. People die. So what's the halacha? So Pshita, Reuben ben Ismatu, Hainu Tutum Shem Rabban, it's not focus. That's not focus Shem Rabban. Ru'atim ben Ismatu, what happened was at the opposite. Based in Paskin, ultimately again, a minority sin, but now when we get to, and ultimately again, if Psak Halacha, it's a majority, so the Gemara says, what happened in their mind? Keep the Shem Rabbanon, the Shem Da'azal Basi Yitiyah, the Chayiv, Rabbanon Da'azal Basi Chata, Patrick, so let's say, interestingly enough, the fundamental focus is, when do we establish liability? Is it ultimately, again, what we call Basar Yitiyah, at the moment of, or is it Basar Chata? Ultimately, again, at the time of the bringing of the carbon itself. I should say, Basar Chata means the Aveira, Basar Yitiyah means the moment, ultimately, again, that we have an awareness of culpability. When do we establish majority? Every Shimon is not just going Basar Chata, he even goes Basar Yitiyah. The Havi Yitiyah, the Chata, the Chiyah, Yitiyah below the Chata. Shabbos, like maybe going to the Shimon, we both Yitiyah Chata, but it's just Yitiyah awareness. But ultimately, again, not in a majority by the actual permission of the Chayt. Who was it? It was like, or he didn't gain, but it's Yashta, and when Shimon Chata, Yitiyah boy. The Shimon requires both the majority, both the kind of Yitiyah and Chata. Okay, interesting. We go to the next case. Horo based in Chaylev, Mutter, Ba'asim Mil Kakao. Listen to this. Based in came along and asking, handle this mutter. Okay, then what ended up happening? The minority of Klal Yisrael acted on the Psak. Fine. Then what happened? Based in realized their mistake, and ultimately again retracted the Psak. But let's say the Chazar based in by then based in asking again. Handle this mutter. Right? But also it's so crazy. How can you make the same mistake twice? And what's the answer? Look in the mirror. How can you make the same mistake twice? Life is filled with most of us making the same mistake twice or 222 times. Like most of life is actually not making any mistakes. Most of life is actually just repeating the same mistakes over and over and over. One of the most frustrating things that often we encounter in the human process is the inability to right ourselves. The inability to kind of get the ways and stuff. I mentioned this a number of times already. When we do tshuva, because I think for many of us, it's not the pshat that we say, okay, they're like, look at this, I wasn't a Kaddish this year. I never did this. I've made it before. This is incredible, right? I'm spiritually diversifying, right? I did what others. Most of us, interestingly enough, do not come to Yom Noah with Chata. Most times. What do you come with? The same events. It's the same events that I've been doing for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. The same stuff. Let's change this heart. Which is incredibly difficult. So don't be so surprised that if they did issues the same erroneous psak more than once. We make the same mistake more than once throughout our journey of life. So anyway, so Basin, so again, part one, Basin passing Chiluv's mother. A minority of fathers are acting on that. Then what happened? Basin passing again. Chiluv's mother, and we'll say what happens. But also you, Mahu, and we'll say, what's the Shaila? When these two minorities combine to form a majority, therefore triggering the application of high level governance. They've got these two individual minorities, both back on the psak in the same basin, both with the same Rabbi Rothschild. Two different things. This Galopa, do they come up with a majority or not? So given this thing, you listening. On one hand, it was two different kinds of awareness, therefore they shouldn't combine. How feel about Caleb and the Caleb from the start, right? Because they both Caleb, you should think some of our Caleb and the Caleb. On the start, near Caleb Shalakebo, near the Caleb Shalakebo now. Okay, so let's say you would say that two instances of Caleb do combine. What happened with two times of Caleb? The first time they didn't ask him that Caleb on the stomach was mother, and the second time they said Caleb on the kidneys are awesome. So two different types of Caleb, erroneous Caleb, combined. So he runs talk about that Caleb straight cry cost. Notice that, why don't we can say this? You know, they won't call Caleb, they're two different types of Caleb, therefore they don't combine. Oh, they're welcome. Caleb, the Caleb who, it's not it. Well, you know, since they're both Caleb, they should combine. Then things on a shame Caleb who is started. Real the Caleb or real put down now. What happens, I will say, basic first constant Caleb was what the majority of saw 8 Caleb. Then they rejected the psak. Then they passed in one is more. And then real the prophet saw one had 8 blood. And those two minorities combined to form a majority for Kar Helam, but that's the point. On one end, we can say, oh, God. Vadai came on the train, swing Shabbat from its stomach. On one end, we can say, look. It's two different prohibitions, right? Two different prohibitions, and ultimately, again, we serve our opposite. For example, on both sides, Caleb doesn't apply. He's not Mr. Caleb, let's say, by a time. So they really serve are not the same. Caleb, these three Shabbat, the Kabbalah Shabbat, it's not on one hand, there is similar, right, or the same carbonic liability, perhaps that should create a majority. Then it's a lot like even the Surin Shabbat, the Kabbalah Shabbat, maybe since they're both the same carbonic liability. Right, because they both behind the Chatos, ultimately they can combine. What about Miyut Caleb or Miyut Avodos Kohanim? What happens if the Beis Paskin, 3 Caleb, minority 8 Caleb, then Beis Paskin, Avodos Zars, do not go to this Beis, do not go to the Beis, right? A minority ultimately again, then they said that Avodos Zars, and a minority did that. Cannot combine to form a majority. The issue is different, right, obviously, and the carbonic liability is different. Overall, the Karisu is different. On the other hand, both of them are Karis, and therefore they should combine. What is the Gemara answer? Take it. Right? The Gemara says ultimately again, take it. So it leaves this question open. If I will hold based in Shechem Butter, Ra'asim Yotakal Ubnes. We'll say, watch this. What happens in the following case? Based in Paskin that Caleb is mother, right? And then what happened? A minority of the Kihila, minority of Israel, went ahead and went ahead and ate. And what happens? Umes also based it. And then the basin died. After the basin died, okay, now what happened? Another basin came along. They also masked him and his mother, and as a result, another minority probably saw 8 children. So it's what's the Shaila? So the Gemara says, do those 2 minorities combined to become the majority? So the Gemara says, I'll leave it to non-Damar Basin, Maisi, what the call the whole blessing. So it says, obviously, according to the opinion that says that Basin are the one who brings the fire up to that Sibor. So of course, again, there's not going to be any liability because the first Basin instead has to be the same Basin. So the Gemara says, what's the Shaila? According to the opinion that says that it's Tzipor that brings it. So what's the other line? It's the same Tzipor. It's the same Tzipor. They acted erroneously on the 2 different what they did, but it's the same Tzipor. Therefore, they should bring it up days. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, Dilma. What's the thing about like this? If the cycle was 8 years, I'd be ahead. Just the other process. Right? Oh, Dilma, who's based in the whole thing. Or another hand, no. I need the same base. Right? Even though it's not the base that's bringing ultimately again the card, but still need the idea of that same base. So what's not local side, which Limar answers again. Take you. All right, both sides. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoya, absolutely incredible. The truth is, all kidding aside, like, in a couple of already by Shabbos, that would actually get noticed. The print gets bigger. Like the pages get a little bit shorter. We'll be fine. Check on one side. All right, you guys have a great day. I want to back look it up. See how difficult it is. Orange, you want to say good morning, such a small Hashem. Oh, what the wrong answer. Go back on it. Good, getting excited. Okay, let's try that again. Good morning on one side. Hashem. See if you can give me a sentence. Keep on. Good. Big. So. Let's try this. Close. Selling. of our human race are shut off. It's the Nishmas. I mean, then I'm mother. And I'm the good name, the Nishra. Oh, the Graham, the Shamsani, the Mizena Kamon, the Commission, and the Stump. Our home soldiers to be successful on our city there. So we can't let us speak some Mazuka, first of all, the second Samuel is again Mazuka. Poseidon, Wakasha, and now we go to the second Samuels. For those of you who are definitely very interested in different kind of sacrifice. Seeing it very fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. It's beautiful. That and some of the other sacrifices that we have seen, but against so a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of Halacha, and perhaps we have Mishnah days on the Daled, whole big mitzvahs and the Torah. Also with that, a little bit bigger, as you know. Whole really preoccupied with at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Things in the past, you made a mistake, and as a result of your mistake, you added something. That was the mistake that they made. To add with his guidance, amazing. You don't show holy shit. The simple is by forgetting that. Infallibility that exists in Judaism. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Rothschild is out of it. Like that. We're doing the sin together. Doing an avera. One avera. Most of us have done more averas. Over. Who the person is thinks Rashi says him. Let's look at I got the awesome. And this is a common moving out of soccer days. And he said, oh, I was wondering blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has down. Okay. He says, now what's now on the bus? The awesome is shut out here. So again, so now what's it? Nice of the other soccer days. Super awesome guy. Where they also say, also everything afterwards. But also, and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, what's that? No, that's it. 8 blood of the 8 days. But coming happens. Again, we'll get into one of the things I showed. But you go ahead and you normally go ahead and bring the happens. That it's wondering, why doesn't Ruben have to bring a hatos if they should tell them wishing, of course, that which usually a sack of face. That the sack of face blood, and then the helpful they said that this is what the Mishnah ultimately again is introducing us to. Things. Rashi says it's the first. Like Rashi, the base of us. So the mission is and then I did the Caliph based on the instruction of now watch the things in the other asking that Caliph is right looking yeah, you know, it's obviously dark. But it's essential is to or for that matter again. It was another time that halakha l'maisa, Pesach as well. Pesach, that wasn't what happened. But nevertheless, this middle of the big thing of this halakha still followed the Pesach. And I go to the black guy, he's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at favor. I know that is very important to see. Tasting, person knows the Pesach is wrong. But I said, so Ba'asakray and things like the Hale and Mikit Sundrak. Awesome. Right? So, individual makes sense. But he knows better. Don't use Pesach. And then for halakha l'maisa, he is going. Was like interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to everybody's and it doesn't any it's gonna be live. There has to be more to the case. Next, why you must at the end of the day, you should rely on it when you can say that I didn't. But if you know that the soccer based thing is and it's fun. We'll say this is mission. That's no good. What's that? Because remember, you're not going to get it. You can't bring a chatos. Like, so the mixed is no chatos. Only the shogeg is chatos. So that's how we're going to have to define what this case is over here. Because in order to say chayin the pashas means chatos. And the shogeg. Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. And the individual follows that tzad. The individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatos because they acted in good faith. And based on issued a wrong tzad. No, it's a wrong tzad. Again, I will say by the way, it has to knows that it's an erroneous tzad. You know, that's that person knows the psak is wrong. That was Mishnah Arias. First Mishnah Arias. But how much more? How much more? We all love it. Now, we're seeing my focus Rav Shmuel and Rav Di. So now, So now the shadow. Rolling is ruling. The properly. She will have Rassos. If you listen again, Rabbi adds in one word. What's the one word? You are permitted to act on this psak. He says, not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded, these must have also added to the act. Shirkin says because without there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact. But they not the act. There is the word of lasos. In order for this to be right? You're allowed to go in and eat. Okay. So they're constantly and they're giving they're giving instruction. The thing he says, that's where ultimately again reliability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again, what's Rabbi's logic? No. Wait. It's done this. Done this complete. So let's analyze this. Over here. So we're gonna right now it's on the left, on the right side, but just notice the example. Now we'll say Abai is coming along with in this position. So there's a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Because of sucking Mamre road, horrible. So sucking Mamre is literally again someone yield to the majority. Something or this who's to yield to the majority, you're undermining social system. Works. Remember about this? One said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the choice in the minority, the overturn the time of the reflection of God. By what can I do? I was in the minority. Can't do that. Can't do that if you're so watch this. Because you know, there's a second post. But he knows before there was to his time. The same car that time. exactly one of them. First of all, and explicitly indicate just remember again why it's important for us. On the exact days in which
and 200 plus or 300 something, it's a fraction,
Yeah.
I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do it.
just moving this point. Already out of. So I'm gonna real something. Do not say, don't say, like I said,
500 max?
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. Because it was like, okay, if you get, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, that's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are, dude. We got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Hell yeah. Someone says David Lucas works out very strong, yes. You surprised me. He will twist your neck off.
Box has a lot of stuff to say. Box, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger Thing?
I've never heard that before. But 100, it's when you can say shit like that, I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah. Is he a gassy guy?
Not particularly. Like, it's one of these things where you could see him doing it. He lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. He just has no principles. Where it's like the same rules apply to me and you. So you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for eating. So it was this weird mix of shame and projection with
Let's see here. I'm gonna make this a little.
Can you make me more tan?
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds, and I also run it. Like if I hate to admit it, but it's like I look for my auditions that I usually get. It's like if you're looking for I get the bodybuilder or this kind of it's like I've gone along kids without tanning. It's just when an audition comes up, they typically for the roles that I get, it's better to be tan. So either if I'm not tan from running outside, I'll go to a tanning bed.
I wasn't, but I love donuts. Oh,
what is that?
The Shop.
Wait.
When he talks about his mom and getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, right. There's some free donuts or something.
I'll stop the Shop.
No. You triggered something of the memory of giving out free donuts for a vaccine. Yeah, I remember that. He was kind of obsessed to vaccines there for a little bit.
Yeah, let's see what he has about vaccines here. This is the.
It's like he's the Johnson and Johnson.
Yeah.
There's always one guy. No fucking way. It's like that's you. It's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm agnostic about I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance over you feel like you have to tell people that you're not against vaccines, but then you're like, look at that gene, man.
Yeah. You've seen the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right? Where he talks about vax
and autism. Yeah. And it's funny because it's like that's a conversation to be like RFK's books, just because I'll be like, someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, his bullfrog voice, that I was imitating earlier as a joke. I didn't actually have to think of because I go, this guy's coherent and clearly has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books and hear him out. Like I'm not, and when someone's polarizing, So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism. I don't know enough to actually I didn't dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of the arguments.
Yeah.
But somebody like Brendan Schaub should not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not your place to discuss
Thank you for having me on the Fighter and the Kid podcast. How much can you live? How many chicks can you? I fucked 5 squirrels last night.
I was around Central Park with a dead black bear in my nest.
And at night we fuck each other. I got a vaccine.
RFK Gringo Robbie.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we can have a
Oh,
full
nice.
screen
Yeah.
copy.
That's good.
BGL is like Bradley Martin with a beach.
Oh man,
Did he do
Bradley Martin. It was fun. You know, I was like, do people know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic?
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
Yeah, like it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because I think like had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have completely ignored me.
Yeah.
All he cares about is like, are you in your 20s and like a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? And that's literally his only yes. So it's like he sees my gray hair and is like, well, next, like he would have like I don't give a fuck about you, but like I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then like by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's like would like acknowledge me. No, he was nice to me.
Yeah.
Like he was nice to me, and he gave me a ride at some point. Like I don't have any problem with Bradley Martin, but their dynamic was funny because like outwardly they're like, oh man, it was fun to meet this guy. It was like Spider-Man meme, like he was the same person. Yeah. But then Brendan would talk mad shit about him behind his back because again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story of like they were doing a podcast maybe, and something came up where someone's like, who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's story was, or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic, right? Now, Bradley Martin's super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench 4 or something. You know, it's like he's strong as fuck. He's stronger than Brendan because he does. And you can just look at him and be like, yeah, okay, Brendan's strong, but like Bradley Martin's an actual power body. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, oh, I'm sure, like, you know, he's trying to do like, you get me a deadlift, I get you a bench, or kind of, I'm sure there's some lifts you get me. And Bradley's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I get you in everything.
Yeah.
Which is true, right? Brendan was like, so taken aback by that. Like, he had to tell me that. He's like, what a fucking egomaniac. I'm like, but he was just saying, like, you were trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. I'm trying to do literally every lift. Yeah. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, like, it's just, you know. But it is when it's like, Jesus Christ, like, this guy's insane. For that I'm obviously strong.
I'm the star of the show.
Yeah, like,
there is a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here.
My wife's not cool.
Oh, and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
But that's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in shock,
literally, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's the other part of this whole, like, weird gay fascination. It's like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay who you have no evidence for being gay, and either are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fucked up. Yeah. It's for a gay rumor about a straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like, passive aggressive, right? Yeah, be cool. Right, be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool that it's like out people who don't want to be outed? Like, what? You know? Look, if you walk into a guy sucking dick, like, you could be like, hey, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in and, you know,
have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
Not the cappuccino. It's fun. But the amount of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence, the only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know that guy's gay, right? Yeah, right. And he would say it in a way where he goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it. Like, what? How he's gay? Yeah. Like, what part of Bradley Martin is gay? Like, fucking this chick that you like? Yeah. Is that what it bit, you know. You try to on
But you can always play your Shops game and be like, well, dude, he can never be as gay as you. But I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics. Mark, do you have plans for a new podcast? If so, you need a piece of an editor. Just plug your podcast.
Hit me up. Hit me up on Instagram. If you want to do that. Me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of How the Toxic, and basically I'm not going to release it without her permission, but we're arguing over the source of the comedy. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source of, that's what it, so we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. I go, I could be more gentle. However, it's as I'm setting everything up and it's hot outside and I turn up the AC, it's I'm sitting there sweating buckets and she's getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you could you wait a little bit? You're just not be in a bad mood when I'm I'm doing all the work over here, I'm sweating my ass off and I need to be
Luana.
I'm Luana.
Yeah.
He's the Luana of the pod.
What?
I'm the Luana.
He's the Luana of the pod.
Yeah.
I lose my shit.
Yeah. Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you in the setup and stuff like that?
Yeah.
All right. You have captures on camera where I'm I'm annoying the fuck out of her and then walks off. But I'm like, no, Luana, now she's mad about it. She's like, you make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares about you look good. I don't look good. I'm being annoying.
Yeah. None of us have ever looked good at probably.
But so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. Where I'm like, no, that's people don't want to see two people getting along. Swimming. It's hey, here's our perfect fine relationship. I'm like, no,
it's called hella toxic.
I know.
And then you guys are just getting along.
Yeah, that's why I'm like the joke that I came up with that she admitted she even told me on camera she mocked up. She's so fucking thinking about the last episode every time. It's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're predicting when you're walking off.
Yeah, you're about she's toxic.
You know what you gotta go. I'm hella you're talking. Yeah. You should in the intro have you lifting a car. That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
To make that the intro theme song.
Yeah. And then have her in the car rolling her eyes here we go again.
Oh god.
Meanie Felchik, Meanie Delta, Meanie
Let's go leaning into it.
You should. That sounds good.
But yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode out right now, but okay. The real truth about it, we released that first episode. It's a fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode, and we spent too long talking about we just seen this movie Sinners.
Oh yeah.
And we were both bitching about how we didn't like it, and she's like, so the thing is, we were about to get to a part where we had planned, which is we wanted to tell our narrative. And we were reading. We kind of read out messages from where we first met 10 years ago, on OkCupid when she was in Germany. I was like, I want to make that part of the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just banter. As I'm about to pick up the binder with the thing, she's like, well, I'm like, wait, come back.
Yeah.
That was fine. She's like, we're talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes. I'm like, it's okay.
She thinks too much.
Right, yeah, it's trust me, people aren't wait, they spent a minute too long on talking about a movie.
Yeah.
People are just listening to it.
If you think too much, you don't get great shit. Gringo Pop, you didn't put any thought into this.
No, exactly.
You just put it on YouTube.
Yeah, part of I forget sometimes that I'm you have to practice that, and just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop. Right?
Yep.
And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're going to speak less and seem stupid.
Yeah. And also, you should be in a couple weeks, you're going to be I have nothing to talk about if you only want to stick to
correct topic. Yeah, so just let it unfold. If work on the dynamic of making feeding off of each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys should invest in some of these.
Oh, I fucked it up before. I have this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, they weren't. I was the camera. So I shot another one. I'm like, motherfucker. I didn't even know how to work them.
But
I had that exact one.
Okay, so cool.
We were wearing them.
Yeah.
And I was just someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was like, no, it's not. We had the. And I'm like, oh shit.
And that happened to me the first couple times I used it too. Yeah. But it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
You just use a phone, but I just got a camera.
That camera.
I was experimenting with that. I'm like, it looks way better.
Yeah. Yeah, even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Yeah. Well, my only point in doing this was like, we filmed the first anniversary because I'm like, look, we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything, like, but that's gonna happen a year from now. Like, they're like, okay, when we have 5,000 to do stuff, go put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just let it one angle, whatever. Because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. Again, this is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's deliberately lo-fi, which I like. I go, look.
Yeah.
I hate when people like pretend like that they're bigger than they are. It's like, oh, we need this whole. It's like we're getting 100 views. Why do you need to fucking have this whole official space?
Yeah.
As if that's the thing. No, be interesting first.
Get a storage unit.
Right, yeah, somewhere to put your truck.
Yeah. As I've always said, Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have the studio.
Yeah.
You can't, yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out, as if we did.
Yes.
Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing.
Beast of the manifest.
We're fake it till you make it. Marketing geniuses, just like off our, forefather, Brendan Trout.
I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark.
Yeah.
If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
I will cue the music. What I need you to do right now is focus really hard, right?
Yeah.
And please, you keyboard here.
Yeah.
Spell my name.
It's Gerdo.
Oh, shit.
D-O. Sorry. That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it with an F. I was saying Jafardo.
That was great.
Wait, is it spelled giraffe?
Giraffe.
That's one of those things, kind of like Chin, not knowing that Australia isn't in Europe.
Yeah.
Europe, you go, how did you like figure out how to feed yourself?
Yeah.
You know,
Nice
while not
Mexican
knowing,
man.
how did you
My
like
name
make
is
a
Gerardo. Gerardo, can you get me some
giraffe?
benzos? Benzos.
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Gerardo. Just Tosto. Gerardo. Gerwaldo.
Gerdo.
Okay.
Look at you guys.
Look at me.
I'm here for
Oh, yeah, you didn't spell it right.
Cockfest.
You didn't put any salsa on top of it, so it wasn't spelled correctly.
Okay, that is probably my favorite joke special because it's so, that was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like, what's a Mexican cookie? A chocolate chip cookie with some salsa on top? It's like,
But pillow.
because,
In case it hurts.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
no, I like, you know, like, could there be a worse, lazier joke?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I never thought of that before.
No, it does sound like it
It's, I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist. You know?
Yeah, it's degrading. It's like, you've never seen the Mexican cookie before?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So unaware of, like, you know, yes.
It is hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? But salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
But a Mexican cookie is Disneyland, dude.
Yeah,
That's what I always say.
Mexican cookie mean the thing you brought that one time specifically?
Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, why would you put salsa on a cookie? You fucking
Yep. Facts.
Everyone knows Mexicans don't know how to make confections. You know.
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Jersharky. I don't know what that means. Jafardo, Gerdo, Greg Giraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for a spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast starring BGL, dude. The flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours. We're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy, okay?
Yeah, you're going to hear from my manager.
My car has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That would be crazy.
If we could water down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. But this is what I do all the time.
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just a stunt that I do. It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
Oh, I'm sorry, I abused a fucking car one time. Jesus Christ, yeah.
The car.
Yeah.
The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck though.
Hey, Marks, please confirm if Baba ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
What? You're saying that Shab had sex with Whitney Cummings all the time?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, it's my honest perception of it.
Oh my God.
I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they have had casual sex as friends over the course of several years.
Yeah.
So,
I
mean, according to him. Like, again, so
that explains, like, you brought
I
up.
don't know why he'd lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, I'm fucking with you. They're friends, you know?
Yeah. This is like, he brought up Sinners. It's like, that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire.
Yes.
He took her comedic ability to sex.
Yeah. And that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really good at playing the fiddle?
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing me. I didn't like Sinners because the rules of the vampires were clear. I'm like, what is the...
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief was like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was...
it's like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire skank.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm going to introduce the topic and maybe we talk about it. When Whitney Cummings went on Flagrant, do you remember this episode? It kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, other people's perceptions here was they were, like, kind of ganging up on her and being a dick. And I was watching it, I'm kind of like, how did not go out of my way, oh, women and you're bullying. It's like, hey, you're a female comedian, you can hang.
Yeah.
It was like, are you guys going, it seemed like they're going out of their way to, like, be a dick to her. And it made me uncomfortable.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of suck, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings compared to Flagrant? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like, I'm not even commenting on her comedy. I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick to them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I watch porn, but I'm not going to watch fuck shit.
You know what I mean?
If it's actually mean, it's probably lame. I mean, you could poke fun, I guess. I didn't see it. But she's better than they are. Like, I'm going to say this. Whitney Cummings, funnier. Who wants the 60 Kimby? Whitney Cummings is funnier than Akash and Andrew Schultz and those goons on the couch.
Yeah. Like, I know that people ripped one of her specials and it's like, oh, people really was bad, I won't watch it. Like, I'm not gonna, people are like, oh, burn your boat sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah,
right? But like,
you watch it every week.
Like, I've seen Whitney. There was one where she had like an AI robot, and I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like Whitney Cummings specials.
I think Jokes.
Jokes isn't the one with the robot.
Oh,
no. Because we watch Jokes.
I'm just saying, I think Whitney Cummings is a bad, like, I know maybe some stuff she's put out was poorly received, but I've seen enough to go like, yeah, she can write jokes, she's better than Brennan, whatever, but I just remember watching the Flagrant episode being like, they're really going out of their way to, like, be like a group of guys kind of ganging up on her. And she calls it out, she's like, are you guys, like, really good? They kind of gaslighting her, like, oh, just change it. It's like, but you're being, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass.
Yeah.
And, like, you're being a dick. It's just,
that's funny to be like, treat Mike Majak way better than Whitney Cummings.
Yeah.
Like, he's a god.
Yeah.
You can't insult that guy.
It's just a little trashy to be like, but when a girl comes on, it's like, we're going to bully her? Like, like, I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully or nobody.
Keep the same energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird crank it up like in a, because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm going to interview a girl a little bit differently or maybe add some tension vibe to it. There's 6 dudes here. Yeah. It's like a couch full of guys like all trying to like take their shot at like, like roasting Whitney Cummings.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. So it's not fair.
Yeah.
Again, all that aside, it was like on a human level, like I feel bad for her.
Yeah. I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person.
Yeah.
And she's constantly under attack. That is for it does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked.
Yeah.
When she's just being normal, kind of.
Yeah.
So she has a target on her back, seems like.
One thing, so Tim Dillon riffed about this, about going over to her house, and it's like, he was like, went on this great rant about it. It's like, you go over to her house, and it's like, you got a 27 hit with her. Like, he's just, menagerie of people that are at Whitney Cummings' house at any given moment. And I remember I saw that after Brendan Schaub had kind of confirmed, like said something similar to me in private about, like, who hangs out with Whitney Cummings at her house? Like, people who take drugs. It's like a weird mix, and people were kind of like,
we got January 6th shaman. They got I can see him there.
There's a certain weird kind of oddball collection of Hollywood people.
The lady for the Cincinnati Reds that was racist back in the day, she died. Yeah. She's probably there.
Yeah.
So Brendan described it very like Tim Dillon ranted about it to her face. It was like really funny, and she was like laughing in acknowledgement that it was accurate. I'm like, that gave me some insight into I think she does probably use a lot of drugs.
Yeah. Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy, Bin Solomon or something. Yeah. He's probably there.
Oh, Khashoggi, fuck man.
The Ayatollah's in the corner.
For a second, I was thinking about the name. God damn.
I just imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right wing, so she can't have Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, she's super right wing now.
She can't have fucking the Disney stars over her now, but she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more right wing people like Tucker, or maybe comes over whoever, Christine Levitt, and I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess.
Yeah,
Tim Dillon.
Women that are conservative.
And Tim Dillon.
Okay.
I mean, I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts, so she just asks herself, what do people think? And then she does that, and so that's what you get. What's cool? She's a constant, is this cool?
Yeah.
What's cool right now? Okay, that's what, wow, Matt Rife not cool anymore?
Sometimes people will wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, what's cool?
Yeah, exactly. She checks TikTok like Walsh checks Reddit.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all? Because
No,
I don't,
really, no.
and I kind of draw the line there. When someone sends me a TikTok link, I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app, because I'm not on there, I message me a fucking TikTok link.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom, all over Facebook.
For some reason, I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is enough for me.
Yeah.
Right?
TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen that I get sent because I'm just not on it.
I just don't give a fuck.
My sponsor sends me so many TikToks, and I just put the haha. I do the Cooney. I put haha.
Yeah. I blocked Jardo and his mom too. So they can't send me stuff.
I exclusively send them Aspen Gold TikTok clips.
I'm gonna block your dad too, just preemptively now. I'm thinking about it, because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I don't want that.
Shit, dude.
I forget the shooting thing. What is the shooting thing? Is that the lion thing?
Yeah.
That's what's the end.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's the last thing a lion sees.
Isn't this the joke he talks about our studio? He's like, I'm gonna go in.
How many bullets do you need to kill this mountain lion?
World star! World star!
The news is closing.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is such a bad joke.
Yeah.
Some would say the worst.
I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind.
Dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house?
Of course
he has those.
Yeah.
Or are these the goggles?
Podcast episode. We're wearing them. They're just not on.
Yeah. Does he really have goggles? Do you know?
It wouldn't.
Does he have night vision?
I know he has guns.
Yeah, I don't know.
He definitely has guns. Which is also when he was claiming that I broke into his house. I'm like, why would I visit my ex-boss who has AK-47s in his house? What kind of fucking? You know what I'm saying? Wait. Why would I go harass a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons?
Yeah.
And who's father's a LAPD officer.
On the bullet it was engraved that if you're reading this, you're redacted.
Homeless cat.
Yeah, eat this homeless cat.
Eat this homeless
Man.
Catch this, you blockbuster.
He's definitely coming for us at some point.
Yeah.
I'll fight to the death.
It's a matter of when, as opposed to if.
I remember because like when he chose to, I would love to. Earlier you asked about Akash giving notes.
Yeah.
And one of the things I wanted to comment on was how do you give notes on somebody on a stand-up special that's already been filmed?
Yeah.
You shot it, motherfucker. Yeah. It's like, hey, can you give me script notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be at the script stage. Mm-hmm. You have to watch somebody's set and give them feedback. Yeah. Right. So he was doing a lot of like, can I get feedback on this, on his finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage and angles and jokes you took out, I can't, unless I have the raw footage, how can I give you notes? I'm not an editor, and that would take weight, So I remember he was just like thirsting for, like, is this good? Hey, Rogan, is this good? Then he doesn't get back to her, or he says, oh, yeah, I'm proud of you. And then later, he didn't watch, did you watch it? He didn't watch it, Yeah. And he's like, well, clearly, he didn't fucking watch it, He's like, yeah, hey, great job, buddy. Yeah. I'm doing 8 3-hour podcasts. I definitely have time to watch.
I mean, there is precedent for that, though, because I think it was Joe DeRosa just did his special. Yeah. And he said that he had already filmed it. I keep thinking that's... Whenever you see the ones in Dallas, let's see, because it doesn't happen. Anyways, that's our donation. But Joe DeRosa filmed the special, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Bro Whisperer.
Not used to that. A demo.
We got no mails.
That's what I specialize.
Real complex.
You don't mind it, though. I'm the Bro
Whisperer. I'm the Bro Whisperer.
Is Chin's family dishonored by him, Mark? Oh my God, that's an aggressive question.
Probably not, because he's maintained steady employment. Have I told you? I don't mean to be repetitive. The connection that I see between Korean culture, what I know about Korean culture via Malcolm Gladwell book, and do you know about this? Like, it's called Tipping Point. Yeah. How, like. I like Malcolm Gladwell books because he focuses on these little interesting like anecdotes that proves a broader point, like the 10,000 hour rule or whatever. Yeah. One of his books talks about how Korean Airlines had a disproportionate number of crashes. Yeah. And they tried to trace it back to like basically the communication between the pilot and co-pilot was stunted or stifled, because in Korean culture, hierarchy is so important to every aspect of how things are done socially. Yeah. Like, if you're above me socially, you can't drink tea before me. Like, it's very strict. You do not question your boss. Like, so it's like, Chin's a perfect employee for Brendan. Yeah. I'm a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, because I'll talk back to you when you're wrong, Chin's like, whatever you want. Like, I'm just abiding by you're above me, I don't get to question you. Yeah. But also, Brendan he likes that. Yeah. Despises the fact that Chin isn't offering new creative ideas. It's like, well, you can kind of get one of them. Super loyal, tell you shut the fuck up all the time.
Or utilitarian.
Presents it. But I do see that as part of the reason. How do you survive in the shop? You have to be totally compliant. Maybe a shark. You never shot swimmingly, non-threatening. Yeah, it's like he either has to have some sort of leverage over you or be so vital or whatever. It's like, like I said, Chris D'Elia is like, if you're funny enough, it's like Chris D'Elia can do no wrong. Just because he's like so much to him. You're either like a god to him or like an appliance that questions him.
Yeah, he is like a Jeffrey Epstein-sized void of like, why does everyone keep Shop around? He's not funny, and he sounds like fucking terrible to be around.
Here's the thing, if you're socially above him, like Leah, Brendan makes it much easier for you to be around. He's not a high maintenance friend, because he's also sensitive to social hierarchies in the sense like he's texting me around the clock. He's my employee, like transgressing boundaries, and knowing that I can't really be like, hey dude, like no more text after 6 p.m. Yeah. Unless I want to lose, then he's going to find another reason. Yeah, and he makes you understand that without saying it. But Chris D'Elia, he's not going to bother. Yeah, he's going to tag along with Chris wherever he fucking goes, and they don't really, we just really hang out with these people outside of.
You fired Mark, bro? Did you though?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
I
like Mark. Mark? I don't know what, I don't know where Mark is. He left, but I mean, it's like pretty cool. Like we've been drinking Mark coffee together. No. Already know.
was good.
I mean,
Yeah, Chris was way nicer though.
Yeah.
that's good. Do you think with Papa, like, who do you think he thinks is the funniest person? I like him.
George Carlton.
George Carlton.
Yeah, because he inside people like Jim Carrey. It's obviously an icon. How old are you? 34. Okay. Because I remember being.
I grew up on Jim Carrey.
Yeah, it's like that was the funniest motherfucker on the planet to me, and I still think it holds up. It's like he's like he is, you know, and he was standing.
Yeah.
Went into acting and was singing. Like
He did MMA first, but yeah.
but he's in the lineage of like
Canadian
you know,
MMA.
like I love looking back at like you know like physical comedy over the ages. It's like that is universal, and it's like an athletic mastery thing. Like so when you watch him, it's like he was one of a kind for kind, but he is in this lineage of like back in the 40s and 50s. Like there were guys doing physical comedy. It's a skill.
Yeah.
You never know because it's like I used to love SNL. I was like, oh, would you like an SNL? And skip, you know. So like
He likes the idea of liking SNL.
yeah. And like again, we've heard that change. You'd be like, oh yeah, growing up, like my dad wanted me to be a UFC star. My dad wanted to be an NFL player. I want to be like, wait, what was the childhood dream again? What age?
Worked on drugs. I was a comic book seller.
Yeah. Like it's again, and somebody like Beige Frequencies, the person who can kind of like. I didn't see that. Like, oh, when you put all these things side to side, when he's telling some bullshit story on that Ari Shafir.
He thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo from Sesame Street. He's like, you know, the guy he's red, you know, and you squeeze him when he's some tickle him. Sometimes he laughs. Jim Carrey.
Yeah, and you should hear like because as comedians, you guys think about like not only who you like the most, but why you like them.
Yeah.
You should hear Brendan go like, why do you like Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Articulate what you think was weird about him. But I have heard him. I'm sure I go.
Didn't David Lucas get beat up in Mothership parking lot? I heard that.
Oh shit.
Does the mothership have a parking lot?
How dare you? This Dan Lucas to have the slander. I will not stand for that. You are being racist right now, and you need to stop.
Oh, I think he's confusing it with the time where an owl landed on his arm.
He falls asleep.
Did you get beat up in the parking lot, David?
Is that an inside joke? Or is it?
Yeah, he thinks that titties on your arm feel like an owl landing on it. Pretty funny.
That was from a special.
Did he get fucking beat up? Where is that an actual rumor?
I don't know. This is the first I've heard. It's a trend flip narrative. I've heard some stuff about him at the Comedy Store. I'm not sure about the mothership.
Yeah, I think I heard that, but now I've forgotten.
Yeah.
What it was. Did that surprise anyone? Great.
No, like the David Lucas part of your brain is like it got conquered by Graves.
Yeah, no.
Graves is the Fourth Reich in his brain. You know what I mean?
What's Graves?
Oh no, that's kind of does sound like a nickname for Elder. No, but I have Graves disease. It's like it's not a big deal. But
that's thyroid issues. Oh, thyroid issues. Yes.
But I took it. Yeah, and yes, exactly. This guy's a doctor.
Wow.
I mean, listen, you know, doctor.
Like Joey
I was talking to a doctor yesterday, and they'll admit this. It's like you can be more of an expert in certain very specific issues. Like a lot of bodybuilders probably know way more about anabolic compounds within your body versus doctors. They're not teaching you shit you roughly know. But sometimes they go on to like a checkup and they're like, "You're taking too much testosterone." I'm like, "Oh, okay." They're like, "You should take 50 milligrams." I'm like, "Well, yeah, for sure." Like,
yeah,
shut up. You would be that small. Come on. You know?
Yeah, how many fucking things can you lift, dude?
Yeah.
What does that
How many
do?
cars can you lift?
Does that stethoscope help you fucking bench?
Yeah.
Then shut up, dude.
Yeah.
You're on pills.
Yeah, he's on medication, but we are also trying to come up with merch to solve his Graves.
I know, if we could just get a few more Patreon subs, I think I might be able to overcome Graves.
Wait, do you guys feel comfortable telling me how many Patreon subs you guys have?
We have like 400. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, like, my guess for TFK was like 500.
Okay, yeah.
I gives this segment 5 big boobs.
We on the live once we said that the Rizzler is a national socialist. Man, this was my favorite special. I'm so glad we could get together and watch it. 85 times, such a big deal to me.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, fuck, man. I can't believe I took part in this. And it was like such a big, teamwork celebration.
The documentary has to be a docu-series, and one episode has to be called Marg with a G. And it's it has like AC/DC music playing, like a silhouette of you.
This is a joke of yours, but like I can actually.
Oh no, this is not a joke of mine.
No,
this is not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry for.
No, I like because I like the idea also of like books, for example, written as oral history is kind of like different. Like you just, it's like a story told of different perspectives about the event.
Exactly. So The Last Dance is about the 6th championship. In that scope, they go back.
I get to watch that. I want to watch it.
Yeah.
I know everyone loved it.
So, like for instance, this is his 6th championship, his 2nd special. You know, the Gringo Poppy. That's the lens, but then the scope of it all kind of goes back to this.
Yes.
You're part of it. The whole history with you would be an episode, and it goes back to like I don't know how to make a documentary about the special itself, like a joke he told or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But it would be like Brendan Schaub would need to be involved because Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is like dude, he would make a
Shot for shot remake.
Oh my God.
Shot for shot remake. Just
There's a way
switch
to
out
do it,
everything shot for
like Brendan Walsh was alluding to earlier, like to get him involved. I agree with you. It would be pivotal. You couldn't do without him.
2 words, dude. 100 million. Oh, you think he's gonna say no to that?
Of course not. Yeah. This guy committed fraud for $100,000 like, after he'd already gotten like
2 words actually for you guys. We are rich. Dude, could you imagine shot? I know that. We come on, let's stay with me. We do a shot for shot remake. The part where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that person. It's Schaub on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street again.
Yeah,
you know, another.
For some reason I said giraffe. You know.
North Korea with a beach.
I'm trying to think of what Schaub's I took that person would be. Hard both ways, like
Bobby Lee.
Oh yeah, the Reddit.
Yeah, that's your perspective.
Yeah.
That's what fit the documentary because it's all these different perspectives.
Andy Letterman.
Yeah, that could be that.
Oh my God, yeah.
Who's Scottie Pippen?
Brian Callen.
Are you sure about that?
No.
What is it?
Wanted to do that.
The thing is, like, his openers are better than him, you know? Like, whether it's whoever he brought up.
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Kukoc? Who's fucking BJ Anderson or Tony
Kukoc?
Scotty, dude. Stay with me.
From what I understand about the rivalry, by the way, between Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan was so intense that they were like, they bet on like the size of their son's penis or something.
Oh my God.
Crazy, like where.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It's conceivable because these guys are like egomaniac competitors, kind of.
Mark, can I ask you though? Did you read that online, or is that a Tiger fact? You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Where are you getting
that? Like, no, this is funny. Like, it's triggering to people, or they like it, or whatever. But it's like, if you think you're going to promote this fucking shitty whiskey without being polarizing, like, why don't it just be like, you know, some professional thing? I'm like, oh, cool. So, who's the art director for the photo shoots that you want to do of like this elaborate Tiger whiskey promotion on a budget of nothing? Like, you know, you gotta make it look like the Rock's page. Okay, cool. You want to do that with AI, or like, you know,
you want to pay the Rock money?
Yeah, or do you want me to fucking troll people into following the page? Your choice. And then I stopped managing it, and 2 months later, fucking just like take it down. I remember commenting on it. I got blocked on the page because it was like I was posting every day on it, and like I got fired for putting an extra C.
Which took it to
I was looking at the screen tickets, got review my evidence. He was so fucking pissed at that. He was like, "Fuck!" Like he's telling, like, dude, like one person saw it on Facebook because it didn't even. You can't hyperlink on Instagram, so it went to a Facebook account. Me and Jay were both like, there's a Facebook account, like, it's auto-posting. None of us were aware of it. One person commented on it. It was like, no likes. One, hey, you might want to check the spelling. He's like, motherfuckers. Like, as if he just, like, accidentally, you know, uploaded a picture of himself fucking a dude to the internet, you know, and he's like, oh my God. It's like,
it's happening all the time.
And then I get fired, and it was like, okay, so wait, like, what? Like, you know, I'm getting, and then, when you go, you assume you get someone else lined up, right? And then if you watch it, like when I left, I was like, how come no one's posting to this page? And, you know, like, hey, how's the replacement going?
It's not been fixed.
Yeah.
We're actually in hour 5, y'all. What the hell? Yeah, we got more guests coming through, y'all.
Luana's saying, I wish you'd come home right now. And I said, okay, I will. I'm announcing it.
Okay, sweet. Dude, Mark.
Older, yeah. No, I'm not gonna like suddenly exit, but I was telling her yes.
It's the wind down. It's the Mark wind down. Right.
I said I'm gonna leave in 5.
We do have to address the bots later, so.
Yeah. Like all the negative comments, it's just I don't know why they
anybody say like it's so funny that so many like that somebody would pay for so many negative comments about me. It's just like fucking get a life.
You're telling me.
I don't know who pays for it or where they come from, but I just
it might be an inside job. I did text Bobby, he did not respond.
All these bots.
Mark gotta go to sleep for 18 hours. Fuck, I wish it sounds so nice.
I know, right? What the fuck?
Right. No, not us. Not us.
He fucked your replacement. He certainly did. No, I do think so.
Allegedly.
They're like, she's texting him fucking outfit pics at like 3 a.m. at a day.
I will say, dude, every time you come through, I am. What is it called? I don't even know what I expected beforehand. You know what I mean? And then you break both your hammies and you fucking beat my expectations. You know what I mean? Right?
Oh, every time. Let Mark ramble on forever. I appreciate people letting me do that.
People are like, "Are you guys gonna get food?" And I'm like, "Mark is cooking."
I actually told Luana that I'm like, "Let me cook, bitch," because sometimes okay, Luana's personality. Here's where we like. Sometimes oh fuck, man, I was along with some evidence that I was reviewing you're looking at old shit on my phone. I'm like, I found this recording of. We lived in this apartment, and my cat was killed by somebody. We had reason to believe it was like an Airbnb situation place. Hit our cat.
Oh, okay.
It was very traumatizing. So I don't mean to be flippant about this. It was horrific to us because it was somebody killed my cat, ostensibly from a car accident. Put the cat on top of a cardboard box that had been turned upside down. And then a neighbor was knocked on her door Sunday morning and was like, "I'm sorry about your cat." We both lose our mind. We run out, and then it was the area where she used to hang out in this the grass area. It looked like a car had driven over the sprinkler. The sprinklers burst. I was like, "Wait, Buffalo usually hangs out there." And it was it was an Airbnb that we were already annoyed by. It's you turn this apartment into an Airbnb, and now people are coming in left and right, and they don't understand the situation. Playing music, blah blah. Yeah. And I was just trying to get answers and closure from the person who runs the Airbnb. Yeah. So I was like, I got a hold of this guy who ran it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's where our contact. And I was like, hey, do you have your boss's number? We just want to know. We're not trying to sue anybody. It was just happen. Yeah. And immediately they were like, we did not do anything. Don't text us while. And then I found the number for the guy who ran it, and he got I think he called me or something. Or it must have been because it was I didn't get the number of that guy. Then I get a number for this. It was hello. He's he just starts fucking on the fucking. He said, "I'm gonna kill you on the phone." Oh my god. What is this? Some guy named Vito? I was I had no idea who he was. This guy's screaming at me on the phone, telling me he's gonna kill me. And I'm it's trouble because I'm my cat just died, and I'm just looking for closure, and you're telling me that you're gonna murder me for asking questions about it. So I was so I had to eat that, right? Because I'm I have no idea who this guy is. He's then blocked me, and I can't and then a week later, I'm coming home from the gym, and I see these guys in front of the Airbnb. I'm oh, that's Vito, and he's this small, Asian, Filipino, gay man. I didn't know what. I was I'm assuming this is some Italian dude or something. Yeah. But I figured out, because they're looking around and looking. Oh, we got so I presumed to go. I walk in and go, hey, you guys run this Airbnb? They're yeah. I'm hey. On the phone, I get up in his face. I'm just you said you wanted to murder me? I go, why don't you do that? And I bust in his house, right? I'm just in his house. Hey, so I wanted to give you that chance. He's fucking touch me. I'm no. You said you wanted to murder me, so I'm going to give you that opportunity right now. Yeah. Right? And I was the whole point was person feels small and tell him he's I'm going to call the cops. Go ahead and call the cops. I'm going to stay here until you attempt to murder me. What are you, pussy? And again, that gives a hate crime if I touch him. But I wouldn't beat him up. I go, I just want to make sure you know that like you made a mistake in trying to tell me this, and I'm just like, go, hey, like, say it to my water comes in and starts talking like, motherfucker, I'm like, what? Ruining my intimidation tactics. Like, I'm trying to make this person feel very small with the silence that's created when I say I'm giving you the opportunity to murder me, and then he has to say nothing. Yeah. Because he can't, you know, and I'm going to say, huh. So it's just like, hey, look, when I'm done, you can yell at him. Like, now I'm arguing with Juana, and then he's arguing with her, and I'm like, oh. Like, so I'm recording it back because I'm in my phone, and I'm like, oh my God, like, somebody just be like, hey, go in. Say anything. If I try to murder him, you do it to me. Yeah, right. And then, like, 30 minutes later, I remember because I left. Get the fuck out of my house. I'm like, man, why don't you murder me? So I just like, I just kind of went around like touching stuff. And was just like, oh, what are you gonna do? Call the cops? Like, yeah, I'm opening your drawers. And like, yeah, I'm in your Airbnb. Oh no, but it's a nice glass door you have. It was like Airbnb. So I'm like, oh, like, but wait, you guys live here? Like, I thought it's an open house. Like, but this is in a park. Oh yeah. Man, like, so what's your position here? You run a live here? Triscuit's open? Yeah, I'm just trying to like intimidate him, make him feel comfortable, make him go, get out! And then he has no power. Yeah. Like, until the cops escort him, right? But I left on my own accord, but I felt like the job was done. Yeah. And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, come over to my house, and they're like, they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was. You can't do that. I'm like, I know. Thank you. No shit. You trying to arrest a lion officer? I have idea for you. Yeah, bro. Try me right now. There's a guy in college who speaking of the shirt. One of the guys on the track team. Who's being drunk and disorderly, got tased by the police at the party, and he like ripped the little things out and he goes, I'm an athlete, I can take it. Damn, I'm sorry to hear about your cat. Yeah, sorry, man. No, yeah, I didn't like it. It is sincerely like losing a pet. Yeah. Super emotional. If I wanted to go there and think about it, I'm glossing over my emotions about it right now, but it was to get to the point of like in the humor of like, would you want to be a tough guy and then your wife's like nagging you? It's like, hey, just tell right now, like, I'm, you know, because that'll happen with the strong personality like Luana. Yeah. It's like, hey, can I have your shirt in a second? Like, no, I'm being the tough guy. Speaking of which, Luana doesn't have to come over. Okay, yeah. Okay. I want to eat something. Not sure if I can. I got a sausage for you, bitch. Would you like help or something? That's what I saw my right hand that night. Yeah. But this is this. Dylan was like, Brendan Shep's a gay man. That's a gay man. But it's accurate. This is a gay man on stage. But I just want to say before you get going that I'm so grateful that you came through. I'm so grateful you guys, buddy. And also, by the way, so having worked with a bunch of influencers who like one of my biggest pet peeves the last few years has been like trolls. So yeah, I hope so. So influencers with this. Hey, can you shoot right now? I'm like, motherfucker, what? Like, can you get me any warning whatsoever? So Brandon would come and be like, hey, like a month or two, and then you'd be like, every like appropriate update. So it's impossible for you to like, I do need that. Yeah. Oh yeah, all right, that's today. Okay. Yeah. It was amazing. I appreciate the content business, and everyone out there should fucking remember that when we're trying to get people to actually show up for shit. Don't be like, I can't come to the Gordy Hills right now and shoot a skit. Yeah, for what? For your fucking TikTok? Yeah, I'm not hanging out with Antoine Jameson. Get in line, bitch. We appreciate you guys having me over. We love you. Do it again soon. The fans love you. I love the 10 Minutes Shop community sincerely. All this that I said about it being a very positive, out of all the Brendan Shop based reaction content channels, I do think you guys have probably the most positive, like, kind of good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. It's all like I said, I wanted to stay for the full 24 hours, but oh god, no, dude, it's gonna be hard for us. But you didn't do it. You got. Oh, look. You got. I'm sorry. I should have left some more ratings.
Oh, no,
This is my favorite flavor.
Please take the reins with you, Danny.
Take the reins, yeah. I'll let Jesus take the wheel.
Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Real quick, come over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, everybody. We had dude. Take it with you, man. Take the whole thing. Have fun with it, dude.
Comments right here if you want.
Okay. Here. Let me see that. Let me see that man.
All right, guys.
Mark, see you, buddy. You're the best. So that was Netflix. Mark came in, he destroyed as usual while we were watching the greatest stand-up special ever done. Yeah, a lot of comments, dude. Oh, 2 S words. Yeah, maybe Warren Brothers could be a thing. I'm not glad that the horn in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. The doctor cut off. He said this is a real thing. I get a horn in the middle of my head. The doctor cut it off, and I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's grown back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar, whoa. Look, I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis, what'd you say? This is so great, Papas. You got good guests and everything. Yeah. Walsh, I mean, we want to get some more people on. It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody. But I think later on, It Doesn't Matter podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, you got to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. Well, they're all big guests. But potentially, we were hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO, but he's very busy on presidential stuff. But maybe him, maybe Sean, maybe Alan Williams. Is Walsh coming? We already had Walsh on, just it, but it's on the show, so you can watch it after. Did we reach out to Chin? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was promptly turned down. But I won't say who. But I was turned down. Oh yeah, Ghidorah says, when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe on a Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. I think that would be funny. Chip guy, no. TriStar, you should know better. We'll never. Nick is not. We're not down with Nick. He's not welcome here. Chin is welcome. Nick, not so much. No, I didn't reach out to Joe Rogan. That's a stupid question. Bobby Lee. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of awkward to ask your boss for stuff. Have you ever had a job? Ever heard of it? Mark Ramirez, you're close. I'm coming for you. Your life is almost over. Oh, you know what? The trick with the idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do more like bits where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, racing, selling trucks, maybe food truck type diary thing. Timothy Wendell, thank you. Yeah. That was kind of weird. I mean, I think Mike Sanders, I honestly, I haven't heard a single person say that it's bad yet, but everybody has their own opinion, you know? Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. Water. Oh, man. Give it up for Gerardo, dude. Like, organizing all this shit. I mean, how do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably going to move back to the couch soon, so we can, because most of the guests are going to be a Zoom for them. I'm going to have people show up in person going forward. Oh, balloon fart. We don't matter. We don't count, dude. Oh, look at that. Hell yeah, guys. Give it up for
Mark Harley.
we gotta put back on that. Oh, Unique. Yeah, I don't know about Unique. I don't think so. I wish him the best, and he's funny, but I don't think I want to deal with all that.
Too much, dude.
That's a little too much.
The guy really talks a lot. Shout out to Largo. Shout out to you guys. We got a lot of people in here, dude.
Cody Quayle, shout out to Gengar.
Gengar.
Somebody from the beginning, Cody. What's up, dude? Thanks for watching that long.
You got your phone?
I did. It's over. I did have it. I'm not sure where my phone is. Over there. Thanks. Check on that. Yeah.
Has he responded?
I don't think. Not yet.
Oh my god, that was a lot, y'all. I think this is the longest we've ever streamed.
Definitely the longest we've ever streamed. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude. Would you want Nikki HSG on? Who the fuck is that guy?
I gave her a birthday shout out or something. She's nice. I guess I'll wish her the best. Oh, the stream's gonna lead.
Oh yeah.
No audio.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes
we had a lot of audio in here.
it's true.
As he says, he's taking a nacho.
Give it a nacho cheese.
My bad, Mr. Whole Foods.
Oh, I bet Mr. Whole Foods.
My bad. Is your back hurting at all or no?
No,
Okay.
just gotta constantly adjust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep them guessing.
I've been watching you guys forever. Never get to see you live usually as in the UK. Keep them busy.
Is this mine?
Operation Warp Speed.
Come on.
Where the drum go? Let's get vaccinated. They're like, yeah,
Dude.
Krispy Kreme, 5 dozen donuts, get back.
You know, I am struggling. I won't lie to you, because I probably have undiagnosed sleep apnea.
Yeah.
Probably the brain kind. But I'm fine. I'm not gonna fall asleep, but my head hurts.
I got Advil if you want them.
I want it. Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, that's good. I'll take the whole bottle, please.
When I walk out, push number 2.
Okay. For now,
when I walk out,
Listening to Mark's long game
Okay.
grades too.
will I be able to do it? All right, dude. Oh, so just me. Mark gave us all Graves. Does anybody else? Am I the only person with Graves' disease? Has anyone else had issues? I'm gonna keep the special playing. Vladimir, what's up? Dude, I got a lot of stuff. I got Graves' disease, small teeth, big gums. I got a headache. My wrist is maybe broken again. You know, so that's the thing about, they don't tell you about podcasting. A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of having a black belt is being very good at talking for a long period of time about nonsense is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache. So it's not really that big a deal. Thanks. I was telling them part of podcasting is having chronic disease. I think that's true.
What is it that got you? Mark Harley being here or the Gringo Poppy playing?
I would say it was the inherited grapes. And probably maybe the drinking and the food.
Just glass of all.
But I'm fine. Look, we're not the only podcast that's sick. Yeah, we know a few. But there's nothing I can't handle.
I feel pretty good. I feel great at it.
Cody or Gerardo? Wait, there was some fan funding that we didn't see.
Holy shit.
This is the payment for my Record Treaty Special Edition Rain. Thanks. Listening to Mark for that long gave me grades too. Mark thinking the Sinner screenplay needs work is what's Kino mean?
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant dicey. I read it. Oh yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like it. So it's surprising.
Shout out to y'all for the fan funding.
Actually, one person did say they didn't like the tone of it because they don't like me. But I don't agree.
Yeah. That was your takeaway, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that movie is fucking rule.
Oakman, shout out to Oakman for being being in here, dude.
Oh, hell yeah. Bothman should be on the show later. Be able to. Still a little early.
Talk about locking us back.
The IDM boys.
I can't go through another lockdown. Straight up.
Thank you, Othman.
Start with that last one.
Thanks, Manelli. I donated over $20 in less than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, dude, I stayed up until like 1 in the morning setting up these boards.
The MNXT says as soon as Cooney transitions to the couch, he's falling asleep.
Yeah.
I should DoorDash Red Bull. I would drink this at gunpoint.
I can get you Red Bull if you want.
Do you have Red Bull?
No, but, I can go to the Aldi right here.
If you want to.
Yeah, I can do that.
Make sure.
Can you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll just keep talking to the chat.
Okay. I'll go get 2 Red Bulls from you.
Yeah.
I got you over fast. Yeah.
That's what, yeah, when Gerardo leaves, he's getting a drink from me, and I'll just make fun of him.
I also, what's it called? I got a free trial on Zoom, so we're good.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, kind of cancel that.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that.
Yes. And would you rather sit on the couch or not?
Up to you, bro. I'm fine here and there.
Everything's already set up for the couch if you want.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. I can always sit in this chair too. It's more comfortable.
Yeah, dude. I mean, Red Bull Run seems healthier than what my original solution was, which was the Winter DoorDash pizza. Every time we have pizza on the stream, it goes really bad. So I think I'm just gonna live off baked ones. Earlier, when I were like planning this shit for the stream, it was kind of, telling you all about this for weeks. But a lot of you, I won't share credit for you. I'll put sugar all over your dicks and vaginas and tell you it's delicious. We didn't really plan a lot, I would say. Like, we were just reaching out to people like, can you be on? Can you be on? Then we're like, we need Diet Coke. So Gerardo got Diet Coke. I was like, what kind of food should we make for so long? So I was like, what bakeries are we going to? I need coffee, cake. And, I wasn't going to get donuts. I wasn't, but I love donuts. So I got a bunch of bagels. I'm so tired, I forgot where I was going. Just check back in with the chat. Brian Hardy, where did you get the Puig jersey, Daddy? Okay, I got the Puig jersey on, what is that site where it's like, I've never used it before, where you bid on things. That's how the Graves is hit hard. I got it on that site where you bid on stuff. I wasn't sure about jersey sizes, so I had to chat GPT what is large in jersey size. If you don't know, 48, Danny. eBay, that's it. See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already. That's the kind of fan we want. Thank you for helping. I got it on eBay, I bid a little bit under, and I won immediately, and I was like, damn, I should have bid way less.
You're in a group chat with other parents, dumbass.
But it wasn't that expensive. And it came, and then like yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Gerardo. And he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten that I texted him. Oh shit, Gerardo's calling me. We'll put on speaker. All right, you're on speaker. You know I want sugar free. Don't ask me stupid questions. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I'm sorry. All right, Larry. Dude. Would you guys are sugar-free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean, is it, I'm glad that he asked, but, because sometimes people aren't, but I gotta have sugar-free. But anyways, I was talking to Gerardo, and he's like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, the Yasal Puig thing. Apparently, I texted it to him earlier, and I forgot. It's just, I mean, the Greg's is really, recently, I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice. I'm not really sure. Yeah, dude. I mean, all sugar-free soda is pretty good. I think it's all great. It would have been cool if you guys could have gotten Matan on. I don't have any connection to Matan. I think he's funny. Sure, it'd be great to have him on, but I don't know anyone that knows Matan. So if you all know Matan, go. If he's the time, we'd love to have him on. He cracks me up. Originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this guy, but now I think he's hysterical. Fucking cursor. Cooney doesn't put sugar all over his Red Bull until you. That's exactly right. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, FB. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank him. Is the like count good? I haven't looked at it. To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo does the checking of like counts. I'll just trust your word for a trick flip. But yeah, definitely like the video. That would be helpful. We get Patreon content. We just watched Kill Tony. We watched Jordan Jensen's new stand-up special. Jordan Jensen's funny. She liked Jump Me. We enjoyed it. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff. We watched on the Patreon. We watch specials and we review them. Never heard of it. Synthetic sweeteners give you cancer. I'd rather F up my teeth. Listen, Skinny Popeye. You can just drink neither one. Don't F up your teeth. You gotta make sure you got a dentist being. You don't want to end up. Gerardo's got all sorts of teeth problems. I just have small teeth, but I don't have any cavities. Gerardo's getting like a root canal soon. I don't that. And that's true. Tristar Book's a good point. Everything gives you cancer. I'm gonna turn back on the special.
I thought you'd like that. Listen,
you fucking Gringo Pappy probably gives you cancer. Anything else? Nah, the food, but nah, I don't. Field Trippers, you're wrong. His singing his ass. Disagree. He's got a good voice. He sings well.
The real deal, Holyfield. You know what this shit is?
The real deal, Holyfield. This shit is.
Flat asses for her. It just never worked out. Never work out. I'll forget this one. Boys go.
Hit 2 when Gerardo walks in. It's already, I think probably 4. But when Gerardo, I should hit 4 to smoke. Should I hit 4?
Spicy. Spicy.
Thank you, dude. Let's talk tomorrow. Oh shit, dude.
Dude, when we first got together, what
flavors are they? White gummy.
Sour gummy worm and white gummy bear.
White gummy bears is a strange choice. Why white gummy bears? That's so weird. Rain is like racist or something. What is the question? Gerardo trusts me so little with like streaming that he's doing a poll with 3 in his hand. If I let you do it, the computer will break. White gummy worm. White gummy bear. Say that again. I fucked it up already.
Shortstop for the Dodgers.
I haven't had a Red Bull in like 5 or 6 years, dude. That sounds crazy. I'll do it for the stream. Anything for you all. We aren't sponsored by Red Bull. Rain is we have loyalty to Rain. However, I will not drink it because of his voice.
Shout out to you, Timothy Wendell.
Oh my god, it's so good. I missed this. I will regret this in 30 minutes. Dude, let me ask you. Oh shit, it's a tough question. Let me ask y'all a question. Anybody ever remember 5-hour energy drinks? I used to like to drink those and watch the Gringo Pappy solo. But no, dude, those are like Sal Vulcano. We watched him on the Patreon, and the one thing I agreed with him about is the feeling you get from having a 5-hour energy is indescribable.
Yeah.
It is not a good feeling. Yeah. The second you drink it, you're like, oh my god, why? Why did I do this? What kind of job is this? That I need 5-hour energy to do it. That was when I had the most hourly of hourly jobs. Bookstore, restaurant, smoothie guy. I was like slamming 5-hour energies, making smoothies with apple stickers in it. Hey, mine has a sticker in it. Who's the guy making it? Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally left the sticker on the apple. I apologize.
Dude, everything they eat, bean cheese. Oh, I forgot about that shit. Dude, everything they eat, bean cheese. Like, what the hell, man? Should I carb load year round? We never tail off the carbs? That's the game plan?
I got you. I'm sorry. All right. They go like, wait, Paul Pierce is going to be on the show? No. The trade. Hey, Paul, what do you think? What do you think about the Gringo Pappy? He's like, man, it's fucking better special than that.
Dude, it's half. They don't know what which one do they want me to drink? They're both so good.
I mean, Rain is pretty good.
I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty pissed when you drink my Rain because they don't even have that flavor there anymore, dude.
It's crazy that they got new flavors. I don't understand the marketing of Rain. Like, why make a new monster?
Yeah.
Why rebrand like that?
Yeah.
You're cutting into monster suits. It's like, we need something for Gen Z. A new kind of, I'm fine with Red. This is the perfect energy drink right here. Well, coffee, but the second best.
Which one do you want me to drink? I'm not gonna look.
I mean, I think white gummy berry. I tried to
Try it. Push it with that salt.
I fucked up, as usual. Don't vote just like I vote, okay? Don't copy me. Don't be a cuck, right? That's the last thing you want to be. Don't cuck off me. Vote with your heart.
I'm gonna wait till it says 5 minutes ago, and then I'll choose it.
It's sycophants, okay? But if you criticize me in any way, you're a bot.
Yeah. Let's stream off of the bots thing.
We kind of killed the bot joke, but I forgot everything I was going to say anyways.
Yeah.
So
We met up last night and talked for 3 hours about this bot bit that we were gonna do. And it's not a bit; it's for reals. We're done with the bots.
yeah, no, there's no bit.
No more bots. You know what I mean? We're gonna focus our attention instead of on the comments on coffee cake, stuff like that, donuts.
It's just crazy, like the comments where they go like, "Oh, go back to Timos every week." It's like, all right, bot.
Yeah.
Like, do you think I was born? Do you think this is my first rodeo?
Yeah.
That's what I told Gerardo the last week. I was like, there's a lot of people, and I told him to sit to take it. And I was like, I got to talk to you. There's a lot of people that are watching us right now. I think it's actually the first time that we've been to a rodeo. And he was like, you know what? You're right. He said that. I said, you're right.
Yeah, I told you, I was like, there should be bots that put sugar all over our dicks and tell us it's delicious.
You know, you were like, both of us have been to many rodeos.
Yeah.
I did say that. Yeah, we talked a lot about rodeos after that, bull riding. And we came to it after we talked for a long time about bull riding. We were like, you know what? Bots need to go. We have a no bot policy. We don't read the comments, so we won't know. But if we did and we saw a negative comment, we'd just be like, oh, that's a bot. Bot, ignore it. You know, don't leave a bot. We're not going to delete it.
Yeah.
But we'll know that any kind of criticism whatsoever in any way, even if it's not just like enough reverential, like it's something that's not like you guys are amazing, then I know it's about commenting.
Yeah. You know, it's like, who's going to read it? The other bots. So why would we delete it? You know what I mean?
The bots are communicating and liking each other. Elizabeth Marsden, peace myself laughing. What up, Ireland? What up, Irish bot? What's up? Yeah, I feel like a Schultz thing. What's up, fam? And Ireland, what's up, my fucking home country? I saw some. I was happy to see the Irish flag, and you know, I went to see Swell Season last night at the Green Theater. Shout out to Irish people. I don't know if any of you are fans of Swell Season in the chat. It was pretty good. You ever heard of the movie once? Never heard of it. Titty's broken boat.
All right, it looks like White Gummy Bear won for that poll. So let's go ahead and fridge up the other one.
Peach Oak 55. Cooney, go get sleep study, please. I think Othman was right. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. Othman is the one that told me I probably have apnea. Because he's got it. But it affects his brain is so small.
Yeah.
That's why he has sleep apnea. Because they measured his brain and it's very small.
The bots are blowing each other. That's another bot telling us what's happening in the bot room, dude.
I know. I mean, for all I know, bots can have sex with each other. I have no idea.
Check this out, dude. Are you ready for this?
Oh, I've been at Belfast.
Belfast.
Truck flap and Belfast. I'm really losing it.
Here we go.
But I have been.
You ready for this sweet, sweet sound?
Yeah. They rain the nectar.
Thick nectar, dude. Ready? Ooh, ASMR, dude.
Shit, dude. Yeah, that's crazy.
Try not to buzz, dude.
Truck flip talking about a Black Cab tour. I've been on it. Not good. Damn, what's this for you?
It's way too sweet, dude.
Oh, it's really sweet? Yeah.
You want some?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Then you dig your own grave. Get that away from me.
You're right, just smell my hands. Okay.
Oh, dude. The crash from the energy drink probably, The last time I had Red Bull might have been more than 6 years ago.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it was. Because it was I was hanging out with my old roommate from Philly, and they were drinking, and he goes, "Hey, I got your Red Bull, how awesome!" And I was like, "Oh, really?" And he's, "Yeah, we're gonna drink some Red Bull one day and stay up drinking." And I was like, "All right." I was pissed off. I don't want to drink a Red Bull, but cheers.
What you guys got a lot of bots in the spot?
Yeah.
We need a cocaine dono goal. No. Check this out though. Look at the screen over there. Watch this.
Whoa, dude! Have you ever seen someone looking like that in your life? Brain fucking.
Yeah.
It's just so. It's such a good. They care. They do a lot of volunteer work and charity and shit. There's a Rain charity where they give sour gummy worm to like mothers in need when they're pregnant. It just. I'm gonna get emotional talking about it, but they're a great company and it means a lot to us that they support.
I told you off this, but my kid was having seizures, and I gave him Rain. That's so stupid. I'm so sorry.
Fucking Rain, then Rain treating seizures.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Just having a seizure, quick! And they open his mouth and you pour in sour gummy worm or cherry limeade. Cherry limeade's not Rain. That's Sonic, I think.
G, you play music. Admit Chin singing his ass. I'll do it for $3 for sure. Yeah.
I gotta try this off. Man.
Shout out to Lucas Cicero. He said, "Oof, just turned on the stream. 19 hours to go. Praying for y'all. Pray
Oh,
on."
dude, I haven't seen enough Gringo Poppy yet.
No, me neither.
I'm just trying to get more in, you know.
Oh, I did have a fun bit that we don't have to do it now, but we'll do it a little later.
Okay.
We're still waiting on some motherfucking guests. Great, my kids' teeth are getting large. When I saw him with the second coffee cake,
it was amazing. I cannot believe I've never had a Porto's coffee cake before. That might be the best coffee cake I've ever had in my life.
Don't say that. How did it get a bite?
How does it? It's easy to get this cheap. We'll go there. But listen, how does it? Coffee cake with icing on it? Whoa! What the fuck? I didn't know it had icing on it until I took a bite. I didn't see the icing. I was like, oh my God! I didn't even think about this. There's a cookie left. There's guava cheese roll. That donut is disgusting.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Look,
You can eat it.
cookies.
The donut's not from Porter, so I won't say where.
Oh,
it's from Antigua. It's not from Antigua. I went into Antigua, and I was like, cool story. I don't know what you got going on here, but I don't like what I see. So, love to shout out. Buy anything.
It's Lucas's birthday yesterday, so let's just say happy birthday, Lucas.
Happy birthday, Lucas.
From all of us over here at Timos and RT, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so funny.
He ate both.
I can listen to you talking about coffee cakes literally for 24 hours.
Oh, thank you.
That's the next 24-hour stream.
I just love baked goods. So I'll give you another thing for listeners.
During stream.
Thanks, MXC. I mean, to let you in behind the curtain, when I came here, Jordo was asleep. I told him when we were recording. I mean, we both agreed on when we were recording. I told him when I came here.
Yeah.
Jordo was asleep. I called him, and then I was like, you know what? He's asleep. I'm going to get more baked goods. I tried to get coffee cake, but I was like, I'm not going to drive far away, so I went to another coffee shop and her bakery. And then I came back, and he's still asleep. So I honked my horn, and then I went behind his window, and he's charging his car through his window. So I started screaming his name, and then I called him again. He woke up. And that all happened.
Yeah. And, I woke up at 6 a.m. and I was like, who's not going to be here for a couple of minutes? Oh, man. I sleep deep pause. I'm a deep sleeper.
I woke up, but I knew I wasn't from shit.
I mean, you know, I mopped the floors all night. I cleaned all the floors. I took out my trash for the first time this year. It's pretty nice, dude.
It smells good.
Last time you came in, it smelled like, and you have bad smell too.
Yeah, I have really bad smell.
It smelled like a cat's kitty litter.
Truly, a lot of things are wrong with me. I mean, I forgot about the bad. I can't smell. God. And then we had a gas leak. My old roommate, he was like, "You smell like gas thing," and I was like, "No." And then we called over the gas people, and we had a gas leak, and he was like, "It's not good that you couldn't smell the gas." That's hilarious. Fucking gas leak. The guy that did the gas leak came to have fixed it, and he didn't fix it. He just left the leak going. So we had to have another gas guy come out. They're trying to kill me. My shop hired him, or flappers. Does anything on Cooney work? Taste.
He's 11.
I can still taste. I can see. My eyesight's okay. That's one of the things that goes with grapes. Eyesight.
So Mark has been a screenwriter for 20 years. Everyone was comfortable with the truthiness of that statement.
Mark has been a screenwriter for 20 years. Everyone was comfortable with the truth statement.
Listen, you don't come here for the truth. You come here for the facts, right?
That's true. The facts you can choose. That was like the 20-year thing. Sure, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. That was awesome. I wish I said stuff like that.
I like how Brendan Walsh, in the same motion he entered the chat, he left the chat.
Yeah. He was like, all right, I gotta go. See you later.
No, listen, you don't have to, right?
Yeah.
But I said, you no sense of smell and you have no sense of humor. Comedy, ever heard of it? Come on, dude. That's a bot. That's a bot, dude.
Oh, that's a bot.
Yeah.
That is a fucking bot and a half.
Oh, shout out to the subscribers, dude. We got a shit ton of subscribers today, dude. Oh, we just hit 10,700.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, of course we did. This is the greatest special of all time.
Yeah, there's a bit that we're going to be doing later. I'm excited to do it. I told Tony about it when he got here. It's going to be, we're going to try to do some Gringo Poppy meditation, see where we can go. It's like trying to do DMT, but with a large dose, because we're going to be listening to this. You know what I mean?
Okay. I'm with you. I hear you. Don't kill me.
Yeah, and then it's when you're in a meditative state, that's where you know where the real fun is, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't go to a comedy show unless I close my eyes for 10 minutes and focus in on my inner child. You know? Sorry.
Lubinowski, I've met him in person. Never met him.
If you guys want, I can make some little fucking sausage salad.
You go over there and do a cooking show?
Yeah, I can do that. I got camera set up for all that.
This is you. You're like, I could. You want to. You want sausage.
I already told Paul C to bring sausage and salad.
Love Timos, but honestly, I miss when it was with David. Listen, bot. Yeah, bot. Look, your bot. And just because you use emoji, you think we don't know it's a bot? Yeah. And then TriStar, thank you for calling it out. In the community, we have to stay together, stand strong, and call out bots when we see them. David's son is a bot.
Yeah.
Okay. You're lucky you're not blocked bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not mad. I'm just upset.
This special is cute.
Death to all bots, but no violence.
No violence. Yeah. I look, you want to watch you cook together. I can teach you how to make some.
Oh, how to burn a sausage and put it on salad?
If you
I
have,
think I know how to do that already.
Oh, okay.
No offense.
Sausage salad all day. I'm gonna tell Paul C to bring some sausage and some fucking salad, dude. Sorry for calling.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen. Eudora says make banh mi. Can you make banh mi?
God damn, who's that?
You guys gonna premiere any new songs today? Not today. We're not done with songs, okay? We're still in Gerardo. He's working on some things in the kitchen. We do songs. I mean, we want. That's our goal. But as you can see, we're very busy. Energy drinks. The Gringo Poppy has to play for 24 hours. Song on today's podcast. But you got Cowbell, you got Mark, you got Walsh, maybe some more guests. You know, don't ask for too much. You're a bot. Actually, it's a bot question. That's a fucking bot. You tried to trick me, bot. You tried to trick me, bot. I forget where you were. Who you are.
I mean, we just noticed this a couple days ago, so we're gonna be struggling with who's bots and who's not.
Timble's sentient weenie. How many hours deep? I don't know, 6 hours?
I was thinking about making beans and cheese, but that seems like a mission.
Beans, cheese. That would be crazy. I remember I said on the phone nachos, but I was like, that's gross.
Oh yeah, the nachos is bad.
That would fuck us up.
Yeah.
I mean, pizza would fuck us up too. When you left, I was laughing about how hard it is to stream and eat pizza.
Yeah.
Not a good time.
But you know, if you're asking me what I want, pizza's always the right answer.
I think it's a great idea. I'm ordering right now.
Who's your top 5 comedians who are also incredibly gay?
Well, actually, that's easy.
Yeah.
So Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, and Dave Chappelle. Boom, done.
Boom. Nice.
Easiest thing I've ever had to do.
The first buffer
I mean, you know, you forgot the wild card.
Which one's that? Oh, Hannah Gadsby. Well, that's my top.
Yeah.
That's my top.
Yeah.
Hannah Gadsby is the best it's ever done.
What I was going to say, though, can you have a special or will the stream get gadoosh? John Doe, the stream will get gadoosh. If you don't know, in our early days of podcasting, we did watch the first special and we uploaded it to YouTube, and it got gadooshed immediately, dude.
What was that?
The first special.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, hey, look at that. Should we do that for a bit until later?
Yeah.
Okay. Hell yeah. Same link?
Hell yeah, Papa. Yeah, same link. Or, wait, no, that meeting's over. Let me.
Okay. I'll leave this over here. All right. Dude, thank you, Wade. We love you too. Oh, hell yeah. Look, what is the color of our belt? Black. Always.
Black belt.
We were black belts like when we first started, honestly.
Yeah.
We were doing it even before we started.
Yeah.
It's just something we know. Something we know how to do. Is talking on a podcast about chop. Rosa in the chat. What's up? What's up? What's up? The Madre. Okay, she started the whole thing, fellas.
Mom, can we call you later?
Oh yeah, are you free to hop on a call? Or?
If not, it's all good. They really want you. Everyone's asking about you, Mom.
You know, the one bad bit about Rosa, she refuses to meet me in person. I mean, I went to the Norco horse party. I didn't see Rosa there, so that's all I'm gonna say. A little bit blockbuster, honestly.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna be there, she wasn't. I don't know.
I'm excited to get a call. Okay, I'll call my mom real quick.
Yeah, we can call.
Let me see.
Yeah, you call.
Mom, no politics, yeah?
Yeah, please don't get us canceled.
Where's my mom at? Right here.
How's the White House, Rosa?
How's the White House?
And did you hear about Trump?
Oh, no. Why you calling Rosa? Control yourself.
You told me not to.
We told, listen, Rosa. Come on.
What about Trump?
He's the man.
Oh my God, Mom. A bot. It's always a bot. It's a bot comment.
He's better than Bobby Gringo. That's the dude.
That's the, that might be true. Can't argue with that. That's just tire facts.
Sheriff and Andre Hashem said my mom died Monday and the Rosa bit is really making me happy. So,
What?
yeah. Everyone else is calling you a Russian bot.
I think that people are enjoying your call is what's going on.
Yes.
But we've told them that
Yeah, I'm a real person. I'm not a bot.
Oh, okay. It kind of sounded robotic right there.
That didn't help. It cut out a little bit. It made you sound like a robot.
I am all, I'm getting over some sinus stuff.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. It's called TDS. But the other way.
The opposite.
Yeah.
What's the opposite of TDS? Austin brain. Rosa Allerton has Austin brain.
Yeah, my mom has heavy Austin brains.
Wow, you guys are just be glad I'm calling.
How are you doing, Mom? Everyone's happy that you're calling.
I'm in the middle of cooking a vegetable soup with all the homegrown vegetables, and it's got beef in it too. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, please don't make any abondigas.
Yeah.
No.
Or she calls it Baja mode.
Albondigas.
Yeah.
Say it right, Cootie.
That's right, I apologize. I'm basic Brennan Chavez.
How's your day going so far? Nice little Saturday?
Great. I got up late. Went and got some stuff at the store, and I came back and started cooking.
Nice. Can you tell them how often you cook beans and cheese?
Every day.
Does it go with every meal?
Of course.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of does.
That's your love name's expertise.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Also, how often do you have tater tots?
Never.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I mean, that's a white person handout.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I thought you were a shortstop for the Dodgers.
No, what?
Oh, sorry.
Have tater tots.
Never have tater tots.
There's no such thing in our house. We
Okay.
do potatoes, but we don't do tater tots.
So here's the thing, like, I know that you're Mexican, right?
Yes.
You guys have a lot of mayonnaise, right?
Yes.
You know what's funny, Mom, is I was telling somebody the story. Remember when I was a kid? We've talked about this on the podcast before, when the seagull shit in my sandwich?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
Somebody told me that the seagull laid a bunker buster in my sandwich.
I love how
Okay.
Rosa goes, oh my God, yes, like you probably bother her with this story constantly.
I do.
It's her fault.
Every day.
She has to live with the guilt.
I'm guilt free.
So you got beef, you got some vegetables, you just like, it's steamy in the kitchen right now, or what?
Yeah. I have so that group and I saw the carrots. They were like the red carrots, orange carrots, white carrot, all the different colors.
Yeah.
But they look so pretty. I'm like, I want to make a soup of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here I am.
Okay. Nice.
Nice.
Well, thank you for talking to us. I know that you have no interest in watching the Gringo Poppy.
Never seen it.
No, he's an idiot. Why do you guys even give him so much glory? Oh my God.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You think that what we do is glory or something like that.
Glorify this fool.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you see the guy that I had in my apartment earlier?
Big muscle guy, Mark.
Big muscle guy?
Which one?
His name is Mark, but we call him BGL for short.
I know.
I missed it, but I missed the early part.
Yeah.
No, I haven't been tuning in much.
Oh, okay. You would have had skeptical hippo eyes if you had seen him on here. But thank you, Mom. I'll call you later. Maybe tomorrow. We have another guest chiming in here.
All right, then go ahead.
All right, have a great night, Rosa.
Not as important as your next guest.
You're the most important.
I love you. I hope the boss haven't taken you too, Mom. I love you.
All right, Mike, love you.
Oh, shit. Look who it is.
We got
It's fucking W, dude. Live from the beach in North Korea.
So stoked.
Damn, you look lounge out there. That looks like a comfortable chair, dude.
Oh, I'm in a bed, dude.
Oh my God, even better, dude. That's the best place to watch Gringo Poppy. We had Walsh on earlier. I don't know if you didn't see any of that, did you?
No, man, I've been with my life.
As you should. We had Walsh, but you get this. Walsh talked to Mark for a while. Mark Harley and Walsh. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I gotta say. It was fun.
How long have you been going?
We've been going since 9, Danny. PST.
Don't laugh that hard.
Dude, Gerardo showed your record.
Oh yeah, at the very beginning of the stream, I pulled out your record and was like, "Shout out to Alan Strickland-Williams."
We're trying to get people to buy your record, Ranger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I need it for my the baseball dads.
Yeah, man. Well, you're following Rosa Allard right now. We were just on the phone with Mom.
I did catch a little bit. Oh shit!
We were earlier. We got some.
Yeah. We were trying to do a Gringo Poppy fast, but that didn't last long.
Because there's like a coffee cake that we've been doing, so we're gonna test coffee cake while watching the Gringo Poppy to see if it was any better while we had like coffee cake.
Yeah.
If it enhanced the viewership at all.
Wait you up a little bit.
Yeah. We asked Walsh this, what's your favorite part? What's your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy? If you had to choose.
Well, I gotta say, I was born in
Damage.
Okay.
So as a Dallas boy, I think that his his local humor
It's pretty good.
stuck out to me.
Do you?
No, actually, wait. You know my favorite part?
What?
The end.
Well done. Do you do comedy in Texas at all?
I actually did a show at this place called the Dallas Comedy Club, which is a good club. But it was just so weird because from like go outside the club, like to smoke a cigarette, you could see the hospital where I was born. So I was like, I hadn't come far at all. But yeah, and then I'm in Austin. I recorded my album in Austin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the Velveeta room. But yeah, I think I've only done Austin and Dallas.
So, do you find the observations that Shab made about doing comedy in Texas to be true? Is it better?
Pretty true.
Yeah.
It's definitely better. It's just Texas strong,
You're right.
Like,
They don't make you wear a mask and all that shit. Like, you don't gotta be woke and all that shit.
No.
It's different. It's definitely different.
It's different.
Different.
Yeah.
Different.
I think that
Gringo probably is what we talked about in part.
no.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised.
Jamal, the Asian Jamal. Yeah.
I think my favorite joke is North Korea with the beach on Gringo Poppy.
That is a pretty good one. I think that might be mine. I like Mr. Whole Foods a lot, though. That sticks out to me personally.
Yeah. And I'm glad that we can celebrate the special itself on a glorious day like this Saturday,
Dude, Alan, you gotta, if I could be so bold as to give you advice, I think you gotta do that as an improv.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I think you gotta do that, dude.
I mean, look, I just, right now, I'm just trying to focus on my kid. And, and we all got COVID, so we're canceling some dates. But we'll get back.
Dude, COVID's not real, man. I mean, it also, I know you know about the double weddings that have ever gotten, so you're all in.
Really? I never realized it. I wonder if you did Addie and Addison.
Yeah, for sure you did. Yeah. You think the Gringo Poppy without Adderall?
Did you see the thing that Moses Storm did when he did the Addison improv, like the IG story?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I should have him if he wanted to be. I didn't think about that. But Moses, he had a show at the Addison Improv, and he posted this really funny video of how honored he was to be doing it, and he edited in clips of the most offensive shot bits, and he starts pretending to cry, and then at the end he put us in it. I was like, holy shit! And that's how you get our fame. It's just including us in any way, shape, or form.
That's how we know you're not a bot.
If you want to not be a bot, you have to be on the Patreon or be friends with us. Yeah. Otherwise, you're a bot.
Yeah, those are fine.
Yeah.
He's in the tribe.
So you got to do it too. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Please make a video as an improv. Include us.
Yeah, we should do it live. 10 minutes there.
Oh, that would be nuts. The goal. That would be nuts. Holy shit. We get the gang together. Fucking Addison trip.
I think you might be going longer than 10 minutes.
Never, dude. Right. We'll share a hotel.
So what have you guys been doing? Just actually, is it on a loop right now?
Yeah, it's on a loop.
It's right behind you on our screen.
Yeah.
What part is it on?
Let me see.
Not sure at the moment.
It's puto cabrón right now.
That's the one.
Do you know? Can you tell that just from the visuals without, or the
Yes,
we're almost there. Yeah.
No, I can tell from the timestamp on the bottom, the red line. I see that with my finger like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, puto cabrón. Yeah, we have a huge general setup. We have 3 screens back to back to back, and I'm not joking around. It's for real. Just everything feeding me information while we stream here.
Wait, so how you had Harley on?
Oh
Yeah, dude, Harley came in the beginning of the stream, and he has the energy of 1,000 men. He did three or 4 hours straight of Bapa intelligence facts, Tiger facts.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hilarious to have him meet people. So I wish he could talk to you as well.
Yeah.
But watching him talk to Walsh was pretty fun.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Something's going on that he said.
What's going on? Apparently. Or I'll send it to you. Not right now, but I'll send it to you eventually. Unless Gerardo, you want to send it?
Yeah.
So when Walsh was on the stream, he was talking. You know how he's like obsessed. He's trying to get off of it. He did that bit. It's pretty funny. Pretty good.
This is crazy.
You're not like even the. I mean, you send clips sometimes, but you don't have the same kind of addiction that Walsh has, right?
No. I think because Walt has a family, it's why he's so addicted to. I think he relates to shop.
Relatability, yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm just a one big boy out.
Yeah, I'm more of a Joanna than a shop.
Who are you in the shop versus a good question? We've probably done this before.
I like Louis Vuitton more than I like baseball,
Is there anyone who's bald in the Shopperverse?
Oh yeah, Howie.
Maybe that's who I am.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Actually, Brendan, right now, there is a coach. I've been watching college football today with my parents.
Yeah.
And the coach of Kent State has a very
oh shit! I gotta check that out.
Yeah. I think they're playing like right there.
Yeah. I mean, how's your team doing? How are the Jags?
Jags are okay. I mean, that'll be tomorrow. I'm at Florida State. I've been watching them. And Kent State sucks, so they're winning. But they beat Alabama in the first game of the year. Besides that, they haven't really played anybody else that matters.
Shop would have started on all those teams, probably.
Yeah.
Shop played? No, I saw Shop play today. He was really good. He played on like 17 teams.
He did. He was very good.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills is the main one.
I'm sorry to do it for me, but I think the Jags are going to lose tomorrow.
Who are they playing?
They're playing.
What are their Commanders playing tomorrow? Do you know?
The Commanders
play the Raiders.
Yeah,
that's right.
Jags are playing Houston.
Yeah, they're going to lose.
They might. Although Houston's lost both games so far.
True.
I've always been a football guy myself.
And I don't know anything about football, but I'm in a Pick'ems league, and I picked the Jaguars to lose. I'm sorry, I didn't know they were your team. If they were your team, I'm picking the fucking Commanders every week.
The Commanders will probably be good, but they just lost to the Packers because the Packers are really good.
Yeah.
Well, any team would be better with Shaw. On the field, on the sideline, in the stands, commentating. I can see Shaw call a football game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Shaw talking about anything is awesome. We were talking with Walsh about like a reality show. That was the new idea he had, a shop reality show. But I still think the Gringo Poppy documentary is what I'm most interested in.
Oh yeah, no, I like a keeping up with the shop.
Exactly.
Like that. Yeah, I can see that working. I can see Shaw hosting like hosting a Love Island or something like that. Island. Island would be pretty good. It's just people who Shopperverse together in a house. Going off every week.
Yeah, I mean, Shop Island, yeah, so a different shop. He did almost host Fear Factor like Ludacris, or like Ludacris beat him at that.
Yeah.
That's another, you know what show unironically I love now is The Floor. You ever watch The Floor?
I just saw a commercial for The Floor because there used to be a show called The Wall.
No, what's The Wall?
the wall was, and it was the guy that was the voice. He used to be a weatherman in LA. I don't know if he still is, but he would play announcer to a lot of things. So it would be called like, "And here comes the wall," and then it was like, an old cartoon with like, like Wiley Coyote or whoever would like run through a wall.
Yes.
Or leave like an imprint.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically like a wall comes at you with a weird imprint, and you have to like.
Oh, like get through the wall, make the pose.
If you're done, it'll like knock you off into like water, like whatever the hell. But yeah, so like I saw that there was what is the floor?
Okay, so
the tiles by that.
yeah, the floor is totally different from that. What you just described sounds like a show that Simon Gibson would host, but this show, the floor is a little more intellectual. If you like things like that, it's the guy. What's Rob Lowe is the host. He does a great job, and he's.
So Ronnie gets low on the floor.
It's so all these people on the floor, and they are experts in different categories. And there's a randomizer that picks one or two people, and they battle against each other. So it's like a picture of like whatever, like let's say it's history and R&B artists. So like if it's R&B. The history guy go against the R&B, and it'll show a picture of like Brian McKnight, and they go back and forth. And if you get the answer wrong, you lose time. There's a timer, and it goes. And so there's all these categories. It's fucking. I'm not doing it justice, but it's a great show.
No, I gotta tell you also, I gotta stag you because I just imagine Sean saying R&B as RBD.
BRB.
You're talking about
He's like, I love Usher. BRB, dude. It's my favorite kind of music, man. Oh, really, dude? Fucking love that shit. Oh, man. But yeah, no, the floor, the new season's coming out. It's hosted by Brendan Schaub. Check it out. Yes. It's going to be pretty good, dude. Oh, yeah. No. I mean, what other shows could he host? What other game shows?
I mean, Price is Right will be good because he wouldn't know the price of anything, and he was like, he'd probably start arguing. What he would do if he was the host. Also, guess what he would do if he was the host of stuff? He's the host of Jeopardy. He says the thing out, someone gets it right. He goes, "It's in the hard place." He'd be like arguing like the actual answers, even though they're definitely right.
Yeah, not yet. I'm not sure about that one. What's the capital of Massachusetts? Boston. He doesn't even know some. Boston. But I guess that's what was the suitcase show where there's money in it? You probably tell people the amounts by accident.
What was that called?
I think that might have been Make a Deal. Let's make a deal. Was that a Howie Mandel show? I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I think it was for him.
Yeah, I've been saying like I know Howie Mandel is funny when he makes fun of Schaub, but I've been kind of saying he sucks. He's not good. Like I don't understand why people like him.
Howie's not. I mean, Howie was just like one of those. There's this old clip that you can watch Howie like. You're like, oh, this is what he used to do. This is what made him famous. It's like from the '80s, and it's like. I don't know if he was actually coked up, but like it has that just like crazy energy.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You know, I'm talking about where like nurse glove over his head and blows it up. And
yeah, Robbie Goodwin retweeted that and wrote Casey Rocket.
Howie Mandel was funnier than Casey. You know, but I met Howie Mandel because I used to work at NBC, and he came to the office one day, and it was like there was an email that went around and was like, "Hey, Howie's coming to the office. Don't try to shake his hand." And he was kind of nice and friendly, but it was like there had definitely been incidents. But he was trying to be really cool, and I think he made a really stupid like. You know, NBC, there's the Peacock. I think he made a really weird cock joke.
Yikes.
But yeah.
You can't do that anymore with woke culture, dude. You get fired.
At least he called out Sean's mangina.
That was pretty great. The mangina thing.
He just. What did Sean say? It's like,
Yeah, them's me nuts. That's the one thing I do like about Mandel is that he's clearly being fed these lines from like younger people. So like whether they're like Gen Z staffers are like, okay, here's the subreddit. They say he pisses in the sink. He has a mangina. And Mandel's like, say less. I got this, fam. And then he goes.
Are you guys pissing in Gerardo's sink?
Every night.
Oh yeah, we are. Sorry, I'm dealing with a lot of stuff right here.
Oh yeah, it's wheeling and dealing.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all are driving. Y'all are king of the airways right now.
Look at that, dude. I'll never piss
Oh,
on this
shit.
thing right here, dude. What the fuck?
Alan is very good at stand-up, guys. He's a very funny stand-up comedian.
Y'all are the best.
As you've seen on Conan O'Brien, ever heard of it? There you go.
Comedy Central, that used to be a channel.
Hey, Paul C, fuck you, dude. Yes, it'll fit in my fridge.
We're doing this bit now where, like, anytime somebody says something negative, we call them a bot.
Yeah.
If it's not referential enough, or reverential, then we say that they're a bot.
And there's a lot of bots in the chat.
Yeah, a lot of bots. We don't know how to get rid of them. What do you do with bots? Personally.
Engage.
You engage. You read the comments.
Big mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and what's going on? Where you from? How many inches?
I gotta tell you, being on the stream this long, easiest thing I've ever done. No, I'm about to die.
It's very hard.
People keep commenting like Cooney seems sick. Cooney's tired.
Yeah.
He'll fall asleep. You know.
So what you did, you started at 9.
Yeah.
You have like 16 hours.
I know.
Oh my God, why are you trying to make us think about
Are you a numbers guy?
Yeah, come on, dude. It's fucking numbers guy in here right now, dude.
Are you a bot?
Yeah, bye.
Oh yeah, I'm a bot.
I think, yeah, it's 4 o'clock right now, right? Or 3:30. Yeah, we have a lot of time left, dude.
Listen, we'll see how long the devices work. You know what I'm saying?
17 hours. Yeah, we'll see how.
I mean, because like things happen on the stream. You know, like sometimes sometimes people unplug things on purpose. You never know.
It'd be funny too if you guys ended up like causing a power outage in LA.
Oh yeah.
Too much
Oh well, you know what the biggest one was in history. You know about this, right? Have you heard about this?
What?
The biggest thing in it's Burbank technically, but the owner of Flappers had a poop so big that it clogged the entirety of Burbank. And there was no toilets worked, no running water, and it was all because of the size of Bart's shit.
Yes.
Yeah. You
That's
know.
why you're not allowed to smoke in Burbank anymore.
Yeah.
It's because that's Barb's natural diuretic, and I think they had the leading cause was her cigarettes.
Oh man, that's why they charge extra that gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers because of the toilets.
Who's the kid that works there? Now it's not a kid.
Josh Snyder?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
He
can't shit. That's weird.
The craziest thing
I
ever.
ran into Cooper and Shane the other day. For some reason, we were talking about Flappers, or maybe he just went to Flappers or something. I was like, is Josh Snyder still there? And they were like, he's exactly the same.
Dude. Oh my god. Yeah, and you never in a million years, if you told, even with how ridiculous Flappers is, if you had told me back then that Josh would be the booker, the talent booker, I'd have been like, I don't think so. But I don't know why, because they had Richie before that. It was just as weird.
Yeah.
He's like the provost of Flappers University now.
He's the dean, yeah, that's pretty impressive too. That's a lot of responsibility for one man. I don't know how he does it.
I bet they really brainwash you with Flappers. I bet you really become a radical.
Yeah.
Look, that'd be cool if one day Shane is the biggest comedian, and then there's 2 huge Shanes.
Here's a question. I wonder if anyone. Here's a good game to play. Yes or no? Is there anyone good performing at Flappers this entire week?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's a good game.
Let me see. Or we're not allowed to check, right? No.
No. I think you go through and you just see like, okay, yeah, like Maria Bamford's good, she's not from the farmers. But like, you check to see if anyone.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, there's.
In my mind, Jeff Garland is 24/7.
Oh yeah, he's always there.
He's a mainstay.
But
I heard a rumor that Jeff Garland's actually the name of the shit that Barbara. Sorry, we're
she named it Jeff.
Yeah.
She took it Jeff. They told her you can't take any more Jeff Garlands, okay, hon? Yeah, look, the mainstays were like Jeff Garland, Hal Sparks, Alonzo Bowden. Who else?
Barbara took a shit, and she looked at the shit in the toilet, and then the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme started
Alonzo Bowden's like, what's that smell?
Oh shit, dude.
But he's playing.
Oh fuck! A Unique subscribed to our channel. That's crazy. Do you know who Unique is?
No.
So Unique is like this. I mean, now that he's our fan,
Yeah.
I have to watch my works.
Yeah.
But what
He's the famous YouTuber that got sued by Shop.
Yeah, he got sued by Shop for like showing a video where Shop gives a piece of paper with a phone number on it to a cheat.
Yeah.
The baddie. Yeah.
Shout out to Unique.
Yeah.
That post is crazy, by the way. I looked at that area. That's nuts.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That checks out. You know it's Shop. Shop on a mic.
Probably.
I mean, who knows?
He's a wild guy. You know?
Apparently it's 8 inches. You know, he always says that.
Yeah, but everyone can say it that much.
We oh jeez. We shit on Jeff Dye a lot in the beginning.
You know what's funny is like I kind of was like, oh Jeff, whatever, he's just whatever. And then I saw him like when the Mark Maron stuff was going on. And he was like, who's this? I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. You're Jeff Guy, you gotta keep
We watched on Patreon this hilarious thing that he did. Did I tell you about this already? Okay, so he did a video on his YouTube channel where it's like Jeff Dye hates women or something, and he goes and it's him and he's like, all these people think I hate women. I don't hate women. Women are great. In fact, here's a list of women I think are funny. And he starts listing out women that he thinks are funny, and he puts their picture up. It's so good. It's everything you would think it was.
But is he being like sincere?
Yeah. No, if he wasn't, then it would be funny, almost. But he was like, at one point, he picked this. He goes, he looks at his own list that he made, and he's like, Don, who's that? He forgot who the woman was. And he's like, oh, wait, yeah, no, she's good. And they were all like, it was like Whitney Cummings and industry plants. But he's like, see, I don't hate women. I think they're, they can be funny sometimes. Saying stuff like that. It was amazing.
Whitney's really lost it.
No, she's crazy now. Yeah, we lost a good one.
Whitney, like they should be able to call Child Protective Services
5150.
Take that kid away from us.
Oh, you're worried about the kid. I'm worried about Whitney.
I'm worried about both of them. My heart goes out to them both.
CPS.